Chapter 1061, Dire Strait. Sonny, come here, it'll only kill you a little. Get the hell away from me, you demented zombie. Sonny took a few steps back, easily avoiding the grasp of the shambling corpse of Master Jet. Fortunately, she was not too fast. In fact, she could barely crawl. Her nails powerlessly scratched against the alloy, and Soul Reaper let out a hoarse, disappointed hiss. Damn it. Sonny shook his head. Despite Jet's weakened state, avoiding her clutches was a tiresome task, mostly because there was nowhere really for him to run. Currently, the two of them were trapped on an alloy raft that was drifting slowly across the strait between the Antarctic center and the vast landmass to the east. When Jet lost control of herself, all Sonny could do was endlessly circle the raft and wait for her to come to her senses. Come here, Sonny, I won't bite. He gave her a dark look, then picked up his chair, walked over to the other end of their improvised vessel, and calmly sat down. The length of the raft was no more than 10 meters, but for Soul Reaper, that was a vast distance right now. She stared at him for a while, then gave up and rolled on her back with a curse, looking at the sky with a resigned expression. When Jet remained still, she really looked like a corpse. And technically, she was, but at least in this cold, she was not a rotting corpse. One had to count their blessings. Unlike the souls of all awakened, hers was not able to generate essence on its own. Worse than that, her soul core was shattered and constantly leaked what little essence she had left. Once the essence completely ran out, Soul Reaper would truly and forever perish. The only way for her to survive was to continuously kill living beings and absorb their soul essence. That was actually Jet's sleeper ability. Her awakened ability allowed her to bypass all forms of physical defense and strike directly at the souls of her enemies, which was where her fearsome nickname, Soul Reaper, had come from. Her ascended ability was to slowly absorb shards of broken soul cores from those she had killed to build up and strengthen her own, both in terms of size and capacity. It also removed the natural limit of essence infusion that the flesh of most living beings had, allowing Jet to oversaturate her body with essence and achieve truly superb levels of strength, speed, and resilience. Hers was a supreme aspect. Sadly, right now, Jet had no essence to spare on strengthening her body. She barely had enough to keep it from collapsing entirely, and even that last reserve was slowly running out. Things had not gone well for them after the destruction of Falcon Scott. Even after the winter beast retreated into the depths of the Antarctic center, its dire influence remained. Neither Sonny nor Jet had been able to access their dream realm anchors, which meant that they could not escape from the waking world. Eventually, the two of them had been left with only one choice: to try and brave the strait. Actually, there was no need for them to even reach East Antarctica. All they had to do was sail far enough into the ocean to leave the area of influence of the corrupted Titan, which would allow both to return to the dream realm. That would still be dangerous, but not as dangerous as remaining in the winter beast's frozen realm. There were no ships coming, and no seaworthy vessels left intact in Falcon Scott. In the end, Sonny had been forced to improvise. The alloy raft they were currently drifting on was not just a random sheet of light alloy. It was actually the Covetous Coffer. That memory of his possessed an enchantment called Mendacious Coffer, which allowed it to mimic the forms of inanimate objects. Additionally, the size and intricacy of the simulacrum were dependent on Sonny's shadow core capacity. By now, he was very close to becoming an ascended tyrant, so obviously, that capacity was much greater than when he had first acquired the coffer. So, Sonny had turned it into a raft. It was much larger than the alloy chest the coffer usually looked like, at the expense of the complexity. Even better, the locomotive chiffonier enchantment allowed the raft to propel itself forward at a modest speed. Most importantly, though, the Covetous Coffer was an ascended memory of the 4th tier, and as such, it was tremendously more durable than even the strongest alloy would have been. If something attacked them from below, which had already happened a few times, the raft was not going to be destroyed unless the attacking nightmare creature happened to be truly terrifying. Sonny and Jet had ventured into the strait on top of the Covetous Coffer, hoping to leave the winter beast's area of influence in about a day. And they had. Sadly, their situation did not really improve after that. As it turned out, there were numerous nightmare gates hidden below the cold waters of the ocean here. Perhaps there were too many, or perhaps their luck had just been truly atrocious, but even now, a week later, Sunny and Jet had yet to encounter a place where the call of nightmare would not instantly whisk them away if they tried to leave for the dream realm. At this point, it would be easier for them to actually reach East Antarctica. They had made it 2/3 of the way, already. The mighty battleships of the government fleet were able to make the trip in a day or two, but the covetous coffer was much slower, so it was going to take them a few more days to make landfall. Sunny did not feel too much pressure. Saint was standing guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands, warding off most of the sea creatures. Sunny and Saint were capable of dealing with almost every normal threat. If something they could not deal with were to attack from the depths, he could use a combination of memories to take flight. If they were attacked in the skies, he could dive deep into the ocean. The only problem he had was that Jet would periodically lose her mind and half-heartedly try to kill him. Sitting in his luxurious chair, Sunny threw a look at Soul Reaper's unmoving corpse and sighed. Damnation. Chapter 1062, Gone Fishing. Sunny was not too worried about being able to reach East Antarctica. Unless something truly harrowing rose from the depths of the ocean to devour them, he was certain of his ability to either kill or escape it. However, he was worried about Jet. A week ago, she had been weak but not nearly as weak as she was now. Her mental state was also getting worse. He knew that Soul Reaper had been intentionally starving her body of essence in order to conserve as much of it as possible, but still. Sunny did not know how much longer she would last. Right now, she was not even able to afford summoning a memory. Every drop of essence counted, and there was very little of it left in her shattered soul core. Which presented a problem. Saint was capable of killing most nightmare creatures that attacked them with her bow, and Sunny was not far behind her in terms of lethality. However, Jet was in no condition to kill anything. But despite that, as he considered his options, the corpse stirred, then started laboriously crawling in his direction again, demented lights burning in its glassy blue eyes. Come here, come here. Sunny stared at her with distaste, then shook his head and stood up. His shadow sense spread outward, encompassing as much of the world as he could perceive. He remained motionless for a while, allowing the corpse to draw dangerously close. Jet's hollow eyes glinted. Got you. Before she could grab his shin, however, Sunny sighed and dove off the edge of the raft, disappearing under the cold water. The graceless dusk dissipated into dancing threads of black silk. Jet seemed startled by his disappearance. She fruitlessly clawed at the surface of the raft a couple of times, then grew still. Has gone. A hoarse sigh escaped from her bluish lips. She didn't inhale after that. By now, even breathing was a chore. She didn't really need to, anyway. The corpse remained motionless for a long time. Eventually, a black bird landed on the raft, hopped over to the corpse, and stared at it curiously. A few moments later, the crow tried to peck one of the glassy eyes out. Jet blinked. You stop that, crow, or I'm going to make you into a soup. The bird hurriedly jumped away, seemingly nervous. Soup. Its voice sounded indignant. Soul Reaper looked at the bird silently, then rasped. Did you find land? The crow spread its wings and waved them a couple of times. Land. The corpse tried to smile, which looked quite disturbing. Even Saint spared it an indifferent glance. How far is it? The bird ruffled its feathers and made another hop back. Far. Jet gritted her teeth. I know that it's far, you stupid bird. How far? The echo simply stared at her in confusion. After a couple of seconds, it cawed proudly. How? Soul Reaper hissed, then hit her head against the alloy surface of the raft a couple of times. Goddamn. After that small outburst, she didn't say anything else, remaining still and unmoving. The raft swayed gently on the waves. Below the raft, hundreds of small metallic feet were furiously paddling the cold water. On top of it, a living statue, a talking corpse, and a small black bird were silently waiting. Some time later, the water behind the raft suddenly boiled, and a young man with silky black hair and alabaster skin emerged from it, dragging something in a stranglehold. A terrifying creature with long tentacles that were as wide as a man's thigh was struggling furiously, trying to free itself. Its spongy flesh was awash with inky black blood. "Stop fighting, you bastard." Sunny gritted his teeth and ignored a tentacle that was wrapped around his neck, exerting enough pressure on it to crush an armored vehicle. Using one hand, he swam toward the raft, climbed aboard, and dragged the nightmare creature with him. Saint silently moved to the opposite side of the coffer, so that the weight of the abomination did not make it capsize. The crow flew up and landed on her shoulder, staring at the monstrous creature with apprehension. Sunny pressed the abomination down and barked. "Stay still." He was rather angry. Yes, he and Saint were enough to slay most of the nightmare creatures that would attack them, either from underwater or from the sky. However, capturing one alive, that was a whole different level of trouble. "Jet, get in here." Soul Reaper slowly gathered her limbs, and then sluggishly tried to stand up. After a few tries, she succeeded and stood there for a moment, swaying. Sunny summoned the cruel sight and tossed it to her, using his knee to press the abomination into the alloy. Soul Reaper caught the spear and used its shaft to help herself stay upright. He held the nightmare creature down and cursed. "Hurry the hell up, that thing is really strong." Not to mention that it had more limbs than he did. Immobilizing it was a miserable task. Jet shambled over, then spun the Samba spear and thrust it into the center of the mass of furiously dancing tentacles, using the whole weight of her body to give the strike some force. The silver blade pierced the flesh of the abomination and disappeared inside, causing a river of black blood to flow onto the alloy surface of the raft. The corpse of Soul Reaper lost balance and fell flat into the puddle of blood. She remained laying there, not paying the convulsing tentacles any attention. Slowly, an eerie smile of satisfaction appeared on the dead body's blood-stained face. "Ah, that feels better." Sunny let go of the slain creature and sent it back into the water with a furious kick. Saint moved back to the middle of the raft, balancing it with her prodigious weight. The crow slid off her shoulder and landed at the edge of the pool of black blood. It stared at it for a moment, and then cawed excitedly. "Soup soup." Chapter 1063, Lively Corpse. Sunny summoned the graceless dusk back and remained motionless for a while, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean. The sunrise in Antarctica was a long affair by now. The sky was on the precipice of falling into a long period of twilight, but the cold waters still seemed black. After a month or two of dawn, it would be day for about 4 months, followed by a couple of months of dusk. There would be much fewer shadows around for close to half a year, which meant that Sunny was going to have a much harder time fighting. Many of his advantages would disappear. Provided that the forces of humanity would even be able to last that long, of course. There was a good chance that they wouldn't, but there was also a good chance that they would. The situation in East Antarctica was much better than it had been in the Antarctic Center. In fact, it was more or less exactly what the government had hoped for after the tumultuous first phase of the operation. All the population had been relocated to a number of siege capitals, the soldiers had hunkered down, and people were being slowly carried across the ocean to the other quadrants. That process would last until the end of the year, at least. There were 3 field armies of the 1st Evacuation Army currently operating in East Antarctica, which was exactly 3 times more than the single one that had been sent to the Antarctic Center. There were also 2 saints there, one of the government's own and the emissary of the Great Clan Song. Once Saint Tyrus recovered from her wounds, there would be 3. The 2nd Army was on its way, as well. They would be making landfall in just a few days, and once that happened, the human forces on the continent would be incredibly bolstered. The 2nd Army was supposed to be composed of twice as many mundane soldiers, awakened, and masters as the 1st Army had been. Close to 5,000 awakened had died in the Antarctic Center, but by the end of August, there would be 60,000 of them defending East Antarctica. Best of all, there was no winter beast to suppress all forms of long-range communications there, allowing the army to operate as the well-oiled machine it was supposed to be. That had to be enough to withstand the onslaught of the chain of nightmares for 5 more months. By then, most of the population would hopefully be evacuated, and if not, there was the winter solstice. With how rampantly the spell had been spreading in the southern quadrant, the number of awakened was bound to double, or even triple after the solstice. All the sleepers created by the chain of nightmares would receive the chance to come into their full power. So, although the forces arrayed against the evacuation effort would continue to grow more dire as time went on, the forces of humanity would swiftly increase, too. There was a chance. However, Sunny knew that there was one unpredictable part of the equation that could ruin everything. The great clans. Nephis had told him that the southern campaign was a perfect battlefield for them to wage their war, and so, there was a large possibility that Song and Valor would clash in East Antarctica, complicating the already dreadful situation. There was no sense or reason in their insane feud, at least none that Sunny and Neph could see. And yet, the threat posed by the war of great clans was very real. As Sunny looked at the ocean, his eyes glinted with cold, wrathful light. Those bastards. He had not even noticed when his hands turned into fists. Penny for your thoughts. Sunny turned slightly and looked at Jet. She had sat up and was now wiping the nightmare creature's blood off her face, looking slightly less corpsely but only slightly. She was still a far cry from the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said evenly. Just thinking about the future. Jet studied him for a bit. Really? Because you look like you're about to dive back into the water, this time to butcher a few abominations just for fun. She sighed, then said wistfully. Why did you throw that one off the raft, anyway? We didn't even retrieve the soul shards. Sunny scoffed. What do we need soul shards for? You can't use them, and neither can I. That thing, meanwhile, was flooding the whole place with its rotten blood. We don't even have a rag to wipe it off. Indeed, soul shards were useless for both of them. Sunny needed shadow fragments, which could only be received by slaying enemies of equal or higher rank, while Soul Reaper could only replenish her essence and strengthen her core by killing living things. In the outside world, a single soul shard was worth a hefty sum of credits, but here on the raft, Sunny would have given 100 of them just for a mop. Well, maybe not 100. Sunny sighed, then returned to his chair and sat down. He was growing hungry, too. Jet stood up, shakily walked out of the puddle of blood, and lowered herself to the alloy surface of the raft. Her eyes had regained a hint of their usual iciness. She remained silent for a bit, then said hoarsely. You've been in a dismal mood this whole time. Sunny looked at her with amusement. Not only was he amused by the fact that she had apparently had enough presence of mind to pay attention to his moods, with all that crawling around and trying to kill him, but the statement itself was more than a little redundant. How else was he supposed to feel after what had happened in Falcon Scott? Millions of people had died. The members of his cohort had died. And even before that, the first irregular company had been all but wiped out. Considering everything, Sunny thought that he had handled himself pretty well in the past week. He smiled darkly. Yeah? And why do you think that is? Jet sighed, then looked away. Does it matter what I think? I understand, believe me, I do. In fact, I might just understand it better than you. But, Sunny, do you want me to be honest? He stared at her silently, then shrugged. I guess. Usually, statements like this were followed by something unpleasant. She looked at the dark waves and shook her head. I think that you have maybe forgotten who you are, and where you came from. I am only saying it because I went through the same thing, many years ago. When I left the outskirts, I was tempted to forget the truth of things, too. And I did for a little while. But the world has a way of reminding you what it really is, and what you should expect from it. Sunny, don't grow soft. You, of all people, should know better. Sunny looked at her, his face unmoving. After a few moments, he shook his head. We are not in the outskirts anymore. And we are not the same people anymore. A pale grin slowly appeared on Soul Reaper's lips. That is true, too. She lied down and stared at the sky, silent. After a while, though, Jet said. Maybe you are right. Maybe people like us have to change. Two inflexible things are the most brittle, after all. But look around. With how things are going, the whole world just might end up like the outskirts soon. What are we supposed to do then? Sunny laughed. I'm the last person you should be asking for advice. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what we are supposed to do tomorrow, let alone in the vague future. Let's just keep things simple. Today, we need to survive. Tomorrow, too. After that, we'll see. It would already be nice if we get the privilege of having a choice in the matter. Jet turned her head and looked at him seriously. Then, she said in a solemn tone. I can't survive, though. I'm already dead. They stared at each other silently for a few moments, then both laughed. The raft continued to drift on the cold waves. From time to time, Saint would raise her bow and send a black arrow into the dark water. Every time she did, the spell would whisper into Sunny's ear, announcing a kill. Other times, he would have to dive into the ocean himself and help her deal with the attacking abominations. Shadow fragments slowly trickled into his soul. The next day, Sunny procured another nightmare creature for Jet to kill. And the day after that, one more. On the third day, her crow returned from its scouting trip much sooner than usual, announcing that it had seen land. Not long after that, they saw a dark line on the horizon. On the fourth day, the raft finally reached the inhospitable shore, and the two of them set foot on solid ground again. East Antarctica welcomed them with cold winds, dim twilight, and the familiar call of the whispering nightmare gates. Chapter 1064, East Antarctica. East Antarctica was many times larger than the Antarctic Center, both in terms of territory and population. Its landscape was also much more varied, with vast plains, long mountain chains, and numerous lakes that ranged from relatively small to those that were as large as seas. Somewhere out there, in that cold expanse, 21 siege capitals were currently enduring the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Each of them was comparable to Falcon Scott in size, and there were close to 900 million people protected by their walls. Sunny was looking into the distance, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In front of him was a vast plain that stretched all the way to the horizon, covered in snow. It was littered by giant boulders that stood like solemn monuments to the ancient past, and cut by countless deep canyons. Here and there, hordes of abominations could be seen, flowing across the plain like dark rivers. After months spent in the mountainous Antarctic Center, it was strange to be able to see that far. The world was broad and shrouded in dim twilight, looking quite surreal. Sunny felt exposed. What a bleak sight. It was still better than the poisoned wilderness of the other continents. He could freely breathe here, at least. There were also much fewer scars left by the destructive wars of the dark times here, although there were some. He could see the skeletal remains of massive war machines and the ruins of destroyed towns far in the distance, all covered with snow. With a sigh, Sunny turned around. Behind him was a slope leading to the ocean shore. Jet had just finished climbing the slope and stopped near him, breathing heavily. She still looked like a dead woman walking, but at least she was breathing again. That alone made her less unnerving. Soul Reaper remained silent for a few moments, then cursed quietly. There are still gates near us. Indeed, the call was still too strong for them to escape into the dream realm. She studied the plane before looking at him. Do you have a working communicator? Sunny shifted awkwardly, then gestured to the graceless dusk. This is a transcendent armor, you know. It has many wonderful enchantments. Sadly, one thing it doesn't have is pockets. I used to carry a few useful items inside a spatial storage memory, but those were all destroyed by the Heart of Darkness. So, no. I don't have a communicator on me. Indeed, the covetous coffer was more or less empty now. Sonny had spent most of his supplies during the escape to Falkenscott, and what little remained was then obliterated by the Dark Beetles. The only thing they had not been able to destroy were the spools of diamond thread from the Ebony Tower. Jet sighed. Pity. Mine was frozen solid. We can't even contact Army Command, then. Sonny watched the distant hordes of nightmare creatures for a while. Well, then we just have to keep moving deeper inland until we find a safe spot to use our anchors. Soul Reaper grimaced, which looked quite frightening, considering her current state. She lingered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Moving inland it won't be easy. This place is in a much better state than the Antarctic Center was, but that's just inside the siege capitals. Out here in the wilderness, the nightmare creatures still reign unopposed. You know better than anyone how hard it is to traverse an environment like this. Sonny smiled darkly. Luckily, we don't need to travel for 3,000 kilometers. And there are no civilians slowing us down. Hell, there's not even a murderous sea to flood the entire world every night. Come on, it's going to be like a picnic. He called, and a moment later, a Stygian black steed rose from the shadows. Nightmare snorted, ominous red flames burning in his eyes. The stallion's adamantine horns glinted dully in the bleak twilight of the early dawn. Sonny summoned the overpriced saddle and went about strapping it on the black courser. As he did, Jet looked at him with dead eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I never asked, but how the hell did you end up being mongrel? That doesn't make any sense." She paused, and then shook her head. Actually, scratch that. In retrospect, it makes too much sense. We even met once, when that gate manifested in NQSCR. I feel embarrassed now. Sonny coughed. I just wanted to train peacefully in the dreamscape. Who knew people would make such a ruckus about me learning a few battle styles? This whole thing went out of control really fast. I'll believe it or not, I actually wanted to use the mongrel persona to stay under the radar. That plan, yeah, it failed spectacularly. Jet laughed, her voice sounding hoarse and disturbing. Stay under the radar? You call challenging Morgan of Valor staying under the radar? He winced. Well, I might have gotten a little greedy. Once or twice. But hey, at least I got a very good bow out of it. It's still my best ranged memory. Those Valor Forge masters really know what they're doing, huh? Soul Reaper shook her head. You're not too bad yourself, Sonny. I still can't believe that you can craft memories. Do you know how rare aspects that allow Awakened to create memories are? There are very few such awakened outside of Valor, and even those usually only work for the powerful legacy clans. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. By that point, there was nothing really preventing him from sharing his insights into sorcery with Jet. They had already learned a lot of each other's secrets, so one more wasn't going to make a difference. But it would be a long conversation. If he explained that his ability to create and modify memories had not come from his aspect, but rather from an attribute, he would have to explain what Bloodweave was, which in turn would require him to explain much more. He didn't feel like it. The knowledge would not help Soul Reaper, anyway, or anyone else, for that matter. As far as Sonny knew, his ability to see and interact with Spellweave was unique. Instead, Sonny glanced at Jet and asked, "What's so special about that Morgan, anyway? How strong is she?" Soul Reaper sighed. Understand that there are masters, and then there are masters, Sonny. Legacies are trained from childhood to be monstrous fighters. And that's just those from lesser clans. Those from the great clans, well, you can imagine. Morgan is not just any member of Clan Valor, either. She is their princess. You should know by now who her father is. Sonny's face darkened. He finished dealing with the saddle and crossed his arms. What about you, then? Are you stronger than Morgan? Jet stared at him with her hollow, dead eyes. A corner of her mouth twitched upward. Me? Maybe, probably not. If we had to fight, I would most likely lose. Not because I am weaker, just because Morgan has the vast resources of Valor behind her. Memories, echoes, soul shards. You can't imagine how much power the great clans have hoarded over the decades. People like us don't have the same foundation. So I wouldn't want to fight one of their heirs, if there's an option not to. That goes for your friend Song Sishan, as well. He scoffed. It's a bit of a stretch to call us friends. And I think you are selling yourself short. I fought a couple of masters from Valor, you know. They're not that tough. Soul Reaper grinned. Oh, really? How come you ended up stuck in the waking world for half a year, then? Sunny stared at her for a moment. November.0. Good point. With that, he jumped into the saddle, looked at Jet from above, and offered her a hand. Come on. Climb up. She hesitated, prompting Sunny to raise an eyebrow. What? What's wrong? Jet cleared her throat. What do you mean, what's wrong? I don't know how to ride a horse. Why would I know how to ride a horse? I've never ridden one. I've never even seen one, before your echo. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly laughed. That laugh surprised him, because he had not thought himself capable of laughing after Falcon Scott. Gods, you don't need to ride anything. I'll control the horse, you just sit in front of me and don't fall off. I'm sure you can handle that much, at least. Jet sighed, then grabbed his hand and jumped up. Nightmare exhaled loudly through his nostrils, confused as to why a corpse was sitting on top of him. Shadow God was also the god of death, though, so the shadow steed must have been accustomed to such things happening. Or not. In any case, he would have to deal with it. Jet looked down nervously. Sunny, how fast is your horse, exactly? He smirked. Pretty fast. With that, Sunny sent Nightmare forward. Soul Reaper would have yelped, but she was still having trouble breathing. So, all she produced was a stifled hiss. The nightmarish steed carried a dead woman and a divine shadow as it raced across the snow-covered plain, moving deeper into the cold expanse of a doomed continent. Chapter 1065, Reaper. Nightmare was flying across the twilight plain, ignoring all obstacles. He cut through the snow, maneuvered between giant boulders, crested hills, and jumped across deep canyons, his steel hooves sending sparks flying from the weathered stone. The dark Destria was swift like a shadow, moving with innate grace and incredible speed. Sunny was sitting in the saddle, holding Jet. She was basically in his embrace in the past, being so close to her would have made his blood boil, but right now, he did not feel anything. Not just because Soul Reaper was cold and lifeless like a corpse, but also because his heart was just as cold, and just as lifeless. He did not feel much of anything right now, except for deep, dark rancour. There was no time to, either. Sunny might have joked about how this journey would be akin to a picnic, but in truth, their situation was still dire. East Antarctica was teeming with nightmare creatures, and he was not conceited enough to think himself capable of slaughtering entire hordes of them. Sunny knew that he was strong, but he also knew the limitations of his strength. He had just been taught a bitter lesson on that topic by the winter beast, after all. Right now, his best friends were caution and speed. His shadows were scouting ahead, searching for nightmare creatures that lay in wait. Some he would avoid, some he would escape from by relying on how swift Nightmare was. Steering clear of the migrating hordes was not too hard, but the smaller swarms and solitary abominations were a challenge. Still, Sunny had not been forced to summon Saint yet, let alone enter battle himself. They traversed a good distance, then hid in a deep ravine, waiting for a large horde to move away. After the river of monsters was gone, Nightmare dashed forward once again. Rinse and repeat. Finding a safe spot to enter the dream realm was proving to be more difficult than he had thought. There were places where the pull of the core was not strong enough to disrupt their anchors, but all of them were crawling with the nightmare creatures. Slaying the abominations was not out of the question, but Sunny felt reluctant to create a lot of noise. Who knew what else would be attracted by the sounds of a battle? And so, further and further they went. Eventually, he had to admit that solving their problem was not going to be a fast affair. As such, Sunny had to change his tactics. He had not eaten in a long time, and Jet was losing essence. They had to hunt. Sunny spent some time finding a swarm of nightmare creatures that was sufficiently small and isolated. After that, he commanded Saint to put an arrow into each abomination and slow them down with the burden of peace enchantment of the black bow. Then, Sunny set Soul Reaper on the beasts and watched from the shadows as she butchered them. Jet was still weak and low on essence. However, the creatures were merely awakened, and weighed down by the soul arrows on top of that. He was there to interfere should something go wrong, as well. Sunny was confident that his dead companion would be able to handle the swarm. And, indeed, she did. Novdoto. To conserve her essence, Jet shunned summoning any memories and attacked the abominations with her bare hands. However, as Sunny quickly found out, Soul Reaper was a terror to behold even while weakened and unarmed. When she struck the abominations, her hands simply passed through their flesh, directly shattering the soul cores. But more than that, Jet was already dead. Her body could still be damaged, and she would perish if it was entirely destroyed, but she was also not plagued by many of the weaknesses that most living beings shared. She could not bleed to death, but could ignore wounds that would cripple or kill any human. Jet was able to dismiss even the most severe internal injuries, continuing to fight without ever slowing down. Even if her lungs were crushed and her heart was pierced, she would simply continue to kill. Not even crushing Soul Reaper's skull would stop her. As long as she absorbed enough essence, her dead body would eventually heal, or rather, restore itself. Faced with such an unstoppable monster, even Sunny would feel a hint of dread. Good thing we're on the same side. In the end, it did not take long for Jet to slaughter the small swarm of awakened abominations. She killed them with her bare hands, regaining a little strength with each kill. Throughout all of this, her face remained unnervingly calm, like that of someone focused on a boring chore. Then, a disturbing little smile appeared on it. Sunny was forced to remember his first conversation with Teacher Julius. Back then, the old man had called Jet a murderous savage and a psychopathic killer. Sunny used to think that people were prejudiced against Jet because of her background, but now, knowing what he knew, he could see how strangers could have come to the conclusion that Soul Reaper enjoyed killing simply for the sake of killing. Very few people knew that she needed to constantly absorb essence to survive, after all. And who wouldn't be unsettled after witnessing something like this? When the last of the nightmare creatures fell to the ground, Jet straightened and closed her eyes for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction. She looked like a fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell awash in blood, body riddled with ghastly wounds, and eerily beautiful despite all that. Shaking his head, Sunny emerged from the shadows and went about dressing down some of the abominations to collect meat. At the same time, Saint started salvaging soul shards. Jet remained motionless for a while, then looked at him. There was some vitality now in her eyes. She smiled and said, "What are we doing now?" Sunny looked at her somberly. "Now, go wash yourself. You might be dead, but I'm not. I can still smell things." Chapter 1066, Faithful Imitation. Sometime later, they were hidden in a small cave at the bottom of a deep canyon, sitting in front of a fire. A piece of monster meat was roasting on it, filling the cave with a delicious smell. Sunny was a bit sullen, because it had taken all his knowledge of wilderness survival to make the small fire-snowy reaches of Antarctica were not exactly the best place to search for fuel. He had almost been forced to use the divine flames of the cruel site to cook, which would inevitably result in an atrociously burned dinner for him. Currently, Sunny was passing time by trying to play a simple melody on a flute made of emerald bone. Kai would have probably become ill if exposed to his musical talent, but Jet didn't seem to mind. She stared at the fire, flames reflecting in her icy blue eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "I can smell things too, you know. When I am sufficiently full of essence. My aspect might only give me a semblance of life, but it's a faithful imitation." Sunny lowered the emerald flute and looked at her gloomily. "What I'm hearing is that you want to rob me of some of this meat. Right?" Jet lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Right. That was exactly what I meant. I am hungry, too." He sighed, then hung more meat above the fire. "Should have just said so. Gods, what is up with me always ending up with gluttonous women? It just never ends." Sunny turned the meat over. After a while, following a whim, he asked, "How did you end up with such a wicked flaw, anyway? I thought mine was bad, but if I survived the first nightmare only to be killed by the spell during the assessment, I would have been pretty upset." He really did not understand how it would work. Jet laid down, staring at the stone roof of the cave. She sighed, then shrugged slightly. "No, it wasn't during the assessment. Actually, I did not survive the first nightmare. I was young, and weak, and frightened. And so I died." Soul Reaper turned her head and looked at him across the fire. "But I didn't remain completely dead. I crawled out of the grave, somehow, and finished the trial. I guess the role I played in the nightmare, or maybe my innate attribute, created the possibility of something like that happening. It had to be an infinitely small possibility, though, because the spell seemed rather impressed with the result. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me a supreme aspect." Sunny did not answer, considering what he heard. It made sense. He had also made something nearly impossible happen during the first nightmare. If he had not been sent into the body of a temple slave, Shadow God would not have responded to his unintentional call. And if he did not have the fated attribute, he would have never unwittingly climbed on that altar, most likely. Many things had come together to create the possibility he had been the one to grasp it, though. Anyone else would have failed. Sunny looked at Jet silently, thinking about her flaw. What would happen if he gave her Weaver's mask? Would she come back to life? In his heart, he knew the answer. After learning about Weaver, the spell, and the vicissitudes of fate, Sunny developed an intuition about these things. Jet would indeed come back to life, but her soul would remain shattered. And like all living beings with broken souls, she would instantly die. This time, forever. Her cruel flaw, mockingly, was the only thing that allowed her to exist. What about his own flaw? Sunny tried to imagine the life he would have had if not for the inability to lie. Would it have been easier? Would it have been harder? He would not have become enslaved, that was for sure. But he also would have never gotten close to other people, choosing to lie and manipulate them instead of trusting them, out of fear of being rejected and betrayed. And for that reason, he would have probably died a long time ago. Or at least turned into something ugly and twisted. Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? Weaver, you hypocrite. Weren't you yourself the master of lies? Sunny shook his head and concentrated on not burning the meat. These philosophical questions were a waste of time. He would still choose to get rid of his flaw in an instant, if he could. Jet sighed, breaking the silence. Actually, learning my flaw was not the hardest part. The hardest part was surviving the time between the nightmare and the solstice. As you can imagine, it's not easy for a sleeper to find things to kill before entering the dream realm. I ended up having to ask for help, and asking for help ended up costing me a lot. Sunny shifted slightly. Who did you ask, November.0? She chuckled. Who do you think? Just like you, I've been invited to the academy after becoming a sleeper. And just like you, I've been asked for the details of my aspect on a voluntary basis, of course. But what would an ignorant kid from the outskirt know? I told them everything, and from that moment, they had a wonderful leash to keep me on. Jet remained silent for a few moments. That is fine, though. Even without it, I would have chosen the same. I'm happy with how things turned out. Still. She grew quiet, and then added wistfully. It would have been nice to have had more of a choice. Sunny did not speak for a while. Eventually, he said. Yeah. I would have been nice. With that, he judged that the meat was ready and took it off the fire. Here, your dinner is ready. They concentrated on the food, content to be safe for the moment, with something tasty to eat. Sunny could vividly remember the times when eating anything, let alone actual meat, had been a cause for celebration. Jet could, too. Those times were gone, and no matter how complicated and hard their lives had become. Sitting in a damp cave located in the depths of a dying continent, Sunny stared at the fire and thought. I guess it's an improvement. Chapter 1067, With Your Shield. Soon, Sunny and Jet continued their journey. The landscape of East Antarctica remained the same, and so did the dangers they faced. The two of them traveled across the desolate plain, sometimes avoiding the nightmare creatures, sometimes engaging in short and furious battles. Sunny felt a little bit numb, and was glad to have a task to focus on. With all his attention concentrated on keeping them alive, he had no time for unnecessary thoughts, which suited him just fine. Jet, meanwhile, was slowly recovering her powers. The more abominations she killed, the less like a corpse she looked. At some point, she allowed herself to summon a few memories, and was now wearing a light suit of armor that was made of black, lusterless leather. Now that she wielded a weapon, her lethality had soared, too. Novo. For Sunny, it was fascinating to watch Jet slowly come back to life. Her eyes were once again the familiar icy blue, her movements becoming as swift, murderous, and purposeful as they had been before. This was the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. She might not have reached her peak condition yet, but she did not resemble a shambling corpse anymore, either. Most interesting of all, her lifeless shadow had regained its vitality. By now, he would have never suspected that the person in front of him was not actually alive. A few days passed, and then a few more. 2 whole weeks had passed since the destruction of Falcon Scott. They had spent half of that time crossing the strait, and half traversing the snowy plain. The plain was as inhospitable and vast as ever. Sunny made Nightmare stop, waiting for his shadows to assess the size of a distant horde of nightmare creatures. These past few days, there had been more and more abominations around, all moving in the same direction. Weaving between them was growing harder. Somewhat bored, he shifted in the saddle and asked, "Hey, do you think the government considers us dead?" Jet, who was sitting in front of him, turned her head and gave him an amused look. Sunny sighed. No pun intended. He knew that his friends had to be aware that he was fine. Nephis could see his runes, after all, and she would have informed the rest. However, being pronounced dead by the government was a bothersome affair. His merchant license would have been revoked, for example, which would put Aiko and the brilliant Emporium in a tight spot. His home could be auctioned off, too. Jet chuckled. I don't think so. They have ways to know such things, the diviners, for example. We were probably marked as missing in action. If anyone even had time to do the paperwork. Sunny wanted to continue the conversation, but then fell silent, a slight frown appearing on his face. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. What is it? He shook his head. Listen. At that moment, the wind carried over the sound of distant thunder. It sounded like a rainstorm was raging somewhere far away, but Sunny had spent too much time with the army not to recognize it. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance. Jet smiled. Railguns. Indeed, the thunderous sound could only be produced by the massive armaments. Commanding Nightmare to turn, Sunny sent his steed in the direction where the thunder had come from. The black stallion flew across the desolate plain, eventually cresting a tall hill. In front of them was a vast lake. In the dim twilight, its surface seemed restless and grey. The shield of ice covering the lake had long been broken, with many gargantuan carcasses floating in the cold water like dark islands. LGHTNVLWRLDM. Smaller nightmare creatures were swarming around them, greedily devouring the flesh of the fallen giants. On the other side of the lake, tall alloy walls rose from the shore, with thousands of armaments unleashing a devastating barrage of tungsten rounds on the encroaching mass of abominations. Sunny could even discern the small shapes of soldiers unawakened on the battlements. A long sigh escaped from his lips. A siege capital. Summoning the sin of solace, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Then, he sent Nightmare galloping down the hill. The black steed rushed toward the lake, surrounded by a tide of moving shadows. Returning from the dead had turned out to be much more chaotic than Sunny expected, and fighting through the horde of nightmare creatures to reach the siege capital was not the most tumultuous part. He was actually accustomed to things like that. The reactions of the people inside the stronghold were much more intense. At first, the commander of the city defenses seemed polite, but unfriendly after all. The sudden appearance of two ascended outside the walls during a fierce battle had put a lot of pressure on him. Fields of fire had to be rearranged, a safe corridor created. Perhaps his soldiers would even have to sortie to protect the unexpected guests. However, the latter measure had not been needed. Sunny fought his own way to the wall, and then scaled it himself. And when the master in charge learned that the two ascended had come from the Antarctic Center, his demeanor completely changed. Falcon Scott. But the man stared at them with wide eyes for a moment. Then, something akin to joyous pride ignited in them. Sunny did not really know what the master was feeling so proud about, but at least the unfriendliness immediately disappeared. God's great, this is great. I need to inform the no, wait. Are you guys wounded? Do you need medical attention? Crap, what am I saying? Wait, Antarctic Center. Then you are Soul Reaper Jet? Ascended Jet, Mom, of course, you would make it. The news about the annihilation of the Antarctic Center field army must have already spread through the quadrant, so the sudden appearance of two ascended survivors had an explosive effect. The soldiers, who had been depressed and despondent about the fate of their comrades, were all suddenly full of joy and order. It was as though their own siblings had returned alive from beyond the grave. Sunny had not experienced being stared at so intently even when masquerading as mongrel. The two of them were promptly brought to the local government headquarters and showered with attention, especially Jet. From what Sunny could understand, the government saint stationed in East Antarctica was coming to the siege capital to welcome her back personally. Sunny was soon going to meet the saint, too. After a short debriefing, during which the government agents could not stop staring at him, he could finally exhale and relax a little. That was strangely exhausting. Sunny spoke to Jet, agreeing to meet the next morning, and then spent a little time in the living quarters assigned to him. He enjoyed a warm shower, a scrumptious meal, and some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. It felt so strange, to not have to fight for his life, and the lives of millions of other people, without a reprieve. He wondered how long that peace would last. Eventually, Sunny placed a tether inside his room and quietly slipped out of the waking world. He went to visit the ivory tower. Chapter 1068, Changed Man. On a beautiful island of ancient trees and emerald grass, a lone figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with alabaster skin, wearing a simple tunic of fine black silk. He remained motionless for a few moments, then walked to the edge of the island and froze there, looking down. If not for the wind playing with the young man's black hair, he would have looked like an exquisite statue. The Ivory Island had changed a bit in the past few months. The Great Pagoda itself was the same, of course, but the comely wooden buildings created by the firekeepers now resembled a small, peaceful village that blended harmoniously into the landscape. The ancient trees of the grove now had fruit hanging from their branches, each looking ripe and delicious. The white bones of the ancient dragon were still bathed in sunlight, and a graceful ship was still swaying on the placid surface of the clear lake. There was one big change that startled Sunny a lot, though, pulling him out of his reverie. What the hell, Novo? Looking down, he did not see the familiar abyssal darkness of the sky below. Instead, he saw a mosaic of flying islands, all connected by colossal chains, slowly floating by. The ivory island was moving. Although the movement was very slow, it had already left the empty expanse of the Tear behind, and was now drifting through the clouds toward the southern border of the Chained Isles. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Since when can this thing move? He lingered for a while, studying the landscape below, then walked along the edge of the ivory island. It seemed that many things had changed while he was in Antarctica. Soon, Sunny reached the waters of the clear lake, which glinted and shone with the reflected sunlight. There was a stone bench near the shore, and a familiar figure sitting on it with a fishing rod in her hand. Tall, attractive, brimming with vitality, Effie was relaxing in the sun and watching the lake. Sunny walked closer and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "There's actually fish in that lake?" Effie shrugged lazily. "Who knows? That's what I'm trying to find out. Hopefully I developed a taste for fish and sea monsters after being stuck on a ship for an entire month." Then, she suddenly froze, and slowly turned around. Effie's hazel eyes shone with glee. "Sunny? It's you?" He smirked. "Who else would it? Our gods put me down, you savage idiot." The huntress had instantly swept him into a crushing hug, and considering their difference in height, Sunny felt his feet leaving the ground. "LGHTMVLWRLDM." His voice was full of righteous indignation. "I said, gods, don't you have any modesty? Let go of me." Effie exploded with laughter and put him down, and it was a good thing, too. Sunny was this close to using the feather of truth to turn himself as heavy as a huge chunk of marble. He only hesitated because that might have had no effect on her. "When did you arrive?" "No, wait, where the hell are you? Neff told us that you are alive, but the news from the Antarctic Center, Doofus, are you really all right? What happened?" Sunny gave her a resigned look, then shook his head. "Just now. East Antarctica. I guess. As for what happened," he sighed. "Let me think for a moment. I went through 6,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains, received a couple of medals, traversed an endless tunnel full of elemental darkness, got killed by a titan, killed that titan back, led a convoy of tens of thousands of refugees to safety, rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, killed that terror, got blown up, then killed some more nightmare creatures, then lost to a different titan, crossed the strait on a raft, rode a horse all the way to the nearest siege capital that pretty much covers it, I guess. Oh, I also learned how to play the flute. A little." Sunny paused, then looked at Effie nonchalantly. "And what's new with you?" She stared at him for a moment, then grinned, wrapped her arm around his shoulder, and pulled him toward the tower. "I see, so, the usual. Don't think that you're getting out of really telling us what happened, though we've been worried sick. You know, Kai almost had a heart attack right before we disembarked in East Antarctica. When the news of what happened in Falcon Scott reached us, even Princess seemed a bit shaken. I swear to the dead gods, I almost saw her having a facial expression. Come, let's find the rest of the guys." Sunny estimated his chances of struggling free of Effie's hold as moderate, but then just relaxed and allowed himself to be led toward the ivory tower. That was why he had come here, after all, to speak with the other members of the cohort. He needed to share a lot of practical knowledge with Kai and Effie, as well as speak with Nephis and Cassie about the great clans. But more than that, he simply wanted to see them. There was a lot of darkness and confusion in his heart, but his friends, his cohort, despite all the complicated matters between them, they were like a small island of stability in the chaotic, unpredictable, deadly world they were all living in. He had missed them all. Even though, perhaps, he shouldn't have. The 4 months Sunny had spent in Antarctica changed a lot of things, making some seem unimportant, and some more significant than they used to be. He shook his head. Fine, I'm coming. Can you let me go now?" Sunny sighed. At least she did not joke about the graceless dusk. At that moment, Effie gave him a mischievous look. "Doofus, I couldn't help but notice what a nice dress you have." He gritted his teeth. "Tunic. It's a tunic." A transcendent armor-type memory which is not a dress, but a tunic. Are you blind or what? Chapter 1069, Secrets of the Island. The Great Hall of the Ivory Tower made Sunny shiver, just like the last time he had seen it. It was bathed in bright sunlight that poured through tall and narrow windows. A circle of chains lay in the middle of the hall that was the gateway. There was no one here, but Effie pulled Sunny to a staircase that led to the underground level of the tower. Its roots were deep, seemingly reaching into the very heart of the island. That stairwell spiraled along the outer wall of the pagoda, and there was a tapestry of beautiful carvings on the ivory stone. The carvings told the stories of the golden age of the Kingdom of Hope, long before it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Wait, I don't think there was a way down before. Was it hidden? Confused, Sunny silently followed Effie. Eventually, the two of them reached a vast circular chamber at the bottom of the stairwell. Sunny had never been here before, but expected it to be similar to the lowest level of the Ebony Tower, and indeed, it was. However, it was also entirely different. The duplicate tower created by Nether was full of darkness, and there was a ghastly mountain of discarded mannequins occupying the center of its underground level. This chamber, however, was suffused with light. There was a vast and inconceivably complicated runic circle carved into the floor of the chamber, and within it. Sunny stared, not even noticing the two people studying the circle. His body shivered slightly. Is that? Floating in the air at the center of the chamber was a rough, radiant crystal. It was larger than Sunny, and gave him a feeling of sublime, awesome, indescribable power. The crystal was like a miniature sun, flooding the underground hall with soft light. Reality itself seemed to ripple and shine around it. It was like nothing Sunny had ever seen. A familiar voice answered, pulling him out of his astonishment. Yes. From what we can tell, this is a divine soul shard. Sunny slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sitting in front of the runic circle, surrounded by notebooks, etchings, and writing implements. LGHTNVLV.com, she was wearing simple jeans and a white t-shirt, her pale gold hair gathered in a messy knot bun. Sunny lingered for a moment, not knowing what to say. A divine. At that moment, however, a different voice interrupted him. Sunny. He looked up, only now noticing Kai, who was hovering high above the runic circle, near the tall ceiling of the chamber. The archer was already descending, and with considerable speed, at that. Oh, no. Before Sunny could react, he was subjected to another hug. Gods, Sunny, you had us all worried. He gently struggled out of Kai's embrace and met his friend's blinding smile with a pale one of his own. Sorry. I guess I'm just a worrisome person. I only died once in the past couple of months, though, so you needn't have worried. Then, Sunny looked past the startled archer, stared at the radiant crystal, and took a deep breath. Anyone wants to explain to me what is going on? Cassie stood up, sighed, and massaged her knees. Then, she gave him a soft smile. I am glad that you are back too, Sunny. With that she took a few steps back and gestured to the floor of the circular chamber. Take a look at that. He looked down, only now paying attention to the runic circle carved into the white stone. The weave of runes was vast, complicated, and possessed a disturbing familiarity. Sunny frowned. What is that sickening feeling? Then, he mentally scaled the runes up many times their size and tilted his head a little. The runes were very similar in style and shape to those of the Red Colosseum. Just looking at them reminded him of the harrowing months he had spent in the cage below the arena. Hope's sorcery. Cassie nodded. Indeed. We continued to explore the tower after you left, and eventually unlocked the path to this chamber. Our reaction was more or less the same as yours. Cassie shook her head. The Ivory Island holds more secrets than we thought. Well, Nephis will probably be able to explain it better. In any case, we quickly realized that these runes resembled the ones you had encountered in the ancient theater, so the Firekeepers went on an expedition to the western edges of the Chained Isles. The Red Colosseum has long turned into a ruin, and was teeming with all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures. It took some effort to eradicate them and clear the floor of the arena. A ruin? Good. Kai nodded. Effie and I couldn't participate, because we were tied up settling into our roles in the Second Army. However, since Cassie returned, I've been helping her study the runic circle from time to time. A high vantage point helps see it in its entirety, and so on. We've made a little progress, even mostly because Cassie had spent a lot of time with Noctis and learned many things, especially about that flying ship of his. She nodded. Yes. In fact, I suspect that the enchantments of the ship were derived from some of Desire's creations. There are many similarities. So, after months of study and comparisons, we managed to decipher a tiny portion of the circle. It is not much, but it did allow us to access one of the island's hidden functions. Sunny just stared at her silently for a few moments. Then, he said, "Is that why the island is moving?" Cassie nodded with a small smile. Indeed. We are now able to move the Ivory Island, albeit very slowly. He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. Am I the only one who is freaked out by a damn divine soul shard? It's divine. Where did Hope get a divine soul shard? Effie glanced at the radiant crystal and shrugged. There were only 6 gods, but there were plenty of creatures of the divine rank, the former mistress of this tower included. Sometimes they fought side by side, sometimes they fought against each other. Well, of course they did. Considering how terrifying this demon of desire was, is it so surprising that she had a divine soul shard or 2? In fact, I am kind of disappointed that we didn't find way more incredible treasures in her basement. Makes sense, though the damn dragon must have cleaned it all out ages ago. She glanced up, in the direction where the bones of Severax were wrapped round the great pagoda. Kai's face darkened a little. He sighed. Why are we talking about this stuff, anyway? Sunny is finally back. He has to be sick of military rations. Let's go, guys. I bet dinner is almost ready. Sunny gave him a long look. Mind if I stay and draw at that shard a bit longer? I mean, it's a divine soul shard. Can you imagine how much that thing costs? Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of resoluteness. No. You can't. I am going to feed you, and don't even think about resisting. Sunny looked at the radiant crystal one last time and sighed. Well. Alright. I guess I can go for a bite. Chapter 1070, Dysfunctional Citadel. 1070 Dysfunctional Citadel. As they went back up the stairs, Sunny couldn't help but think about what he had seen in the stone chamber at the root of the great pagoda. The circle of runes, the sublime crystal hovering in the middle of it that had to be the core of Hope's Tower, as well as of the whole island. The very heart of the citadel. But what was its purpose? An easy conclusion would be that the divine soul shard was the energy source that powered the enchantments keeping the Ivory Island afloat. But that did not make any sense. The runes had been carved by the demon of desire herself, which meant that the enchantments had been created before her kingdom was destroyed. Back then, it had been simply a prospering latte. There had been no islands, let alone flying ones. Come to think of it, Sunny was not entirely clear on how the Kingdom of Hope had become the Chained Isles. Had she suspended the remnants of her shattered kingdom above the devouring flames herself, in order to preserve at least some of it, or had it been arranged by Sun God? There were other questions, too. If the divine soul shard was the heart of the citadel, was it powering the gateway? But the gateway was only created recently, after the Seed of Nightmare had been conquered. The spell made it appear, not Hope. Had the spell created entirely new enchantments, or built upon the existing ones? Cassie had said that there were other functions of the citadel she had yet to master. What were they, exactly? Now that Sunny started thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really know much about citadels. That word just used to describe a human stronghold built around a gateway in the dream realm. He had visited to the sanctuary of Noctis and the Ivory Tower. No, actually, 3 the Crimson Spire would have become a citadel, 2, if it had not been destroyed. Was there perhaps more to the citadels than he had known? Did all of them have hidden functions? Sunny glanced at Cassie, who was tracing the stone wall with her fingers as she ascended the stairs. I actually learned a bit about Hope's runic sorcery back in the nightmare. If you want, we can compare notes later. Cassie turned her head and smiled with some excitement. Really? That would be very helpful. Sunny sighed. Of course, it would be neither of them had any hope of truly learning runic sorcery or Hope's magic, as Narctic had called it in their lifeline. However, learning how to decipher and use already existing enchantments was not out of the question. After all, a person could swing a sword without knowing how to forge it. Runic sorcery was different from weaving, but perhaps just as ingenious. In the primordial era of the dream realm, mortals had only known one type of sorcery, the sorcery of names. They were capable of invoking the true names of things to wield great power, but speaking those names aloud was often an impossible task. Hope, however, had invented the concept of writing and gifted it to humans. With the knowledge of writing, humans learned how to transcribe true names and did not need to speak them aloud anymore. More titan that, the names could be bound to material objects through writing, thus granting the invocations permanence, and could also be shaped into songs and phrases. However, it was still all based on the knowledge of true names. Without knowing the meaning of the name, transcribing it would have no effect. And there was no way for either Sunny or Cassie to learn that in less than a few centuries. They were both mortals, after all. So, all they could do was use runic enchantments left behind by someone far more powerful and knowledgeable. Sunny shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets the ivory tower held. They made their way back to the first level, and then went higher. In the past, the firekeepers had made their home on the upper levels of the ivory tower, but now it was empty. The awakened following Nephis and Cassie had moved to the wooden village outside. The second level, the third level. The fourth. Finally, they arrived at the fifth, secundalist level of the pagoda. It was separated into many halls and chambers, some of which had been recently refurbished to serve various purposes. It all resembled the interior of a beautiful, but rather bare-bones manor. A mouth-watering aroma was coming from a half-open door at the end of one of the corridors. Effie hurried toward it with gleaming eyes. Behind the door was a brightly lit hall that was made into a kitchen. Sunny noticed that someone had put a lot of effort into either building cooking appliances or bringing them here from the waking world. The latter could only be done by a master, of course. Although most advanced technology did not work in the dream realm, similar to how it failed in the vicinity of nightmare gates, more primitive devices functioned perfectly well. There were expensive, but much more convenient spell tech solutions, too. So while you couldn't really have something like an electric stove or a refrigerator here, you could have a wood stove or an icehox, as well as analogs that worked on essence. Sunny also noticed several large crates of cooking ingredients, beverages, and snacks, which had obviously been delivered from the waking world by the members of the cohort. He did not pay that much attention, though, because there was someone standing in front of the stove, stirring the source of the delicious aroma, generous amount of fried rice that was being cooked in a bowl-shaped frying pan. Tall, slender, with beautiful silver hair, and wearing white apron. Wait, an apron? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Hearing their steps, Nephis looked over her shoulder and called out. It's almost ready. Then, she suddenly tensed and slowly turned around. Neph's face remained as calm as ever, but there was a hint of agitation in her striking grey eyes. Sunny? He remained silent for a moment, then looked past her. Sure. You better turn around, though. Don't burn our dinner. Chapter 1071, Familiar Role. 1071 Familiar Role. Nephis stared at Sunny for a couple moments, then briefly glanced at her apron and quietly cleared her throat. Right. She turned around and got back to stirring the rice. A couple seconds later, Sight added without looking back. You'll have to wait for a couple more minutes. And welcome back, Sunny. Did you make it out of the Antarctic Center all right? Sunny wondered how much Changing Star knew about the situation in the southern quadrant as he followed Cassie, Effie, and Kai to sit behind a dining table. Settling on a wooden chair which was far inferior to his own shadow chair, he sighed. I wouldn't call it all right. But yes, I made it out. I'm already inside a siege capital in East Antarctica. Neff's shoulder moved slightly. That's good. Effie grabbed a few cans of something sugary and refreshing, then pushed one toward Sunny. Kai and I spent a whole month in transit, aboard those giant ships. We were in the first batch of the Second Army to arrive, so we've been in East Antarctica for about a week. Gods, I thought the ocean was bad, but Antarctica, I have never seen that many nightmare creatures in my life, not even here in the dream realm. It's like the two worlds switched places. Kai nodded southerly. Indeed. Even though there are secure evacuation corridors between the inland siege capitals and the harbor strongholds, we had to fight a couple battles just to reach our designated sector. Luckily, there were no casualties. The Second Army was twice the size of the First Army, so it was going to take 2 trips for the naval convoys to bring all of it to the southern quadrant. Both Effie and Kai were in the first wave of reinforcements, which was why they had made landfall around the time Sunny himself reached East Antarctica. Sunny looked at them, wondering. East Antarctica was a large place, and it was not a given that their paths would cross until the end of the operation. He really hoped that they would, though. Effie shook her head. Enough about us. What happened to you? You look a bit different. Sunny. He did indeed look slightly different because of the marble shell. However, Sunny knew that that was not what Effie meant. He sighed and took a sip from the cart she had given him. Well, as you know, I was assigned to the 1st Irregular Company. In the first month after our contingent of the army made it to the Antarctic Center, things were more or less fine. The field army split into 7 divisions, with 1 remaining in the city of Laukon-Scott, while 6 others moved south to establish 6 more siege capitals. Sunny paused. I was assigned to the southernmost siege capital, and then went on a mission to retrieve a VIP from a remote research station. That was when everything went from bad to worse. The chain of nightmares had gone into overdrive. And 3 whole titans spawned in the Antarctic Center, including an especially troublesome corrupted one. It took a lot to keep his voice from shaking at the mention of the winter beast. The others looked at him intently, and Sunny sighed. I ended up stuck in that research station for about a month, waiting to be evacuated by a battleship. However, the ship never arrived, and everyone in the settlement was eventually eviscerated by a powerful terror. My people and I were the only ones to survive. We were in a bit of a predicament, though, because by that point, reaching the nearest siege capital was more easily said than done. He leaned back, remembering L049 and the start of the calamitous march north. His face darkened. And then we learned that the nearest siege capital had actually already been destroyed. So I had to go to the second nearest one, picking up a few refugees in the process. That was when I got trapped in that weird tunnel. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. He forced out a smile, looking at Nephis and Cassie. Cassie shook her head. Of course. We were quite surprised. The way you delivered the message was very original, to say the least. And, tit very you hopefully, the little kernel of insight I gleaned was of some help. Sunny chuckled. It helped. I still don't know what that thing in the tunnel was, but we managed to escape from it for a time. Sadly, the second nearest siege capital also ended up being destroyed, and so, I had to lead the train of refugees all the way back to Laukon-Scott. That was a hell of a journey. But what happened next was even worse. We held the last siege capital for close to 3 weeks, and in that time, about 90% of civilians were evacuated to East Antarctica. After saying that, he remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny grimaced. The remaining 10%, though, all died. As did millions of people in the other destroyed siege capitals. Saint Tirisu Noha had been holding back that corrupted titan I mentioned. Once she was defeated, the titan swept in and killed everyone. The whole field army was wiped out. I am hard to kill, so I survived well, and here I am. A somber silence settled in the brightly lit hall. Nephis and Cassie did not speak, probably not knowing what to say, and neither did Effie and Cal. The latter two were especially grim, because they were now in Antarctica, too. So many people had died, and what had happened to Sunny could very easily happen to the two of them, as well. Eventually, Kai sighed. I'm so sorry, Sunny. You've been through a lot. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. The heart-wrenching memories of the Antarctic Center clawed at his heart, making him want to surrender to a dark and boundless emotion. With a smile, he shook his head. We've all been through a lot. On the Forgotten Shore and in our second nightmares, we've been through hell after hell. But it did really feel different, this time. Maybe because I was responsible for other people, and maybe because it was happening right here on Earth, not in some distant place. With that, Sunny glanced at Effie and Kai, then said, trying to cheer them up. You don't have to worry too much, though. Now that the operation is in its second phase, things will calm down a little. East Antarctica is in a much better spot than the Antarctic Center. There are more soldiers, more awakened, more saints, and much fewer obstacles in the way. Sure, it's going to be a tough campaign, and unexpected variables are bound to emerge, but I feel like the worst part is over. With some luck, we will all manage. He smiled, then secretly threw a glance at Nephis. She was now a part of one of those unexpected variables. Would Neph have something to say to him? As if feeling his gaze, Changing Star turned around and walked their way, soon placing plates of fragrant rice and vegetables in front of each member of the cohort. Her apron had disappeared at some point in the past few minutes. Sitting down, Nephis pushed the plate with the biggest portion towards Sunny, which caused Effie to stare at her indignantly. Neph coughed. What? Eat, everyone, before it gets cold. They turned their attention to the food, and for a while, Sunny felt delightfully at peace. It was so strange he had gone through so much, and had changed so much, but now that he was back with his friends, it was so easy to slide into a familiar Relato smile and laugh as if he was the same old Sunny. It felt natural, even if a small, hidden corner of his heart remained dark and cold, untouched by the peaceful warmth of their reunion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Allowing himself to relax, Sunny concentrated on the food. It had been a long time since he got to eat something Nephis had cooked. The fried rice, with vegetables, was, indeed, much better than military rations. It was delicious. Chapter 1072, Brief Levity. The small dinner was very enjoyable for Sunny. In fact, after being under crushing pressure for pretty much the entire past 4 months, this sudden moment of levity made him feel like he was on the verge of melting into a puddle of jelly. It was as though the outer edges of his being had been turned into a harsh, rigid shell by the immense strain of the disastrous war, and now that the shell suddenly disappeared, he could not quite remember how to keep himself together without it. Still, he managed. The 5 of them ate and chatted relaxedly, sharing small details about their lives in recent months. Sunny especially had a lot to say. All of them were experienced combatants, but he now possessed precious knowledge of the intricacies of the type of war Effie and Kai would soon be exposed to. The southern campaign was different from the usual tribulations Awakened faced in the dream realm. The terrain was different, the climate was different, even the cycle of day and night was different. More importantly, the forces arranged against them were different, as were the forces on their side. In Antarctica, Ascended and Awakened had the support of mundane soldiers and modern technology. Sunny had learned a tremendous amount of lessons about how to bring the two together, in no small part because he had commanded a mixed force of Awakened and Mundanes in conditions so desperate that anything less than perfect cohesion would have meant certain death. Unlike him, who had been a part of a small and exceedingly elite unit, both Kai and Effie were placed in command of large detachments consisting of rank-and-file soldiers. To them, this practical knowledge was more valuable than gold. Small things like using fire resistance enchantments to increase the tactical flexibility of MWP flamethrowers, efficiently triaging mundane soldiers that had been infected by the spell, managing the ammo consumption of the vehicle turrets in relation to the essence consumption of the awakened, and 1,000 more things like this could only be learned through experience or being taught by someone with such experience. Of course, his friends were bright people and immensely talented warriors. In time, they would have reached the same conclusions, but that time could very well cost many lives. That was why Sunny was in a hurry to share his hard-won expertise. The only problem was that actually going over everything was bound to take way more time than they had, so, at some point, he simply used the Blessing of Dusk enchantment of the Graceless Dusk to establish a mental connection and share his insights in a more direct fashion. Needless to say, his sudden ability to transmit thoughts telepathically startled his friends greatly. Effie flinched, almost falling from her chair, and looked at him with wide eyes. "Oh, what the hell, Sunny? You're in my head." Sunny paused, suddenly realizing that he should have probably warned them before establishing the connection. He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I should have explained first. One of the enchantments of my tunic, it's a tunic, Troglodyte, allows me to establish a mental link with other living beings. Don't worry, though, I can't read your thoughts, and in your case, Effie, I wouldn't even want to gods." I shuddered just imagining what is going on in that depraved head of yours. "In any case, you have to willingly transmit a thought for me to receive it. Imagine it as thinking out loud." She hesitated for a few moments, then instantly sent over a mental image that made Sunny spit out his drink and glare at her with murder in his eyes. Effie grinned, then waved a hand. All right. I get it. What a great enchantment." With the help of the Blessing of Dusk, the conversation flowed much faster. Eventually, though, both Kai and Effie had to leave. They had just arrived at their assigned siege capital, after all. So there was a lot for them to do. In fact, days like this, when all five could freely gather in the dream realm together, were bound to be rare until the Antarctica operation was over. Cassie excused herself, too, returning to the root chamber of the tower to continue studying the runic circle. Sunny and Nephis were left alone in the sunlit hall. He hesitated. Throughout the dinner, Sunny had avoided speaking about the matters that gnawed on him, the war between the great clans and their plans for Antarctica. In fact, he felt reluctant to start that conversation even now. However, he had already learned the unpleasant lesson of what happened when he postponed important conversations until the last possible moment. Sunny's relaxed expression slowly changed to one of grim sharpness. Looking at Nephis, he leaned back a little and asked, "You told me before that Vela and Song would most likely turn the southern quadrant into their private battlefield. How sure are you of it now, after 4 months?" Neph lingered for a while, her beautiful grey eyes clear and calm. Then, she said, "I am pretty sure. In fact, it has already been set in stone." Sunny let out a resentful sigh. Damn them. He gritted his teeth, staring into the distance with a harsh expression. Suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the hall seemed much darker. This is insanity. Sunny shook his head, feeling a strong desire to break something. This is pure madness, Neph. I've been told that the great clans have long given up on the waking world. Standing aside and watching the lives of hundreds of millions of people be destroyed is already unforgivable. But coming to mess things up even further is just beyond all reason. I just don't understand. Changing Star looked at him evenly. A strange, joyless smile slowly appeared on her face. I can help you with that. Sunny frowned. What exactly do you mean? Nephis sighed, then looked away. You've done a lot in the past 4 months, Sunny. Cassie and I might not have gone through as much as you have, but we haven't been idle either. We've managed to discover a few things, although not as many as I would have liked. After all, it has only been a few months. They don't trust me much, yet. She paused for a moment. This war between Vela and Song has always seemed a little strange. And now, I think I know why. A lot of things still remain unclear, but we did solve the most important mystery. Changing Star looked at him and said, "The true reason why the great clans are at war. Do you want me to tell you? That will certainly help you understand." Chapter 1073, The Fourth Step. 1073 The Fourth Step. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at Nephis with a somber expression. Eventually, a dark smile appeared on his face. "Pray tell." Neph sighed, then stood up and started gathering the dirty plates. Her movements were calm and unhurried, as if they had not been discussing matters that could very well decide the fate of the whole world. "Help me do the dishes?" Sunny blinked, amused by the mundane banality of her request. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and went about giving Changing Star a hand. As they cleaned the plates in the cold water produced by either a memory or the ivory tower itself, she started talking. "I've known for a long time that the great clans, especially Song and Valor, were opposed to each other, despite being outwardly unified. The symptoms of the approaching war were quite apparent, if one knew where to look. However, the reasons for this animosity have always eluded me. Kisong and Anvil had been comrades once. After all, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. My father was their comrade, too." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Do they really need a reason, though? Power is already reason enough. Both have an unimaginable amount of it, but in my experience, those who possess great power are the ones most greedy for more. Nephis slowly shook her head. "Maybe, but they are not fools. This war of theirs is too ill-timed, too destructive. The great clans stand to lose more from it than they would gain. There are other powers to consider, to the House of Night, for example. Even the government, or Astaion, wherever he might be. If both Song and Valor are weakened by the clash, the lesser threats might very well swoop in to finish off the victor." She paused for a bit. "So, I suspected there had to be something else at play. And as it turns out, there is, although I only learned of it recently. I still don't know why the hostility between the two great clans has suddenly escalated so much now. Of all the times it could have, now seems like a terrible time to go to war. However, I think I do know the true source of their conflict." Sunny glanced at her, consumed by tense anticipation. It felt as though he was about to learn a great secret, one that would finally let him see the full picture clearly, or at least show him the way to the truth. Very few people in the world could have uncovered this mystery, but Changing Star herself had infiltrated one of the great clans, while Cassie was helping her. LGHVM. And now, he was going to benefit from their effort. Sunny remained silent, waiting. Nephis calmly wiped the last plate, put it on the drying rack, and turned to him. White sparks ignited in her eyes. "It has to do with the sovereigns and their domains." He raised an eyebrow. "Domains? I've heard a few people use that word. However, I still don't know what it means." Nephis nodded, then headed toward the stairs to the sixth, highest level of the tower. "Come. If you want." Sunny gave her a dark look. Then followed. As they ascended the stairs, Neph spoke. "To people who know about the existence of the sovereigns, domains are synonymous with their rule. So, one might say that they belong to a domain, meaning that they serve one of the supremes. However, there is a deeper secret here. As I found out, domains are not just an abstract concept. In fact, they are very real. A domain is an extension of a sovereign's aspect." Sunny stared at her silently. He had suspected as much. Hilt never had any proof. More than that, he had no idea what that statement actually implied. So it is an ability, like the transformation ability that the saints possess. One that affects an area, perhaps. Neph frowned. "Not exactly. Once a transcendent becomes a supreme, they do unlock another ability, one that is tremendously powerful, at that. You might call it a supreme, ultimate, or pinnacle ability, I guess. But a domain is something separate from the supreme ability. It is another innate function of the aspect, Just like controlling soul essence or accessing the soul sea is a natural progression of one's ability to express their power. She lingered for a moment. Within their domain, a sovereign's is nearly invincible. Mind you, I don't know everything about it just yet. I've just gleaned bits and pieces of information where I could. The point is, each step of the path of ascension as well as of the path of corruption has its own meaning. The first path is the ascent toward divinity, while the second is the descent into profanity. They reached the 6th level, which, just like the first, only encompassed one spacious hall. This one was smaller than the great chamber where Hope had once been chained, and suffused with bright sunlight. It was empty and Spartan, with only a few pieces of wooden furniture and a bed occupying small section of the vast stone floor, the white curtains of the bed's canopy billowing in the wind. Apparently, this was where Nephis herself lived. She led Sunny to one of the 4 large balconies and stopped there, looking at the breathtaking vista of the boundless blue sky. The clouds were rolling past the ivory island like a swirling, radiant sea. Those who are dormant can awaken. After that, some rise above the mundane and take the first step toward the divine, becoming ascended. Others descend into the abyss of corruption and become fallen. That is the meaning of the second step, rise or fall. The essence of the third step is transformation. Ascended truly transcend their mundane origin, becoming transcendent. Fallen become corrupted by the dark abyss, and are thus called corrupted. Sunny looked at her and frowned. Awakening, ascension, transformation. What about the 4th step, then? What about the great and the supreme? Nephis met his gaze, her cold grey eyes shining with the reflected sunlight. The essence of the 4th step is authority. I guess a god has to be a god of something or someone. At the 4th step, the sovereigns start to coalesce their domains. And that, I think, is much more important than all other forms of power they possess. I think only the domain can pave the way for a supreme to take the next step on the path of ascension. And become sacred. Chapter 1074, Authority. Sunny looked down, at the rolling sea of clouds. He was considering Neph's words. Some of what she said was common knowledge. People had long theorized that there was a profound meaning to the way the spell named different ranks. Ascended were called ascended because they had risen above their human nature, transcendent were called transcendent because they had broken past it, assuming some traits of the divine. The supremes, then, took another step toward godhood, and that step seemed to be tied to authority. It made sense, really. Because that progression was similar to how nightmare creatures grew in class. The tyrants were all about rule and authority, too. However, there was something in what Nephis had told him that caught Sunny's attention. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you say start to coalesce their domains?" That word meant much more than one would think. If there was a start, there also had to be an end. Much more importantly, it hinted that a domain was not something that supremes simply gained. There was a process to it. Neph smiled. Indeed, you caught on to the very heart of the issue. The domains are not set in stone as all other forms of power, they can change and be changed. Simply put, a domain can grow. In fact, I suspect that it must grow for a supreme to realize his or her potential. And, therefore, a domain can also be diminished. Sunny's eyes gleamed. He was starting to understand. I see. I see now. Of course it makes so much sense. He looked at her intently, the shadows around him growing darker. And how exactly do domains grow? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the sky. Well, it is hard to say. All domains are unique, after all, just like all aspects are unique. However, there are some common things that all of them most likely share. So, I would say that there are 2 ways. One is the natural way. That was how the ancient people of the dream realm spread their authority and built their domains. Sunny slowly nodded. People like Noctis and Auto of the 9 had also been awakened. However, he knew very little about how they reached higher ranks of power. There had been no nightmares in the ancient past, nor had there been the spell. The spell. Nephis noticed the look of realization on his face and nodded. Yes. The spell provides training wheels for the awakened of the lower ranks, creating a harrowing, but swift and streamlined road for them to reach greater power. There are so many tools it gives us, that we take for granted. So why wouldn't it provide assistance to the sovereigns, as well? The spell has created a straightforward way for the Supremes to expand their domains. She took a step back and placed her hand on the ivory wall of the Great Pagoda. Do you get it yet? Sunny stared, silent. A few moments later, he said in a low voice. The citadels. Neph smiled. Correct. No matter what authority you wield, it can only spread through two mediums, I think. Territory, or people. The citadels naturally encompass both. We knew all along that the spell creates the gateways, which serve as the heart and purpose for the existence of the citadels. However, as it turns out, there is more to it. Much more. She lingered for a few moments, then frowned. I am not too sure about the true scope of what functions the citadels hide. What I do know, however, is that saints already have the ability to bind them. LGHVM. We have not found out what this binding entails, exactly, but I think it is safe to say that if a saint serves a sovereign and takes control of a citadel, the sovereign's domain expands. Changing Star hesitated. It also seems that not all citadels are created equal. There are some that are very special, and much more desirable, like Bastion, or Ravenheart. Or this island. It is not a coincidence that each of the great clans had fought to conquer one of the locations marked on the map you found in the Ebony Tower. Sunny looked at her sharply, considering the implications. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Ivory Tower. From what he knew, each of these places had served as the stronghold of one of the diamonds. The House of Night was in possession of the fourth one. The fifth was located in the utterly lethal Hollow Mountains, which Clan Vela had nevertheless put a lot of effort into exploring, disregarding the danger. And the sixth one, the last one, considering that Weaver did not seem to have possessed a stronghold, the sixth one was the Black Pyramid far to the cast. The pyramid that seemed to be somehow tied to the Chain of Nightmares. Sunny took a deep breath. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Nephis shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Both Anvil of Vela and Kisong need to expand their spheres of influence to perfect their domains. However, there are only so many human citadels to go around. Which means that two domains, or at least these particular two domains, can't coexist. For one to be perfected, it has to swallow the other. She grew quiet for a moment, and then said somberly. That is the true reason for the war between their clans. Sunny looked away, an ugly grimace contorting his face. A sense of dark, vicious anger was smoldering in his heart. Neph sighed. Antarctica will be the first major battlefield of this war, but it won't be the last. Most of it will trap her in the dream realm after both sides deliver their strikes. But the first act is also the most important. If one of the clans manages to gain momentum in the southern quadrant, their advantage might very well snowball into an unstoppable avalanche. So, their clash in Antarctica will be extremely fierce and bloody. In fact, Anvil is sending his own daughter there. Morgan will lead Vela forces in the southern quadrant. That alone shows how serious his intentions are. Changing Star studied the clear skies, then turned to Sunny and said, her voice even. So now, do you understand? Chapter 1075, Know the Enemy. 1075 Know the Enemy. Sunny remained silent for a while, responding only when the pressure of the floor started to turn into scaring pain. Yeah, I think I understand. Many things became clearer now. Finally, he knew more about the sovereigns, and the power they wielded. Awakened, masters, and saints, all of them were bestowed with great strength, but that strength was of a personal kind. Supremes were, without doubt, even more fearsome warriors. However, their true advantage lay in their authority. He was not too certain about what exactly a domain did. Even Nephis did not know the details, after all, but understood the concept. A domain was a physical manifestation of a sovereign's aspect, a territory where their rule was supreme. And that manifestation, while representing their personal strength, relied on external factors to exist and grow. Authority, influence, power over someone, and not just yourself. All of these things were conveniently intertwined in the form of citadels, which the spell created. Citadels. Sunny looked down, as if trying to pierce the ivory tower with his gaze. Then, he sighed. There was still a lot of unanswered questions. On the surface, the intention of the sovereigns seemed obvious, well, with the exception of Astaion, who was the most mysterious of the three. They had established their domains in the unique citadels that had once belonged to the Daimons, and then slowly expanded their rule, uplifting loyal ascended to sainthood. And eliminating those transcendent who refused to swear fealty to them, thus failing to become the vessels of their domains. The only two exceptions were the House of Night and, to a much lesser extent, the government. Both were convenient to have around and fulfilled a necessary function. The seat of power of the great clan Night, on top of that, was located in the deadly waters of the Storm Sea. Launching an invasion into their territory was a dire task. But what about Professor Obel's theory? Indeed, something did not add up. If Anvil of Valor and Kisong were so obsessed with perfecting their domains, then why were they suppressing the emergence of saints? LGHTNVLVM. The more transcendence there were, the more human citadels there would be in the dream realm, and the more territory they would be able to conquer. Come to think of it, if they really had no choice but to wage war on each other, then why had they waited for 2 decades to start it? Why were they only attempting the conquest now? Why had they waited for the chain of nightmares to descend upon the southern quadrant? Sunny frowned, then glanced at Nephis. I feel like we are still missing a key piece of information. This timing, it's just too strange. And hateful. Of course, there was a possibility that all of it was just a coincidence. Maybe Kisong simply decided to use the power imbalance that the death of Saint Cormac and Mordred's ascension had created. But Sunny felt like there was more to this war than they thought. Neph leaned on the parapet of the sunlit balcony and sighed. We certainly do. The sovereigns have many secrets, and I won't claim to know all of them. But does it really matter what they are hiding? The truth remains the same. Sunny scoffed. She was right. Nephis was determined to destroy the sovereigns, because they were suppressing humanity in its conquest of the spell and, more importantly, stood in her way. She did not care what motivated the Supremes, and neither did Sunny. He hated them all the same. Valor and Song deserved each other, as far as he was concerned. But Antarctica was about to be swept up in their treasonous strife, and that he could not allow to happen. Look at you go. Do you even hear yourself? Who are you to defy the great clans? Do you imagine yourself to be someone capable of stopping them? You're definitely not sure. You have some power, but in the grand scheme of things, you're just a bug. A single master, no matter how strong, is only capable enough to be an expendable pawn. Sunny gritted his teeth. It was true, no matter how incensed he was, there was nothing he could do. The best Sunny could hope to achieve was to minimize the damage that the clash of the great clans was bound to do to the evacuation effort. A little. That only made him angrier. Well then, that's exactly what I am going to do. I will prepare, learn their weaknesses, and try to suppress the fallout of their despicable acts as much as I can. Luckily, Sunny knew just the right person to provide him with information. Knowing what the opponent was planning came first. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Neph. So, what exactly is going to happen? What will be their first move? She smiled wistfully. In a few months, the great clans will announce that they are sending reinforcements to the southern quadrant. Both Song and Valor will dispatch a strong force to Antarctica, but not too strong. LGHTNVL_V_M. A couple more saints, a dozen or 2 masters, and a few hundred awakened. Officially, their mission will be to support the evacuation army in fighting the nightmare creatures. In reality, however, they are being sent there to fight each other. Sunny scowled, slightly confused. How, though? By now, most of the human forces on the continent are concentrated in the siege capitals, with very little reason to venture outside. Are these saints and their forces going to just go and attack the cities? Nephis shook her head. No, at least I think they won't. Not unless there is a very good reason to. In truth, they won't be staying behind the walls of the siege capitals most of the time because they have a secondary goal, as well. One that requires going outside and attacking the nightmare creatures. He tilted his head a little. And what goal might that be? Changing Star simply looked at him, and a moment later, Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The Pyramid. Chapter 1076, Know Yourself. Nephis nodded. Song and Vela are going to be in a race to conquer it. They will search for nightmare gates that can be used to establish a beachhead in the unexplored region of the Dream Realm where the Black Pyramid is located. Once they find a comparatively safe fort, they will use the call to transport their saints, masters, and awakened there, establishing temporary outposts. She paused, looked at him, and continued. These outposts will be used to launch expeditions toward the pyramid. The end goal is to find a relatively safe place in close proximity to it, build a true fortress there, and then use that fortress as the staging ground for the conquest of the tomb. Changing Star lingered for a moment. It might be easier to think of it in terms of the Forgotten Shore. Each gate is connected to a seed of nightmare somewhere in the region. Some seeds might be in the depths of the Crimson Labyrinth, and everyone who follows the call to the area around them will be drowned by the Dark Sea. Some seeds, however, might be located on higher ground. Those enter the Dream Realm near these seeds will be able to survive, and then slowly make their way through the labyrinth. Lgov Cave. The end goal is to find a place like the Dark City, build a fortress akin to the Bright Castle, and then use it to conquer the Crimson Spire. What an apt metaphor. Sunny couldn't help but smile darkly. They might find out that this task is much harder than they imagine it to be. In theory, such a plan seemed solid. Each of the hundreds, if not thousands of nightmare gates in East Antarctica was connected to a seed of nightmare in the region surrounding the tomb of Ariel. By relying on the call, these gates could be used to enter the Dream Realm somewhere near the corresponding seed. Then, by pinpointing a suitably safe area and the gate connected to it, the great clans could transport their forces into the Dream Realm without risking instant annihilation. These forces would then explore and fight their way toward the Black Pyramid. The region could contain several citadels. Even by conquering one, Song or Vela would be able to establish a safe and stable corridor to ferry fighters and supplies over. If there were no citadels except for the tomb of Ariel itself, though, the saints would have to play the role of ferrymen. But the mysterious desert was utterly lethal. It was much worse than even the Forgotten Shore. And the forces of the great clans would not only have to fight against the endless flood of nightmare creatures populating it, they would also have to fight against each other. Sunny couldn't help but shiver. Nephis, meanwhile, simply nodded. The task will be a hellish one, indeed. But these are the great clans, Sunny. No matter how you and I might feel about them, their fearsome reputation is not unearned. Both Vela and Song represent the absolute pinnacle of human achievement in warfare. If they can't do it, no one can. He remained silent for a while, thinking. The real goal of the great clans was to kill each other, while their secondary goal was to conquer the tomb of Ariel. One naturally led to the other. He now knew that the siege capitals in Antarctica would remain mostly untouched by their war, at least unless something unexpected happened. However, both clans would be feverishly seeking suitable gates in East Antarctica, without doubt ambushing and slaughtering each other in the process. Army patrols and the infrastructure of the evacuation corridors could very well become collateral damage in their clashes. Not to mention that they were bound to send the nightmare creatures into a frenzy and maybe even lead the abominations back to the cities. There would be some violence within the siege capitals, as well, or at least bloody clandestine operations. All three of the saints currently present in East Antarctica belong to the warring factions. After all, if the servants of Kusong had an opportunity to deal with Saint Tyrus in Falcon Scott, they would have taken it, without a doubt. The consequences for the civilians sheltered in the city be damned. Bastards. In any case, Sunny had some idea about how things would progress in the coming months now. This was already enough for him to start thinking. Eventually, he glanced at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. There was one question that was still gnawing at him. Sunny sighed. And where will you be while all of this is happening? Nephis looked at him. White sparks danced in her eyes, and then, she suddenly smiled. Where do you think? Of course, I will be accompanying Morgan's sister Dearest to Antarctica. Cassie, the firekeepers, and I, all of us are going there with her. Lgov Cave. I've told you that Vela does not trust me much, yet. What better way to earn trust and merit than on the battlefield? He stared at her silently for a while. I guess there is none. So, we are going to meet in the southern quadrant. Changing Star shrugged. If you wish. Or you can stay out of this mess entirely. You have made it very clear that you don't want to have anything to do with the great clans and their war, so it's up to you if and how much you get involved. Sunny smiled darkly. Up to me, huh? Yeah, no, that ship has sailed. He really could hide in some remote siege capital, use his service record and exalted status to get himself a cushy assignment, and spend the rest of the campaign relaxing as much anyone could relax in Antarctica. However, was he willing to? Did he want to? Not really. If I do not go to hell, who else will go? Sunny had once told the Sin of Solace that the great clans were free to act with impunity because there was no one around to hold them responsible. He did not wish to teach anyone lessons in responsibility, but he did want to teach those bastards a lesson in humility. The harsher and more painful the lesson, the better. I'll make them pay if I go to hell, I'll drag them with me. Sunny looked at the boundless blue sky, then turned to Nephis and smiled. See you in Antarctica, then. Chapter 1077, Midnight Sun. Summer had come to Antarctica. The winds still brought with them a piercing chill, but it was warm enough for the snow to thaw under direct sunlight. Gurgling streams of water turned East Antarctica into a land of countless brooks and numerous lakes, which all glistened in the sun or drowned in the shadows of the tall mountains. The sun itself was distant and cold. But it never disappeared from the blue expanse of the sky. Just like there had been no end to the night, now, there was no end to the day. The twilight of the long dawn had gradually turned into daylight, and now that October was in full swing, the whole continent was suffused with bright radiance and would be for the next 5 months. The situation on the continent, however, was far from light. It was grim and dire, as if Antarctica had submerged deeper into an endless cycle of dreadful nightmares. The chain of nightmares was escalating with each day, and the evacuation army was forced to take more and more desperate measures to withstand it. The remains of a once thriving city were buried under thawing snow, with the skeletal remains of tall buildings rising above it like dark cliffs. This settlement had not been chosen to become a siege capital, and so it was abandoned at the start of the campaign. Now, it was nothing but a desolate ruin. From time to time, that ruin would turn into a battleground, sustaining even more damage. Currently, a furious battle was coming to an end on the streets of the abandoned city. A patrol of soldiers had been chased here by a swarm of nightmare creatures and forced to stand their ground. The humans had fought violently and almost defeated the attacking abominations, but sadly, the sounds of the combat awoke a fiend that had been slumbering in the ruins. The creature had torn a bloody path through the remaining abominations, and then slaughtered the soldiers. Now, only one of them remained alive. Lieutenant Catfeen was struggling desperately with the controls of her MWP. But it was of no use. The mighty machine had been damaged too severely and toppled, its vestibular systems going completely offline. She could have brought it back up relying on nothing but her piloting skills, but most of the limb hydraulics were destroyed, and the frame itself was bent and torn, large sections of the alloy armor already missing. Even the coolant pathways were breached, turning the pilot's cabin into a scorching inferno. The paint she used to decorate its walls with drawings was blistering and melting. Auntie Cat Fiend herself felt as if she was going to melt, too. But, of course, she wouldn't. The abomination that had slaughtered her squad was currently on top of the MWP, clawing at the war machine with its powerful limbs. The armor was parting before the terrifying claws like paper. Each strike sent a concussive shockwave through the frame, tossing Cat Fiend up and down in the tight confines of her safety harness. The creature was going to kill her long before the heat had a chance to. Curse it. There was just no way for her to fight against a fallen demon, and that was what the creature was, most likely. At least the awakened leader of the patrol had called it that before being killed by the fiend. But even knowing how hopeless the situation was, Cat Fiend stubbornly controlled the only functioning arm of the MWP, bending it at the elbow to press the 7 barrels of the kinetic machine gun installed on the forearm of the war platform to the abomination's side. The barrels spun, unleashing a flood of heavy tungsten rounds into the demon's impenetrable hide. In just a second, the machine gun spat close to 200 armor-piercing bullets. However, all of them simply ricocheted off the harrowing creature's skin, not even bruising it. The fiend was pushed slightly to the side, then glanced at the firing weapon with its mad, burning eyes. In the next moment, the abomination's claws struck, ripping through the MWP's arm and severing it entirely. The next blow finally breached the cockpit, destroying the screens and letting Cat Fiend see the fiend with her own 2 eyes. She gritted her teeth. At least there's some cool air now. She knew that she was about to die. But she didn't. The battle had caused plumes of thick smoke to rise above the ruins, obscuring the sun and submerging the battlefield in deep darkness. At that moment, the darkness suddenly surged and he moved forward. Cat Fiend blinked, thinking that she was seeing things. 2 giant hands suddenly rose from the ground, grabbing the fallen demon by the shoulders. The hands had matte, inky black skin, slender wrists, and long, dexterous fingers that ended with sharp claws. These claws cut through the abomination's indestructible skin with ease. Then, the dark hands pulled and ripped the fiend apart. Half of its monstrous body landed to the left of the fallen MWP, the other half to the right. A river of blood and viscera splashed, falling into the turned-up dirt. Just like that, the terrifying creature had been slaughtered. What? Cat Fiend suddenly felt cold. The fallen demon was a harrowing monster, so what kind of otherworldly horror would be capable of killing it with such ease? As she stared, a figure emerged from the darkness, landing softly on the torn frame of the MWP. It was a young man with porcelain skin and black hair, his eyes glistening like dark gemstones. Despite the biting cold and the nightmarish surroundings, he wore no armor and wielded no weapons. His slender body was covered only by a light tunic of black silk. When the young man appeared, the darkness enveloping the destroyed city suddenly seemed to become deeper, darker, and more frightening. The sight of him was in such stark contrast with the ravaged, war-torn ruin that he seemed more like an apparition than a living being. Cat Fiend gulped. The young man lingered for a moment, and then looked at her calmly. "Are you all right, soldier?" "Oh gods, he speaks." It took her a few seconds to digest what the eerie stranger had just said. "What?" He leaned forward and grabbed the jagged edges of the breach in the cockpit's armor, easily pulling the alloy apart to widen the gap. "I said, are you all right?" Cat Fiend lingered for a moment. Yes." The stranger nodded. "Good. I'm Ascended Sunless of the Special Reconnaissance Unit. You can call me Master Sunless or Major Sunless. Let's get you out of this thing." Chapter 1078, Army Scout. Sunny helped the pilot climb out of the ravaged MWP, then looked around somberly. The ruin of the city was covered by the signs of a fierce battle. Sadly, he had been too late to arrive. Most of the soldiers were already dead. Damn it. He had noticed the commotion in the ruins by chance, while making his way through the wilderness to accomplish a different mission. If not for the habit of sending his shadows in a wide circle around him, Sonny would have never even known that a squad of human soldiers had been trapped here. He used Shadow Step to arrive as swiftly as he could, but ended up saving only one. With a sigh, Sonny helped the young woman climb down from the wreck of the MWP, summoned the Endless Spring, and handed it to her. "Here. Drink some water." The pilot kept staring at him strangely, but he was long used to such stares. He gave her some time, then took the glass bottle back and asked, making sure to keep his voice neutral. "I am sorry about your comrades, but how did you guys end up in this sector? Did you not receive the message that it was designated as a black zone by Army Command?" The young woman grimaced. "We did, sir. But by then, it was already too late. We were on a routine patrol along the 17th evacuation corridor when we came under attack from a swarm of nightmare creatures. We beat them back and pursued sadly. A few minutes later, a gate opened right behind us. We were quickly surrounded, and had to run for our lives. We ran all the way to this city, and..." She sighed. Sonny awkwardly patted the pilot on the shoulder. "I see. I know a thing or two about bad luck, Lieutenant. It can get anyone. You did your best." Internally, he was shaking his head. Corridor 17, that place just attracts trouble, doesn't it? Corridor 17 connected one of the largest siege capitals in the region to the coastal fortress. Maintaining it was of vital importance to the evacuation effort, but recently, it had become harder and harder to keep the area clean. Sonny himself was on a mission to scout out a potential threat to that corridor. After reaching East Antarctica, he had basically received carte blanche to choose any assignment he wanted out of those suitable for an Ascended, of course. In the end, Sonny refused another command assignment and requested to be sent to the Special Reconnaissance Unit. The SRU was responsible for prowling the abomination-infested wilderness in search of targets that could pose a serious threat to the siege capitals, keeping tabs on their movements, and even attempting to lure them away from the cities from time to time. Powerful tyrants, terrors, and even titans, those were the creatures that Army Command had them observe and track. Needless to say, the task was extremely dangerous, and often lethal. The SRU consisted exclusively of powerful masters, and each of them either had an aspect uniquely suitable for such work or was an absolute elite. As for Sonny, he was both. The assignment suited him fine, despite the tremendous danger, partially because it granted him a lot of freedom in his movements and actions, partially because he was reluctant to be put in charge of soldiers again. Being a leader had never been something Sonny enjoyed. The previous time was enough. It was too much, really. He glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Catch your breath. We can't stay for long, though this place isn't safe, and I am on a timer." Looking at her, he couldn't help but remember the irregulars. Sonny's face darkened. Most of his people were dead now. Only Beth and Luster remained, and, perhaps, Quentin. There was no news of the gallant healer, so he was most likely gone, as well. Luster had been shipped back to NQSC long ago. He was now slowly recovering in the hospital complex of the Academy, and doing quite well. Sonny knew of it because Kim remained in close contact with the lucky guy. In fact, he suspected that there was something going on between them. Their young relationship, however, had to remain a long-distance one for now. Kim herself was still here in East Antarctica, but was kept far away from the battlefield. After returning from the Antarctic Center, she had been transferred to the Strategic Intelligence Department of Army Command. Now, her aspect was being used to determine the vulnerabilities of various nightmare creatures on a wide scale, and disseminate that knowledge to the troops. There were many such specialists stationed at Army headquarters, but Kim was doing especially well for herself. Beth had been evacuated and reached safety a while back, too. Sonny and she kept in touch, sending each other messages once in a while. However, he had a feeling that the young woman wanted to forget what had happened in the southern quadrant, at least for now. Talking to him was perhaps a painful reminder. So, most of Sunny's communications were with Rain. His sister was doing well in the safety of NQSC. She was training diligently, and not showing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. The serpent was protecting her, too. At least in that regard, Sunny felt somewhat assured. As for himself, ever since reaching East Antarctica, Sunny only had 3 goals. Turn the ravenous fiend into a shadow, become a tyrant, and prepare for the arrival of the great clans. Eli had spent fragments on the little imp first, then hunted down numerous abominations in hopes of forming the 5th Shadow Corps. Now, he was mere days away from catching up to Neff. As for the 3rd goal, Sunny had made good progress on that front, too. As he thought about it, his communication device suddenly came alive, and a familiar voice resounded in his ear. "Where the hell are you, Sunny?" He smiled slightly. "Sorry, Jet. I've been delayed a little. Are you still en route?" Her voice came through the static, sounding a little out of breath. "Yeah, and I have a nasty swarm of abominations on my tail." Sunny nodded. "I'll send Mongrel your way. Lead them to the rendezvous point, and she'll take care of everything. I'll arrive in a few hours." With that, Sunny glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Time to go, soldier. Say your goodbyes. Then, I'll bring you to the nearest army outpost." He turned away, giving the young woman some space, and looked up, at the cold sun hanging motionlessly high above. A long sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. How bright. I never thought I would miss the polar night. Chapter 1079, Imp. The pilot did not spend a long time bidding farewell to her comrades. By that point in the campaign, everyone had experienced loss and defeat. The soldiers had not grown numb to watching people die, but they did become used to it. Death had always surrounded those who fought against the nightmare spell, and here in Antarctica, it was even more inescapable, both for the awakened and for the mundanes. When the young woman returned, however, a confused expression appeared on her face. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" The pilot pointed. Where did my MWP go?" He looked back. The wrecked war platform was, indeed, gone. In its place, hidden behind a pile of dirt, sat an ugly little creature. It was hurriedly pushing a piece of bent alloy into its wide, toothy mouth with both hands. Noticing that someone was looking, the creature froze for a moment and feverishly continued to chew on the armored alloy, as if afraid that it would be taken away. Sunny rolled his eyes. "That little bastard right there ate it. Don't mind him." It was hard to imagine that the scrawny imp had devoured the massive machine, considering that it was dozens of times larger than him, but that was exactly what had happened. Sunny did not know what kind of infernal engine was hidden in the imp's stomach, but the little guy's appetite was inexhaustible. Anything that entered his mouth disappeared without a trace, and there were very few things that his sharp teeth couldn't rip apart. Sunny shuddered, remembering how he had turned the tiny wretch into a shadow. He had done it not long after arriving in East Antarctica. Before, Sunny had been planning to become a tyrant first, but that was because he needed more power, fast, during the siege of Falcon Scott. Now that things had calmed down, the circumstances were not as pressing. He could allow himself to delay a little, and made converting the echo of the ravenous fiend a priority. Sunny had possessed 3 shadows before, but funnily enough, only one of them came from an echo. The process of conversion itself had looked pretty much the same as the first time. In the tranquil silence of his soul sea, 2 beams of dark light descended from one of the shadow cores. One fell on the echo of the scavenger, the other on a motionless shadow that stood with the rest of them on the still surface of the calm waters. The shadow of the ravenous fiend seemed to dissolve into the dark light, and then, the echo became wreathed in black flames that seeped into its flesh, changing it on a fundamental level. The boundless spellweave that was hidden within the echo disappeared, replaced by darkness. A living shadow was now dwelling within the body of the imp instead, for transparent and empty embers burning in its depths. Granted, that scene was not as majestic and awe-inspiring as when Saint had become a shadow. The scrawny little bastard could not compare to the magnificent stone knight in any shape or form, after all. Nevertheless, that was how Sunny had acquired his fourth shadow. What came next, however, that he did not like to think about one bit. The trip was a blank slate and had tremendous potential for growth, but Sunny had to be careful about what he fed the gluttonous creature. Some types of food were easy to come by, but would produce mediocre results. Was Titan that, be strongly suspected that some advancements would prevent more beneficial powers from taking root in the future. There was one he could not compromise on, though: affinity to shadows. And since shadow creatures were almost impossible to find, Sunny had no choice but to feed the hateful gremlin some of his own flesh again. The first time he summoned the fiend into the real world, the tiny creature looked around, then stared at him with fright and ran away, hiding behind Saint's leg. The imp then grabbed her calf with his 8-clawed fingers and cautiously peeked from behind it, trembling slightly. "Get over here, bastard." Unable to refuse Sunny's command, the imp reluctantly abandoned his shelter and slowly waddled over. The moment Sunny offered the gremlin his forearm and ordered him to take a bite, the bastard's eyes ignited with ferocious glee, though. What happened next was a truly ghastly experience for Sunny. I endured it by bitterly fantasizing about killing the vile little creature for the second time. However, it was worth it in the end. The scrawny fiend regained its ability to travel through shadows. Later, Sunny learned that the process of gaining new attributes and abilities was rarely, if ever, so easy and fast. The fiend had already possessed a high affinity to shadows thanks to being one, and Sunny himself was even more unique. He was a divine shadow, after all. These two reasons made it possible for the little imp to inherit a vestige of his power in one go. As to how the bastard had managed it the first time around, Sunny had no idea. Maybe the inherent adaptability of the scavengers resonated with the innate formlessness of shadows. Maybe the wretch had simply gotten lucky. The point of it was that he couldn't just command the gluttonous scavenger to devour a nightmare creature and expect the same to happen. It took a long time and a lot of corpses, suitable ones, at that, for the imp to grow in the right direction. Luckily, he was not limited to only eating flesh. Which was why Sunny was currently concentrating on feeding the imp all kinds of steel, alloy, and mystical metals. The ravenous fiend's bone armor had been rather spectacular, but he was determined to come up with something even more indestructible. Watching as the scrawny bastard hurriedly finished chewing on the last piece of the broken MWP, Sunny smiled slightly, his eyes shining with ominous glee. Eat more, trashling. I need to fatten you up." The imp suddenly shivered and looked at Sunny with wide, terrified eyes. Sunny suppressed a menacing grin and dismissed the imp, then looked at the pilot. "I got him as an echo. Come, let's go, we need to hurry." Chapter 1080, Marvelous Devil. As a scout, Sunny constantly had to traverse great distances across the abomination-infested wilderness of East Antarctica. He would usually ride atop Nightmare or glide through the shadows with incredible speed, but right now, neither of these methods were an option. His steed was with Saint, and he obviously couldn't leave the stranded MWP pilot behind by turning into a shadow. Theoretically, Sunny could carry the young woman on his back and run, which would be faster than limiting his speed to that of a mundane human. But he was not too desperate to save time. There was an army outpost relatively close to the ruined city, and although normal patrols would be slaughtered if they tried to take the convenient shortcut, nothing that dwelled there could threaten Sunny. As they followed a small river that snaked between barren hills, Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his shadows. It read: Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Ravenous Fiend. Sunny concentrated on the last string of runes, summoning a detailed description of the little bastard. Shadow Ravenous Fiend. Shadow Rank Transcendent. Shadow Class Devil. Shadow description: a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land, harboring a bitter grudge in its tiny heart. Driven by resentment and spite, it suffered many trials and conquered untold dangers to become a marvelous devil. But fate was unkind. The ravenous devil met a much more terrible fiend, and turned into his shadow. Sunny stared at the runes with a bleak expression. The spell had always liked to tease him, at least he thought that it did, but this one was just unfair. How come in the fiend? The bastard literally has the word fiend in his name. Shaking his head, he moved past the description and continued to read. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadow sworn, lesser iron body. Lucky attribute description: this shadow is favored by fortune. Sunny sighed. His own attribute, fated, attracted both incredible and absolutely terrible luck. The imp, however, was blessed with only good fortune. It was most likely the small scavenger's very first, innate attribute. No wonder the bastard had survived meeting him twice. Damnation. Peeved by the blatant unfairness, Sunny continued to read. Marvel attribute description: this shadow is a marvelous learner. It is stunningly keen and supremely adaptable, absorbing new knowledge with astonishing speed. Lucky and smart: well, who cares? At the end of the day, it still didn't help him survive meeting me for the third time. If the wretch was so smart, he should have avoided me like a plague. Sunny had seen these descriptions before, of course, but he still couldn't help seething over them. Ravenous attribute description: this shadow possesses an insatiable hunger, and a frightening potential for growth. The more it eats, the more it will grow. This attribute already seemed rather great, despite the fact that the imp had not grown even by a centimeter in the last 2 months. Sunny had fed him literally tons of armored alloy, as well as the corpses of many nightmare creatures with steel-like carapaces. He had no idea how much the little fiend had to gobble up to become bigger, but knew that the result would be worth it. The true benefit of the ravenous attribute was much more subtle, though, and incredibly precious. It was the fact that, unlike Nightmare and Saint, the imp did not need to consume memories to rise to a higher rank. LGHTNVLcave.cm, there was no counter of shadow fragments. Instead, the fiendish shadow simply had to devour. It could become a supreme devil by simply devouring nightmare creatures or any creatures, really in great numbers. The more powerful, the better. That put Sunny, who was already suffering terribly from the need to procure countless memories, at ease. This imp is indeed lucky. If I had to choose between feeding memories to Saint and Nightmare or him, well, the poor bastard would have definitely starved. Sunny smiled slightly and turned his attention to the last 2 attributes. Shadow sworn attribute description: this fiend is known to shadows. That one was without surprise, and appeared after Sunny had fed the imp with his flesh. It was the same as what Shadowblade Kurt had possessed, and showed a high affinity to shadows. Lesser iron body attribute description: this shadow's flesh possesses qualities of metal. He grinned in satisfaction. Finally, progress. The lesser iron body had been nascent iron body before. It seemed that munching on that MWP had finally pushed the imp over a threshold. He would be much sturdier now and in the future, would even have a chance to become truly indestructible. There had to be a greater iron body as well, after all. Happy to see the ankle-biter achieving something, Sunny finally glanced at the imp's abilities. The runes read. Shadow abilities: Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step. Scavenger ability description: this shadow can attain the traits, attributes, and abilities of the creatures it consumes. Devourer ability description: this shadow's teeth possess unnatural sharpness and strength. It can rend and maul even the most resilient things. Shadow Step ability description: this fiend can move freely between shadows, traveling from one to another in an instant or diving into them to move with great speed. And that was it. Sunny's 4th shadow, the critter, was a sorry excuse of a transcendent devil, for now, but it would grow to be a real menace one day. In fact, Sunny had a feeling that the imp might just become one of the most terrifying weapons in his arsenal. The ravenous fiend had been an exceedingly dire enemy, but now that he was serving Sunny, and thus enjoying the support of a benevolent, selfless, and supremely generous master, just how much more terrible would the wretched waif become? Walking along the small river, Sunny used shadow manifestation to slaughter a nightmare creature that was waiting to ambush him and the MWP pilot, then sighed. I need to find a couple more of those iron golems I killed last week, or better yet, a whole swarm of them. A horde would be even better. My imp is a growing little wretch, after all. He needs to eat. Chapter 1081, Lake Ruin. Soon, they reached the army outpost. There had been a few nightmare creatures that attacked them on the way, including an especially vile corrupted monster. Sunny tore the former apart with hands woven out of shadows, and cut the latter down personally with a blade created the same way. These days, he tried to avoid getting his own hands dirty, mostly using shadow manifestation to slaughter the enemy. Sunny wanted to hone and refine his mastery of manifestation, and for that, he needed a lot of practice. Additionally, he felt that it was unnecessary for him to get up close and personal with every godforsaken abomination standing in his way. Perhaps it was the nature of his current mission as a solitary scout, or perhaps Sunny had simply received a chance to return to being cautious and stealthy after years of being forced to play the role of a frontline fighter. In any case, he strived to only enter melee range with an enemy if he was certain of killing the foe with a single strike. Usually, one of Sunny's strikes was enough. If not, he would avoid a confrontation entirely. The army outpost was located underground, similar to the supply depot he had visited once in the Antarctic Center. However, as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Sunny knew very well where all the army assets were hidden. Better yet, East Antarctica had no problems with communications, well, except for the usual interference of the call, so he had been able to radio about their arrival in advance. Sunny and the surviving MWP pilot were met by a cohort of sleep-deprived awakened. Despite their visible fatigue, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted him respectfully. Their eyes betrayed a hint of reverence. This again. Sunny was met with such stares anywhere he went in Antarctica, at least among the soldiers. The First Army and the Second Army were merged into one military now, but within it, people who had been in the southern quadrant since day one of the chain of nightmares were treated with silent respect. That went tenfold for those who had been a part of the Antarctic Center contingent. The Antarctic Center had been the most terrifying battlefield of the operation yet, and almost the entire field army sent there had been wiped out. There were only a few survivors here, and they're mostly those who had been among the evacuated wounded. Needless to say, Sunny was both a veteran of the Antarctic Center and an ascended. That was why most soldiers treated him with veneration. Master Sunless, sir. He nodded at the welcoming party and handed over the MWP pilot to them. The young woman had done well keeping pace with him on the way to the outpost, but now that they had reached safety, she looked to be on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was not at all surprising. Sunny sighed and glanced at the awakened. At ease. Take good care of the lieutenant. Oh, and by the way, I've cleared a path through the hills and dealt with the corrupted monster that had been stalking the area. If you hurry, you might harvest what is left of it before more abominations show up. The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes glinting. That monster had been causing a lot of trouble on the outpost. Especially considering that it had blocked the pathway through the hills. Lga Vec. With the creature gone, logistics would become much easier for them. Thank you, sir. Sunny nodded. Well then, it'll be off. He looked at the MWP pilot, lingered for a few moments, and then said awkwardly, "Stay alive, soldier." With that, Sunny stepped through the shadows and disappeared from view. He had wasted a lot of time already, and was running late for the rendezvous with Soul Reaper. The soldiers remained standing there for a while, staring at the empty space where he had stood before. Eventually, one of them said, "That was him. The devil." Another nodded with a stunned face. But of course, Sunny was already far away and did not hear any of it. The sun was circling in the sky, never falling behind the horizon. He glided through the shadows where he could, ran where he couldn't. From time to time, Sunny simply hid in the shadows, waiting for large swarms of nightmare creatures to pass by. These pauses slowed him down, but they also allowed him to recover some essence. He avoided getting into fights to preserve more of it, as well, and also because there was no reason to. It was already evening, or whatever passed for one in this strange land, when Sunny drew near another minute. The city in front of him was almost entirely destroyed, and drowned by a vast lake, with only the remains of tall towers rising above the icy water. The ruin was different from the one from before, and much older. It had been left behind by the wars that humans waged on each other during the dark times. Not the rampage of the Chain of Nightmares. Nevertheless, the drowned city was Sunny's current mission. He hid himself in the shadows of a rusted wreck and studied the ruin. There were bodies of nightmare creatures floating near one of the towers, painting the water black. Each of them seemed to have been killed by a single arrow. Sunny observed the area for a few minutes, noticing strange ripples on the surface of the lake. There were more abominations hiding underwater. Finally satisfied, he activated his comm and contacted Jet. "Reaper, it's Devil. I have arrived." A few seconds later, her voice came through the static. "Took you long enough. Where are you?" He looked around. Southern shore, near an old wreck on the slope of a flat hill. Jet took a few minutes to respond. "I see it. Move west for about a kilometer, then follow a collapsed tower into the lake. From there, you'll be able to see 3 huge smokestacks. ITN in the middle one. Near the top, get here as soon as possible and be careful of the water. It is teeming with schools of tiny, hungry fishes." Sunny lingered for a moment. "Got it. What about the target?" Soul Reaper responded in a few seconds, her voice sounding a bit tense. "It's in the middle of the lake. I was waiting for you to arrive before trying to get a better look." Nodding, Sunny glanced at the ripples in the cold water one more time, and then dashed out of his shelter. Chapter 1082, Ancient Chimneys. 1082 Ancient Chimneys. He reached the giant chimney without too much problem, avoiding the teeth of the vicious fish-like creatures with the help of the dark wing and a couple of perilous leaps. The structure was wide and incredibly tall, reaching at least 300 meters into the sky, and that was just the part visible above the water. There were a few holes in the frame of the alloy smokestack, so Sunny did not waste time jumping through one of them. He found himself in a vast, dark well, still water radiating bone-chilling cold a few meters beneath his feet. A tiny circle of light was visible hundreds of meters above. Sunny did not know what kind of industrial behemoth had demanded such an enormous chimney, 3 of them, in fact, and what kind of poison had been billowing out of them into the atmosphere in the past. However, even now, decades or even centuries later, the air inside was acrid and hard to inhale, reminding him of the worst days in the outskirts. Grimacing, Sunny looked around, and then jumped to a piece of scaffolding a dozen or so meters above his current position. Landing noiselessly on the weathered alloy, he smiled at Saint, who had been standing there, still as a statue, holding a bow in one hand. The taciturn knight turned her head slightly, acknowledging his arrival, then indifferently continued to watch the base of the smokestack. He could feel Nightmare hiding in the darkness nearby, dissolved into the shadow form. The black steed moved, greeting him, and then grew still once again. "Good work, guys." Sunny's comm hissed. "Get up here, I'm bored out of my mind." He sighed, then turned into a shadow himself and ascended the tall structure, gliding upward in a wide spiral. As SDMNY was going up the old alloy walls, he found himself involuntarily thinking about how long it would take him to eat the whole thing. Then, he caught himself and scoffed. "Gods, what am I thinking about?" But it was really a lot of alloy. At the top of the smokestack, strange machines were installed into the mouth of the well, and the walls were blackened by fire and soot. The acrid smell was somewhat reduced by the proximity to the open sky. Jet was sitting on one of the pieces of machinery, her feet hanging above the abyssal drop. Noticing Sunny step out of the shadows, she closed the lid of an army-issued thermos, threw it into her backpack, and grinned. "Here you are." He nodded. "Yeah. Sorry for making you wait." Soul Reaper shook her head. "I've been on a long reconnaissance mission the entire week. Honestly, having a chance to just sit and relax for a few hours was exactly what I needed. Let had joined the Special Reconnaissance Unit, just like Sunny. They mostly worked alone, but for the more dangerous missions, Army Command grouped 2 or more scouts together. As a result, the 2 of them continued to cooperate and fight side by side through most of the past few months. By now, they made for a very good team. Jet stood up and looked around, studying the ancient machinery. "Hey, do you know what these things were for?" Sunny shook his head. "No. Do you?" She walked along the edge of the alloy platform and nodded. "It's a filtration system. Basically, one furnace pushed a constant stream of toxic smoke through the smokestack, and on top of it was another furnace. This one meant to burn all the toxicity out of the smoke and prevent it from getting into the atmosphere. LGA Vec. So, each of these chimneys used to shoot out a colossal plume of fire into the sky. Must have been quite a sight, especially in winter. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Sounds kind of stupid. Jet glanced at him with a bleak expression. "Well, I'm not an engineer. It must have worked otherwise. Why waste all that time and energy on constructing filters? Anyway, let's get to the top. The faster we finish the mission, the faster we can get the hell out of this stench." They scaled the last dozen or so meters of the smokestack using an ancient, rickety ring ladder, and climbed onto the lip of the giant chimney. It was as wide as a road. From here, most of the lake, and the city drowned by it, could be easily seen. Sunny stared down, appreciating the surreal beauty of the desolate landscape beneath them. Almost at the same time, 2 of his shadows reached the top of the other 2 giant smokestacks. Let glanced at him. "Well." He hesitated for a few moments. "The one to our left is empty, but the right one there is something hiding inside. Something huge." All the shadow could see were loops of flesh coiled inside the dark well of the ancient smokestack, filling almost a third of it. Jet sighed with relief. "Well, good. Because we need to get to the left one. Leave that thing, whatever it is, alone." Sunny nodded, ordering his shadow to hide itself and keep an eye on the gargantuan creature. The 3 towering chimneys were not too far away from each other, so getting from one to another was not a problem to them. However, it was not very safe if something attacked you in the air. Staying alive would be a challenge. So, unless someone like Kai was around, at least 2 people were required to keep each other safe. Sunny temporarily borrowed Morgan's barbow from Saint, and covered Jet as she glided across the wide gap between smokestacks using a flight memory. She reached the next chimney, then summoned half a dozen sharp throwing stars and did the same for him. Sunny used the dark wing to breach the gap, and soon joined Jet. Now, they were very close to coming in sight of the target of this mission. He frowned. "Do you feel it?" Soul Reaper slowly nodded. "Yeah. The call is much stronger here. There must be a Category 3 gate nearby." They walked to the opposite side of the smokestack and looked down. From that position, nothing obstructed their view of the middle of the lake. And there, nestled between the ancient ruins. Sunny sighed. "That is going to be trouble." Chapter 1083, Reconnaissance. The 2 of them lowered themselves to the weathered alloy, looking cautiously over the edge. Far away, in the middle of the ruined city, an enormous body of a ghastly creature was hidden between the rubble, long swathes of it submerged into the water. The creature resembled a monstrous centipede that was at least 100 meters long. It was encased in pale chitin, no, not chitin. Bone. The giant centipede seemed to be covered in countless thousands of human skulls, all of them stuck together to form a morbid carapace. Its horrid maw was large enough to swallow an armored APC and full of grotesque, hone-white teeth. On its head, 2 tall, dead trees grew from the carapace of skulls like skeletal horns. Taking care to not fixate on the grotesque creature directly, knowing that some abominations could sense when they were being watched, Sunny couldn't help but feel a chill. That thing's going to be a nightmare. Silence was the key, and thus, Sunny used the mystical blessing of dusk to communicate his thoughts, avoiding speaking aloud. Jet, receiving his silent message, responded in kind, her voice echoing in his mind against the backdrop of deathly stillness and the mournful wind. "Examine its mouth." Sunny did as she asked, his eyes widening at the sight below. The monstrous centipede writhed, its long neck contorting as it gagged and then retched up a mass of wet, slime-coated bones. It seemed for a moment as if the creature was having difficulty digesting its last meal, but then the pile of bones began to shift, slowly forming into a twisted, nightmarish figure. Rising unsteadily, the abomination stumbled away and vanished beneath the water's surface. Sunny's brow furrowed in disgust. How many of these abominations had the centipede spawned? After a brief pause, he turned to Jet, his voice grim. "It's one of those corrupted tyrants." Jet's face twisted into a frown. "It does seem that way, doesn't it?" Moving swiftly, Soul Reaper retrieved several bulky devices from her backpack. These were sophisticated sensor arrays and recorders, supplied by the army and crafted using intricate spell tech technology. LGA Vec. But despite their complexity, they proved useless in the face of interference from a nearby gate. Minutes passed, filled with futile attempts to gather information, until Jet finally sighed and shook her head at Sunny. He simply shrugged. "Guess we'll have to contact Army Command." Without a word, Jet moved to a safer spot and activated her military communicator. Despite the harsh static, she managed to convey a message. "HQ, this is Recon 4 and Recon 9. Target sighted, threat level Core 5. Requesting analyst backup." A brief wait, and Jet signaled they needed to wait 3 more minutes. "They are moving fast." Must be important, Sunny thought, his mind racing. The situation seemed critical, and he could sense the urgency. He summoned a memory, a rare and valuable tool that connected them to the army headquarters through a twin circle of patina-covered bronze, allowing diviners to extend their senses across vast distances. Minutes later, as Jet rejoined him, a mental message reached Sunny. "They are watching now." As the ghastly centipede continued its grim work below, both Sunny and Jet held their breath, fear dancing in their eyes. Time seemed to stretch as they watched, their minds racing. Eventually, the connection with headquarters was severed, and Jet looked at Sunny. "They're concerned about that monster. We need to stay put and observe. Report if it moves." Sunny's heart sank as he looked around, the wind biting into his flesh, the acrid smell lingering. "Guess he'll catch some sleep." Jet's eyes widened in shock. "What? I get to sleep first? I haven't slept in ages." A gloomy stare from Sunny, another sigh. "All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over our friend here. Why does she even need to sleep? She's not even alive." Hours passed, shifts changed, and the tyrant continued its macabre work. When it finally moved, Sunny and Jet were quick to action, reporting to Army Command and preparing to follow. 2 entire companies were dispatched to face the abomination, the Wolves and the Nightsingers. Sunny's face twisted into a crooked smile at the thought of reuniting with old comrades Effie and Kai. The battle to come promised to be one for the ages. Chapter 1084, Following the Tyrant. For the next few days, Sunny and Jet stealthily pursued the skull centipede. These days were long, tense, and perilous. Not only did they have to brave the wilderness, but they also had to keep up with the ghastly abomination while not being seen or sensed by it. On a few occasions, they had almost been discovered, barely managing to salvage the situation at the last moment. Sunny was not sure what would have happened if the creature had found them. With Saint supporting the 2 scouts from the shadows, they at least had a slim chance of slaying the tyrant, but a battle like that would be a dire one. It would have had to be one of those battles where he was forced to put everything on the line, only surviving by the skin of his teeth. In the past, Sunny had fought plenty of battles like that. He had grown so used to walking the thin line between life and death that he did not even consider such things unusual anymore. That mad balancing act was just par for the course, however, he also knew that he would not remain on the winning side forever. If he kept risking everything, his luck was bound to run out one day. After Falcon Scott, his way of thinking about things shifted. Sonny was now much more experienced, and with that experience came cold, calculating prudence. His chances of defeating the Skull Centipede and its army of bone abominations would be much higher with the support of 2 entire companies of Awakened, and so, he was determined to meet this enemy on a battlefield of his choosing, with the odds stacked in his favor as much as the circumstances allowed. Jet was of the same mind. They followed the plan and put all their effort into remaining hidden. The centipede slithered across the vast plains of East Antarctica, eviscerating everything in its path. It had no mercy for the other nightmare creatures, slaughtered swarms of them like helpless ants. After each massacre, the giant abomination would devour the corpses of its prey and coil its body into a macabre burrow of skulls, then wreathe and spew out more bone fiends. The centipede's army continued to grow as it advanced through the wilderness. With each day, Sonny and Jet became more and more despondent. It had been hard to tell at the start, but now, there was no denying it. The tyrant's course put it on a direct collision course with one of the siege capitals in East Antarctica. Each human stronghold on the continent was surrounded by vast masses of frenzied nightmare creatures, and even more dead ones. Tall piles of bodies covered the killing fields, growing with each passing day. If the Skull Centipede was allowed to launch an attack on a siege capital, it would already be bad enough. However, if it managed to gain access to all those corpses, the strength of its army would increase exponentially, and the threat posed by the creature would explode in magnitude. By then, only the intervention of a saint would prevent a disaster. The saints, however, were already busy racing endlessly from place to place, solving one crisis after another without rest. Which was why it was important to stop the abomination as soon as possible. On the 4th day of the pursuit, the centipede clashed with a whole horde of nightmare creatures, butchering hundreds of them and scaring the rest away. It dragged its massive body onto the battlefield, then got to the grisly business of consuming all the mangled bodies. One dead abomination after another disappeared into its massive maw, emotionlessly swallowed by the dreadful tyrant. Sonny and Jet were observing the process from a safe distance as they hid between 2 enormous boulders. On the ground between them lay a scattering of bleeding carcasses. They themselves had engaged in a short and gruesome fight with a pack of nightmare creatures just minutes ago. Now that a suitable shelter was cleared, they could rest easy for a few hours. Sonny frowned. It killed too many this time. Considering how long it takes to create a bone soldier, I'd say we'll be stuck here for a full day. The tyrant's army will grow by a lot. Jet shrugged. The more it is delayed, the better. Army command will have time to prepare. She watched the giant centipede devour its victims for a few moments, then took a few steps back and contacted the headquarters to make a report. Soon after that, Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes suddenly gleamed. Understood. She deactivated her comm and looked at Sonny with a grin. It's happening. The welcoming party has already arrived. We need to overtake the monstrosity, meet up with them, and prepare the festivities. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Finally. A hunt like this one was not easy to arrange. Simply deploying troops outside the siege capital was a dangerous task. By now the wilderness was teeming with numerous nightmare creatures, and an expedition force risked drowning in a horde of them before even reaching the intended target. It took a lot of courage and competence to navigate a course through the enemy territory. If the target was on the move, the task only grew that much harder. Luckily, this time, Army Command was receiving constant updates on the creature's location from Sonny and Jet, so tracking its path had been easier. And now, finally, almost every piece was in place. All that remained was for the scouts to join the assault force and spring the trap on the menacing tyrant. Sonny smiled. Let's go, then. They silently abandoned their shelter and made a wide circle around the location of the Skull Centipede, then moved away with as much speed as they could allow themselves without risking attracting the attention of migrating hordes of nightmare creatures. Half a day later, Sonny and Jet arrived at the shore of a wide river. The landscape made it so that there weren't many places to cross it for many kilometers around, with only a single ford formed by a scattering of giant boulders. As they traversed the river, jumping from one stone to another, Sunny's comms suddenly came alive. A familiar voice came through the static. "Well, it isn't frog welcome." Some of it got swallowed up by the interference, but the last word was very easy to discern: doofus. Sunny stopped for a moment and looked at the opposite bank of the river, where a tall figure suddenly rose from the ground. Effie waved her hand and grinned. "Ah, Venerable Master Sunless, how nice of you to pay a visit." Chapter 1085, Wolf Army. Sunny and Jet looked like quite the pair. Both were wearing black, which made for a stark contrast with their pale skin and raven hair. Granted, Soul Reaper looked more imposing in her fitting black leather armor. Sunny, on the other hand, wore a simple silk tunic and a pair of dainty shoes. He was also unarmed. Actually, he was perhaps the more threatening of the two. People were used to seeing Awakened wear suits of impregnable armor and wield powerful weapons. It was the sight of someone who didn't feel the need to do so, even in the deadly reaches of East Antarctica, that was truly frightening. He made the last jump, landing softly on the ground not too far away from Effie. From here, Sunny could sense hundreds of shadows somewhere nearby. He looked around, noticing mundane soldiers and Awakened hidden here and there along the river shore, all keeping watch on the surrounding area. The first irregular company had numbered 42 Awakened and 7 masters. The two companies Effie and Kai commanded, however, were different. Unlike the special unit Sunny had belonged to, these were companies meant for general combat. Each of them consisted of close to 100 Awakened and 10 times that many mundane soldiers, complete with a platoon of mighty MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles that ranged from heavy artillery to support and resupply. 2 of these companies together made for a small army. Effie walked over, a wide smile on her face. "Sunny, long time no see." She looked quite impactful. His friend had always been a sight to behold, with her impressively tall stature, athletic build, and generous figure. Now, however, Effie resembled an incarnation of a beautiful war deity much more than she resembled a mere mortal. The main reason for this was her armor. It was as though Effie had been dipped in liquid steel, which then clung tightly to her body, tracing every toned, graceful line of it. Sunny had once thought that the undying chain felt like a second layer of skin. However, in his case, that was simply a metaphor. The armor of the vibrant huntress, on the contrary, could be described the same way quite literally. There was a piece of white cloth tied around her waist, and another one covering her chest, but other than that, Effie's whole body was exposed and seemed as if it had been cast of lustrous steel. Only her head was uncovered, for now. That armor, of course, was the transcendent memory she had received after slaying one of the immortal Chain Lord of the Kingdom of Hope, the Sun Prince. Sunny coughed. Just looking at Effie would make one's blood run hot. But that wasn't all currently, she had not even activated her ascended ability. Once she did, the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers who saw her would become quite real, coursing through their veins and granting them actual power. It was as though Raised by Wolves was sharing some of her astonishing physical might with her followers. An involuntary smile found its way onto Sunny's face. "What are you talking about? We saw each other 2 weeks ago." Effie shook her head energetically. "That doesn't count. Every time you come to the island, you and Cassie immediately slink to the basement to spend a few quality hours closely studying the floor. The two of us, though, haven't had proper fun in ages." She grinned and then shifted her gaze to Jet, who was listening to their conversation with a strange expression on her face. "Oh, and welcome to you too, Ms. Soul Reaper. Thanks for keeping this doofus alive. I know he's a handful." After saying that last part, Effie lingered for a moment and winked. Jet blinked a couple of times. The two of them met a few times, but she had not really been exposed to Effie's personality before. Sunny couldn't tell if she was bewildered or amused. Eventually, Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Sure. Call me Jet." He stared at them with a glum expression. Keeping me alive, really? That's funny, don't you have a habit of occasionally trying to kill me? Soul Reaper's smile turned into a grin. Oh, come on, I haven't tried to kill you in at least a couple of months. So I don't know where this is coming from. Sunny shook his head, then glanced at Effie and smiled. It's good to see you too, Effie. He looked around and asked, where's the other one? She nodded, then gestured for them to follow. He's asleep. Now that the battle is drawing close, the two of us take turns sleeping. Both of us need to be fresh for the battle with the tyrant, while at least one has to be awake at all times before that, so that arrangement works. They walked up the slope of the shore. Gradually, the hidden camp of the small army revealed itself, with hundreds of soldiers soberly preparing for the upcoming battle. Awakened, mundane soldiers, MWP pilots, operators of combat vehicles, all of them were throwing wide-eyed glances at the three masters. Who is that with the boss? Are those the SIU scouts? Is it me, or is our boss acting too friendly with that guy? God's ISNT, that Soul Reaper jet. Holy hell, that Soul Reaper and Devil. No way, let me see. I heard the two of them fought a corrupted Titan in the Antarctic Center. That can't be right, can it? They wouldn't be alive if they did. Soul Reaper might be tough, but our boss is definitely tougher. I once saw Devil slaughter an entire swarm of nightmare creatures without lifting a finger. He just stood there, and they were all shredded into little pieces. I swear to gods, it's true. Sunny ignored the whispers and followed Effie. His shadows, however, took a good look around. He was about to go into battle side by side with these people, so he had to know all about them. The soldiers of the two companies looked competent, determined, and in high spirits. The Wolves and the Nightsingers were technically not counted as special forces, but among the rank and file of the evacuation army, they had already earned the reputation of elite units. They were led by two of the most fearsome masters in the world, after all. The soldiers were mixed among each other, but funnily enough, it was easy to see which belonged to which company. The Wolves were more boisterous, lively, and rough around the edges. The Nightsingers were more calm, reserved, and good-natured. It was as if they had assumed the personalities of their leaders. Sunny smiled with the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. They walked along a row of camouflaged tents and approached a particular one, which looked no different from all the others. Effie suddenly made a fist and banged it against her bare thigh, producing a loud metallic ring. Wake up, Birdie, the most honest person in two worlds is here. Erdil notes one more later maybe, depends on if I fall asleep or not before the author releases the last chapter for the day. Chapter 1086, Shared Pain. There was some rustling inside the tent, and then Kai emerged from it, looking as handsome and dazzling as ever. No, even more so. Sunny's face became a little dull. His friend had ached borderline criminal levels of attractiveness after becoming a master, mesmerizing most mundane humans by simply appearing in front of them, but Sunny had thought that a couple of months in the mud and muck of Antarctica would rub some of that glamour off. However, he had been sorely mistaken. If anything, Kai only became more captivating. His natural charm had acquired a hint of reserved military valiance, becoming more subdued, but also much more arresting. His green eyes were still as electric as ever, but now, there was a quiet, almost melancholic depth to them that made one deeply desire to comfort and console the young man. Those eyes were nothing short of compelling. Kai smiled, making all three of them, Sunny, Effie, and Jet, hold their breaths for a moment. Sunny ascended Jet. It is so good to see you. Even his voice was like a soothing melody. That bastard Sunny wasn't even angry about how stunning his friend was. What really disheartened him was what Kai was wearing. The archer was clad in a beautiful suit of ivory armor that seemed to be made out of impregnable scales, with a few insets of burnished bronze blazing between them with reflected sunlight. It was tied at the waist by a sash of burnt umber color, which emphasized the rich auburn splendor of his hair. The armor was made of dragon scales, and was a transcendent memory Kai had received after slaying the ivory dragon Sevirax. Both Effie and Kai had come into possession of a transcendent armor in the second nightmare. Sunny used to have an armor like that, too, which he had gotten for killing Sylvain for the first time. But, of course, it had been destroyed by Goliath. And now he was the only person of the three without one. Ah, that really grinds my gears. Sunny winced, but was then distracted from his resigned self-pity by Jet, who smiled and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Ascended Nightingale. I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you before. Indeed, this was the first time the two of them met. Sunny glanced at Soul Reaper bleakly. At least she is not a fangirl. Like someone I know. Still, Jet had not even tried to shake Effie's hand. What was up with that? The four of them exchanged a few words and headed for a larger tent that stood nearby, serving as the improvised strategy room for the small army. As they walked, Sunny briefly clasped forearm with Kai. How are you doing? After the things he had experienced in Falcon Scott, Sunny held a somewhat different view of the charming archer, and of what his friend had shared with him in the sanctuary of Noctis. Back then, he knew that Kai was deeply hurt by what had transpired in the Ivory City, both physically and mentally. He had been a centurion who led soldiers into a war against Sylvain's zealots, only to watch his soldiers die and disappear in the flames of the dragon and then be crippled by those flames himself. Sunny had thought that the pain of defeat and becoming a cripple was what haunted his friend the most. But after experiencing the burden and privilege of being in command, and learning how it felt to watch his people die, now, he thought differently. Kai smiled softly. I am doing well. Thank you for asking, Sunny, but I really am. I feel like I'm in the right place. Sunny nodded, thinking that he understood. Kai had always had these naive notions of what was right and wrong, and what a good person was meant to do with the power all awakened possessed. For someone like him, coming to Antarctica was, perhaps, a very sincere endeavor. He glanced at Effie. Come to think of it, the Merry Huntress had lost people in the nightmare, too. She watched all the other girls perish under the ruthless training methods of the War Maidens, powerless to save any of them. Even Cassie had experienced powerlessness and loss, with all the other priestesses and people of the Night Temple, including her cherished mentor, the one in the north, ending up slaughtered by Mordred. All of them had felt it. Did Nephis feel the same? Probably not. But then again, no one knew what she had lived through in the second nightmare. Changing Star was strangely reticent about that particular ordeal. They entered the tent, gathering around a fold-out table that had a small holographic projector placed on it. A topographical map of the area was projected into the air, with their location and the last known whereabouts of the skull centipede marked on it in red. Sunny, however, paid it no attention, still lost in his thoughts. After a while, he shook them off and honed in on the conversation. Kai was speaking. There is simply no other path. The creature will definitely try to cross the river near the ford, and so, that is where we will ambush it. Jet shook her head. You are mistaken. It is large enough to ford the river anywhere. Its minions don't breathe, so they can simply walk along the bottom and crawl out of the water on the other side. The current is nowhere near strong enough to be an obstacle for them. The charming archer sighed, then nodded. That is correct. Which was why I said near the ford, not directly using the ford. The landscape is going to push the tyrant into this general area, but we have no way of knowing where exactly it will enter the river. Sunny frowned, already sensing where this was going. So what is the plan, then? Effie chuckled. Well, what else? Since we don't know where it's going, we'll just have to make sure that it comes to where we want it to come. Sunny let out a resigned sigh. So, who is going to be the bait? Effie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. I mean, you don't have to, if you don't want to. He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. Kai smiled a little. Honestly, it can be any of us. Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jet, I'm afraid I'm not entirely familiar with your capabilities. What I meant to say was that Effie, Sunny, and I all have ways of making sure that we survive leading the creature to the ambush. So, any of us three can go. Sunny slowly shook his head. No, I'll go. I have to contribute at an earlier stage of the battle. Because I might not be of much use at the later stage. It was true. With how close Sunny was to forming the fifth corps, chances were that he would pass the threshold right in the middle of a furious melee. If that happened, he would have to struggle to simply stay alive. As for being useful, he was not sure if he'd be able to do anything at all. Chapter 1087, War Masters. The pallid centipede was slithering across a desolate landscape, followed by an army of abominable bone creatures. Its massive body tore forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground was pierced and upturned by its 1,000 sharp legs, the ancient boulders shattered, the brooks of clear water spoiled with and turned into streams of poison. Soon, a wide river appeared in the distance. The ghastly tyrant did not slow down, continuing its ruinous advance. Then, however, the monstrous centipede slowed down. Its appalling head swiveled, rising into the air. Its harrowing maw opened. The branches of the dead trees that served as the creature's horns swayed lightly in the wind. The wind had brought with it a strange sound. The distant weeping of a flute. The centipede lingered for a few moments, then suddenly changed direction, lunging toward the source of the discordant sound. It did not have eyes, but the black eye sockets of the countless skulls forming its carapace seemed to radiate dark, ineffable malice. The corrupted tyrant pursued the source of the simple melody. However, the flute player remained elusive like a ghost. Sometimes, the creature seemed to draw near the player, but he always managed to slip away at the last moment. All it found were empty shadows. However, at some point, the pursuit came to an end. The hideous centipede had almost reached the river by that point. In front of it was a natural ford formed by a line of enormous boulders, with only their tops emerging from the water. On the opposite side of the river, a lone human was sitting cross-legged on a stone, playing a strange emerald flute. It was a young man with pale skin and dark hair, wearing a tunic of black silk. Sunny did not pay any attention to the harrowing centipede and continued to play the flute. His fingers moved nimbly, but the melody he created was pretty rough, to say the least. He sighed. I thought I improved, but maybe not. On the other shore, the tyrant froze for a second, then rushed forward. The creature dove into the river, raising a towering wave, and its soldiers followed. Some of the bone abominations jumped heavily across the boulders, most simply dove into the cold water after their ruler. Sunny waited for a moment, then dismissed the bone singer and looked at the sky. The sun was still visible, but since it was close to the horizon, its light was dim. As he watched, several things happened at the same time. First, a series of explosions thundered, demolishing the boulders of the ford. Giant fountains of water rose into the air. Second, hundreds of human figures rose from the trenches dug higher up the slope. Third, a barrage of artillery shells and tungsten rounds descended upon the bone abominations from beyond the hills. The creatures shuddered, but resisted the mundane implements of war. Their progress, however, was slowed. That was when the awakened attacked. Numerous enchanted arrows and magical projectiles rained on the soldiers of the skull centipede's army. This time, the damage was apparent. A hulking creature that had just fallen into the river exploded into hundreds of bone fragments. Another lost a limb. Yet another one was suddenly covered by a layer of sizzling amber liquid that corroded the bones, eating through them like acid, and more, much more. But that was just the start. Even though that initial salvo destroyed dozens of dreadful abominations, there were many hundreds of them left. There was the tyrant itself, as well. A beautiful figure that seemed to be cast of steel appeared on the slope in front of the trenches, wielding a spear and a large round shield. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the soldiers with maddened fervor. Wolves prepare for war. Sunny turned his head and glanced at Effie, feeling his blood boil from her battle cry. As he did, a strange thing happened. He suddenly felt exhilarating power rush into his body. It was as though he was suddenly as mighty as a ferocious beast, as resilient as a granite wall, and as sharp as a steel sword. And that was not just a feeling. His strength, speed, endurance, and resilience did indeed undergo a striking improvement. It was as though his body had received a comprehensive overhaul, becoming so much more suited for battle. Incredible. Every time he was exposed to Effie's ascended ability, Sunny couldn't help but feel awed. For him, who had already enjoyed the augmentation of the shadows, the physical boost was not that pronounced. But for the awakened soldiers, and especially mundane humans, it must have been a true blessing. The most frightening part, however, was that this ability had no limit to how many people could be empowered by it. Anyone who saw Effie and was deemed an ally by her would receive its benefit. Their number did not even affect the rate with which she consumed essence. The only detriment, albeit a small one, was that the soldiers had to maintain a line of sight with their commander to enjoy the boon of her power. However, considering that Effie almost always preferred to fight on the front line, that was usually not a problem. Just as he had expected, the eyes of the soldiers ignited with burning resolve at the sound of her voice. The soldiers of her company suddenly raised their heads and let out boisterous howls, acting like an army of actual wolves. And then, another voice joined them, this one sonorous and clear, easily drowning out all the rest. Kai's voice. When Sunny heard it, his heart suddenly shook. Instantly, all the unnecessary thoughts were erased from his head, leaving only the pure, flaming, indomitable desire to do battle. Even though this change was not physical, it might have been even more profound than the empowerment of Effie's aspect because it affected the heart. Even Sunny, for whom the effect was somewhat muted because of how guarded his mind and soul were, felt incredibly inspired. The clarity bestowed by Kai's call would do wonders for the soldiers in this battle. Sunny shook his head slightly. Scary. Kai's ability was just too terrifying. An Ascended would most likely be able to resist it to some degree, but mere Awakened had no choice but to be compelled. As for mundane humans, if the handsome enchanter chose to misuse his powers, they would do anything he told them to. They would happily end their lives if he asked. Luckily, Kai would never do that. Instead, he used his power to inspire the soldiers and make them stronger. With Sunny serving as a perfect scout, Effie strengthening the bodies of the soldiers, and Kai inspiring their hearts, the threat of the corrupted tyrant suddenly did not seem overwhelming. As the head of the skull centipede emerged from the water, it was met with a furious onslaught of attacks. Strengthened by their two leaders, the small army was burning with the desire and ability to win this battle. Chapter 1088, Force Multiplier. Before, the future seemed grim for the expedition force of the evacuation army. Even though they numbered more than 2,000 soldiers, with 200 awakened and 4 masters ready to fight at the front, the enemy was just too domineering. The corrupted tyrant itself was tremendously dangerous. The army of bone monstrosities was no less threatening. However, both Effie and Kai were incredible sources of strength, acting as force multipliers for the whole regiment. With their help, the power of the soldiers soared, almost balancing the scale. Sunnis and Jet's efforts were no less important. Thanks to them, the two companies had been able to choose the battlefield and prepare an ambush. Terrain advantage was extremely valuable, and so was the foreknowledge of what the enemy was capable of. That last part was, perhaps, the most precious. The two scouts had not only gathered intelligence about the location of the enemy and the number of minions under its rule. They had also provided the analysts and diviners of the army with an opportunity to study the tyrant. Thanks to that, the human force did not have to go into the battle blind. Even though they did not know every detail of what the skull centipede was capable of, they did know the most important parts. For example, they knew that the confluence of the power that the giant abomination possessed was, surprisingly, hidden in the 2 dead skeletal trees that grew from its head, serving as the tyrant's crown and horns. In fact, Army Command had gone as far as to suggest that the true abomination was not the centipede itself, but the network of tree roots that permeated its monstrous skull, growing through the creature's brain matter. As such, the small army's first goal was to destroy one, or better yet both of these trees. Without them, the tyrant would most likely lose the ability to control its bone soldiers, as well as access to its most terrifying powers. But it was more easily said than done. And Sunny currently had other things to worry about, because the centipede was going directly for him. Ignoring the squall of bullets and the rain of arrow, it rose from the river like a mountain of skulls and lunged straight at him, the giant maw opening like an abyssal gate. Sunny blinked. Are my flute skills really that atrocious? Listen, there's really no need to be that angry. A moment before the dreadful tyrant crashed into the boulder he was sitting on, Sunny leaned back and dissipated into the shadows. The centipede plunged down, shattering the ancient stone and turning it to dust. Stone shards and a great deal of dirt flew into the air, rising like a cloud. Sunny finished a backward roll much further up the slope, appearing behind the trenches and the mass of soldiers. He rose, flicked a few pieces of dust off his tunic, and glanced in the direction of the giant abomination. The skull centipede turned its head in the direction of the firing soldiers, its jaw still hanging open. Then, its enormous body tensed, ready to shoot forward. Before it could, however, something flashed through the air and impacted against the tyrant's head. The mysterious projectile was none other than Effie, who had used her own body as a siege ram. After rushing through the battlefield like a hurricane, she jumped and made her body into a ball, hiding it behind the round shield. When the dusk shard struck the tyrant, numerous skulls were instantly pulverized into bone dust. However, even more were revealed, becoming visible through the crack in the morbid carapace. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it not only slowed the centipede down, it actually threw the abomination back, pushing it back into the river. Effie herself was tossed to the ground and landed in a roll, jumping back to her feet a moment later. Her sculpted steel body did not look damaged at all. If anything, the huntress looked as exuberant and robust as ever. As her war cry resounded across the battlefield, the first wave of the hulking bone abominations clashed against the line of awakened. A ferocious melee exploded into a cacophony of ear-piercing noise. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed unstoppable, as if it would easily wash the human fighters away in a wave of desperation and blood, but it didn't. The first reason for that was Jet, who threw herself into the flood of abominations a few moments before the clash and broke the enemy's momentum. Her Naginata easily passed through the layers of bone, destroying the rotten souls of the tyrant's minions. Both the bone puppets and Soul Reaper herself could be considered living dead. However, even among the dead, she was an exalted existence. The second reason was the awakened themselves. Even though most of the ghastly abominations were fallen, it barely looked as if there was a gap of power between them and the human fighters. Empowered by Raised by Wolves and emboldened by Nightingale, the soldiers fought with might and ferocity that was far beyond what they should have been capable of. It was really quite astonishing to see. Sunny shifted a little. Time for me to enter the fray as well, I guess. He had to act restrained in this battle. However, that did not mean that he couldn't do anything. More and more bone fiends were crawling out of the river, and the skull centipede itself had already recovered from Effie's devastating blow. It was lunging forward once again, this time aiming for the ironclad huntress. Sunny opened a leather satchel that hung on the silk cord tied around his waist, and took out a small, intricately engraved stone lantern. Then, he tossed it across the battlefield, aiming for the line where the shore met the cold water. As soon as the shadow lantern landed, it was as though all light was devoured from the wide area around it. Many bone abominations entered the sphere of darkness. However, none of them emerged again, as if swallowed by the shadows. Well, of course they didn't. After all, out there in the darkness, unseen, Saint was already waiting for them with the Sin of Solace in her hand. After unleashing her on the battlefield, Sunny concentrated on using shadow manifestation to reduce pressure on the soldiers. He tried not to destroy any of the bone abominations himself, maiming and suppressing them instead. Despite his efforts, however, a generous stream of shadow fragments poured into his soul, threatening to render him defenseless too soon. Sunny frowned, then looked in the direction where Effie was trying to distract the skull centipede and prevent it from reaching the trenches. She was holding the tyrant at bay, bare. Lie for now. A dark grimace appeared on his face. It's all up to Kai, then. Chapter 1089, Falling Star. Effie was having a hard time standing her ground against the giant centipede. In fact, she was barely holding on. Even though a furious barrage of bullets, enchanted arrows, and magical projectiles was raining on the ghastly carapace of skulls, the abomination did not seem slowed down at all. Its massive body moved with dire speed, thousands of side-like legs tearing up the ground with each motion. The difference in size between the tyrant and the fearless huntress was just too big. Effie's only saving grace was that her body, despite being hundreds of times smaller than that of the ghastly centipede, seemed to contain truly astounding strength. She was incredibly swift and agile, as well, dashing around with stunning speed to dodge the crushing blows of the monstrous creature. Above everything else, the huntress was all but invulnerable. Her innate resilience was reinforced by two aspect abilities, and then strengthened by a transcendent armor on top of that. She had received several glancing blows from the abomination, which would have turned almost any other master into a broken corpse. Effie, however, was able to shake them off and continue to fight. Of course, there was no such thing as true invulnerability. The huntress was fine for now, but she was still dancing with death. The round shield she wielded possessed an enchantment called Indomitable, which functioned similar to Sunnis' own Feather of Truth and allowed Effie to change its weight at will. Her spear was not able to deal serious wounds to the tyrant, but its strikes must have stung. Sunny saw the creature recoiling after the huntress managed to land a solid blow. All that allowed raised by wolves to tie down the skull centipede, at least for a short while. However, it did not mean that she would win. It took all Effie had to simply match the menace of the corrupted tyrant's massive body, all her abilities, all her skill, and all her powerful memories, while the abomination had not revealed any of its powers yet. Once it did, the situation would inevitably change. And that moment had already come. As Sunny watched, Effie managed to push the centipede back once again. The shockwave of the impact threw her back, as well. The huntress slid through the dirt, leaving two grooves in it. Her spear shot down, piercing the ground and bringing her to a sudden stop. A moment later, she was already lunging forward, ready to deliver another strike. However, the tyrant seemed to be fed up with their furious clash. The skull centipede raised its appalling head, the branches of the dead trees growing from the carapace of skulls swinging in the wind. Sunnis' eyes widened slightly as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It was as though the wind that brushed against the skeletal branches was full of tormented whispers. A small black dot appeared in the air between the two trees. The dot warped and twisted, collapsing in on itself, and then began to grow, devouring the fabric of reality itself. It seemed as if an abyssal gate was starting to open in the air above the creature's head. Crap. Sunny instantly knew that nothing good was going to happen if the circle of darkness was allowed to finish forming. He made a move to step forward. But at that moment, a stream of light tore the sky asunder, falling from somewhere high above with inconceivable speed. It streaked across the battlefield like a flaming comet and crossed paths with the centipede's head, exploding with blinding radiance. A low boom resounded, followed by the sound of shattering wood. Kai had arrived. The plan of the battle the four masters had come up with assigned each of them an important role. Sunny was responsible for luring the tyrant to the ambush site and creating an obstacle for the bone fiends crawling out of the river. Jet was meant to lead the defenders and make sure that the trenches were not overrun. Effie's role was to stall the centipede and, more importantly, distract it. But it was Kai who was the key to their success or failure. The whole plan depended on whether the tyrant would be able to unleash its harrowing powers. To prevent it from happening and reduce the skull centipede to a mere giant beast, the trees growing from its head had to be destroyed. That was what Kai had to accomplish. He had hidden himself high in the sky and bid his time, waiting for an opportune moment. Then, the archer plunged down, burning his essence and using gravity to reach truly astonishing speed. And now, he delivered his attack, using that speed to close the trap they had set. The flaming comet was Kai himself, and he held a slender, shining saber in his hand. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The streak of light crossed the creature's head, something flashed, and then a loud explosion boomed, washing over the battlefield. A split second later, Kai fell into the river. His speed was still so tremendous that he slid across the surface of the water without plunging into it and only slowed down after being pushed 100 meters away from the shore. The head of the skull centipede, meanwhile, was flung to the side. One of the dead trees crowning it was completely shattered, its trunk exploding into thousands of sharp splinters. The circle of darkness collapsed and disappeared without a trace, never receiving the chance to fully form. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The tyrant opened its maw, letting out a blood-chilling screech. The bone fiends trembled, becoming disorganized and somewhat sluggish. The soldiers roared with dark glee, invigorated by the sight of the giant creature losing one of its horns. Effie was already advancing, her spear ready to strike. Kai had managed to regain his balance and pushed himself off the surface of the water, shooting back into the sky and summoning his bow. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the cloud of darkness surrounding the shadow lantern. Empowered by Saint's transcended strength and the Death Dealer enchantment, the arrow struck the neck of the tyrant with harrowing force, annihilating layers of skulls and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of it. However, Sunny did not pay any of it much attention. Because right at that moment, the spell whispered into his ear. You have slain a fallen monster, malignant root sapling, your shadow grows stronger. Sunny froze, his face turning deathly pale. Here we go again. The voice of the spell grew louder. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Chapter 1090, Tyrant. Your shadow is overflowing with power, your shadow is taking shape, your shadow. Sunny did not have to summon the runes to know that he had finally accomplished his goal after absorbing thousands of shadow fragments. His soul was ready to form a new shadow core, his fifth one. He was about to become a tyrant. A conflicting mess of emotions rose in his heart. Of course, Sunny felt a sense of joy and triumph. His power was about to take a significant jump, after all. The bleak, dreadful months he had spent in Antarctica, enduring hardships and grisly defeats, made this moment possible. In a sense, this was his reward, and so, the invisible scars he had been left with were not for nothing. On the other hand, this boon came at a very unfortunate moment. In the past, Sunny had been mostly able to time his advancements in a way that allowed him to go through the process in relatively safe conditions. A battlefield where hundreds of awakened were fighting against an army of fallen nightmare creatures and a corrupted tyrant, however, was in no way safe. And on top of that, he had already gone through this ordeal 3 times. He knew how much it was going to hurt. Hell yes, and also damn it. Sunny glanced at the skull centipede, who was reeling from the dreadful blow dealt to it by Saint's arrow. A huge chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, with bone dust and rivers of fetid blood spilling into the river. Effie was moments away from reaching the wounded abomination, her sculpted steel body glistening in the sunlight, and Kai was preparing to draw his bow. One of the dead trees had been destroyed, which was supposed to rob the tyrant of its most terrible powers. However, the outcome of the fight was still far away from being set in stone. A corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Sunny felt that Effie, Kai, and Saint had a good chance of emerging victorious from that fight, but he couldn't be sure. Jet and the awakened soldiers were struggling to hold back the tide of bone fiends. Sadly, for now, there was nothing much Sunny could do to help them. The rest of the battle was up to others to win. As a hint of terrible pain appeared in his soul, Sunny hurriedly jumped backwards, hiding between 2 mounds of dug-up dirt. 2 figures emerged from his shadow. One was a fearsome black stallion, the other a scrawny little imp. He gritted his teeth and looked at his shadows. Protect me. Then, Sunny lingered for a moment and threw a glance at Nightmare. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Oh, and if the little bastard does something stupid, you have my permission to eat him, Nightmare. The dark Destrier snorted in calm agreement, while the imp stared at him with shocked outrage and fear. Sunny grinned, then turned white as a sheet and swayed. His hand rose, grabbing at his chest. Arg, this is the worst. A familiar, but no less dreadful agony overwhelmed his entire being. Sunny was momentarily blinded and deafened, losing all sense of the world around him. Something was rising from the depths of his soul, tearing at it with sharp edges. The torment of it was nothing short of exquisite. He had experienced this pain several times before, but it grew more and more unbearable with each time. Human souls were not supposed to possess many cores. Neither were they able to sustain them. It was only because of Sunny's divine aspect that his soul had become stronger, growing vast and powerful enough to endure the strain. Nevertheless, this was not in its nature. Therefore the birth of a new core brought with it immeasurable pain, with each successive one hurting more. The first time Sunny had gone through the process, he had been rendered absolutely helpless, thrashing on the ground and wailing like a dying beast. The second time had brought him to his knees, making his screams echo in the desolate halls of the ruined Chalice Temple. The third time Sunny had managed to remain silent. Up to the point when the body of the shadow spawn he had been occupying started to change, too. The pain had grown more intense with each new core, but Sunny had also grown more resilient. He had been through so much, and had experienced so much. The journey through the endless procession of nightmares alone would have been enough to drive anyone mad. And so, this time, Sunny endured. He did not fall down, remaining on his feet. He did not scream. He did, however, lose all track of time, and of what was happening around him. All that remained was agonizing pain and the sensation of something being born within his soul. It lasted for an eternity. But then, eventually, the eternity had ended. Sunny realized that he could hear again. He knew that because he heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear softly. Your shadow is complete. And, mercifully, the pain ended. He inhaled deeply, trembling. He felt stronger. His body had become stronger. His reserves of essence had grown the most, by far. Most importantly, he was now in possession of the fifth shadow. And he was a tyrant. A tyrant. Sunny exhaled. A complicated emotion grasped his heart. Finally, after years of struggling and chasing after something that often seemed unreachable, he had caught up with Nephis. Sure, she was still ahead of him by a sizable amount of fragments, but they were of the same class now. They were both ascended tyrants. Strangely enough, Sunny did not care too much. He had wanted desperately to be as strong as Changing Star once. There had been a lot of reasons for him to harbor that desire, some better, some worse. And now that he had reached that goal, Sunny knew that his former understanding of what real strength was had been terribly misguided. And so, he did not really care. Still, it felt nice to be equal to her on paper. Even if what was written in shimmering runes was not that important. Now for the important stuff. Sunny shifted, turning his head to observe the battlefield. There was another tyrant nearby, and that tyrant posed a threat to his friends and the soldiers, so the creature had to be dealt with. Chapter 1091, Fifth Shadow. Sunny was still reeling from having his soul torn apart, then sewn back together. However, the battle was raging, so he had no time to recover in peace. That was fine. He was long used to fighting in the most dire conditions, anyway. It took him only a moment to assess the situation. It seemed that he had been out of it for quite some time. The battlefield was ravaged and upturned, with the river itself slightly changing course. Its water, which had been clear once, now seemed muddy and noxious. Effie and Kai were still fighting the ghastly centipede in the shallows, with Saint supporting them from the darkness. The three seemed to be doing fine. The soldiers, however, were straining to hold their ground. The slope of the river shore was littered with shattered bones, and hundreds of the tyrant's abominable minions had already been destroyed. But there were hundreds more, and now that Saint was busy turning the skull centipede into a pincushion and weighing it down with the help of the burden of peace enchantment of Morgan's warbow, there was no one to serve as the wave breaker against their tide. There was only Jet. Soul Reaper moved like the beautiful visage of death among the bone fiends, erasing one after another from existence, but she was just one woman. No matter how fast and lethal, she couldn't be in several places at the same time. Sunny hesitated, trying to make a decision. His instinct was to go for the biggest threat, personally removing it from the equation. However, the tyrant was still strong and ferocious. Even without most of its powers, the centipede was putting up a dreadful fight. It was hard to say how long it would take to bring it down. The soldiers, meanwhile, would continue to suffer under the onslaught of the bone fiends until it did. So what was he supposed to do? Follow his habits and race to kill the tyrant, or act against instinct and put his trust in Effie and Kai, concentrating on reinforcing the ordinary soldiers instead? Sunny sighed. Instincts are great. But humans rose above beasts for and thanks to reason. In the end, no matter how unnatural it felt, he could do no better than to follow the plan. The role he had been assigned was to lure the tyrant to the ambush, and then put obstacles in the path of the Bone Army to make it easier on the awakened and the mundane soldiers. So Sunny was going to put himself between the abominations and the humans. Before lunging into the fray, he dismissed Nightmare and the little imp. They had already done their job by guarding him. Throwing the two into the mass of fallen enemies would do more harm than good. Then, Sunny glanced down, at the shadows gathered on the ground in front of him. The first four were his old companions, the gloomy, happy, creepy, and haughty fellows. The fifth one, however, was new. The fifth shadow seemed naive and good-natured. Even though it was not as boisterous, the guy resembled the happy shadow a little bit too much. So much, in fact, that Sunny couldn't help but feel that its amicable disposition was just a front. And behind that front, he could sense a hint of boundless deviousness. The shadow was up to no good. It was clearly full of all kinds of mischief. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. "You're a naughty one, aren't you?" The naughty shadow stared at him, radiating nothing but innocent surprise. Eventually, the shadow shook its head with utter sincerity. It seemed a little hurt. It was as though the shadow was saying, "Who? Me? Oh no, of course not, I would never." Sunny squinted his eyes. Yeah, right. Well, let's go then. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the middle of a battle." The shadow looked at him, then scratched the back of its head and glanced at its siblings, as if unsure what to do. When the other four shadows moved forward to wrap themselves around his body, though, it quickly followed. A feeling of overflowing strength permeated Sunny's body. He inhaled deeply, getting used to his new limits, then caught sight of Effie breaking a dozen of the tyrant's legs with her round shield. Instantly, his limits were expanded even further. Sunny smiled, summoned the cruel sight, and dashed forward. At the same time, he used the Blessing of Dusk to establish a mental bond with Jet and coordinate their movements. She moved to her right. Soul Reaper was going to be responsible for the western half of the defensive line, while Devil was going to rampage in the eastern part. Shadow surged forward. In the next moment, the sound of breaking bones rolled over the battlefield. In the end, it was Kai who brought down the skull centipede. Saint had debilitated and slowed it down with her arrows, which gave Effie an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's head, cracking its skull. Of course, that alone would have never killed a corrupted tyrant. However, it did give Kai a chance to deal a fatal strike to the ghastly abomination. Flying across the sky, he positioned himself above the centipede and drew his bow. This time, an arrow of incinerating flame appeared on its string. The heat of the arrow was so dreadful that it seemed as if the world itself was melting around it. Luckily, Kai was protected by the armor made from the scales of a dragon. Unaffected by the immolating heat, he let the fiery arrow loose. It flew down like a streak of light, entering the creature's skull through the thin crack. Then, a dreadful explosion illuminated the tyrant's head from the inside. Tongues of flames and streams of smoke shot from its mouth, from the pit where the broken tree had been, and from the empty eyes of the countless skulls. The centipede's own indestructible, giant skull seemed as if it was going to burst open, for a moment. But in the end, it didn't. Trailing smoke and fire from its head, the creature swayed, and then heavily crashed to the ground. The skull centipede was dead. With the tyrant gone, its minions lost all remaining cohesion. Effie, Kai, and Saint were also free to attack them from behind. Caught between them and the main body of the expedition force, the Bone Army swiftly dwindled. It wasn't long before it was completely annihilated. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in broken bones, Sunny took a deep breath. I can't believe it. A plan actually worked. I think that's a first. Chapter 1092, Expeditious Retreat. The battle was over, but the soldiers had no time to relax and celebrate their victory. They did not even have time to collect the soul shards and other spoils from the army of slain abominations. Instead, as soon as the fighting ended, everyone got busy preparing for an immediate retreat. That was the nature of the war in Antarctica. No matter what terrible foe you defeated, a dozen more were just beyond the horizon. They were in enemy territory. The ferocious battle against the skull centipede had not taken a lot of time, but it had created a lot of noise. Already, several hordes of nightmare creatures were flowing across the plain, converging on the location where the battle had taken place. Unless the expedition force wanted to drown in an endless flood of abominations, it needed to disappear as soon as possible. Sunny, Jet, Effie, and Kai were gathered in front of the skull centipede's massive corpse, careful to steer clear of the water. They did not know what the poison was exactly, but the river was visibly tainted. Even in death, the corrupted tyrant continued to spread death and destruction. They had just retrieved the 5 transcendent soul shards from the ghastly carcass that was the extent of the trophies the expedition force was going to carry back with it. The huntress looked at the hundreds of dead abominations laying on the ground and sighed. Damn, what a pity. That would be enough for an entire cohort of sleepers to saturate their cores. Sunny felt a bit regretful, too. The monetary value of all these shards would have been astronomical granted. Now that the chain of nightmare had flooded the waking world with abominations, the price of shards was not what it had been before. He knew it from his occasional correspondence with Aiko. He shook his head. That might be true, but what's the use of having all these shards if we die before reaching a siege capital? Kai nodded. Indeed. We have already reaped the main benefit, preventing the tyrant from growing stronger and reaching one of the human settlements. Our casualties were light, too. That's a win in my book. Anything else is irrelevant. Sunny knew that his friend was right. But, nevertheless, he could not help but sigh with regret. At least his luck had been good, granting him several ascended memories. None seemed particularly useful, so he promptly fed them to Nightmare. That was already a good result for one day. After a short pause, Sunny said, in any case, good job, everyone. That went much smoother than I thought it would. Especially you, Kai. That was an insane shot. Sunny knew a thing or two about archery. Shooting an arrow through a thin crack in the skull of a moving target, while flying at high speed, that was one for the books. The charming archer had been the one to destroy the skeletal trees, as well. Kai smiled shyly. Thank you. To be honest, I can't quite believe it. I never thought that I would kill a corrupted tyrant one day. His green eyes turned slightly wistful, as if he was recalling the past. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What on earth are you talking about? Can't believe it. Says the guy who jumped into the mouth of a dragon to kill it. Kai coughed, while Jet glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. A dragon? What kind of a dragon are we talking about? The archer shook his head. It was just a transformed saint. In the Nightmare. This time, it was Soul Reaper's turn to blink. Ascended Nightingale killed a saint? Her voice sounded a little dull. Effie suddenly laughed. What about it? I killed one, too. A huge pain of a bastard, and that one. She pointed at Sunny. He actually killed the same saint twice. Speak about holding grudges. Jet rubbed the back of her neck with a neutral expression. Ha! And I thought my second nightmare was exciting. At that moment, Kai turned his head slightly, as if listening to something. He was most likely receiving a message through his comm, and indeed, a few moments later, he called out to them. Everything is ready. We can depart in 3 minutes. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. The two companies had been quick to organize themselves for a rapid march, and so, they would be able to leave before any of the migrating hordes arrived. Kai looked at Sunny and Jet, then at Effie. Then, he asked hesitantly. Oh, are we going to take my ride, or yours? Effie scoffed. Does it matter? She grinned and answered her own question. Of course it matters. Do you think that I don't know how pampered you are by your soldiers? That guy it's really unfair. He has a fan club even in the army. They bring him all kinds of little gifts, including snacks and sweets, so I think we need to celebrate, and I think you're treating. Kai looked away in embarrassment. That those aren't gifts, people are just concerned about their commander. I can't really refuse, either they become sad if I do. Sunny grinned. Aha. Whatever you say. The archer shook his head. All right. Then we will ride in my APC. We can work on compiling a report for Army Command in the process, too. With nothing more to discuss, they hurried to leave the scene of the battle. Riding a personnel carrier at the head of a column of soldiers made Sunny remember the cold, dark days in the Antarctic center. Granted, Kai's APC was a little shabby when compared to the robust, beautiful Rhino. Still, it got the job done, and the charming archer really had some delicious stuff squirreled away in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machine. The expedition force left the ravaged river shore behind and rushed across the plain, escaping the approaching mass of nightmare creatures. They masterfully navigated the landscape, avoiding the wandering swarms and keeping out of sight as well as they could. The column had to fight off a few packs of abominations, but these skirmishes were too inconsequential to pay them any attention. Things like that were unavoidable when a large force traveled across Antarctica. Everything was going well. But, of course, it had not gone well for long. At some point, the loud sound of an emergency message rolled through the interior of the APC. Sunny looked up and turned to the communication terminal, frowning. As soon as the damn thing lit up, he knew that something had gone really, really wrong. Chapter 1093, Perfect Moment. The APC was a little cramped, but the four masters were able to make themselves comfortable. They were sitting on empty ammunition crates, enjoying some of the snacks Kai had presented them with. The mood in the interior of the armored vehicle was surprisingly relaxed, and the awakened crew under the archer's command were respectfully giving them some space. Effie was talking. Wait. What? That is hilarious. The conversation had taken a random turn, leading to Kai sharing the details of how he and Sunny first met. At the time, one of them had been imprisoned in a deep well, while the other had gone more than a little feral after living alone in the dark city. The huntress knew what had happened in broad strokes, but this was her first time hearing the full story. She couldn't stop laughing. I can just imagine it. Effie wiped her eyes, then glanced at Jet and asked with curiosity, what about you, Colonel? How did you become Sunny's fairy godmother? Soul Reaper smiled, leaning back with a can of a refreshing beverage in her hand. What's a fairy grandmother? Is it some kind of nightmare creature? Effie stared at her for a few moments, then shook her head despondently. What's a fairy, go damn? They really are two peas in the same pod. Jet chuckled. I guess not. Well, there's not much of a story. I've been assigned to hold vigil over an aspirant, and that aspirant turned out to be Sunny. It's rare for us kids from the outskirts to survive the first nightmare, so I kept in touch. Sunny let out a relieved sigh when he realized that she wasn't going to describe the exact moment he had woken up and what transpired right after. There was no need to give Effie more ammunition. If Jet spilled the beans, he would never hear the end of it. He opened his mouth to change the topic, But at that moment, the sound of an urgent message resounded in the interior of the APC. Sunny did not like that sound at all. Looking up at the communication terminal, he frowned. Almost at the same time, his own comm vibrated, receiving a message as well. As Kai rose to access the terminal, the other three checked their comms. The messages Sunny and Jet had received were probably a little different, since the Special Reconnaissance Unit was privy to more information, but the gist of it was the same. Damnation. Sunny glanced at his friends, reading the same somber tension on their faces. The chain of nightmares had just gone into another period of rapid escalation. Dozens of gates had opened across East Antarctica at the same time, and the initial readings showed that most, if not all of them, were of the third category. Much worse, it had already been confirmed that several Titans had emerged, ready to wreak havoc across the continent. Even though the three Saints had slain several such creatures in the past months, the situation was still eerily similar to what had happened in the Antarctic Center. Would the entirety of the evacuation army be able to handle the sudden crisis? Sunny was not sure. Their chances were much higher than what the Antarctic Center contingents had been, but still things had just gone from bad to worse. Jet sighed. More Titans, how I wonder if any of them are corrupted. Effie continued to munch on her snack, seemingly unbothered by the dire news. She simply shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. There is no point in worrying about it now, is there? Soul Reaper grinned. True. Well, unless one of those Titans happened to appear right between us and the siege capital. The Huntress suddenly stopped chewing, which was very abnormal behavior in her case, and glared at Jet silently. Colonel Jet, you just had to go and say it, didn't you? At that moment, Kai returned from the terminal with a troubled face. He looked at them for a few moments, then sighed. There has been a change of plans. The path we were supposed to take back is no longer available, so Army Command sent orders to reroute the expedition force. We will be retreating to a different city, to be stationed there until further notice. Effie sighed and shook her head despondently. See? Sunny and Jet glanced at each other. They had not received new orders, so the SRU still expected them to accompany the two companies. That was a relief. Kai turned to them and forced out a smile. Sunny, ascended Jet, we will have to trouble you with helping us navigate the wilderness, as well as provide help to our scouts. I hope you don't mind. If everything goes well, we'll be behind walls in 3 days. Sunny looked around. Why would we mind? This is like a luxury hotel. I haven't been fed this much delicious stuff in a while. A small smile appeared on his face. Kai nodded. Great then, please excuse me. I'll go arrange for the column to change course. He went back to the communication terminal, leaving the three of them alone. Sunny sighed, the smile disappearing from his face. This is it, then. A perfect moment. 2 days passed in a tense, but manageable atmosphere. The expedition force was persisting in its march, traversing the Great Plains of East Antarctica with acceptable speed. The skirmishes they fought increased in frequency and ferocity, but with Sunnis shadows scouting out the way, they were able to escape major battles. The rest of the continent was not doing as well. East Antarctica was in turmoil, with the assaults on the siege capitals growing more dreadful every day. The evacuation army was holding, for now, but the future seemed grim. At the same time, the Saints had united to face the rampaging Titans. Their battle had lasted for several ruinous hours, and ended in a bitter draw. 2 of the Titans perished, but the Transcendents had to retreat, each sustaining heavy wounds. Several more creatures remained, including one confirmed corrupted Titan. For now, none of them was actively moving toward the siege capitals. But it was only a matter of time. Bad, this smells really bad. Sunny was at the back of Kai's APC, sitting on a crate with his eyes closed. His shadows were out scouting, and Jet was sleeping on a neighboring crate, using a military coat as a blanket. Suddenly, her communicator produced a melodic sound. Since it was not a notification from Army Command, Sunny paid it no attention. Soul Reaper, however, sat up, yawned, and glanced at the message with a sullen expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced and showed him the screen of the communicator. Sunny opened his eyes and read the title of a government propaganda article attached to the message. His eyes turned a little darker. The title read, "The Great Legacy Clans announce full support for the Southern Quadrant evacuation effort in humanity's hour of need. Its greatest warriors are rising against the forces of the Nightmare Spell. The best of Bastion and Ravenheart are already en route to reinforce the valiant soldiers of the evacuation army." Chapter 1094, Wake of Ruin. Sunny remained silent for a long time, then leaned back with a sigh. His thoughts were dark and heavy. Deep in his heart, an ember of anger smoldered, divorced from all reason, pushing him to do dangerous and short-sighted things. It was almost as if the sin of Solace was whispering into his ears. Kill them all. How hard would it be to simply kill them all? Probably not much easier than slaying the winter beast, and with much more dire consequences. Shaking his head, he looked at Jet. They had never spoken about it directly, but she definitely knew the real reason why the great clans were coming to Antarctica. After all, Soul Reaper had a much more extensive information network. She was deeply embedded into the hierarchy of the government, and had a personal connection to some of its leaders. Of course, the government was only a second-rate player in the grand scheme of things. Still, they played an important role, and as such, had access to a lot of secrets. He lingered for a few moments. "What do you think will happen now?" Jet covered her mouth with a hand, yawned, and then smiled. "Right now? Well, let me think. I guess the first thing that will happen is that I am going to receive a message from the old man." Just as she finished the sentence, her communicator lit up, displaying a new notification. Soul Reaper chuckled quietly, then concentrated on the screen of the military-issue device. "See, it's a curse, to always be right. Give me a minute." Sunny waited for her to finish reading the important message, and it was important indeed. The old man Jet had mentioned was none other than Saint Cor, the Wake of Ruin, one of the two government transcendents. Sunny had met him briefly after coming to East Antarctica, and the man definitely left an impression. Wake of Ruin was a tall, gaunt man in his late 50s. Although his skin was showing signs of aging, his hair still remained perfectly black, like the feathers of a raven. The saint had sharp features, a piercing gaze, and a stern demeanor, acting like a person who was used to both wielding power and bearing responsibility. Wherever he went, a slightly sweet, sickening scent followed. Sunny was intimately familiar with that scent. It reminded him of the smell of the battlefield. Or rather, of what remained after the battle was over. Saint Cor was not a likable person. However, it was hard not to feel respect toward him. The government transcendent was not as renowned and awesome as the saints of the legacy clans. In fact, for a saint, he was strangely low-key, but his age alone told volumes about what kind of man he was, and what ordeals he had lived through. Wake of Ruin was not quite in the same league as the legendary figures like Immortal Flame and Nightwalker, since he had been a young child when the spell first descended. However, he was still a member of the first generation, and as such, had watched and helped build the world order of today. Even if Saint Cor had become transcendent later than the members of the second generation like Anvil and Kisong, he was still, in a sense, their elder. Sunny did not know what the arrangement between the government and the great clans was exactly, but the mere fact that Wake of Ruin was allowed to be the exclusion from the rule and did not serve any of the sovereigns hinted that there was more to the old man than appeared on the surface. He was the field commander of the whole Antarctica operation, and Jet seemed to enjoy quite a close relationship with the veteran saint. She was one of his most trusted agents. So, it wasn't a surprise that Soul Reaper would be one of the first people to be contacted by Wake of Ruin after the news of the legacy forces coming to the Southern Quadrant were made public. Lucky me. Sunny did not have close ties to the upper echelons of the government, but as Soul Reaper's confidant, he would be privy to the vital information almost as soon as she. Come to think of it, he also had eyes and ears inside Vela thanks to Nephis and Cassie and enjoyed the friendship of one of the heirs of the House of Night. He even had a bond with Saint Bloodwave and was friendly with the White Feather clan. Huh. I guess I am better connected than I thought I was. And that was without even considering his venerated status in the evacuation army. Waiting for Jet to finish reading the message, Sunny grinned. Maybe I should seduce one of Seishan's sisters just to complete the trifecta. Those women from the great clan Song Ki-song's adopted daughters were all a bit scary, though. Well, there's Mordred, as well. The naughty shadow gave him a sly glance, making Sunny blink a couple of times. What? What the hell are you on about? I didn't mean it that way. I was talking about befriending the bastard, not seducing him. The shadow tilted its head. If it had a face, there would have been an innocent smile on its lips, and sparks of dubious sincerity in its eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. Damnation, I've only known you for a couple of days, but I am already starting to regret it. What is wrong with you, miscreant? Look at the other guys, none of them were ever problematic. To prove his point, Sunny gestured at the other shadows, who stared at him in response. The gloomy shadow crossed its arms, as if trying to say, who are you pointing at, you idiot? The happy shadow nodded energetically, expressing something like, of course we would never cause problems for our master, you're the best with all its being. The creepy shadow was staring at him with its usual creepy inexpressiveness, but its thoughts were easy to guess. It had to be something like, I wonder what it would feel like to slice the new guy open. What do his insides look like? What is the texture? Do shadows have insides? I want to know. The haughty shadows wore their usual arrogant look, radiating the keep me out of this plebeian conversation, peasant feeling with their disdainful pose. The naughty shadow glanced at Sunny with amusement. Sunny sighed. All right. Point taken. Chapter 1095, High Praise. Eventually, Jet put away her communicator and stared into the distance for a few moments, thinking. Then, she turned to Sunny. He asked, so, what's the word? Soul Reaper had a contemplative look on her face. The good news is that we're getting reinforcements. Both Vela and Song are sending strong contingents. 2 saints each, a handful of masters, and a supporting retinue of hundreds of awakened. All of them the absolute elites of the legacy clans, of course some direct descendants, some loyal retainers. You can imagine how powerful of a force that is. Sunny nodded. Despite his animosity toward the great clans, and those legacies that served them, even he had to admit that these people had not ended up in the position of highest power by accident. Legacies were born and bred to be perfect warriors, and in that pursuit, they were ruthless both to their enemies and to themselves. An awakened from a legacy clan was worth their weight in soul shards on the battlefield. It was only when compared to the survivors of the Forgotten Shore that they did not seem that exceptional. But the former dreamers of the Dark City were an abnormality themselves. Hundreds of legacy awakened could achieve a lot in East Antarctica. But whatever they could do paled in comparison to the arrival of 4 more saints. That was the real game changer, more than doubling the number of transcendents present in the southern quadrant in one swoop. With 7 saints leading the charge, the position of the evacuation army would be tremendously bolstered. That was if the newcomers had any intention of helping the evacuation effort along, and not just thwarting it. He looked at Jet with a gloomy expression. What's the bad news, then? She shrugged. Well, you know. The great clans have their own plans. They are going to have to keep up appearances, at least, but who knows what they really have in mind? Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded slowly. And what is the government going to do about it? Jet laughed. You really think they would send such information in a message? I mean, the military network is supposed to be protected, but come on. He thought about it, then shook his head. Soul Reaper chuckled. In any case, well, no more soon. I've been informed that the legacy forces will be arriving in 2 batches. The second one is already sailing across the ocean, carrying most of them 2 separate naval convoys, of course. Otherwise, gods know what would happen. She lingered for a moment. The second, smaller batch will be arriving much earlier, though. They'll be here in no more than a couple of days, coming through the dream realm. The vanguard consists of 2 saints and 4 masters, from what I've been told. And what a coincidence, they'll be coming directly to the siege capital we're heading for. Sunny smiled slightly. Is it really a coincidence? Jet shook her head. Of course not. Kor is actually already there, assembling a welcoming party. He kindly requested for me to participate and he asked me to bring you along. Sunny looked at her with surprise, a frown appearing on his face. What? Wake of Ruin singled me out directly. He raised an eyebrow. Me? Why does he want me, of all people, to be there? I don't even work for the government, really. There are certainly better candidates. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head. Because you're one of the deadliest masters on the planet, Sunny. And, more importantly, you are not affiliated to any of the legacy clans. At this point, Kor would have to be crazy not to try and use you as an asset. Sunny felt pleased to receive her praise, but not at all happy with the contents of that praise. He leaned back and crossed his arms. And what if I don't want to be used? Jet laughed. Well, you can always go away and live as a hermit in the dream realm. Other than that, my advice is to get comfortable being used. She thought for a bit, and then added, but not too comfortable. Make sure to use the people using you in response, at least. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What the hell kind of perverse wisdom is that? He scoffed. That's either a very profound or an entirely shameless statement. Soul Reaper grinned. It's probably both. But, anyway, that's for the future. We have to get to the siege capital first. And with how things are going, that might be a bit of a problem. Sunny grew serious. Jet was right. For the past 2 days, things went more or less well for the expedition force. But the last day was bound to be the most difficult, because they were leaving the wilderness and approaching the area surrounding a human settlement. By nature of the chain of nightmares, these areas were the most dangerous on the continent. A constant stream of abominations was flowing toward the siege capitals to lay assault their walls, and the closer one got to a city, the higher the concentration of nightmare creatures was. Fighting a pitched battle was inevitable if the expedition force wanted to reach the gates of the human stronghold. Yeah. Let's make sure that everything goes smoothly first. We can worry about legacies later. The immediate task might now have been as grandiose, but it was a priority right now. Jet had given up on sleep, and Sunny felt sufficiently rested. They left their corner of the APC and joined Kai on its roof. The archer was alone, quietly studying a bow made of dark, ashen wood. The weapon radiated an eerie aura of nebulous power, alienation, and lethality. What a dreadful thing. Sunny waved at him. New memory? Kai looked away from the bow and forced out a smile. Yeah. I received it for slaying the malignant grave root. It's a daunting bow to use, to be honest. Sunny wanted to ask to take a look at the ashen bow, but at that moment, a loud roar resounded from somewhere up ahead, and Effie's voice came in through their comms. Damn it, that swarm Sunny scouted an hour ago. They're coming sooner than we expected. Get ready. Sunny, Jet, and Kai glanced at each other, then sighed, summoning their best memories. The last day, indeed, was promising to be really troublesome. Chapter 1096, Murder of Crows. They defeated the swarm. However, the smell of the blood attracted a migrating horde, so the expedition force had to fight their way through the flood of nightmare creatures, as well. Eventually, the column broke free and escaped into the vast plain, but the peace was short-lived. Very soon, they had to fight another skirmish, which grew into another battle, which grew into an unending onslaught of enemies that threw themselves on the speeding vehicles without reprieve. The mundane soldiers fought admirably. Although not as experienced as the veterans of the First Army, these men and women had also tasted their fair share of bloodshed and strife. Everyone was calm and collected, performing their duties with deadly efficiency and poise. Their performance was immaculate, and their morale seemed unshakable. Was it because the Second Army had not lived through the same hopelessness as the soldiers in the Antarctic Center, or was it because Effie and Kai were able to inspire them better than Sunny had been able to inspire his soldiers? He was not sure. Regardless, the Wolves and the Nightsingers were a spirited bunch. The Awakened were as resolute as the Mundanes. Although fewer in number, the impact they had on the battlefield was immeasurably higher. All kinds of aspects worked in harmony to create an impenetrable death zone around the column. The abominations that managed to survive it were promptly dispatched by the melee fighters. And, of course, the influence of the Four Masters was even greater still. Effie was serving as the vanguard of the expedition force, cutting a bloody path for the vehicles to follow. Her lustrous figure weaved through the mass abominations, leaving devastation in its wake. The bodies of the creatures she killed were left crumbled and broken, as if an invisible colossus had crushed them under its feet as it walked across the vast plain. The blows raining on her sculpted steel body, in turn, rang against metal without ever slowing her down. Kai was soaring high in the sky, observing the rolling battlefield in its entirety and taking out the most dangerous creatures before they could approach the column. His arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, unfailingly slipping through the tiniest cracks in the armor of the abominations. Usually, one arrow was all it took to bring even the most fearsome creature down. His secondary role was to protect the expedition force from the aerial attacks, and in that task, the archer performed admirably as well. Jet was protecting the rear of the column, holding the pursuing enemies back. Her throwing stars fell like iron hail, seemingly numerous. Each carried the same dreadful ability as her melee attacks, striking directly at the sole cause of the abominations. Such a manner of fighting was bound to burn through essence with terrible speed, but that was what made Soul Reaper Jet so frightening of an opponent. As long as she kept killing, her essence would never run out. And in such a furious battle, Jet was free to slaughter as many enemies as she could. And finally, there was Sunny. He was sitting on the roof of an APC with his eyes closed, controlling numerous shadows. All across the column, inky black hands made of darkness appeared out of nowhere to protect the soldiers and press nightmare creatures down into the ground, making them easy to slaughter. For now, there had not been a single casualty thanks to the watchful shadows. Keeping the whole expedition force safe was not easy. In fact, the length of the column was well beyond the reach of his shadow sense, and therefore, out of the area where he could use shadow manifestation. But Sunny was using a little trick. He had stationed his 5 shadows throughout the column, each serving as an island of his consciousness. His senses, and his ability to control wild shadows, were extended manifold that way. He could summon Saint to help out, too, but for now, Sunny was holding back from calling upon the taciturn night. The truth of the matter was that he wanted to keep her existence hidden. More or less everyone who had learned of their connection in the Antarctic Center were either dead now or could be trusted to keep the secret. Here in East Antarctica, he had mostly acted alone in the wilderness or side by side with Jet, so Saint had not been exposed. The only exception was Song Sishan, but she had last seen the taciturn night in the catacombs below the Dark City. Saint had changed a lot since then, both visually and in terms of rank. Connecting her past and present self would be almost impossible. As for the legend of Mongrel, no one knew who he was and where he had come from, in the first place. More than that, after the events of Falcon Scott, many people believed that Mongrel had fallen heroically while protecting the last siege capital. From what Sunny had heard, there was already an epic propaganda film about the life and tragic sacrifice of the mysterious swordsman being cooked up back in the NQSC. He shuddered at the thought. In any case, Sunny was handling the battle fine, for now, and he wanted to keep Saint as his hidden ace for a while. That was why he had only summoned her within the sphere of darkness created by the Shadow Lantern during the battle against the malignant Grave Root. Although I'm not sure if I can keep this up much longer. As the siege capital drew nearer, the onslaught of the nightmare creatures only grew more intense. Sunny was already struggling, and his reserves of essence were swiftly reducing. Something had to change. And soon, it did. He smelled it before he felt it. A sweet, sickening scent was suddenly carried over by the wind. Then, the battlefield was suddenly shrouded in a vast shadow. Sunny opened his eyes and looked up, at the thing that had blotted out the sun. Above them, a myriad of crows filled the sky. There were numerous thousands of them, all circling like a giant whirlwind of darkness. As he watched, the countless crows pivoted with eerie synchronicity, and dove down. Their black beaks and vicious talons emanated a sense of deadly sharpness. The myriad of crows was Wake of Ruin. That was his transformation. What came in the wake of a bloody battle? A swarm of carrion birds. The saint had arrived to guide them into the city personally. Chapter 1097, Special Envoys. Ever since coming to Antarctica, Sunny had been to so many underground strongholds and attended so many meetings in windowless rooms that all of them started to blend together. They all looked the same and felt the same. Even the people inside the rooms started to seem the same after a while. This time, however, he found himself in a stately and luxurious hall, which was a nice change of pace. The interior was tasteful, but lavish. The tall windows let in natural sunlight. The filtered air was cool, crisp, and fresh. What was there not to like? He was relaxing in a comfortable chair, idly waiting for Wake of Ruin to arrive. Jet was nearby, in a similarly laid-back pose. The Transcendent had summoned them immediately after the expedition force had reached the siege capital, and yet, he was running late. Neither of them minded. They had barely had time to wash the dirt of the road off themselves before coming to the spacious hall. After weeks spent in the wilderness of East Antarctica, every moment of leisurely peace was like a precious gift. Sunny was lazily thinking about the outcome of the latest battle. After the swarm of crows had descended on the nightmare creatures, hundreds of them were torn apart in an instant, and the slaughter did not stop until the column was safely behind the city walls. The sight of it was frightening and magnificent in equal measure. What a powerful transformation! Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to say that Wake of Ruin's transcendent form was more powerful than that of, for example, Saint Tyrus. Rather, they were best suited for different tasks. The government saint excelled in battles against large numbers of nightmare creatures or potent adversaries that did not possess a lot of physical defense. He was also extremely hard to kill, since that would require exterminating every single one of the myriad of crows, although there would probably be some repercussions for Saint Core if the swarm sustained heavy losses. Skytide, on the other hand, could deliver a much more dire punishment to a single powerful enemy. Her ability to control wind and lightning also made her a more versatile and well-rounded saint. Sunny tried to imagine what would happen if the two transcendents clashed. The mental image of a giant thunderbird being swarmed by a vast whirlwind of black crows in the dark skies was truly an awesome one. Who would win? He was not sure. Saint Tyrus would be at a slight disadvantage due to being robbed of one of her trump cards, true. She often relied on aerial superiority to slay her foes. But then again, Saint Cormac had also been a flying beast. That had not prevented her from tearing off his wyvern head. Jet glanced at Sunny and smiled. "You're thinking about murder again, aren't you?" He turned his head and gave her an impassive look. "Yes." "Why?" Soul Reaper laughed. "No reason." Sunny studied her with a contemplative expression. Come to think of it, her crow echo was a strange one. Was there, perhaps, a connection between it and the Saint of Carrion Birds? He wanted to ask, but at that moment, the doors of the palatial hall opened, and Wake of Ruin himself walked in, looking as tall and gaunt as ever. A subtle scent of rotten slaughter followed the old man like an invisible mantle. Saint Core was wearing an austere military uniform that had an insignia of 4 stars emblazoned on its sleeve. His sharp, pale face was framed by unruly raven-black hair, and his dark eyes were staring at them with bleak dullness. When he looked at Jet, however, a hint of cold fondness appeared in the weathered lines of his unfriendly face. "Soul Reaper." Ascended Sunless. "Welcome." His voice was hoarse and a bit grating. They had both stood up when the saint walked in, so he gestured for them to sit. Then, Wake of Ruin took a chair opposite them. How did your last mission go? They glanced at each other. Jet was the one to respond. It was all right, sir. We scouted out a corrupted tyrant, met up with the wolves and the Nightsinger, and helped them take the creature down. Casualties were minimal. He nodded, seemingly indifferent to the news of a powerful creature being slain, which was only expected. As the field commander of the entire operation, Saint Cor must have been receiving reports like this quite frequently. His next question, however, was a bit surprising. How do you like it in the SIU? Jet lingered for a moment. I like it just fine. Sir. The old man shifted his gaze, subjecting Sunny to a piercing stare. What about you, young man? Sunny shifted uncomfortably, suspecting that there was a hidden meaning to the question. He shrugged. I feel like it's a good fit for my abilities. Wake of Ruin studied him for a few seconds, then nodded. Good. You've performed admirably as advanced scouts. However, it's a waste of your talents. Both Sunny and Jet straightened, looking at the Saint with slightly startled expressions. Noticing their reaction, the old man remained impassive. Consider yourself reassigned effective immediately. The proper paperwork is already being delivered to the SIU headquarters. What? Sunny stared. Just like that, they got a new job? Without even being asked. Jet cleared her throat. There were many questions burning in Sunny's mind, but she asked the most important one. Sorry, sir, but reassigned to where? Saint Cor stared at her for a moment, then pointed to himself. My personal retinue. That's officially unofficially, however, you'll be acting as special envoys assigned to the Legacy forces. Each of you will be a contact person between the evacuation army and the great clans. Sunny suddenly hated how opulent and lavish the spacious hall was. He frowned. With all due respect, sir, I get it why Ascended Jet might be considered a good candidate for such a position, but what do I have to do with any of it? Surely, you must know that my relationship with the great clans is a bit rocky. That is not even mentioning whether I want the job or not. He had spent 6 months hiding in the waking world to avoid the wrath of Clan Valor, after all. Had the old saint gone senile or what? Wake of Ruin turned his heavy gaze back to Sunny and calmly raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, I think that you are the best person for the job, Ascended Sunless. You are quite close to one of the leaders of the Valor delegation, no? Sunny tilted his head a little. That depends on who that leader is, I guess. Saint Cor smiled slightly. The smile made his gaunt, pale face look even more unnerving. The old man glanced at an antiquated wristwatch adorning his hand and then said, his voice sounding cold and aloof. Why, it's young Lady Nephis of Valor, the changing star, of course. He looked away from the watch and added matter-of-factly. Shall be arriving alongside Valor's other emissaries soon. Actually, I think they'll be there in a few minutes. Sunny's eyes widened. Chapter 1098, Appalling Curse. I certainly knew that Neph was coming to Antarctica, but why is Wake of Ruin calling her one of the Liha? What? In a few minutes? Sunny stared at the veteran saint, dumbfounded. He had been anticipating meeting Neph again for a long time, but now that it was mere minutes away, his thoughts were in disarray. Did she check out my runes recently? Does she know that I'm a tyrant now, too? Wait, no, why do I care if she knows or not? I shouldn't. Jet seemed a little surprised, too. Weren't they supposed to arrive in a couple of days? Saint Cor shrugged. They were. But with Tyrus receiving some free time due to the 3 of us being beaten black and blue in the last battle, the schedule has been moved up. Ascended Sunless and you arrived just in time. Sunny tried to digest the information. He knew that the legacy reinforcements would be coming in 2 waves. The second one consisted of the bulk of their forces, traveling by sea, while the first one was supposed to be the vanguard and consisted of just a few people. They were going to travel to Antarctica through the Dream Realm. The process was both simple and complicated. They needed a saint who had already established a tether in the southern quadrant, in this case, Saint Tyrus. The members of the vanguard had to either already be anchored in the same citadel as she or be brought there by a different transcendent. Then, Skytide would be able to bring them with her to the waking world, thus transporting the necessary people to Antarctica. The vanguard had to be small because saints were limited in how many living creatures they could carry with them between the two worlds, just like masters were limited in how much inanimate weight they could bring. Usually, a saint could only transport 1 or 2 people at a time, and that consumed a fair amount of essence. Coming to a sudden realization, Sunny looked around. He was starting to understand why such a lavish place was chosen for their impromptu meeting. The opulence of the Grand Hall was not for the benefit of 2 ascended. Wake of Ruin was rolling out the red carpet for the powerhouses of the great clans. He looked at the old man, thinking. Saint Cor smiled. I'm starting to suspect that you are not of a very high opinion about the great legacy clans, young man. Sunny gritted his teeth, trying to hide contempt and anger from seeping into his gaze. That is putting it lightly. Sir. The old man studied him with a bit of curiosity. Why? Sunny gathered his thoughts, trying to come up with a convenient answer. Eventually, he said evenly. I guess it boils down to the fact that they are traitors. Wake of Ruin raised an eyebrow. Traitors, interesting. How so? Sunny sighed. Awakened are supposed to be humanity's sword against the spell, no. The legacies are the greatest of the awakened, and yet, they have seemingly given up on challenging the spell. Much worse, they refused to come out of the sheath when we needed them. This whole disaster could have been salvaged if they had done their duty. He had not mentioned the millions of people who had died in the Antarctic Center, and neither had he mentioned the tens of thousands of soldiers that perished with them. He doubted that such numbers could touch the heart of Saint Cor. The old man was one of the leaders of the government, after all. People like him viewed the world in terms of billions of lives, spread across many decades. If Sunny told him that he was burning with anger toward the great clans because of the death of just 3 awakened, the old man would have probably thought him crazy. Wake of Ruin sighed. I see. Indeed, as long as you know anything about the world, it is easy to dislike the great clans. It is even easier to dislike them if you know a lot. But forgive me for sounding like a grumpy old man, ascended sunless young people like you really lack perspective. Sunny looked at him somberly. Do we? Saint Cor nodded. It's not your fault, of course. One had to be there and live through the worst of it to understand. You see, ascended sunless and you too, jet people of your age were born in a stable world. It might be a cruel world, and a harsh world. But it is a stable one, nevertheless. Because it has been built that way by your predecessors. Many tend to look at the flaws of the world, but very few stop to question its foundations. And those foundations, why, they might have been better, but they could have also been so much worse. He leaned back in his chair, looking into the distance with a neutral expression. The fact of the matter is that the great clans emerged from the chaos of the past, but they weren't the only ones fighting for power and dominance back then. There were other clans, other forces, and people with entirely different ideas about what the world should become. The things they did are. It is a blessing, really, that those old monsters were buried in the past, and that the great clans ended up victorious. So yes. You lack perspective. Sunny frowned. Other forces? Different ideas? No offense, sir, but you have some nerve saying such things to 2 people who grew up in the outskirts. Others might now feel the same way, but we enjoyed the premium experience of living in this stable world you praise so much. I struggle to imagine what ideas could have been worse. Saint Cor looked at him coldly, then suddenly laughed. His laughter sounded like the caws of a hungry raven. Ah. You are a direct person, ascended sunless. I like it. He looked at Sunny with his dark, harsh eyes, the hint of mirth that had appeared in them for a moment dissipating without a trace. The gaunt old man shook his head. But you should make an effort to imagine it. A dying world ravaged by war. People who had all but forgotten how to be proper humans. And then, an even bigger disaster, but one that presented a great opportunity. An opportunity for some of them to become unimaginably powerful, unmistakably superior. Entirely unrestrained, and all but unstoppable, free to make whatever they wanted from this new era. Freedom, young man, freedom can be the most appalling curse in the world, if it falls into the wrong hands. It is a terrifying thing. Wake of Ruin grew silent for a few moments, and then smiled sarcastically. Here I go rambling again. Jet, you should have stopped me. In any case, our guests should be arriving any second now. The emissaries of Valor will come first, and the emissaries of Song will follow in a few hours. Help me welcome them, you two. He paused, then looked at Sunny and added in a neutral tone. For better or worse, the great clans are all we have now. We'll need their help to see this operation through, so keep that in mind, young man. Sunny lingered for a bit, then reluctantly nodded. I can play nice, or at least pretend to play nice. We'll see how it goes. Chapter 1099, Vanguard. Before Sunny could answer, the atmosphere in the lavish hall seemed to change slightly. It was as though a wave of invisible energy rolled through it, making the air feel colder and sharper. Wake of Ruin sighed and turned around, looking at the empty space in the middle of the spacious chamber. It had been empty before, but now, four people were standing on the lacquered floor, surrounded by the scent of the dream realm. For a moment, it felt as though they were simply a memory of a forgotten nightmare. But then, the feeling disappeared, and they were simply there. It was not often that Sunny saw saints enter the waking world, and he had to admit that it was an eerie thing to witness. Were awakened and mundane people as startled when he suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them? That idle thought streaked across his mind and disappeared without a trace when Sunny realized who exactly he was looking at. His eyes widened slightly. For people and, by coincidence, he knew each of them. The first one was Sky-Tide. The saint of the White Feather clan appeared as she always did, tall, slender, with a posture like that of an arrow. She wore a light armor of lustrous steel, and her hair fell like a cascade of pale gold. Tiris looked austere and beautiful, but also slightly inhuman because of her strange amber eyes and vertical pupils. She stood apart from the other three, who all wore intricate suits of lusterless black armor. The first of the three immediately attracted Sunny's gaze. His heart moved slightly. Nephis looked different in the colors of House Valor. The black armor created a striking contrast against her ivory skin, silver hair, and cool gray eyes. She looked like a beautiful dark spirit that took the form of a deadly knight to sow the seeds of discord and ruin in the mortal world. The second person was Morgan of Valor. Every time Sunny saw her, he was unnerved by how much she resembled her older brother. However, although Morgan and Mordred looked very much like reflections of each other, her demeanor was entirely different. Morgan had black wavy hair and alabaster skin. Her suit of armor was adorned by a vermilion cape, which was the same vibrant color as her vivid scarlet eyes. Her entire being radiated the feeling of lethal sharpness, as if she was a living blade. However, it was the third person that made Sunny's eyes widen in guarded shock. He was a tall and severe man, with sharp facial features and even sharper eyes. His hair was black as Morgan's. In fact, there was a lot of familiar likeness between them and touched by silver at the temples. His strong figure radiated an almost palpable feeling of authority and pressure, and his steely blue eyes were calm and piercing. The armor he wore was simpler than that of the other two, as though the man did not need its protection. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face. Saint Madoc? What the hell is he doing here? Indeed, the man was none other than Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade brother of Anvil and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. As Sunny watched, Sir Madoc turned his head and smiled calmly, somehow making his smile look both friendly and demanding submission. Wake of Ruin. The gaunt old man was standing in front of Sunny and Jet, staring at the newcomers with a neutral expression. He lingered for a moment before saying in his hoarse voice, "Whispering Blade. I have to admit your appearance is a bit of a surprise. Maddox's pleasant smile widened slightly. I assent it only right for me to be here. My clan announced its full support for the brave men and women of the evacuation army. That, of course, includes my personal assistance. Sunny tried to read the silent conversation that was happening between the two transcendents. Surely, their words had other meanings. Saint Cor was probably trying to understand why the sovereign had gone as far as to send his own brother to Antarctica. Maddox, in turn, was letting him know that Anvil was putting a lot of importance into what was about to happen in the southern quadrant. Whispering Blade laughed slightly, then raised his hand. However, you shouldn't be addressing me. I'm just here to offer support and make sure that nothing untoward happens. The true leader of this expedition is my niece, Morgan. She will be in charge of everything. She gestured toward Morgan, and then threw an even gaze at Nephis. And, of course, my other niece will be supporting her in this endeavor. I trust you know Changing Star. The three of us are the vanguard of the Valar force. Wake of Ruin remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly toward Morgan. In that case, welcome to Antarctica, Lady Morgan. Lady Nephis. He threw a heavy glance toward Whispering Blade, and then said evenly. How curious that there are two saints in your group, as well as the granddaughter of Immortal Flame, and yet all three of you seem to be subordinated to a young woman with no known achievements to her name. Some could see it as a sign that Valar is not taking this matter seriously. Morgan looked at the fearsome transcendent, and then smiled. It seemed that his barely disguised provocation had no effect on her whatsoever. Her voice was calm and indifferent. You are mistaken, Saint Cor clan Valar takes this matter extremely seriously. Which is why I have been entrusted with considerable power and authority. Wake of Ruin sighed. Forgive this old man for being frank, Lady Morgan, but what kind of authority can a mere ascended wield? I have 6 titans wandering the continent, and 27 cities to protect. What can you actually do to alleviate my problems? Morgan shrugged silently, and then took a step back. Maddox, Tiris, and Nephis remained motionless as a whirlwind of sparks suddenly filled the spacious hall. What the? As Sunny watched, an echo manifested from the hurricane of sparks, and then another, and then another. 3, 6, 12, 15. A few moments later, the large hall suddenly did not seem as large anymore. 15 harrowing nightmare creatures filled it, each giving off a sense of vast and dreadful power. Sunny stared, suddenly feeling cold. Transcendent, they are all transcended echoes. How many thousands of corrupted nightmare creature had to be slaughtered to produce these echoes? The weakest of them was a transcendent demon, while the most powerful was a transcendent tyrant. And that was only what Morgan had chosen to show who knew what she kept hidden. The Princess of War smiled politely as she looked at Wake of Ruin. These are my credentials. Are you satisfied, Transcendent Core? Erdil's notes one more later, might be delayed cause in playing Path of Exile New League. Chapter 1100, Accumulation. 15 transcendent echoes, most of them devils. Sunny simply stared, mentally recalculating the threat level of the Valar force and of the great clans in general. I knew, of course, that the hidden power of the sovereigns is vast. But it seems that I've been concentrating on their personal might too much, mostly because it is both mysterious and phenomenal. However, there is the mundane power of accumulation as well. I've been a fool to neglect it. To everyone else, a corrupted abomination was a dreadful nightmare, even to saints. Transcendents fought against the corrupted and were more than capable of slaying them, but every such fight was a risk, especially against the creatures of higher classes. The Supremes, however, were equal to the great nightmare creatures. Sunny had been under the impression that the sovereigns mostly stayed within the confines of their domains, but maybe he was not entirely right. Someone like Anvil or Kisong could slaughter corrupted abominations with the same ease he could butcher awakened creatures. It only made sense that they had accumulated a legion of powerful echoes over the decades, including scores of transcendent ones. Sunny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Hell! Who says that transcendent echoes are the limit? Since the sovereigns could fight on equal footing with great nightmare creatures, then didn't it mean that they could possess supreme echoes, as well? To this day, Sunny had only seen two great abominations. One was the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, and the other most likely was the dark sea of the forgotten shore. What would it look like if a creature like that was turned into an echo? Was Morgan in possession of a supreme echo? Did she have an echo of a titan slumbering in her soul sea? He lingered for a moment, then glanced at Nephis, who stood in front of the army of monsters with an impassive expression on her calm, beautiful face. You want to destroy this? He closed his eyes for a moment. Damn that lunatic. She must have infected me with her madness, because I really want to make these bastards pay, too. At this point, it was hard to say whose madness was more virulent. Sunny shook his head, then looked at Wake of Ruin, who was staring at Morgan with an unreadable expression. Eventually, the old man said in an even voice. Put those things away. They'll ruin the floors. What? Morgan tilted her head a little and silently dismissed the echoes. Saint Cor nodded. Good. I see that your clan is as shrewd as ever. These echoes will be of great help. If used correctly, of course. Sunny was thinking feverishly. Saint Tyrus is a vassal of Vela, but the reinforcements they sent are all direct members of the clan. Madoc, Morgan, Nephis, and one more saint, who is escorting the main force across the ocean. With these 15 transcendent abominations, they alone could be considered on par with the entire evacuation army, if not more powerful than us. And the forces of Song will be just as powerful. There was already one saint of the Song clan in East Antarctica, a vassal, just like Skytide. 2 more were coming, both direct members of the clan, as well as several hundred awakened and several powerful masters. Who would these people be? What hidden aces would they bring along? Is that guy coming? Surely, he was. Mordred had joined Song to avenge himself on Vela, in the first place. He wouldn't miss a chance to make his former clan bleed. The Prince of Nothing alone was more frightening than 15 transcendent echoes. Sunny almost groaned. These bastards are going to destroy the entire continent. Even though Antarctica was meant to be merely a prologue to the War of the Great Clans, that prologue was already promising to be the most chilling of disasters. It would be a cataclysm. Everyone in the hall must have understood the magnitude of the approaching collision, however, no one seemed rattled by it. Wake of Ruin and Jet seemed a bit somber, but calm, too jaded to be shaken by the promise of appalling bloodshed. Saint Tyrus was reserved and stoic. Madoc and Morgan, they hid it well, but Sunny could see bloodlust and readiness in their eyes. As for Nephis, she appeared the calmest of them all. She might have fooled everyone else, but he knew what kind of hatred dwelled in her burning, murderous heart. The more the members of the great clans killed each other, the more exhilarated she would be. As he thought about the grim prospects of the nearest future, Morgan looked around with curiosity. Her voice had a hint of anticipation in it. I see that our colleagues from the great clan Song have not arrived yet. Wake of Ruin nodded. Indeed. They'll only be here in a few hours. Really, that makes things awkward for me. There is a lot we need to discuss regarding the current situation on the continent and your future role in keeping it in human hands. But what am I supposed to do? Repeat myself all over again when the Song vanguard arrives? He shook his head with resignation. Sunny could just imagine that war meeting. 3 sides discussing important matters of strategy, with everyone present perfectly aware of the fact that most of the gathered powerhouses were actually planning to kill each other, and with the few bystanders only wondering about how to make them kill each other in the most convenient way. All the while pretending not to know anything, of course. What a joke. It was really funny. He barely held back laughter. At that moment, Saint Cor suddenly threw a glance toward Jet and Sunny. His grating voice resounded in the spacious hall. So, make yourself comfortable for the moment. We'll convene when the other party arrives. These are 2 of my best people, by the way, Ascended Jet and Ascended Sunless. You all know Soul Reaper, so I won't say anything. Young Master Sunless, however, has only earned his reputation recently. The soldiers are calling him the Devil of Antarctica, from what I hear. The veteran saint chuckled. A fitting nickname if I ever heard one. In any case, these two will be my envoys for your two great clans. Timeliness has to be rewarded, so pick one. I'll send the other to accompany the Song people. Both Sunny and Jet stared at him, not sure how to feel about being handled that way. It was as if they were livestock. A precious livestock, but still. What a rude bastard. Sunny turned to look at the emissaries of Vaylor, frowning slightly. Morgan glanced at him, then studied Jet for a while. Eventually, she smiled. Why, well, take Master Sunless. He's my dear sister's former companion, after all. I feel like we're good friends already. Chapter 1101, Strange Bedfellows. Soon after, Sunny found himself in a very strange situation. He was left alone with three emissaries of the great clan Vaylor, Changing Star, Morgan, and Whispering Blade himself. Two of the most powerful people in the world were right there in front of him, speaking with each other casually. And, of course, Nephis was there too. The waiting room they had been led to was comfortable and spacious. Food and refreshments had been served by the staff members, and it seemed as if the four of them were having a friendly get-together back in NQSC. The only difference was that everyone was wearing armor, well, except for Sunny himself. Still, he fit right in with the members of Clan Vaylor due to his black tunic. He sighed. Speak about strange bedfellows. That is what they call sleeping with the enemy, huh? Wait. Neither of these sentences sounds right. Lamenting the poor sense of whoever had come up with these idioms, Sunny reached for a plate and loaded it with all kinds of food. Supplies were a sore point for the evacuation army, but Wake of Ruin must have decided to go all out today. There were a lot of things on the table that would have been almost impossible to procure anywhere in Antarctica, except maybe on the black market. The pile of food attracted the attention of Morgan, who observed him for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow. Her vermilion eyes had a hint of amusement in them. Are you very hungry, Master Sunless? He glanced at her somberly, then shook his head. Well, if you must know, I spent the last couple of weeks in the wilderness, scouting out the migration routes of a horde of nightmare creatures. Then, I had to lend a hand in a battle against a corrupted tyrant, and came to meet you pretty much immediately after that. But no. I'm not that hungry. He leaned back and raised his heavy plate. However, one of the first things Antarctica teaches you is to eat when you can. Who knows when he'll have a chance to have a proper meal again? Whispering Blade chuckled. So not too different from subjugating the dream realm, then. Morgan is a bit too young to remember, but back when human territory was actively expanding, it wasn't rare for Awakened to spend years in hellish conquests of untamed regions. Good food was more precious than soul shards. The saint looked at his niece with an outwardly benevolent expression and smiled. Morgan grimaced, then sighed. What a frustrating day. Everyone seems inclined to point out how young and inexperienced I am. Sunny made himself busy chewing. At the same time, he sent Nephis a mental question through the blessing of dusk. What's up with them? She showed no sign of having heard him, playing her part perfectly. However, a moment later, he received a response: don't mind their games. They are just playing. It only helps Morgan to be seen as an inexperienced beneficiary of nepotism, and for Maddock to be seen as an envious man who is full of bitter resentment toward his younger brother. In truth, she is probably the more formidable of the two, and Vaylor's unity is like a monolith. Sunny poured himself a cup of strong coffee. More formidable of the two? Really? Nephis was looking in the window. Not in terms of combat power. But she is young. Once Morgan becomes a saint, Maddock or any other saint, perhaps won't stand a chance against her. That makes me feel a bit better, actually. So I'm not too much of a loser for being crushed by her in less than 40 seconds. Their short duel in the dreamscape was still fresh in his memory. The exchange of thoughts with Nephis only took a couple seconds. It was just enough time for Morgan to turn to her and ask, "What about you, sister? Do you perhaps consider me unworthy of leading this expedition, as well?" "Well, it's true that I'm not quite as distinguished of a leader as my dear sister. Do you think you should have been in charge instead?" As Sunny shifted uncomfortably, Neff looked at Morgan, calmly held her gaze for a couple of moments, and then said in an even tone, "If I want to be in charge, I would have been." The heiress of Vela fell silent, then suddenly laughed. "Ah, that is why I like you, changing star. Am I not blessed to suddenly get such a wonderful little sister?" Although she was smiling, her eyes remained sharp as a cold blade. NDSNVL.cm Morgan looked away from Nephis and turned her attention to Sunny. "I hear that a lot has happened to you after we last met, Master Sunless. The Devil of Antarctica, it has a nice ring to it. Who would have thought that such a pleasant young man would earn such a fearsome reputation? It does make me regret the fact that you had turned down the invitation to enter Clan Vela, though." Sunny glanced at her over his plate and smiled. "I am not going to lie, I did regret that decision myself, a couple of times." Then, he shrugged and turned his attention back to the food. "However, what's done is done. And hey, that's fate for you. Despite everything, we are still going to end up fighting side by side. And maybe even against each other. When that happens, your regret will only grow." Morgan nodded. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little cold indeed. "Life is truly unpredictable. The first time we met, it was because you had caused a certain person to escape his prison, and played a role in the death of one of Vela's saints. And now, we might be seeing that person very soon, and you are enjoying a meal with me. What a funny turn of events." Sunny looked at her for a few moments, then shook his head. "You're right, it's kind of funny. However, you are wrong if you think that we'll see that guy. Knowing him, you won't see him coming up until the moment he plunges a knife in your back." Whispering Blade's face slowly grew dark. Looking at Sunny, he said in a neutral tone, "From your words, it's hard to understand whether you despise that abomination or admire him, Ascended Sunless." Sunny laughed. "No matter how I feel about that guy, the point is, I would prefer to do it from a distance." Saint Maddox studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Wise." Hearing that, Morgan chuckled. "Indeed. Then, Master Sunless, let's wait and see how good your luck is." Chapter 1102, Opposing Forces. After that, all casualness drained from Morgan's voice. When she looked at Nephis, her face was just like it had been the moment she tore Sunnis' heart apart in the dreamscape, cold and sharp, emanating a sense of lethal danger without her even trying to. "How much does he know?" Hearing that question, Neph shrugged slightly. Her answer was simple enough. Morgan sighed, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. "I see. That makes it easier. I'll speak comfortably, then." Sunny studied the two of them for a few moments, then asked with a bit of curiosity in his voice, "Really? Aren't you concerned that I'll report everything you say to St. Cor?" Whispering Blade chuckled. He was mostly keeping silent before, but it was impossible to mistake him for a passive observer. Just by sitting there, the elder of Clan Vela radiated a sense of overwhelming, domineering power. It was as though he owned this room or every room he found himself in, rather. Saint Maddox glanced at Sunny with indifference. "So what if you do?" And that was it. That was all he had to say to make Sunny understand that Whispering Blade did not care if Wake of Ruin knew all about their conversations, not because there was nothing to hide, but simply because the government was not anywhere near being in a position to act on such information. It was irrelevant. Sunny suddenly felt a compulsion to cut the indifference off the saint's face with the blade of the sin of solace. However, he did not let any of it show on his face. Instead, Sunny smiled pleasantly and nodded. "Makes sense. Sorry, it was a stupid question." Morgan leaned back, considering something. Eventually, she said, "Whether that person comes or not is unclear. However, the rest of the force the Queen of Worms has sent is all but confirmed by now. It's good to know who we are dealing with, but there were some last-minute changes. We must be ready to adjust our strategy accordingly. The Queen of Worms. Sunny wondered if that was Kisong's true name, her title, or simply a derisive nickname Vela had given her. NDSNVL.cm Morgan and Whispering Blade were seemingly ignoring his presence, speaking mostly for Neff's benefit. They were both looking at her, at least. Saint Madoc's voice was a bit listless. One of her vassal saints, Dia Fang, has been here in the southern quadrant for a while now. He is a ferocious fighter, but we don't need to be too concerned about him. Skytide alone will be enough to keep the brute in check. He lingered for a moment, then added, but the other two are Kisong's daughters. They are worthy of our concern. We already knew that Silent Stalker is escorting their awakened across the ocean. She is a dangerous one. Stalker is a huntress, so she is both strong and cunning. Dealing with her will be hard, but we can manage that, as well. Whispering Blade looked at Nephis and Morgan heavily. However, it is the third one that we must be wary of. Beastmaster. That demoness is the true horror in terms of personal power. I alone am her equal. Even then, that depends on the battlefield. Here in Antarctica, she will have a tremendous advantage. Sunny, who had been keeping his mouth shut, finally couldn't help himself and asked how so. Saint Madoc spared him a glance. For whatever reason, he even decided to answer. Both Silent Stalker and Beastmaster are Song's adopted daughters. However, not all of them are the same. Stalker is deadly, but Beastmaster is more than that. She is one of the most feared saints in the world. That is because she is an enchantress, of sorts. Beastmaster can enthrall people. Much worse, she can also enthrall beasts and even nightmare creatures. I hope I don't have to explain how such a power can be advantageous here in Antarctica. Sunny grew quiet. That was right, Madoc didn't have to explain. With myriads of abominations flooding the continent, a saint with the power to subjugate them would be a nightmare to fight against. Who needs transcendent echoes when you can have corrupted creatures serving you? Still, there had to be a limit to Beastmaster's power. No one was invulnerable. Suddenly, Nephis sent him a mental message. What do you think? Sunny sighed. He knew a bit about Dia Fang, the vassal saint of Song who had been sent to the southern quadrant at the start of the campaign. He was a savage and tremendously lethal fighter, and also an aloof and reticent loner. In terms of power, Sunny would have put him above Cormac, but below Tiras. So, then, the opposing forces were like this. On one side, there were Dia Fang and two adopted daughters of Kisong, Silent Stalker and Beastmaster. There was also Mordred, most likely. On the other side, there was Saint Tiras, Whispering Blade, and one more transcendent of Clan Vela. Since Madoc did not mention the latecomer, that person must not have been on the same level as him, perhaps comparable to Silent Stalker. There were also Morgan and Nephis and Cassie. People who underestimated the unassuming blind girl were doomed to end up in early graves. He lingered for a moment, then responded, "It seems like the odds are stacked slightly in Vela's favor." Nephis looked at him calmly. "I agree. And that is precisely why we should feel nervous." Sunny blinked. "Us? Since when do I care about what Song has in store for Vela?" Granted, he was a special envoy now. He would be accompanying the forces of Vela across East Antarctica, and maybe even beyond. That put him in a wonderful position to keep an eye on the actions of the Great Clan. But it also meant that should Song stage a sudden attack on their enemy, he would be directly in the way. But what exactly are they hiding in their sleeve? At that moment, Morgan suddenly looked at him and said, her voice tinged with a bit of curiosity. "Oh, there's also going to be a third daughter. An ascended Song Sishan. Little is known about her, considering that she had spent close to a decade lost in the dream realm. The two of you would know her better than me, since she also comes from the Forgotten Shore. So what is she like?" Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, feeling unease. After a few moments of silence, he answered trouble. If I had to describe her with one word, it would be that she's trouble. Chapter 1103, Beautiful Monsters. Before too long, it was time to meet the emissaries of Song. Sunny found himself feeling a bit curious after all. He was not too familiar with the great clan that ruled the northwest reaches of the human territories in the Dream Realm. By all accounts, the Song clan was no less storied and powerful than Vaylor. Its foundation had not been as great, but after Ki Song rose to prominence and became one of the first humans to transcend, the power of her clan utterly eclipsed that of the older, better established legacy families. As far as Sunny could remember knowing anything, Clan Song was one of the three most exalted powers in the world. Their influence spread far and wide, and their home in the Dream Realm, Ravenheart, an ancient palace built between the snowy peaks and smoldering volcanoes of an impregnable mountain chain, was universally considered one of the great citadels of humanity. With a population rivaling that of Bastion, Ravenheart was a beautiful and severe place from what Sunny knew. Strangely enough, it was not nearly as popular and well known as the colossal castle that Clan Vaylor ruled. In fact, the whole great Clan Song was a little mysterious. The image of Bastion was etched into the minds of all humans by countless dramas and films, with countless stories of romance and valor taking place in its stone walls. The land of snow and ash where Clan Song ruled, however, was rarely depicted, and when it was always to show something distant and exotic. Whether it was because Ki Song did not care about mundane fame, or because Anvil put more effort into building the public image of his clan, Sunny did not know. He did, however, know that through pure coincidence, his own path had also mostly crossed with the representatives of Clan Vaylor. Vaylor were the ones in control of the northernmost territory carved out by humanity in the Dream Realm, where it brushed against the hollow mountains, and so, that was where he had gone after becoming an awakened. From the sanctuary of Noctis to the Night Temple, Sunny had met many servants of Anvil of Vaylor, killing some of them, and then had the misfortune of meeting the Sovereign's son in the flesh. With the complications that followed, it was fair to say that he knew Vaylor pretty well. The same could not be said about Song, though all his experience with that domain was limited to having met Seishan in the Dark City. Even then, Sunny was not at all close with the former leader of the Handmaidens, so it was not like she had shared stories of her clan with him. So naturally, Sunny was curious. His curiosity was mixed with a bit of dread, though. They entered the spacious reception hall once again. This time, it was Wake of Ruin who had been waiting there for some time, speaking quietly with Jet. The staff member who had escorted Sunny and the emissaries of Vaylor tactfully disappeared, and the gaunt saint greeted them with a curt nod. "You're here. I hope you rested well. There is a lot to discuss, so we probably won't be sleeping tonight." Whispering Blade smiled coldly. "Wouldn't dream of it." Sunny blinked a couple of times, startled. Was that a pun? By the dead gods, I hope it wasn't. The conversation died before receiving the chance to start, because right at that moment, something imperceptible seemed to change in the world. A cold breeze blew through the hall, and then, four people were standing in the middle of it, just like the four emissaries of Vaylor had a few hours ago. Sunny involuntarily held his breath. He had seen Dire Fang from afar once, some time ago. The grim man had not changed much, except for the fact that there were ugly bruises and half-healed lacerations on his body this time. He was of medium height, with an angular face and powerful muscles rippling under his dusky skin. The Transcendent wore a sleeveless vest that left his broad shoulders and powerful arms exposed. His hair was dark and disheveled, like the fur of a wild beast. A thick beard covered the lower part of his gloomy face, and his eyes were harsh and piercing. Saint Dire Fang emanated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and ferocity, as if the world turned a little more primal wherever he appeared. Dangerous. Sunny studied the man for a moment, then turned his attention to the next newcomer. His heart trembled. The woman standing next to Dire Fang was not outwardly seductive, but for whatever reason, she seemed almost irresistibly alluring. Where Whispering Blade was dignified and domineering, she was breathtaking and tantalizing. She was tall, with fair skin and red, sensual lips. Her cold beauty was only made more striking by her inviting dark eyes, which were full of strength and willpower. Beastmaster had long hair that fell like a waterfall of black silk, and wore a simple dress of carmine fabric, which nevertheless looked regal and mesmerizing on her slender figure. Her face was a little aloof, and a little humorous. It was a kind of face one never wanted to look away from. Sunny felt a pang of fear when he saw her. Now, he understood why Madoc had called her a demoness. The daughter of Ki Song did, indeed, resemble a beautiful demon. Even if he had not known that she was one of the most terrifying saints in existence, he would have felt it simply from the fact that he immediately wanted to discard that knowledge and step closer to her. Snap out of it. Maybe Sunny would have fallen for Beastmaster's enchanting beauty if he was young and inexperienced, but after meeting beings like Solvayne and Hope, he was somewhat immune to such charms. He shifted his gaze to Song Sishan, also known as Blood Lord, to distract himself from the enticing visage of Beastmaster. Bad idea. Now that she had become a master, Sishan's exotic beauty was even more striking. Hers was a different kind of beauty, though it was poised, reserved, graceful, and exquisite. Sishan was one of the awakened whose appearance had been changed by their aspect. Her skin was of a strange grey color, which made her look both inhuman and riveting. However, Sunny could not forget her other, monstrous face. He had seen her transform into a hideous creature during the siege of the Crimson Spire, after all. And even before that, he had seen what her victims looked like after being drained of blood. He sighed mentally. Monsters, beautiful monsters. Are all of Ki Song's adopted daughters like that? What the hell has she done to them? And speaking of monsters. Finally, he looked at the fourth member of Song's vanguard. It was a middle-aged man in heavy armor, his face bleak and unfamiliar. His eyes, however, NDSNVL.cm, were perfectly human, with not even a hint of a mad prince hiding in their depths. Sunny frowned. Yeah, I am not fooled. There's no chance that Mordred would miss on an opportunity to come and wage war against Vela. It's you, it, bastard. He lingered for a few moments, and then addressed the bleak man. Long time no see. The bleak man looked back at him, a masterfully crafted expression of confusion appearing on his face. His lips parted in a polite smile. I am sorry. I don't think we've met. The smile almost looked mocking. Sunny shook his head, then looked away. Aha. Wake of Ruin frowned slightly. His grating voice sounded a little irritated. Now that everyone is here, let's skip the introductions. I extend my gratitude to the elders of the Great Clan Vela and the Great Clan Song, for coming to our aid in the time of need. Come, let's start. We need to discuss the war. Chapter 1104, Devil's Advocate. Sunny had been relying on Army Command to keep him alive for about half a year now, but weirdly enough, he had never been to the actual headquarters of the evacuation army. To be fair, Army Command had no definite location. It was spread across many siege capitals, strongholds, and even continents, all of them connected into a seamless network both by technology and aspect abilities of the awakened officers. Most of the staff was here in Antarctica, like the members of the department where Kim was currently working, but not all of them. That said, the underground fortress below the building where the reception hall was located seemed like the closest thing to the heart of Army Command. It was a hive of activity, with countless people, both mundane and awakened, hurrying feverishly to accomplish a myriad of tasks in a timely manner. Their work might not have seemed as dire as what the soldiers on the front lines were going through, but it was nevertheless just as vital. Without efficient and timely support and management, the evacuation campaign would be doomed to end in a bloody disaster. From updating the status of various areas in relation to the strength of the call in them to compiling data about countless nightmare creatures and guiding troop movements, Army Command was the brain of the army. Without the brain, the body would be utterly useless. Somewhere in here, there was also an office where the allocation of contribution points was decided. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have felt his heart start to beat faster, but right now, he was fully concentrating on something else. His eyes were glued to the bleak man, who was walking behind Beastmaster and Seishan while acting perfectly unassuming. Or at least as unassuming as a master could be. Army command was, indeed, absolutely vital to the war effort. It was also a treasure trove of access and information. It would certainly be a shame if a particular psychopath got loose in its very heart. But what can I do? Sunny might have known who Mordred was and what he was capable of, but as far as stopping the Prince of Nothing went, there was little to be done. Which was both unnerving and incredibly frustrating. Luckily, Sunny was not alone in his frustration. Morgan and Maddock also threw somber glances at the unassuming master from time to time, their eyes cold and sharp. Skytide had a complicated expression on her usually stoic face, as well. Only Nephis seemed unconcerned, and why would she be? Of the 5 of them, she was the only one who had never met the Prince of Nothing. She would learn to be wary of him soon, though. Probably. In truth, their goals were closely aligned. There was no telling what Changing Star would do if she met Mordred face to face. Actually, the same went for Sunny. Despite his wariness and hostility, the Prince of Nothing was not necessarily his enemy. It was just that Sunny knew how inhumanly ruthless and blood-chillingly cruel Mordred could be, if it suited his goals. And how cunning he was. That was why Sunny could not remain calm at the prospect of someone like that going on a rampage across Antarctica. Would Mordred care how many innocent people burned in the flames of his retribution? Most definitely not. But what can I do? The same question returned, gnawing at Sunny. There were many things he could do, actually just not any that would not end in him being killed at the spot by Wake or Ruin or Beastmaster. He could prematurely start a direct clash between Song and Vela right here in the army headquarters, even. First of all, calm down. You don't even know if that is really Mordred. The guy might really be a random master the emissaries of Song chose to bring along for whatever reason. Sunny could see the sole cause of humans and nightmare creatures, but that ability was useless against the Prince of Nothing. When Mordred possessed a body, he also possessed the soul, or at least enough of it to mimic how it was supposed to look like. Right. I shouldn't rush to conclusions. Wait for now, observe, act later. Saint Cor led them to a large chamber that was filled with all kinds of equipment to display information, much of it being updated in real time. Sunny looked curiously at a large projected map of East Antarctica, with countless symbols denoting masses of nightmare creatures moving across it in a seemingly chaotic manner. There were also numerous static marks showcasing the location of nightmare gates. He paled slightly, suddenly faced with a stark reminder of how many of them there were. The marks littered the entire map like pustules, as if the continent was being slowly devoured from the inside by a lethal disease. There were a staggering amount of them in the wilderness, but the concentration grew exponentially in the vicinity of the siege capitals. The moving symbols were all congregating toward the human settlements, too. The paths of the hordes of nightmare creatures might have seemed aimless at first, but if one looked at the bigger picture, it was painfully clear that all of them were slowly drawing closer to the 27 cities. It looked like an inescapable avalanche of death and despair. A nightmarish chain of doom and destruction that was tied around Antarctica's neck, its cold embrace becoming tighter with each day. That was what the evacuation army was facing. Feeling a chill creep up his spine, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then glanced at the people walking in front of him. His eyes grew darker, and the shadows nestling in the corners of the strategy room grew deeper, too. Unforgivable. NDSNVL.cm. His hands would have turned into fists if he had not made a conscious effort to appear calm. His heart, however, was dark and heavy. Unforgivable. Even knowing what was happening in Antarctica, these mighty people had come here to make it all worse. Sunny thought back to what Wake of Ruin had said about the comparative benevolence of the great clans, trying to remember the crumbs of sense he had found in those words. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. In a sense, it was no different from the outskirts. The whole world was like that. No one cared if you lived or died in the outskirts, and the people who had the power to help you all chose to do nothing, Or at least as little as possible. In the same way, the people who held the true power were comfortable doing nothing to save the population of Antarctica. The chain of nightmares had happened in the southern quadrant, but the next time, it might happen somewhere else. Then, too, they would remain indifferent. To those who lived in the outskirts, citizens seemed like people who inhabited a distant paradise. But to the great clans, the citizens were no different from the outskirt rats. Of course, one could object and argue for the other side. The government was not malicious at its core, and its treatment of the people in the outskirts was born out of necessity. The outskirts existed because the planet could not sustain the whole human population. Someone had to be sacrificed to make sure that the rest survived. Otherwise, there would not be enough resources to save anyone. And it wasn't like the unfortunate souls in the outskirts were completely abandoned. There was a constant supply of cheap synth paste, there were jobs, there was electricity, access to entertainment, and so much more. People were not being left to die. They at least had the means to survive, if only barely. It was just that their lives were more or less doomed to be short and bitterly hard. In the same way, the great clans were not entirely heartless. It was just that their plans for humanity were aimed at the dream realm, and not the waking world. Even then, they made a little bit of effort. They had sent Skytide and Dire Fang. The House of Night might not have taken part in the ground operation, but they did supply enough Saints and Nightwalkers to guide the naval convoys to and from Antarctica. But still Sunny could not forgive them. He didn't want to. All of it was a load of crap, as far as he was concerned. He might have found a way to excuse the great clans if remaining passive was all that they had done, but they did not stop at that. Not only had Vela and Song abandoned Antarctica to the chain of nightmares, they even planned to use it as a private battlefield and fight each other while countless people suffered and died around them. That, he could not forgive. Sunny glanced at the back of the bleak man and smiled slightly. You want to slaughter the entire clan Vela? Wonderful. Slaughter them well. Then, he looked at Nephis. You want to destroy all of them? Even better. I'll cheer you on. Sunny was not a forgiving man. In fact, he was quite spiteful. Let's see how their little war goes. Chapter 1105, Step by Step. The strategy meeting dragged on. The emissaries of the great clan seemed to be well aware of the situation on the infected continent. In fact, they seemed to have a clearer picture of what was going on than even Sunny did, but their understanding of the nuances of the Antarctica campaign was purely theoretical in nature. Only Skytide and Dire Fang possessed practical knowledge of what it meant to fight against the land that was slowly being devoured by a tide of nightmares. The others were going to have to catch up, fast. Still, they were not inexperienced people. Whispering Blade especially was a veteran of many wars. He had led the Knights of Vela into plenty of untamed regions of the Dream Realm, spending years in lengthy and harrowing campaigns of subjugation to expand the borders of human territory in that inhospitable world. From that perspective, it was easy to understand why Anvil had chosen his brother to helm the conquest of the Tomb of Ariel. Beastmaster was at least a decade younger than Saint Madoc, but she seemed no less of a seasoned tactician. Her exalted reputation had not appeared out of nowhere, after all. The lands controlled by the Song clan might not have expanded as dramatically as those ruled by Vela in the past 2 decades, but every region they did conquer had been a much more dire hell to surmount. The tantalizing Saint was surprisingly soft-spoken and cordial. Sunny had expected her to be arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable, but she was actually quite easygoing. Her husky voice was pleasant on the ear, and her red lips were quick to twist into a small, but bright smile. That smile was absolutely beguiling. Seishan was actually not that much younger than Beastmaster. Even though she was not a saint, she had spent more time braving the horrors of the Dream Realm than most transcendents. A decade of surviving on the Forgotten Shore made her more than qualified to participate in this meeting. The same went for Nephis. She might not have remained there as long, but her singular achievement of surviving close to 2 years of solitude in one of the most dire regions of the Dream Realm, eventually escaping it through a nightmare seed, earned her some respect from everyone present in the strategy room. As for Morgan, no one except for Maddox knew much about her achievements and experiences, but they also did not really doubt her competence. Her mind was as sharp as her eyes, and her knowledge of warfare and strategy seemed almost supernatural. The blood of war god flowed through her veins, after all. Sunny wouldn't be surprised if the Princess of Vaylor ended up being the most talented strategist among them. So, each of them was more than capable of absorbing the new information about the perils and nuances of the chain of nightmares at a staggering speed. Except for the unassuming bleak man, who had been introduced as Ascended Bast. Even his name was dull and unmemorable. From what had been told about him, Ascended Bast was simply a retainer of the great clan Song. He was a part of their advance party because of a rare and useful utility aspect. No one bought that explanation, though. Sunny and Jet had been relegated to the role of silent observers, but even they spoke up from time to time, answering questions or sharing their personal experiences of fighting on the front line. Bast, however, had not said a single word from the start of the meeting, remaining placidly in a corner and watching the proceedings with relaxed, aloof calmness. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Sunny had never seen a cat, but he had met a few rats in the outskirts. As far as vermin went, rats were pretty scary, so a creature that made a hobby out of hunting and torturing them must have been really terrifying. Still, there was a limit to how much he could stare at the Bleak Master. The discussion Wake of Ruin was having with the emissaries of the great clans was not that interesting, either. Sure, many important things were being talked about, but Sunny knew most of them. The rest, he could absorb by allocating a small part of his mind to the task, which was only made easier by the blessing of mind. Eventually, his eyes settled on Nephis. Sunny lingered for a while, then asked her through the mental link. "What are you planning to do?" He knew what the great clans wanted. He knew what the government wanted. He definitely knew what the nightmare creatures wanted, and he even somewhat knew what he himself wanted. Changing Star, however, was a mystery. Her endgame was absolutely clear, but here and now. Sunny was not sure what Nephis wanted to get out of Antarctica. She glanced at him briefly, then seemingly turned her attention back to the discussion of which force would be responsible for which area of East Antarctica. Her response came a few moments later, and was very simple. Survive. Sunny tilted his head a little. Quite a sober answer, coming from you. Where is the real Nephis and what have you done to her? The corner of her mouth twitched upward. That small change was so subtle that he doubted anyone except for him noticed it. Neph lingered for a while. Eventually, she spoke, or rather, thought in her usual even tone. Sunny, don't you think that life is pretty strange? Sunny blinked. What has gotten into her? He wasn't used to hearing such questions from Nephis. Yeah, sure. Why? She maintained her poised appearance, pretending to pay attention to the conversation about the disposition of clan forces, as she answered. You've been through a lot in these past 6 months. The time before that must seem like a lifetime ago, for you. But for me, when I wake up, I still think that I am in the nightmare, sometimes. For me, it feels like I was lost in the dream realm just yesterday. Changing Star paused, then continued after a few short moments. But I am not. I am a member of Clan Vaylor now, I have a citadel of my own, and dozens of awakened are ready to follow my orders. That was yesterday. Today, I am in the southern quadrant, preparing to wage war both on countless nightmare creatures and on the best of Clan Song. Beastmaster is here, smiling at me politely. Whispering Blade is also here, watching my every move. All of it's a bit overwhelming. She turned her head and looked at him, her clear grey eyes looking a little burdened. So, my plan is to take it one step at a time. One little step after another, until all my enemies are dead. And that is why my first step is to survive. Nephis shook her head, then looked back to the map of East Antarctica, which was currently being carved between Vaylor, Song, and the government. A few moments later, her voice resounded in his head once again, this time tinged with a hint of amusement. Why, do you think that surviving this mayhem will be easy? It won't. Chapter 1106, Status Quo. Sunny was a bit thoughtful for the rest of the long strategy meeting. Indeed, it wasn't going to be easy to survive the mad maelstrom that was brewing in Antarctica. He was strong and cunning, but in front of monsters like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, all that strength could end up meaning nothing. In fact, even the two tyrannical saints were not guaranteed safety. When people like that had to be careful not to lose their lives, someone like Sunny or Nephis could only pray to the cold skies. Sadly, the gods were dead, so their prayers were doomed to remain unanswered. So, they had to ensure their own survival. Luckily, if there was one thing Sunny excelled at, it was staying alive and biding my time. A legion of nightmare creatures on one side, two murderous armies of the great clans on the other, with Mordred hiding somewhere in the reflections, waiting to strike. It was really time for Sunny to show what he was made of, and hope that it was enough. No, he had to make it so that what he could do was enough. And if it wasn't, he had to change himself in a way that would. But my task is not as ambitious as what these legacies have to accomplish. That was perhaps the only saving grace in this grim situation. Vela and Song wanted to crush the enemy and conquer the Black Pyramid. Nephis simply wanted to survive and earn the trust of her enemies by being a good soldier and maybe a little more than that. As for Sunny, he simply wanted to make sure that their war did not spill out into the streets of the siege capitals, and that as few soldiers and civilians as possible were hurt by the clash of the great clans. And if he managed to hurt the bastards in the process, that would be even better. Still, it was not an easy thing to accomplish. He listened to the discussion of strategy, thinking. The whole meeting was both fruitful and ridiculous. The representatives of the great clans knew very well that they were going to be killing each other soon. However, they maintained an illusion of camaraderie, pretending to take the issues of the evacuation campaign seriously. They had to keep up appearances, after all. That was possibly the most important advantage Sunny had. Other than that, the broad strokes of what the near future would look like had been decided quickly. Officially, everyone would work together to resist the chain of nightmares and make sure that the evacuation proceeded smoothly, with every human in the southern quadrant leaving the cursed continent eventually. The territory of East Antarctica would be divided into 3 regions. The first one was going to remain in the purview of the government, with the 2 legacy saints that had been participating in the campaign from the start continuing to assist Wake of Ruin in resisting the tide of abominations. Reading between the lines, that meant that Skytide and Dire Fang were going to remain on the sidelines for most of the clash. The main job of these 2, at least for now, was to keep an eye on each other and make sure that the opponent could not be of assistance to the enemy side. The other 2 regions would still be protected by the evacuation army, but for all intents and purposes, the expedition forces of the great clans would be in charge. They were supposed to keep the siege capitals safe and hunt down especially powerful nightmare creatures. If one of the Titans moved toward a human city, all saints were supposed to join forces and eradicate it. Of course, Wake of Ruin would not stop Whispering Blade and Beastmaster from trying to take down the Titans in the wilderness before that even happened. What it really meant was that the government was washing its hands and giving the great clans carte blanche to kill each other as much as they wanted, as long as it was done outside the walls of the siege capitals. The true goal of Vela and Song was out there somewhere, in the wild reaches of Antarctica, after all. What they wanted was to find a nightmare gate that would allow them to safely ferry their forces into the Dream Realm, and eventually establish a stronghold that would serve as a staging ground for the conquest of the Tomb of Ariel. But it wasn't that simple. They also needed to make sure that the enemy wouldn't get to the citadel first, and the easiest way to accomplish that was to destroy the enemy. There were more complications, as well. For example, both Vela and Song announced a startling intention to permanently close as many gates that had appeared within the limits of the siege capitals as they could. The hundreds of Awakened that each great clan had sent to Antarctica were almost all meant to challenge the Seeds of Nightmare. Certainly, their true purpose was to send as many soldiers into the hellish desert as possible, to scout it out and find a good entry point for the main force, but nevertheless, even if the scouts having to enter their second nightmares was just a side effect, that decision could forever change the balance of power among the awakened. There were not that many masters in the world, and their number was already starting to swell because of the chain of nightmares. The awakened Song and Vela had sent were all absolute elites. If dozens, or maybe even 100 or 2 of them ascended, it would have an explosive effect on everything. But that was not what Sunny was concerned about. What worried him was the prospect of these scouts actually finding a great entry point behind one of the nightmare gates located inside the siege capitals, and not in the wilderness. If that happened, all hell could break loose. And if they found not just an entry point, but a crossing to a spot that would serve as the key to reaching the Black Pyramid, nothing would stop the other party from making sure that the siege capital in question changed hands. They would much rather see it destroyed, even, than remain under the control of the enemy. There will be 3 stages to this disaster. First, the clans will scout for a good entrance to the desert. Second, they will enter the Dream Realm through that entrance, and launch an expedition toward the tomb of Ariel. Lastly, they will build strongholds in the vicinity of the pyramid, gather their forces, and launch their final attacks. The first stage would probably mostly consist of covert ambushes and small-scale skirmishes between the forces of Vela and Song. The second stage would be where the true bloodshed started. And the last would be pure hell. Sunny was now clear on the overall shape of the clan war, but he still had a lot of questions. He lacked information on what exactly they were going to do, when, and how. So, just as Nephis had said, he was going to take it one step at a time. The first step he had to take was to gather information. Sitting silently at the back of the meeting room, Sunny glanced at the people who were gathered there, the high and mighty saints of legendary renown, and smiled a little. Would you look at that? After all these years, it seems that I am finally going to get a chance to act as a proper spy. Chapter 1107, Spycraft. Spying on the saints of the great clan sounded like an interesting method of killing himself, but Sunny was willing to try. His aspect was tailor-made for stealth and infiltration. After all, it was just that he had not used that side of its powers as often as he would have wished to. Sunny could not say that he was truly a master of stealth, but he was also not an amateur. He had relied on staying hidden a lot throughout the years of being an awakened, from the ruined streets of the Dark City to the airy expanse of the Chained Isles and the cold Hell's Cape of East Antarctica. In these past 2 months, especially, he had tried to remain unseen as often as possible. The duties of a military scout demanded it, and through that necessity, Sunny had been able to develop his mastery of all things clandestine a notch further. A person could only rely on stealth that much, though. The most dire conflicts he tended to find himself in were almost all direct, violent confrontations. Still, it was an exceptionally useful ability to have, and now, Sunny needed to exercise it to its fullest extent. He had been thinking about how exactly to approach that task for a long time now, and the conclusion was that he needed to be in several places at the same time to achieve the best result. Thankfully, he was capable of doing just that to a degree. Sunny had 5 shadows now, and the range at which he could control them was quite large, exceeding 20 kilometers. Which meant that he could keep an eye on representatives of both Vela and Song, at least for the next few days. Once they departed for different siege capitals, he would be forced to concentrate on only the former. So, Sunny left himself with 1 shadow, otherwise, he would look really conspicuous, and sent the other 4 to spy on the champions of the great clans. The naughty shadow, as the new guy, remained glued to his feet. The haughty shadow was following Morgan. The happy shadow was following Maddock. The gloomy shadow had been sent to spy on Beastmaster, and lastly, the creepy shadow was assigned to Ascended Bast, the man whom Sunny suspected to be possessed by Mordred. Keeping track of what all of them saw and heard put a bit of strain on his mind, but mostly, Sunny could manage the pressure, although it was hard not to appear absent-minded and clumsy in his personal interactions. Considering that Sunny was in charge of managing a lot of logistical tasks as the middleman between the forces of Vela and the government, that was proving to be a challenge. But the hardest part, of course, was not being caught by the people he was trying to spy on. Sunny was not nearly naive enough to think that the glorious great clans had no means of detecting his shadows. Even if his aspect made them nearly imperceptible when hidden in darkness or even absolutely imperceptible, for mundane humans there were all kinds of memories and exotic aspects out there. For example, the first time he had met Noctis, the sorcerer was instantly aware of the presence of a hidden shadow. And that was without even knowing who Sunny was. The great clans, on the contrary, were well aware of his capabilities. They might not have known the exact details of his aspect, but they certainly knew of his affinity to shadows, as well as the general shape of what he was capable of. Shadow users were rare, but not so rare as to be unfamiliar to the domains. Shadowblade Kurt had belonged to one of them, after all. Therefore, it only made sense that the great clans would have countermeasures prepared, just in case. Sunny's goal was to overcome these countermeasures, or at least pierce through as many of them as he could and identify all the rest to stay away from them. What helped him a lot in that task, surprisingly, was the experience of serving as a military scout. He had learned the basics of the necessary skills from Effie and the Dark City, as well as his own travels, and now developed them even further in the wilderness of East Antarctica. Powerful nightmare creatures, much like powerful awakened, had all kinds of strange abilities. So, the scouts had to learn a few strange rules and a lot of odd tricks to remain unseen by them. For example, many creatures could feel a gaze directed at them, so Sunny had learned to never look straight at dangerous abominations, instead keeping them on the periphery of his vision. Other creatures could feel if someone was thinking about them, or hear if someone spoke their names aloud. So, Sunny had to learn how to keep his mind empty and choose his words and thoughts carefully. There were a lot of tricks like that, but most importantly, one simply had to be smart and careful about it. Which was why, no matter how much he wanted to just go all out and listen to every word his mark said, Sunny took things slowly. He kept his shadows at a safe distance at first, gradually getting closer and closer to the four legacies. There was also a difference between how they acted in normal circumstances and how they acted when something important had to be discussed. The former was easier, while the latter could be nearly impossible to overhear. Even legacy sleepers like Castor possessed memories that could make it hard for anyone to listen in on important conversations back in the Dark City. He had used one to create a cone of silence around the room where they talked. Someone like Morgan or Beastmaster, without a doubt, would have much more potent tools to prevent anyone from learning their secrets. Sunny almost got caught a few times because of these measures. For example, both Vela and Song used special memories to create bubbles of evenly diffused, bright light while having meetings. Since the source of light was omnidirectional, and its brightness was perfectly the same, no shadow could exist within the bubble, a fact that he had learned the hard way, only avoiding a disaster thanks to his paranoia and caution. And still, despite it all, Sunny managed to get closer and closer to Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Morgan, and Bast. Although he was not able to infiltrate the most important meetings, he was still able to learn a lot, and piece together even more from small and seemingly unconnected pieces of information they let slip out. He might not have managed to learn their most guarded secrets, yet. But he did learn a few interesting things. Chapter 1108, Gathering Information. Sunny was mostly interested in the details of what each of the two feuding clans had prepared for Antarctica, but those plans were tightly guarded by those who had been entrusted with them. He suspected that learning the specifics of their strategy would become easier when the main forces of Vela and Song arrived in Antarctica. The more people involved in something, the harder it was to keep things secret. However, for now, only a handful of emissaries were here, all busy with rather transparent preparatory work. That did not mean that he had failed to learn anything of use, of course. Knowing the enemy's next move was immensely valuable, but knowing the enemy themselves was much more important. By observing his foremarks, Sunny was slowly becoming familiar with how they acted, felt, and even thought. When Beastmaster was standing on the city wall, observing a horde of nightmare creatures assaulting it with an eerily serene expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Whispering Blade stopped to look at the mundane soldiers, a hint of detached pity finding its way into his calm eyes, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Morgan practiced her swordsmanship, moving with grace and speed that would make the most famed warriors feel heavy in their hearts, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. And when the bleak, unassuming ascended Bast spent hours doing nothing, sitting like a corpse in a dark room, his shadow was there as well. Of course, the small nuances of their personalities were not everything that Sunny learned. He gained a much better understanding of their abilities, as well. Beastmaster was, indeed, a frightening being. Her powers lay in mesmerism and manipulation. From what he could tell, simply looking her in the eyes could be a death sentence. She could make her enemies defenseless by luring them into a state of deep trance, or bedevil them with insidious illusions. And, above all else, she could completely dominate someone's mind, making them an eternal thrall. Whispering Blade was just as fearsome. Even though his powers were not as fiendish, they were just as deadly. His quintessential ability was to make all weapons he wielded invisible, and his saint transformation was to be unseen, as well. Since Saint Madoc was not nearly as mysterious and secretive as his counterpart from the Song clan, it was widely known that when he fought, it was as though the world itself was slicing the bodies of his enemies apart. There was no escape. Morgan, on the other hand, had a rather strange aspect. If Whispering Blade possessed an ability that made the sword he wielded deadlier, then Morgan was the blade itself. The feeling of sharpness she emanated was not a coincidence. The Princess of War did not need any weapons, because her body was the absolute weapon. She could cut through armored alloy and the flesh of even the most powerful nightmare creatures with her hands, and rend their bodies with her feet. It was both strange and terrifying, as though she was not a human, but a living sword. In retrospect, it made a lot of sense that she had easily cut through the adamantine breastplate of the mantle of the underworld with her bare hand. Wouldn't it mean that she cheated? She promised to only use a dormant weapon. That thought, strangely, led Sunny to discover a hint of what Morgan's flaw was. While observing her, he noticed that Morgan preferred clothes that revealed as little of her skin and body as possible. She even wore gloves, never appearing without them. Sometimes it was the gauntlets of her armor, and sometimes it was the slim, stylish leather gloves that went well with her tailored mundane clothes. Because of that, Sunny started to suspect that the Princess of Valor was not in control of what her hands cut. Or rather, that everything she touched was doomed to be sliced and severed, as if carved by a sharp blade. Perhaps the flaw was not as powerful as her ability otherwise. Her own armor would not be able to withstand it, but it was certainly a cruel extension of it. Sadly, Sunny had no such luck in deducing the flaws of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. And then there was Bast. Actually, Sunny had not learned anything about him at all. The bleak man was like a corpse that someone was wearing as a suit. He was quiet, dull, and devoid of much emotion. He never did much of anything, but was nevertheless treated with strange courtesy deference, even by Sishan, Beastmaster, and Dire Fang. Bast did nothing, just waiting and biding his time. But Sunny could swear that there was a menacing malevolence hiding behind the placid dullness of his eyes. "What are you doing, bastard? What are your reflections doing? When are you going to strike?" Sunny was not the only one who paid close attention to Bast. Even though they did not show it, Morgan and Madoc were tracking the movements of the Bleak Master as well. In fact, he learned a few things about Mordred from the fragments of their conversations about the man. For example, he learned that Anvil had personally crafted the enchanted talisman that protected Ascended Wealth from being possessed by her ward. He also learned Anvil's title, the King of Swords. Apparently, the King of Swords had prepared a few more tools to trap and destroy his eldest child. However, both Whispering Blade and Morgan were hesitant to use them yet. They were unnerved by Bast's inaction, too. Just like that, a few days passed. Sunny had been gathering information like a spider sitting in the middle of a vast web. He had not made any earth-shattering discoveries in that short time, but it was a good start. In truth, he was more concentrated on finding safe ways to get closer to his marks, for now, than on actually stealing their secrets. Once he truly learned how to slither through their defenses, the secrets would be revealed as a result. On the fourth day it was time to say his goodbyes to Jet. Both Song and Vela were leaving the siege capitals to travel to the respective port fortresses and meet the arriving reinforcements. After that, they would proceed to other cities, and the clandestine war would start in earnest. Sunny was leaving with the emissaries of Vela, and Jet was leaving with the emissaries of Song. Chances were, they would not meet face for a long time. He would have been worried if it was anyone else, but there was little doubt that Soul Reaper would be able to keep herself alive. He had already warned her to steer clear of the man who called himself Bast, just to be safe. Really, the person Sunny had to worry about was himself. He'll survive, too. But that was the thing, simply surviving was not enough. It had not been for a long time. And that was what could get him killed. With a sigh, Sunny called back the shadows that had been watching the emissaries of Song, and went to find Nephis. It was time for the two of them to travel side by side once again. Chapter 1109, Titanic Battle. On a vast plain peppered with twisting streams and shallow lakes, a cataclysmic battle was taking place. Legions of nightmare creatures were flowing across it like a dark tide, with several titanic figures marching among them. The ground shook with each of their steps, and the skies above were obscured by a whirlwind of hungry crows. Humans fought against the abominations in the shadow of their wings. Today, the forces of humanity gathered from all across Antarctica to stop the march of the Titanic horde. 7 saints led them into battle. There was Wake of Ruin, the Carrion Crow, a legendary figure who had been protecting the waking world since the times of the first generation. Whispering Blade, the first blade of the great clan Vela, who had led countless awakened warriors in the conquest of the Dream Realm. There was Beastmaster, the fearsome and enchanting daughter of the great clan Song, and her sister, Silent Stalker, who was a huntress and a slayer of things. There was also Skytide of the White Feather clan and Dire Fang, a bestial warrior of incomparable savagery and strength. There were close to 100 masters on the battlefield, as well, serving as champions and officers of the human army. Sunny was one of these masters. As he watched the inconceivable scene of the clash between two mighty forces, awed by its scale and ferocity, there was only one thought in his mind. Holy hell! He had seen a lot of incredible things in his life, but all with the exception of the visage of hope paled in comparison to this calamitous confrontation. It was, without a doubt, the largest battle that had happened since the start of the Antarctica campaign and maybe even in the history of this world. Sunny was currently high above the battlefield, in what served as the command center for the joined army of the government and the great clans. The command center was situated in a stone fort which stood on top of the carapace of a giant, monstrous tortoise, which was one of Morgan's echoes. Luckily, the Princess of Vela, the Princess of War, had not summoned it on the day of her arrival. Otherwise, the giant beast would have flattened the entire government building. It was like a moving fortress. Morgan herself was nearby, commanding the army. The Saints were busy fighting the Titans that led the horde, so they had no time to play the role of a detached strategist. The Princess of War, on the other hand, was a genius tactician by now. No one put that fact in doubt despite her young age. Of course, Seishan was also here, keeping an eye out so that Morgan did not get any funny ideas. About a month had passed since the day Sunny was assigned to act as a government envoy for the forces of Vela. In that time, they had reached a distant port fortress, met up with the main contingent of the great clan including Cassie, the Firekeepers, and the valiant Saint Summer Knight, and traveled to the region that was supposed to be their zone of responsibility. However, almost as soon as they settled in one of the siege capitals there, Wake of Ruin requested the emissaries of both great clans to join forces against a tremendous horde of nightmare creatures that had formed around several titans. The emissaries had promised to join forces if the situation required it, after all, and it certainly did. If the horde was not stopped, their plans were bound to suffer, as well. So, they reluctantly answered Saint Cor's summons and ventured into the wilderness to form a united army. Vela and Song were hell-bent on destroying each other, but that did not mean that they couldn't cooperate. Once faced with a common enemy, the champions of the two warring domains at least had the decency to not strike their opponents in the back, or at least they hadn't yet. Mordred was suspiciously absent from the battlefield, though. Who knew what Ascended Bast was doing right now? Actually, Sunny knew exactly what he was doing. Jet was doing him a favor by keeping an eye on the Bleak Man, so Sunny was well informed on Master Bast's movements. He was currently in a siege capital far to the west, establishing a supply chain for Song's expedition forces, which prowled the wilderness in search of suitable nightmare gates. Ascended Bast was also in charge of an industrial production facility. In that facility, he was making mirrors. Thousands of them, for unknown reasons. Or at least he had been a few days ago. Currently, Jet was right here by Sunny's side, watching the battlefield with a hungry expression. For all they knew, the Bleak Man might have slaughtered the entire siege capital by now. Jet suddenly raised her head. There, look. Everyone except for Cassie looked up. In the skies above them, a titanic clash was taking place. Myriads of crows were swirling like a black maelstrom, and in the middle of it, two giant shapes were entangled in a murderous dance. One was a giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged out of lustrous steel, her wings wreathed in lightning and thunderclouds. The other was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body held up in the air by vast, skeletal wings. The scaled beast was littered with thousands of wounds from the swarm of crows assaulting it, but it did not seem bothered by their merciless attacks. Instead, a miasma of rot and corruption flowed from the numerous torn holes on its body, trailing behind the Titan and spreading through the sky like a cloud of pure, inescapable death. Saint Tyrus had been controlling the winds to blow the cloud away from the battlefield, but right at that moment, the crows suddenly dashed away from the winged horror. A split second later, it was encased in a cage of lightning, and then, the white bird flew through the lightning to crash directly into the giant beast. Her talons tore at its chest, and her beak closed on one of its necks, ripping it to shreds. Skytide jerked her head violently, and severed the neck of the Titan completely. As Val Miasma billowed from the terrible wound like a fountain, the head of the creature plummeted down and crashed into the ground, obliterating several hundreds of nightmare creatures. Sunny clenched his fists, then looked away from the aerial battle. Breathtaking and terrifying things were happening on the ground, as well. In one corner of the battlefield, a mountain of malformed flesh was crawling across the plain, absorbing everything in its path into itself. Those nightmare creatures that were unfortunate enough to approach it were instantly caught by fleshy tentacles, drawn into the body of the ghastly Titan, and consumed, becoming a part of it. If the mountain of flesh reached the defense line of the human army, the same fate awaited the soldiers. However, it did not get the chance. Long before the Titan drew close to the ranks of Awakened, a lone figure stepped forward from between them, and then disappeared. Sunny saw the moment clearly, but even still, it seemed as though Whispering Blade had never been there at all. In the next moment, something both spectacular and terrifying happened. It was as though a wide, bloody path was carved through the horde of nightmare creatures by an invisible force. No one could see what was delivering the cuts, but countless abominations were instantly turned into minced meat. Gaping wounds simply appeared on their bodies, as if the creatures were sliced apart by an unseen blade. No, a swarm of unseen blades. A wave of them. The wave rolled through the horde, rending everything in its path, and soon reached the crawling mountain of flesh. Countless tentacles wreathed, trying to catch whoever was attacking the Titan. However, all they caught was air. Meanwhile, bloody lacerations started to appear on the surface of the flesh mountain, sometimes several at a time, each dozens of meters in length, and extremely deep. Tentacles were severed, and sent flying away only to crawl back like fleshy snakes. Despite suffering dire wounds, the Titan was not succumbing to the assault of invisible blades, yet. But it had stopped completely, letting the soldiers sigh with relief. In another spot of the battlefield, a man in lustrous armor was wielding a lance that seemed to be made of clear water to cut through a sea of grey vines that grew from the ground with terrifying speed. The brooks, rivers, and lakes around him seemed to have turned into weapons, as well. Streams of water rose from them and flew through the air like whips, cleanly slicing through the vines and washing them away. The summer knight remained calm and composed as he faced the wrath of the unseen titan. He welcomed its attention because it lessened the pressure on two different saints. Deep in the area completely consumed by the grey vines, a creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf was clawing at the ground, digging into it with vicious purpose. With each movement, countless vines were torn apart, and a great deal of soil was displaced. The giant fiend Saint Dire Fang was being assaulted by the vines from all sides. However, very few reached him. Most were cut down by Summer Night, and those that were not ended up being obliterated by heavy arrows that flew from the fringes of the battlefield, where Silent Stalker moved, unseen. And finally, there was the last titan, a ghostly figure surrounded by shimmering haze, which moved across the battlefield like a mirage. Wherever it passed, the reality itself seemed to twist and come undone, revealing indescribable horrors. The nightmare creatures who gazed at the mirages grew still and silent, then moved again, or rather, their bodies moved, as if worn by something not quite familiar with what flesh was, and how beings made of flesh were supposed to carry themselves through space. No awakened barred their path, and neither did any saint. However, abominations did. First a few, then a dozen, then 100, and finally, an avalanche of them threw themselves into the shimmering haze, trying to disperse it. Each of them had clawed their eyes out before attacking, driven mad by a strange and overwhelming desire to destroy the ghostly titan at any cost. The nightmare creatures who had been possessed by the haze were torn apart by other abominations, as well. It was as if Beastmaster was laughing at the harrowing creature. You can possess the bodies of living beings. So what? I can take their minds, their hearts, and their very souls. Let's see which one of us is more harrowing. Sunny stared, feeling both stirred and grim. Such power. Would he hold such power one day? If he did, he would be laughing too. Chapter 11:11, War Games. The seven saints were battling the titans. The echoes of their dreadful clash spread like shockwaves through the horde of nightmare creatures. Somewhere far away, a vestige of the horde suddenly surged and swirled, lunging at something unseen. A moment later, a bloody haze veiled that entire section of the battlefield from view, and the wind carried over howls of agony which all fell silent soon. Silent Stalker was prowling there, slaughtering the abominations and never failing to send her arrows to support Dire Fang and Summer Night. The latter had yet to assume his transcendent form, as well. Beastmaster and Whispering Blade were each holding back a titan of their own, and Skytide had just succeeded in delivering a debilitating wound to the great-scaled beast, dispersing the cloud of deathly miasma created by the flying horror at the same time. All in all, things weren't looking bad. Which was not to say that the battle was going smoothly. Far from it. The titanic horde did not just consist of the 4 titans, and it was the task of Awakened and Ascended to face the vast legion of abominations. While not as spectacular, that task was just as important. Sunny watched the battle grow more and more fierce. All the while, Cassie continued to keep them informed of the more important changes happening on the battlefield. Her voice was calm and composed. The fallen tyrant, Designation Worm, has been slain. 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is advancing to support the 5th. The corrupted demon, Designation Frost Furnace, has been slain. Ascended Eugen of the 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade has fallen. The corrupted devil, Designation Hexblade, has been slain by Ascended Nightingale. It would be prudent to temporarily withdraw the Night Singers from the Flashpoint Delta. At first, the good news was mixed with the bad news in equal measure. Morgan continued to react to the changes on the battlefield, moving her many pieces around to present an almost flawless defense against the onslaught of nightmare creatures. The battle formation created by her was fluid and flexible, bending when needed and lashing out with tremendous force at other times. In fact, it seemed that Cassie and her were not just reacting, but actually anticipating many of the changes on the chaotic battlefield. It was a lot like personal combat. Being able to anticipate what move the enemy would make was half the victory. The other half was using that knowledge to deliver a fatal strike. Sadly, there was a limit to what Morgan could do. No matter how good she was, the enemy facing them was just too dreadful. The Princess of War remained calm, but her face was slowly growing grim. As time went on, Cass's reports began to sound more and more dire. 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade is routed. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is suffering heavy casualties. Ascended Ripple of the 7 Ursuses has fallen. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is routed. Defensive line is breached. Wolves and Nightsingus are advancing to seal the breach. I don't think they'll be able to hold out. Morgan remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly. Yes. That is troublesome. Sunny stared at her silently. To use the word troublesome was the understatement of the century. With both layers of the defensive line breached, the nightmare creatures would be free to pour through and attack the formation from the rear. Once they did, one company after another would collapse, causing a fatal cascade. There were forces that could be pulled back from other places on the battlefield to plug the breach, but they needed time to reach it. Morgan glanced at Nephis and suddenly smiled. How about it, dear sister? Are you ready to solve that problem for me? Neph looked at the battlefield, then turned her head slightly and nodded. It is the reason why you have held me in reserve, is it not? Morgan laughed. Indeed. Take your firekeepers and go, then show these abominations what a daughter of Valor is capable of. Changing Star simply turned away, ready to jump down from the stone fort onto the carapace of the giant tortoise. However, at that moment, Sunny finally spoke. Can I go, too? Morgan and Seishan, as well, gave him surprised glances. After a short moment, the Princes of War asked. Really? But you don't have to, Master Sunless. As a government envoy, your duties are simply to serve as a messenger between us and your army command. In fact, it would be very embarrassing for me if the envoy entrusted to Clan Valor went and died. Sunny frowned. Really? It would be very embarrassing for me, too, so we'll make sure to stay alive. Morgan smiled. It seemed that there was some approval in her smile. She gave him a nod. Well, in that case, by all means. You were designated as a special strategic asset, after all. I'd imagine that you can handle yourself on the battlefield. After that, she gave Seishan a short glance, as if mocking the heiress of Song for having a less capable government spy assigned to her. Jet stretched her arms, looking down with a hungry glint in her eyes. Then I'll join, too. Watching all this slaughter got me riled up. She seemed very comfortable playing into her reputation as a psychotic killer. Neither Morgan nor Seishan said anything, at least. Without delaying any further, Nephis, Sunny, and Jet jumped down to the carapace of the giant Echo, then slid off its side and landed on the ground near where the firekeepers were waiting, ready to do battle. Noticing them, the survivors of the Dark City broke out in smiles. Lady Nephis, are you deploying? Finally. Hey, Sunny, where is your armor? Hurry up and summon it. Oh, man, Sunny is with us. Effie and Knight are fighting, too. Lady Nephis is in charge. Feels like the good old times. What good old times, you fool? What was good about those times? Get your head on straight. Nephis looked at them with her calm, cold grey eyes and then smiled. Her smile seemed to illuminate the gloomy autumn day like a ray of sunshine. Yes, we are being deployed. Get ready and follow me. What can these pathetic abominations do to us? Nothing. Let us burn their filth from this world. The firekeepers looked at her with expressions of adoration and zealous devotion, passionate fires igniting in their eyes. Their voices joined in a choir. Follow Lady Changing Star. Burn them. Burn them all. Sunny observed them with a neutral expression as he gathered shadows around him and summoned the Sin of Solace, which immediately started whispering insidious provocations into his ears, a vague figure materializing a few steps away and following behind him. He ignored the hallucination and shook his head in reproach. What a bunch of crazies. Chapter 11:12, different kind of deception. Led by Nephis, Sunny, and Jet, the Firekeepers surged forward. They were aiming for the section of the joint army's formation where the flood of nightmare creatures had broken through the dam of human bodies, threatening to consume them all. Somewhere out there, far ahead, Effie and Kai were already trying to stall the fatal advance of the frenzied abominations as they waited for reinforcements to arrive. Their soldiers were fighting fiercely, without a doubt, and yet, the horde had already gained momentum, so the wolves and the Nightsingers had no hope of stopping it on their own. They were just 200 men and women who had volunteered to join the Second Army. After all, no matter how elite of a status the two companies earned because of their strength, valor, and the fame of their commanders, they were still ordinary awakened. The Firekeepers were different. Even though there were just about 50 of them, each of the people following Changing Star was a seasoned veteran of the Dark City. They were the best and the brightest of what humanity had to offer, simply for the fact that nothing less would have allowed one to survive the cruel crucible of the Forgotten Shore. They had only grown stronger and more experienced under Cass's guidance after escaping that starless abyss, too, and especially now that the mighty and opulent clan Valor stood behind the personal troops of its adopted daughter. The Firekeepers had undergone a comprehensive upgrade of their soul arsenals, with those who needed it receiving enough shards to finish fully saturating their cores. There were 7 cohorts of them, each more than comparable to the most elite household troops of the great clans in terms of power. So, despite their modest numbers, the Firekeepers were a force to be reckoned with. And that was without even mentioning the 3 masters who were leading them into battle. Due to their superior physical prowess, Sunny, Nephis, and Jet naturally ended up at the head of the rushing force. There was no clever plan to their advance. The situation prohibited careful maneuvering and strategic placement of the awakened according to their specializations. But there was no real need to waste time on it, either. Every Firekeeper knew what they were doing. The remains of the Dreamer army had long become a well-oiled, perfectly synergized combat machine. They all knew what their comrades were good at, what quirks their aspects and memories possessed, and how to work together in a seamless, deadly harmony. Well, maybe Sunny did not quite know all those things, exactly. He was more or less familiar with what the members of Cass's former personal cohort were capable of, as well as a few other people with whom he had fought side by side during the civil war of the Bright Castle. Really, he lacked the qualifications to effectively lead these veteran warriors. However, that was fine. He didn't want to lead anyone, anyway. Sunny was more than happy to leave all that to Nephis today. His role was quite simple: to wreak as much havoc and destruction among the nightmare creatures as he could. That way, he would bring the most benefit to the men and women fighting by his side. His desire to show how lethal he could be in a battle had a different purpose, as well. Sunny wanted the others, Morgan and Seishan in particular, to witness how much of a fierce force he was on the battlefield. Having some respect from the representatives of the great clans would be convenient in the coming months, but mostly, he wanted to deceive them. People were usually good at one thing or another. Great fighters were very rarely amazing utility specialists, and people specializing in subterfuge were usually less capable in direct combat. Of course, there were always freaks like Sunny, who could do anything, from swinging a sharp sword to weaving memories. But they were rare enough for a subconscious bias to subtly deny their existence. The more capable of a fighter Sunny would show himself to be, the harder it would become for people who didn't know him to assume that he also possessed other formidable abilities, like excelling in stealth or being a master of utility. It was a different kind of deception. In the past, Sunny had tried extremely hard to remain under the radar, hiding his power to appear weak and insignificant. That ship, sadly, had long sailed. After coming to Antarctica, he was forced to reveal enough of his strength so that no sane person would ever think of him as a weakling. So, now, he needed a new disguise. And today was the day he would start to create it. Come on, look at me, look at the devil of Antarctica. Am I not strong? Am I not fearsome? Am I not a frenzied beast, just like what a lofty legacy would expect an uneducated brute from the outskirts to be? As Sunny ran, he gathered the shadows from the shadow lantern around his body, manifesting them into the shape of a towering, four-armed fiend. He wielded the Sin of Solace in one hand, the cruel sight in another. The other two remained free, to be used to tear the enemies apart with sharp claws or switch to a two-hand grip of the Jade Gem on the F. Lie. A moment later, he circulated his essence and activated the mantle trait of the marble shell. A fearsome armor of black onyx suddenly encased the tenebrous shadow spawn into an impervious carapace, coming together with a dull clangor. Sunny was not going to use finesse and cunning tricks today. No, what he was going for was maximum carnage, maximum barbarity. The more feral he appeared, the better. God knew he had some pent-up anger to vent. They had already flashed through the ranks of the retreating soldiers that belonged to the crushed companies. He could already see the wolves and the night singers fighting ahead, stubbornly refusing to give ground to the onslaught of abomination. A glimpse of Effie's lustrous steel figure ignited his heart, flooding his body with strength and vigor. There were really a lot of nightmare creatures in front of him. Damn. Sunny summoned the Dying Wish, slotting it into the mantle and activating the underworld armament trait of the onyx armor. Now, for the finishing touch. Finally, he summoned the extraordinary rock, placing it into the mouth of the shadow spawn and activating the sonorous enchantment to make the transferred voice sound as loud as possible. As the firekeepers closed in on the desperate melee, the towering four-armed fiend that moved at the head of Changing Stars Force raised his horned head and let out an earth-shattering, chilling, bloodthirsty roar. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole battlefield around them was momentarily frozen. Even the nightmare creatures seemed a little taken aback. Cradled in the embrace of shadows, Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I think that will do the trick. Chapter 11-13, Rampaging Spawn of Shadows. Sunny's life had been pretty complicated as of late. But right now, it was very simple. All he had to do was kill. Kill, kill, kill. Even the Sin of Solace seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. There was no more hiding, no more caution, and no more trying to undersell his abilities well, at least the most obvious and visible of his abilities. Sunny had much more tricks up his sleeve, and in fact, this display of power was meant to misdirect his opponents and draw their attention away from his more insidious talents. However, even that did not matter right now. All that mattered was murder. Dashing through the formation of the wolves and night singers like a lightning made of darkness, Sunny tore into the tide of nightmare creatures. The echo of his deafening roar was still rolling across the battlefield when the Sin of Solace reaped its first life. It passed through the body of a massive abomination, easily rending it into two halves. You have slain your shadow grows. It was a fallen, huh? Sunny had activated the Omen of Dread enchantment of the Jade Sword, just for good measure. The faint remnant of a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, lingered on the cursed blade. All beings who witnessed it had no choice but to be stricken by terror. The nightmare creatures seemed to slow down a little. The awakened soldiers behind him trembled, too. However, they were also being affected by the Dying Wish. Fear and inspiration fused together in their hearts to produce savage awe. The soldiers surged forward, their spirits ignited with killing intent. The abominations, meanwhile, were being assaulted both by the feeling of fear and the irresistible desire to rip the dreadful four-armed fiend to shreds above all else. Such a contradiction was enough to drive one mad. Good. Give me madness, give me insanity, the more, the better. Didn't the Sin of Solace feel especially light, sharp, and lethal today? Maybe it was just the effect of his body being augmented by 5 shadows. Full of rapturous malice, Sunny continued to move. His mind was cold, calculating, and full of dark, murderous glee. His shell was brimming with so much power that it seemed as though it would soon burst at the seams. His hands moved faster than his thoughts. Kill. The jade sword flashed through the air, sending an abomination's head flying away in a fountain of blood. The cruel sight pierced the throat of another and ignited with incandescent light, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. His tail shot forward, the armored spike on its tip shattering a monstrous abomination's temple. Sunny whipped his tail, throwing the collapsing corpse into the mob of beasts. All of it took a split second. Kill. A monster lunged at him, its maw full of sharp fangs. Sunny caught it with his two lower hands, his armored gauntlets scraping against bone, and tore the creature's jaws apart. At the same time, he severed another abomination from top to bottom with the pristine blade of the Sin of Solace. At the same time, he gutted a third one with the silver short sword that was burning with the immolating heat of divine flames. All of you, die. At the same time, Nephis entered the melee. Changing Star was wearing the black armor forged by the smiths of Valor, wielding a sword that seemed to be made of pure white flame. Her silver hair flew in the wind like a radiant crown, and on her forehead was a simple band of metal adorned by a single gem, the Dawn Shard. All around them, the memories wielded by the awakened soldiers suddenly grew vastly more powerful. Neph's skin was suffused with a brilliant white glow. She looked like a spirit of pristine flame, and in front of her, the nightmare creatures seemed to melt and turn to ash. Her incandescent sword moved with such speed and precision that it was almost invisible. All that could be seen was the carnage left in its wake. Sunny had not seen Nephis fight in a long time. He had almost forgotten how beautiful her skill was. But she was an ascended now, and so, swordsmanship was not her only tool. As the corpses of the nightmare creatures she had slain caught fire, that fire swelled and moved, as if being controlled by an invisible will. The air rippled from the unbearable heat, and the flames surged forward in an immolating wave. A deafening explosion rang, ripping a dozen abominations apart. As Changing Star moved through the mass of them, the fires moved with her like a whirlwind, burning and incinerating the nightmare creatures in her path. Tearing an AP-sized monster limb from limb, Sunny frowned. That won't do, she's stealing my spotlight. At that moment, Jet finally joined them, followed by the Firekeepers. The tide of abominations was momentarily pushed back. Neph's voice drowned out the cacophony of battle. Spread out, hold the line, ascended, step forward. The 7 cohorts of the Firekeepers separated, reinforcing the faltering line of the wolves and the Firekeepers. At the same time, 5 figures stepped forward to become the wavebreakers against the flood of abominations. Nephis, Sunny, Effie, Kai and Jet. What a fearsome quintet. Sunny spared a split second to appreciate the image of them standing against the tide of nightmare creatures, and then threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. His task had only grown harder. Now, he had to outdo all these monstrous talents. Commanding the extraordinary rock to let out a harrowing growl, one stolen from the demented corrupted devil, Myriad Eater, no less, he launched himself forward. The Sin of Solace whispered as it severed flesh and bone. The cruel sight sang. Claws, fangs, and spikes rang against the onyx surface of the mantle. The nightmare creatures shrieked, howled, and wailed as they died. The 4-armed fiend had turned into a dark maelstrom as he slaughtered one abomination after another, sometimes 2, 3, 4 at a time. The weaker monsters fell like autumn leaves in front of his blades and claws, the stronger ones were obliterated in a most cold and ruthless way. There were no ingenious schemes to how Sunny fought, no cunning tricks, just pure, savage, calmly calculated butchery. The soldiers behind him were looking at the rampaging spawn of shadows with awe in their eyes. Sunny did not pay their gazes a lot of attention, however. He did regret not leaving a shadow to keep an eye on Morgan and Seishan. He was a bit curious about their reactions. But only a bit. Killing as many abominations as he could, as fast as he could, was much more important. The radiant Changing Star, the steel-bodied raised by wolves, the swift and deadly Nightingale, the Death Incarnate, Soul Reaper Jet and the Devil of Antarctica, the most fiendish of them all. The 5 of them brought the horde of nightmare creatures to a halt. For a while. Chapter 11-14. Bloody Brilliant. It was a strange thing to see. The remnants of the Dreamer army were fighting against an overwhelming horde of nightmare creatures, with the members of Changing Star's cohort leading them. It was almost as if they had gathered to reenact the ruinous siege of the Crimson Spire. Of course, not everyone who had participated in that battle was here, but most were. Out of the 100 or so sleepers that had returned from the Forgotten Shore, more than a half chose to follow Cassie, and were now fighting for Nephis. A few decided to stay independent, like Sunny or Aiko, a few joined lesser legacy clans, while the second largest group, the surviving handmaidens, followed Seishin into the embrace of the great clan song. The former handmaidens were here on the battlefield, too, although not in this exact spot. It's like a morbid reunion. The Firekeepers were fighting like the expert slayers. They were no abomination, no matter how terrifying, could shake their fighting spirit and resolve. Not because they were fearless, but simply because the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had been inoculated against the fear of nightmare creatures by being exposed to too much of it, too early, and with too harrowing results. It was especially clear how out of the norm they were in contrast with the ordinary awakened that comprised the two elite companies, the Wolves and Nightsingers. No matter how brave and capable the awakened under the command of Effie and Kai were, they simply could not compare to the unflinching lethality of the eerily calm Firekeepers. And, of course, the members of Changing Stars cohort were the deadliest of them. Effie was like a wall of steel. Nothing could move her, and nothing could move past her. All the abominations could do was die, either pierced by her spear or broken by her shield. Kai was swift, elusive, and unpredictable. The months of fighting a bitter war against Solvain zealots in the nightmare had forged him into a more capable warrior than he was giving himself credit for. The enchanting young man moved like wind among the abominations, cutting them down with his sharp saber. His ivory armor seemed to shine as it reflected Changing Stars' light. Nephis herself was like a radiant omen of death. Her ruthless sword seemed inescapable, and where it could not reach, incinerating flames reached instead. Shining like a beacon of light in the dark sea of nightmare creatures, she was without a doubt the heart of the battle, and the guiding star that kept hope alive in the hearts of the struggling soldiers. As long as the immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. Even those who were indifferent to such sentimental proclamations were compelled to believe it now, watching the beautiful white radiance of Changing Stars' light devour the dark tide of nightmare creatures. There was Jet, as well. Although not a part of the former Dreamer army, she was no less deadly than the rest of them, maybe even more so. There was nothing particularly flashy about how she fought, but nonetheless, the number of dead abominations surrounding her was staggering. The more of them died, the more alive she looked. It was a sight both disturbing and beautiful. And lastly, there was Sunny. In the past, he had perhaps been the most unassuming member of Changing Stars cohort. Every impossible feat he had performed, every improbable victory he had achieved, all of it had happened where no one could bear witness, very much so by design. Today, however, Sunny was at the center of everyone's attention. Because he was just too savage, brutal, and domineering. The slaughter he was perpetrating could only be described as barbarous. Towering at 3 meters of height, crowned by twisting horns, and clad in fearsome onyx armor, the frenzied four-armed fiend tore through the nightmare creatures like a man possessed by a devil. Or was he a devil possessed by a man? All 4 of his hands were sleek with blood. His armor was slick with blood. Even his face was covered in blood, because Sunny had used his sharp teeth to bite through an abomination's throat at some point, finding it more convenient than bringing his sword around. He did not know if he was the deadliest of the 5 masters today. But he was definitely the most eye-catching. And frightening. The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny laughed, as well. His laughter escaped from between the fangs of the shadow-spawned shell as a ragged breath. Ah, it's really funny we are all going to die. Indeed, despite how excellent the Firekeepers were, and how deadly their leaders were, the situation did not look good. And it was for one simple reason: the Awakened and the Masters were putting on a splendid fight, felling countless abominations and preventing the Horde from pouring into the breach. The Titans were tied up by the Saints, and without them, there was nothing on the battlefield that the 5 of them could not face. If it were any other group of Ascended, perhaps things would have been different. But they were not just any Masters. They were perhaps the 5 most powerful Masters alive, not counting monsters like Mordred and Morgan. But there was one big problem with that. The problem was that their essence, as well as the essence of their soldiers, was being slowly depleted, while the tide of abominations was seemingly endless. Only Jet could fight indefinitely, but she alone was not enough to change the scales of this massive battle. Sunny wondered if he should summon Nightmare and Saint. He felt really tempted to. But something was holding him back. Slicing through a corrupted demon and emerging from the severed carcass to thrust the blade of the cruel sight into the chest of a howling abomination, he briefly glanced in the direction where a revolting mountain of flesh was being slowly carved apart by invisible swords. Sunny was pretty sure that, together with Neff, he could take down one of these titans. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to do it alone, not without substantial preparations at least. And perhaps Changing Star wouldn't be able to do it alone either. But together, they could. All they would have to do, really, was bestow all of their blessings, all of his shadows and all the heat of Neff's flame onto Saint, and send her forth. His taciturn devil was already immensely powerful, and if her strength were augmented 15 times over, even a corrupted titan would perhaps have to retreat. A fallen one would just die. However, it was not the titans Sunny was worried about. It was the saints. Today, they were fighting nightmare creatures. But one day soon, they would most likely have to fight one or several of the 7 saints dominating the battlefield. Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Summer Knight, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, perhaps even Saint Tyrus. There was Mordred, too. And Morgan, and Seishan. These people were no less frightening than the titans. Actually, they could be considered more terrifying than the dreaded nightmare creatures. So, Sunny was reluctant to reveal his hand. His life could very well depend on it. Well. Without ever slowing his bloody rampage, he started considering his options. If Sunny wanted to do something drastic, he had to do it now, while his reserves of essence were still somewhat substantial. He thought long and hard as he continued killing one abomination after another in increasingly wild and ruthless ways, making the soldiers pale in sickened awe, and in the end, Sunny decided to do nothing. Cassie must have a plan. It had not escaped his attention that the blind girl subtly manipulated the events of the battle, making sure that the Firekeepers, the Wolves, and the Nightsingers, the 3 units led by the members of Changing Star's cohort, ended up together in this particular spot of the battlefield. If she had put them here, she must have been reasonably certain that they would not be swallowed up by the horde. As for how they would prevail, Sunny decided that he did not really care. Today, he would care only about one thing: how to kill many, many nightmare creatures. As many of them as possible. Kill, kill, kill. The Sin of Solace laughed, its voice full of gleeful amusement. Yes, right, kill them all. Chapter 11:15, Creatures of Light and Darkness. Focusing solely on causing as much devastation as possible, Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures. The power of the fully augmented Shadow Fiend shell was staggering. That power was so great, in fact, that getting drunk on it was simply too easy. However, he did not. His savage butchery was just for show. Even though Sunny had allowed himself to gleefully dive into the battle frenzy, the core of his mind remained cold and clear. The more abominations he slayed, the more somber that part of his consciousness became. What the hell is Morgan doing? The Firekeepers were supposed to hinder the advance of the nightmare creatures until reinforcements were pulled out from other parts of the battlefield to repair the breach in the army's formation. They had done that already, but the reinforcements never arrived. Had another crisis prevented Morgan from sending more companies to replace them, or was something else at play? Sunny did not know, and he had no time to care. He might have made it look as though cutting through numerous abominations was effortless for him, and in fact brought him nothing but vicious joy, but it was really not an easy task. He was strong, fast, and immensely skilled. His armor and weapons were outstanding, too. However, there were just too many enemies pressing down on the 5 masters as their soldiers. The horde of nightmare creatures truly seemed endless. Even if most of these abominable creatures were not strong enough to threaten Sunny, and easy to kill, the sheer number of them posed a threat. His task was not just to withstand the flood of monsters, but to cut through it, breaking its momentum. And that was a perilous task. Sunny had to watch his every step, and keep the next dozen steps in mind. Otherwise, it would be too easy to end up in a situation where there was no next step to take. Granted, he could carve his way out of many situations that would have doomed a different Ascended. But still, Sunny had to be careful about where he moved and what he did. The others were struggling with the same issue. Kai had it the easiest, since his speed and the ability to fly made maneuvering around the battlefield almost a non-issue. Nephis had some breathing room, too, because her flames could clear out the space around her. Sunny, Effie, and Jet were starting to struggle, though. Chances were, they would have to retreat back into the formation of the Awakened soon. Once that happened, the formation itself would come under much more strain. Not yet, though. He was not done playing the role of a Darkslayer, yet. Nestled within the embrace of shadows, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to fight. This was good, really. He had missed that feeling, the feeling of giving it your all and fighting with your very life on the line. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had always been like a detached observer. He had played the role of a person who was just as desperate and frightened as everyone else around him, but that was a lie. He wasn't. Sunny had just allowed himself to lose himself in the role. In truth, he had rarely been in true danger in the past few months. It had always been the lives of others that he desperately wanted to preserve, not his own. The times when Sunny found himself in mortal danger in Antarctica had been few, and the forces aligned against him back then were too insurmountable to fight. All he could do was escape. Even the winter beast, his own life had not been at risk until the very end. It was the same now. However, Sunny had tricked himself into feeling that it wasn't. And so, he killed the nightmare creatures. He killed as many as there were. He slayed the weaker abominations with ease, almost in passing. His towering figure seemed to move with the vicious, blood-chilling grace of a natural killer. Red mist and howls of agony surrounded him like a dark mantle. The stronger abominations took some time to bring down, but they inevitably fell, as well. There were too few beings in Antarctica that could withstand his strength, his skill, and the perfect sharpness of the Sin of Solace. The only creatures here that could give Sunny pause were the devils, simply because their powers were varied and unpredictable. But, by now, there were enough tools in his toolbox to handle most of these threats. It was just a matter of identifying the strengths of the enemy, and finding a way to turn that strength into a weakness. Everyone and everything fell under his blade. Slowly, a mound of corpses grew in front of Sunny, forming a natural barrier against the advancing horde. At first, he was pleased by the additional protection the morbid palisade presented. But once the mound grew tall enough, the nightmare creatures started lunging at Sunny from above. That was not ideal. However, Sunny continued to fight. Even when the immovable Effie was pushed back and forced to rejoin the formation, he still remained just where he was, performing his brutal dance of death. Even when relentless Soul Reaper cursed through gritted teeth and retreated, he continued to kill. Even when nimble Kai soared high into the sky, dismissing his sword to summon a bow, he still refused to take a step back. In the end, there were just the two of them left in front of the formation, Sunny and Nephis. One was like an angel surrounded by white radiance and light, the other like a demon shrouded in darkness and shadows. Both fought with cold, ruthless, unflinching resolve to obliterate the enemy at any cost. It was almost as if they were competing to see who could slay more. Sunny did his damnedest to be the one to win that competition. At some point, fighting an especially powerful abomination, he felt the shadow shell start to come undone. Without hesitation, Sunny dismissed the mantle and summoned back the graceless dusk. Then, he allowed the form of the shadow spawn to dissipate and lunged from its crumbling carapace at the enemy. The Sin of Solace flashed, and at the same time, the scorpion tail of the nightmare creature shot forward. It pierced the impervious silk of his tunic, and his stone-like skin, as well, plunging deep into his flesh. Grimacing, Sunny beheaded the manticora, then pushed himself off its harrowing sting and used the fully charged dying wish to heal his wounds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to kill. He had grown weaker without the support of the Shadow Fiend shell, but also nimbler and much harder to pin down. His jade sword never stopped reaping lives. Now that Sunny was wearing the graceless dusk again, though, there were a few more things he could do. Glancing in the direction where nightmare creature seemed to disappear into white radiance one after another, without a trace, Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Blessing of Dusk. And then said in relaxed, leisurely tone. "Hey, Neff, how's it going?" Chapter 11:16, Placid Whisper. There were a few moments of silence. In these moments, Sunny managed to dodge a spiked tentacle, slice through it with his sword, grab the bleeding stump, and toss the slithering creature over his head, impaling it on the horns of a different abomination. Then, he sidestepped the charging beast and cut through its legs, causing it to topple to the ground. A third strike of the Sin of Solace finished both creatures off. That was when Neff's response finally arrived. "It's a bit distracting, you know, to have someone speak in your head all of a sudden." Sunny grinned. The connection the Blessing of Dusk established was a mental one, so it was not exactly like hearing her voice. Nevertheless, Changing Star's thoughts sounded a bit strained. "You didn't answer my question." Now that Sunny lost the protection of the Shadow Fiend shell and retracted the mantle back into his skin, he had to be more careful. Receiving direct blows was not out of the question, but it could throw him off balance. He had to use the Feather of Truth judiciously to account for the difference in mass between him and the opponents, and, of course, being struck by anything corrupted could end in disaster. Something flashed from the direction where Nephis was fighting, and a moment later, her voice resounded in his head. "As expected, I guess. But, Sunny, what has gotten into you? You don't seem like yourself today." "Ah, so she noticed." His grin widened. A dozen or so meters to his left, the air rippled slightly. A chameleon-like creature was moving there, unseen. If not for the subtle fluctuation of the shadows, he would have never noticed it. The abomination had already moved past Sunny, swiftly approaching the awakened soldiers behind him. Which was not good since it had enough presence of mind to ignore the pull of the dying wish. The chameleon had to be at least a demon, and a strong one at that. Sunny twisted his torso and tossed the Sin of Solace into the air. The soldiers were all busy desperately resisting the flood of nightmare creatures, but they could not help but take glances at the spectacularly brutal slaughter that was taking place in front of them. Those who knew Sunny were all surprised and a little startled. Those who did not were chilled to the bone and in awe of his vicious lethality. Which was why many people noticed the jade sword seemingly slipping out of his hand. Their eyes widened. The Sin of Solace spun as it flew away and then stopped abruptly, floating above ground. A stream of blood suddenly flowed out of thin air, and then, a revolting reptilian creature was suddenly there, its chest pierced by the white sword. The creature swayed and fell down. The soldiers paled. The demon was mere steps away from reaching the formation. Before the chameleon could stand up or crawl forward, several spears pierced its flesh, killing it. As for Sunny, he was already busy fighting another abomination. Sin of Solace dissipated, so that he could summon it back. "Don't seem like myself." "Well, I did have many new and exciting experiences in the Antarctic Center, so I was bound to change a little. Don't mind it, though. I'm just performing in front of your sister. And speaking of your sister." He counted the seconds until the Jade Jian returned, dodging a flurry of blows like a slippery eel. "Is she trying to get rid of you, or what? Surely, you've noticed that the reinforcements that were supposed to replace us are nowhere to be seen. If this continues, we will have to retreat or die." "Wait, it's not some sort of stupid test, is it? A true daughter of Valor will never surrender to the nightmare creatures, or some such crap." Nephis lingered for a moment. "No, I don't know what she is doing. There must be a reason, but it is hard to say. Perhaps it has to do with putting pressure on Seishan to reveal some of what her handmaidens are capable of. Perhaps there's something else." Sunny grimaced. "You're awfully calm, considering the situation." He saw her through the gaps between the rushing nightmare creatures. Neff had summoned her helmet, brilliant white radiance shining through the slit of its visor and the seams of the graceful armor. It was as though there was nothing beneath its black steel but pure light. Sunny could not see her face, but he knew how much pain fighting like this, for that long, was causing her. Nephis was most likely approaching her limits, too. Do I seem calm? He finally felt the slight weight of the sin of solace in his hand. Shifting his stance, Sunny immediately switched from being evasive to being ruthlessly lethal. Don't you know? You always seem calm. He killed the abomination that was trying to crush him with a stone hammer by severing both of its arms and its head, then added. Should we go all out? Each of them was holding something back. They could reveal their full power to save their lives. But it would only save them once. Nephis answered after a long second of silence. No. Trust in Cassie. If she chose to put us here, there must be a reason. Sunny smiled. Her thinking was very similar to his own. But trusting someone was not easy for him. Trusting Cassie and trusting in Cassie, those were different things, and neither of them was simple. Well, what the hell is her reason? He would have loved to ponder that question more, but at that moment, a deafening shriek suddenly shook the world. Sunny was rather proud of the battle roar he had produced earlier with the help of the extraordinary rock, but compared to this sky-splitting wail, it seemed like a placid whisper. Looking up, he saw an enormous scaled beast plummeting from a whirlwind of crows, its body wreathed in arcs of searing lightning. One of the rotting wings of the flying horror had been completely torn off, a river of vile miasma flowing from the terrible wound like a waterfall of corruption. It seemed that Skytide and Wake of Ruin were the first to overcome their opponent. The problem was, Sunny's eyes widened, that the wounded Titan looked like he was falling directly on his head. Chapter 11:17, Fell Titan. Well, that's new. Sunny had lived through many unthinkable disasters, managing to survive in the most dire and seemingly inescapable situations. The improbable tales of his close brushes with death could probably fill a book. However, he had definitely never had a Titan fall on his head. What the hell is this? The great scaled beast was plummeting to the ground, its body riddled with terrible wounds. One of its 3 long necks was severed, the other hung lifelessly, held by only a few threads of flesh. Of its wings, only one remained. A cloud of vile miasma trailed behind it like a harrowing cloak. The creature was maybe 24 seconds away from crashing into the ground. Sunny froze for a moment, stunned by the frightening visage of the Titan that had been cast down from the skies. He wasn't the only one. Nephis was looking up, too, and so were the soldiers. Even the nightmare creatures halted, raising their bestial heads to witness the fall of one of their lords. Not good. Neph was the first to react. Her voice rolled across the battlefield, pulling the awakened out of their shocked inaction. Pull back, fighting, retreat, move if you want to live. At the same time, she sent Sunny a mental message. Sunny, I am going to stall the horde to cover the retreat. You do as you wish. The meaning of her words was clear. What Neph meant to say was, help me. But due to the nature of their bond, she couldn't. Because that would be an order. Sunny hesitated. Behind him, every second Awakened turned around and dashed back. Those who remained doubled their efforts to resist the flood of abominations, who had already recovered from their momentary passivity. Once the soldiers who fell back ran for a few seconds, they turned around and assembled into a loose line. Then, it was the turn of those who had stayed behind to retreat. Like that, alternating between running and fighting, the firekeepers, the wolves, and the Nightsinger started to move away from the perceived impact zone. Of course, such a maneuver was perilous and had the potential to result in many casualties. Every time you turned your back on the enemy in a battle, you were risking your life, after all. But with the help of the experienced firekeepers and the 3 masters who had joined the formation, the soldiers managed to preserve their lives through the hasty retreat. Changing Star, meanwhile, moved forward. The ring of flame that raged around her changed, growing narrower. A few moments later, the fire seemed to be absorbed into her radiant figure. Clad in black armor and wreathed in blinding white flames, Nephis took a second step. Sunny sighed. Do as I wish, huh? What he wished to do today was make a suitable kind of impression. And the impression he was going for was that of someone who would never retreat from a trivial nuisance like a plummeting titan. Opening the gate of the shadow lantern, he called forth all the shadows that were stored inside, and sent them forth. In front of Sunny, a wall of shadows suddenly rose from the ground, blocking off a wide swath of the battlefield. The tide of nightmare creatures was momentarily stemmed. At the same time, far to his left, Nephis unleashed her flames. The wrought fire that she had wrapped tightly around her armor and compressed into a furious mass of incinerating white radiance was suddenly devoid of the pressure of her control. It furiously exploded forward. A deafening explosion rang out, and a crudely directed wave of white flame rolled from her staggering figure in a wide fan. It swallowed many ranks of nightmare creatures. Some were torn to tiny pieces and turned to ash, crumbling into nothingness. Some survived, receiving terrible and debilitating burns. Together, Sunny and Nephis had managed to build a temporary dam that blocked the path of the abominations. Half of the dam was the wall of shadows, the other was the wave of flames. Of course, that dam would not last long, and both of them had spent the lion's share of their remaining essence to produce this wide-scale effect. The wall was already cracking, and the wave was already dying down. But it was enough to buy the soldiers time to retreat. And before their dam fully collapsed, the shadow of the falling colossus covered the ground. Crap. Sunny felt the impact of the massive body before his vision registered it. That was because he suddenly found himself flying, the ground disappearing from beneath his feet. As a violent tremor traveled through the battlefield, splitting the ground apart, he hit the dirt and rolled, sensing his skin burn. Sunny could feel a powerful gale assault him with furious force, but he was blinded by the cloud of the vile miasma that had covered everything around. NDSVLM. He realized that it was Sky Tide pushing the noxious cloud away from the army's formation. However, Sunny was too deep into the miasma. Even though he had stopped breathing and closed his eyes, he could still feel the deadly poison seep into his skin. Marble shell and blood were preventing his flesh from rotting and dissolving for now. He did not know how long his defenses would last, though. The miasma flowing from within the body of the scaled beast was much more virulent and powerful than any toxin he had encountered before. That's just great. Sunny summoned the essence pearl. As soon as the memory manifested itself, he placed it in his mouth, regaining the ability to breathe without inhaling deadly poison. He still hesitated to open his eyes, though, perceiving the world through the shapes and movements of shadows. The shadows were a mess. It was hard to tell what exactly was going on around him. All he could feel was a sea of nightmare creatures wailing in agony as their bodies were being dissolved by the miasma. Chapter 11:18. Pure Chance. It was sort of ingenious, actually. By controlling the wind to blow the cloud away from the human formation, Saint Tyrus was pushing it into the horde of abominations. It did not matter that the Titan had been on their side. The nightmare creatures plunged into the miasma were doomed to be destroyed, just like humans would. The devastation was so thorough that, in this section of the battlefield, the pressure on the defensive line of Awakened had drastically lessened. Nothing would be able to pass through the breach now. So, that problem was solved. The problem that remained was that Sunny and Nephis had found themselves within the cloud of miasma. Changing Star could probably burn the poison away with her flames, but he was having a very unpleasant time. Arg, damn it. Escape! I need to escape back to where the Firekeepers had retreated. But Sunny was all turned around because of the earthquake from the Titan's fall. Where to go? He gritted his teeth, then ordered two of the shadows to slip off his body and dash away in two different directions. With some luck, one of them would leave the noxious cloud and show him the way. Before that happened, however. Ah, crap. Sunny felt a massive shadow lunging at him from somewhere unseen. He blindly slashed with the Sin of Solace, feeling the jade blade bite into something extremely tough, then sink into something soft. Then, something hard crashed into him, and he was sent flying for a second time in the last minute. This time, Sunny fell on a pile of abomination corpses. He felt sharp spikes and scales scrape against the silk of the graceless dusk and roll down, tracking the movements of the massive shadow. What the hell was it? It didn't seem to have legs, or arms, simply floating above the ground. One thing was certain, though the thing, whatever it was not feeling swell. Its movements were chaotic and resembled convulsions. Even without the deathly miasma and the strike delivered by Sunny, the creature was in a sorry state. He still refused to open his eyes, though. If he did, however, he would have seen a ghastly head swaying above the ground. It was held up by a long neck that arched up and disappeared into the haze of the miasma. The head was covered by tough scales, and had the hilt of the Sin of Solace protruding from a crack in its skull. The head swayed madly, opening its maw, and shot forward in a frenzied desire to swallow Sunny. But before it could, the long neck convulsed one last time, and the demented light slowly disappeared from the frenzied eyes of the creature. The head slammed into the ground a few meters away from him and grew still. As for Sunny, he suddenly heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ears. The spell said, "You have slain a fallen titan, defiled seeker of truth. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He froze. What? Then, Sunny almost spat out the essence pearl. What just happened? When did he kill a titan? He did no such thing. Sunny's shock was so great that he even forgot about the cloud of miasma eating at his skin for a moment. Slowly, he understood the sequence of what had transpired. The scaled beast had fallen somewhere ahead, inside the horde of abominations. The tremor produced by the impact must have thrown Sunny closer to the titan. The creature had already been on the verge of death when he accidentally stumbled on its last head. That was the massive shadow that had suddenly lunged at him, and he struck it with the Sin of Solace, delivering the finishing blow through pure chance. Sunny would have laughed if not for the need to keep his mouth shut. He shook his head in disbelief. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? That was the second kill he had stolen from Saint Tyrus. Was it her fate, to deliver Sunny powerful nightmare creatures to slaughter? First the remnant of the Jade Queen, now the defiled seeker of truth. Well, I'm sure that Skytide is above being petty about such stuff. Plus, she doesn't need to know that it was me. There's a sea of abominations here. Any of them could have delivered that last strike. Nightmare creatures are known to devour their own, after all. Still, that was the second titan Sunny had killed. If not for the fact that both of the kills were somewhat murky, he would be going around demanding that people call him the Titan Slayer. The sales of the brilliant Emporium would definitely skyrocket if its proprietor had such an illustration. Trias title. He shook his head again, then stood up. First, he had to escape the damned miasma. I must have hit my head when I fell. One of his shadows had just discovered the correct path, but Sunny belatedly realized that he could have just moved in the direction opposite of where the wind was blowing. Saint Tyrus was pushing the cloud away from the human formation, after all, so that was where the formation had to be. As he made the first step, the burning sensation gnawing at his skin suddenly disappeared, replaced by searing, but pleasant heat. Then, Sunny was surrounded by bright light. He opened his eyes at the same moment as a strong hand gripped his shoulder. Nephis was standing by his side, both of them surrounded by a whirlwind of flame. The fire burned away the miasma, creating a pocket of clean, if somewhat thin, air. Are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and smiled crookedly. Better than ever. Hearing her actual voice was unexpectedly nice. Good. Then let's get out of here. Neph threw a glance at the head of the titan that lay on the ground a few meters away from them. The harrowing maw opened in an eternal, silent scream. Then, without saying anything, she pulled Sunny away. He followed. Yes, getting the hell out of here sounds like a great plan. Chapter 11-19, Chain Reaction. By the time Sunny and Nephis escaped from the noxious cloud, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The wolves, the night singers, and the fire keepers were cut off from the nightmare creatures by the deathly miasma, so they received a few moments of respite. The poison itself, meanwhile, was blown into the depths of the horde by Skytide's winds, wreaking havoc among the abominations. Suddenly, the pressure on the center of the army formation lessened. The fighting on the flanks, however, only grew more furious. Sunny reached the line of soldiers, passed between the forward fighters, and plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Nephis was in no better state than him, worse, actually. The pain of having to use her abilities for so long had taken a toll on her. She lowered herself to the ground near him, staring at the mud with distant eyes. The awakened met their return with wide smiles, faces shining with relief and triumph. Seeing that the two masters were exhausted and needed to catch their breaths, they closed ranks around them and prepared their weapons, watching the hazy wall of swirling miasma with cold focus. If something suddenly lunged at the formation from the poisonous haze, the soldiers were prepared to meet it with sharp blades. Sunny slowly exhaled, returning from the rampant state of battle frenzy. Then, he looked up. The fall of one of the Titans was a great victory in and of itself. However, it had meaning far beyond the death of a powerful abomination. Much more important was the fact that the death of the winged horror would inevitably cause a cascade of meaningful consequences. In fact, the chain reaction was already beginning. Now that Wake of Ruin and Skytide were free, each of them moved to provide support in other spots on the battlefield. The steel-winged bird of prey fell like a sword of heavens, obliterating a vast swath of crawling vines that Summer Night, Dire Fang, and Silent Stalker were fighting against. The vast murder of crows, meanwhile, descended on the horde itself. Saint Cor's strongest suit had never been facing a single, overwhelmingly powerful adversary in the battle against the winged titan. He could only provide support to Tyrus. Now that he was unleashed on a large number of weaker targets, however, Wake of Ruin was finally able to showcase his full, dreadful might. A myriad of crows lunged at the abominations from the dark skies, tearing into them with sharp talons and even sharper beaks. If those were ordinary carrion birds, they would not have been able to do much damage to the monstrous creatures. However, they were not. Each of the crows was a manifestation of a transcendent, and so, they easily slaughtered awakened and fallen monstrosities. They assaulted the corrupted abominations, too. If one crow was not enough, 10 would gather to riddle the creature with ghastly wounds. If 10 was not enough, 100 would descend on the monster like a hungry cloud. The furious massacre that had taken place was grisly and spectacular. And, just like that, the scales of the battle started to shift. With Wake of Ruin helping lessen the burden of the awakened soldiers, the army formation regained its vigor, and even started pushing the horde back. Soon after, a second titan was slain, the forest of vines growing still and brittle. Once the vine creature died, the fate of the remaining 2 titans was sealed. The appalling mountain of flesh and the ghostly apparition were felled in short succession, letting every saint turn their attention to the horde. Even then, the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The advantage was on the side of the humans, but even with the Transcendents joining the fight against the sea of nightmare creatures. The saints were all tired and spent after their clash with the titans, and the number of abominations was simply too great. There remained truly powerful creatures among them, as well tyrants, devils, and demons of all kinds. Additionally, nightmare creatures were not humans, or even sane in any definition of the word. An ordinary enemy would have had their morale broken and fled after sustaining terrible losses and watching for mighty titans, the driving force of the horde, fall. But abominations knew no retreat. Even while dying, they only wanted to rip the humans apart. Only total annihilation would lead to their defeat. And so, that was what humans did. Guided by Morgan, the army stood its ground and slaughtered the nightmare creatures until there were none left. A sea of abominations turned into a sea of corpses. The ghastly carpet of monstrous bodies covered the plain, stretching far into the distance. Countless crows filled the sky, and the ground had turned into wet sludge after absorbing rivers of blood. The stench of it all was almost unbearable. And yet, it was the most glorious thing Sunny had ever seen. Staring at the grand battlefield, he couldn't quite believe what he saw. The scale of the battle they had just won was simply too unbelievable. Even after witnessing massive sieges in the Antarctica Center, Sunny was unprepared to witness something like this. This time, the humans were not defending, stalling for time while the civilians evacuated. This time, they had gone on the offensive, venturing into the wilderness to slay the Titans and the horde the four creatures had caused to assemble. They even succeeded. Despite the fact that the evacuation army had achieved many of its goals in the southern quadrant and continued following the plan, this felt like the first true victory Sunny had witnessed since the start of the Chain of Nightmares. And he played a substantial role in achieving it. Sunny studied the changed landscape of the plain with a slightly startled expression. Then, a frown slowly appeared on his face. What happens next, then? Right now, all 7 saints were gathered in one spot. Soon, they would depart for their siege capitals. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for the great clans to show their fangs? Suddenly grim, Sunny shook his head and turned around, throwing a glance at the tired soldiers around him. One step at a time. Chapter 11:20, Performance Review. The divergence from the norm continued after the fighting was over, as well. Usually, the human forces would be hastily retreating from the site of the battle to escape the converging abominations that had been attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. However, the joint army defiantly stayed in place. A field camp was established, surrounded by hastily constructed fortifications. Teams of salvagers prowled the vast battlefield, retrieving soul shards and dismantling the bodies of the most powerful nightmare creatures for precious materials. It was as if the leaders of the expedition force were not at all concerned by the threat of the migrating hordes. On the contrary, they seemed to welcome the danger. The joint army had been assembled to destroy the Titans and reduce the accumulation of nightmare creatures in the area before the siege capitals could be compromised. Both of these objectives had been achieved, but the Saints decided to cull more abominations while they had a chance. No one knew when Valor, Song, and the government would join forces again. The fighting on the fringes of the camp would most likely continue through the rest of the day and the entire night, with several smaller hordes being ground against the bulwark of the 7 saints and their soldiers. None of that concerned Sunny, though. For now, he could just rest. The Firekeepers, the Wolves, and the Nightsingers had ended the battle together, so they were assigned the same spot inside the camp. Despite how fierce the fighting had been, casualties were few. None among the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and a mere handful in the 2 companies led by Effie and Kai. That was mostly thanks to the 5 masters who had shielded the awakened soldiers from the worst of what the Titanic horde had to offer. So, the mood inside their section of the camp was more festive than grave. As Sunny walked through the rows of tents toward a supply vehicle where food was being prepared, he received many reactions. Look, it's him, God's almighty. When Master Sunless lured that tyrant to the river, I knew that he was good. But I thought that he was just an extremely competent scout, you know? Who knew that we had such a monster with us this whole time? A monster. More like a devil. Damn, now I know where that nickname comes from. He has to be one of the scariest ascended in the quadrant, right? No, in the whole world. Why are you guys so surprised? Master Sunless is from Changing Stars cohort, like our Wolfie. Of course he's just as crazy as her. I think I'm going to have a dream about him today. I just don't know if it'll be a nightmare or, a different kind of dream. Are you so smitten that you've lost what little brain you used to have, fool? You're an awakened, you don't dream. Yes, what a pity. Relief. Sunny was slightly amused by that last one, but he did not let it show. It seemed that his little performance had worked, at least on these ordinary soldiers. What effect it had on the intended targets, Morgan, Seishan, and by extension the forces of the great clans on the continent, remained to be seen. He got a generous portion of army stew and made his way to the tent where the other 4 masters were gathered. The atmosphere inside was relaxed, but none of them had dismissed their armor. Even though the situation seemed to be under control, and the saints appeared confident in their ability to protect the camp, one could never know what would happen when the spell was involved. So, experienced fighters like them never allowed themselves to completely lower their guards. Kai was absent-mindedly cleaning his face with a wet towel, Nephis was sitting tiredly on a cot, Jet was stretched on another one with a blissful expression on her face, and Effie Effie was wolfing down an unreasonable amount of food. When she saw him, however, she forced herself to pause for a moment. The huntress stared at Sunny with wide eyes. "Sunny, what the hell was that? You just boom and went berserk. It was actually sort of spectacular." Effie paused for a moment, and then added with a glint in her eyes. "And since when can you turn into that shadow fiend? Have you transcended? Are you secretly a saint now?" "No, that can't be right, can it?" He endured the deluge of questions, then coughed. "It's just a trick I picked up in the Antarctic Center. A special application of my ascended ability." Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. "You are scary. Let's be friends." Then, she added with a grin. "Oh, and try making that shadow fiend bigger, next time. Looking at it made me really want to ride you again." As a strange expression appeared on Jet's face, the huntress started giggling and stuffed a spoonful of stew into her mouth. Sunny shook his head in resignation. "Don't mind her. The fiend was actually my body in the nightmare, while that overgrown delinquent was sent into the body of a small child. So I let her ride on my shoulders, to save time. In retrospect, that was a huge mistake." Jet smiled at him lazily from her cot. "You don't really have to explain, you know." Sunny briefly glanced at Neff and rolled his eyes. "I know. I still want to, though." Soul Reaper chuckled. "I see. Well, in any case, good job today. As for what Sunny did and the reputation he earned." She looked at Kai, Effie, and Nephis with a shrug. "That's just how it goes. In the Antarctic Center, everyone knew how fierce of a fighter he is. Now, people in East Antarctica will know, too." Kai lingered for a bit, then said, "We all know it as well, of course. More than anyone. It's just that, Sunny, you usually shy away from the spotlight. Seeing you acting out of character is a little strange. Is everything all right?" Sunny sent his friend a reassuring smile and nodded. "Sure. I shied away from the spotlight because it was convenient, and now I don't because it's more convenient. So, don't worry." Then, he looked at Nephis and raised an eyebrow. "And what about you?" No comment. She turned her head and studied him for a few moments. Eventually, Nephis looked away and said simply, "Your swordsmanship has improved." And that was it. Sunny opened his mouth to respond, but then grew silent. A slight frown appeared on his face. With a sigh, he found himself a seat and concentrated on the food. That was because the shadow he had left outside the tent noticed someone heading their way. Black armor, red cape, vermilion eyes that were sharp enough to cut steel. Morgan was coming to pay them a visit. Chapter 11:21, Deluge of Compliments. Sunny settled in a corner and stuffed his mouth with stew. A few moments later, the flap of the tent opened, and Morgan walked in, followed closely by Cassie. The Princess of Vela seemed to be in a good mood. Her strange vermilion eyes were lively and vivid, shining with barely contained excitement. It was as though the calamitous battle had invigorated the usually restrained young woman, revealing a glimpse of her true self. Without the habitual mask of composed decorum, Morgan looked younger. Her words echoed Sunny's thoughts. A pleasant and disturbingly familiar smile appeared on her beautiful face, and with a melodious laugh, Morgan said, "That was spectacular, dear sister, venerable masters, you did not disappoint." With that, her lips twisted a little in an expression of wistful regret. She seemed disappointed by the fact that she had not received a chance to participate in the battle personally. Morgan sighed. "The whole camp is aflame with the tales of what happened in your corner of the battlefield. Even the feats performed by the saints seem to have taken a back seat to what Changing Star has achieved. I'm so proud of my talented, capable little sister. Nicely done. She paused for a moment, and then added with a smile that seemed a little sharper than before. Your glory is Clan Valus' glory, of course. So, I am very happy right now. Sunny silently chewed his food. Hearing the word glory from a descendant of war god really rubbed him the wrong way, but he didn't let it ruin his appetite. Indeed, she has a good reason to be happy. If the War of the Great Clans was a popularity contest, which it was, in a sense, then Valar was currently winning. Not only had Skytide been the first of the Saints to slay her foe, but the potentially catastrophic breach in the defensive formation had also been repaired by Nephis. Was that why Morgan failed to send us reinforcements? To earn her damned clan some glory? Sunny frowned. That was a possibility, but a small one. Anvil's daughter was not someone who would sacrifice strategic benefits to earn a little bit of fame, especially because Clan Valar already had too much of it. So, he simply glanced at Morgan and asked, "By the way, what happened to those reinforcements we were supposed to receive?" Not looking particularly guilty or taken aback by his bluntness, she shrugged. "It didn't look like you needed any, so I sent them someplace else." Sunny wanted to rebuke her, but then changed his mind and turned his attention back to the stew. They had indeed managed to hold out by themselves, in the end. The perspective of the people directly participating in the bloodshed was, naturally, limited. Morgan, on the other hand, had enjoyed the broad view of the whole battlefield, especially because of Cassie. She must have known that Saint Tyrus had been close to defeating the defiled Seeker of Truth. In fact, Morgan might have been the one to coordinate with Skytide and make sure that the Titan fell in front of the breach, sealing it with the cloud of lethal miasma. So, while it seemed as though the Firekeepers had been left for dead from Sunna's perspective, she really could have had no reason to send reinforcements their way. I'm not sure that I'm buying it, but on the other hand, I'm also not sure that I'm not buying it. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that Morgan was staring at him intently. Sunny shifted. "A what?" Her smile grew wider. "My dear sister fought admirably, but I expected nothing less from a daughter of Valar. You, however, Master Sunless, you gave me a very, very pleasant surprise. It seems that the reports I've read about you were not nearly detailed enough." She took a step closer and leaned forward, staring at him with something that almost resembled hunger. "To be honest, I never understood what my little sister saw in you. But now I take it all back. She has a good eye. You fought beautifully, Master Sunless. We really should spar sometime. I have not had a good sparring partner in a long, long time. My dear sister indulged me at first, but now, she is always busy." Neff's mouth twitched a little. Sunny, meanwhile, shivered under Morgan's burning gaze. "Right, I forgot. She's a complete battle maniac." He coughed awkwardly. "Sure. Why not? A friendly spar sounds like a good idea." "Oh, but I mostly fight nightmare creatures, so my habits are a bit rough. So do tell me if I get carried away." Morgan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "That won't be a problem. I tend to get carried away myself, sometimes. That's why it's hard to find suitable sparring partners. Most people are so brittle, you know." Sunny shrugged. "Can't say that I do." He was definitely not brittle, so there was no reason to be concerned. A spar was just a spar, after all. So why was he suddenly feeling cold? As if he had just gotten himself into a really, really sticky situation. Morgan lingered for a few moments, staring at him with gleaming eyes, then shook her head. "Sadly, our spar will have to wait until we return to the siege capital. And about that sister, might I have a word? There are things we must discuss." Nephis nodded, then rose from her seat and followed Morgan out of the tent. Soon, there were only 5 people inside. Once again Cassie stayed behind, sitting quietly in a corner. Sunny finished his stew and asked her in a low tone, "What is that about?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "They need to plan a route to the siege capital. The way back is shaping up to be perilous. For a few reasons. He nodded, understanding the underlying message. Then, Sunny gave Cassie a complicated look. When things seemed especially dark during the battle, Neff had told him to trust in the blind girl. So, what had been Cassie's intent in placing them there? Had she simply known that the Firekeepers would not end up stranded in the sea of nightmare creatures? Or had she known more? For example, that Sunny would deliver the fatal blow to the Woe and Titan if put in that particular spot of the battlefield. And speaking of the dead Titan, there was a memory that Sunny had yet to take a look at. An ascended memory of the 7th tier. Putting his plate away, Sunny found a cot, stretched his tired body on it, and closed his eyes. Then, he dove into the Soul Sea. Chapter 11:22, Mirror of Truth. Walking past the legion of silent shadows to stand between the 5 dark suns of his lightless soul, Sunny summoned the memory forth. Soon, a round-hand mirror of dark silver appeared in the air in front of him. Its front looked like a pool of still mercury, while its back was decorated with beautiful engravings. Sunny saw his pale reflection in the silver mirror, and suddenly felt an eerie chill creep up his spine. That memory gave him a very ominous feeling. When he took the mirror, it felt strangely heavy in his hand. Not a weapon, and not an armor. A tool, then. Or a charm? He hesitated for a moment, and summoned the runes. Strings of shimmering symbols appeared in the air, surrounding the hand mirror. He read them, frowning slightly. Memory Mirror of Truth, Memory Rank Ascended, Memory Tier 7. Memory Type Tool. The first 4 strings held no surprises. The next few, however. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Why is that name here? The first word in the description of the Mirror of Truth was not one that he had expected to see today, but one that he knew all too well. That word was Weaver. Sunny glanced at the hand mirror with a tense expression, a deep scowl appearing on his face. Then, he slowly turned back to the runes and continued to study them. Since the start of the Antarctica campaign, he had often encountered hints and mentions of Ariel, the demon of dread. So why did Weaver's name suddenly show up in the runes of a memory? There was only one way to find out. The description read. Memory description: Weaver was known as the Master of Lies, while Ariel was known as the Keeper of Truths. The two were not close and rarely met, which was why Ariel was surprised to find Weaver staring at his pyramid one day. Isn't it beautiful, this tomb of mine? Have you come to admire it? Ariel said. After a moment of silence, Weaver responded. I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. Then, Weaver asked. But you seem to feel too much, demon of dread. Your face is unsightly. You are smiling, but there are tears streaming from your eyes. Why? Ariel laughed. I'm not sure. He laughed and cried as he looked at the tomb, saying, I built it to bury the truth. Truth is the most hideous thing in the world, Weaver, and knowing it is a cruel torment. I mean to bury the truths that I cannot endure at the heart of this tomb, and be free of them forever. Weaver remained silent. After a while, Weaver spoke. It seems to me that you already did. And you already are. With that, the demon of fate turned and walked away without looking back. Walking away, Weaver whispered. You want to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Just like Weaver in the description, Sunny remained silent for a long time. Wait, the tomb of Ariel is not the burial place of Ariel, the demon of dread. Instead, it's the tomb that he built. That information alone was worth a lot. However, there was so much more in that strangely verbose description. Like the fact that Ariel had apparently constructed the Black Pyramid to hide ugly truths from existence, or rather, those truths that he could not bear to know. Wouldn't that mean that the clan or person to conquer the pyramid would learn all those secrets? But even more than that, Weaver's appearance in the description of the Mirror of Truth was itself very interesting. Sunny remembered the exact words. "I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing." Since Weaver had just been called the Master of Lies in the previous string of runes, wouldn't it mean that Sunny should take these words with a grain of salt? So the Demon of Fate had actually known of the existence of the tomb, had seen it before, had come to look at it again on purpose, and felt a great deal of things as a result. Maybe. Sunny thought about it for a while, then shook his head. "I'll probably only know if I actually look at it myself." With that, he shifted his gaze and glanced at the runes describing the enchantments of the Mirror of Truth. Or rather, an enchantment. There was only one. By now, Sunny knew that more powerful enchantments demanded more space within the weave. Which meant that for a memory of the 7th tier to possess a single enchantment, that enchantment had to be a really powerful one. He read the runes. Memory enchantment searching reflection, enchantment description catch the visage of a being into the Mirror of Truth. Activate the enchantment to destroy the mirror and gain 1 power of the reflected being for a period of time that depends on its potency. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What? His hand trembled. Wouldn't that make him a discount Mordred? What the hell? He stared at the mirror, not knowing how to feel. On one hand, being able to steal an ability of any being, be it a human or a nightmare creature, was crazy. On the other hand, the Mirror of Truth would be destroyed in the process, and the stolen ability would only persist for a period of time. Which was still incredible. But damned Prince of Nothing could do it any time he wanted, for as much time as he needed. Sunny shook his head. No, this is an amazing memory. It's just that Mordred is seriously broken. And he even seems to be immortal, to boot. Where's justice in that? Grimacing, he left the Soul Sea and opened his eyes, staring silently at the roof of the tent. His mood was not great. It did not remain foul for a while, though. That was because after a few minutes of sulking, Sunny couldn't help but start thinking about whose ability he could steal. Nephis had really outstanding abilities except for her Ascended one, which was rather strange and all but useless. Cassie had great ones, too. But why settle for those? What about Whispering Blade and Beastmaster? A transformation ability of a saint in his hands that would be a fun trump card to have. Hell, he did not even have to limit himself to saints. There was a corrupted titan somewhere in East Antarctica. There was the Winter Beast, too. Sunny did not notice as a smile appeared on his face. And so, he fell asleep, smiling. His last thought was, not bad for a day's work. Chapter 1123, Solace of Oblivion. Sunny had been really exhausted after the long battle. However, due to the blessing of spirit and the blessing of flesh enchantments of the Shroud of Dusk, he only needed a few short hours to recover from the heavy fatigue. He woke up feeling rested and refreshed but also strangely forlorn. Sunny had not dreamed in a long while, but tonight, he did. The dream had already disappeared from his memory, but the feeling of sorrow and loss remained, pressing at his heart. He let out a sigh. I actually had a nightmare. Well. As if the waking world is not nightmarish enough, already. Sunny was in a subdued and contemplative mood. Before falling asleep, he had been thinking about how to use the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Now that he had woken up, however, he found his mind drifting to its description. No matter how he looked at it, the conversation between Weaver and Ariel was really too strange. Especially the words Weaver had whispered at the end. You want to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why would the Demon of Fate, who was known to weave countless lies, admonish Ariel for discarding the truth? Unexpectedly, Sunny thought of the sin of Solace. Not its enchantments, and not even its description, but the name of the cursed sword itself. Why was Solace a sin, exactly? The description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk spoke about how the Sibyls found salvation and solace within the tomb of Ariel. However, in the end, they too were destroyed. Dusk had been the last of them. The hideous truth enchantment of the sin of solace, meanwhile, was supposed to grant revelations to those who succumbed to madness. Revelations of truth, which Ariel had described as the most hideous thing in the world and the source of cruel torment. So wasn't Ariel himself the sinner, then? He had committed a sin by seeking solace in forgetting the truth. Perhaps Weaver, as a masterful liar, knew the value of truth just as well as the demon of dread, and felt contempt for those who squandered it. Perhaps there was more to this story. In any case. Sunny turned slightly and glanced in the direction where Kai was sleeping restlessly. He had never really considered his friend's flaw a heavy one to carry. What was so terrible about knowing when people lied? However, with that knowledge came the knowledge of truth. Kai, just like Ariel, was cursed to learn many things that he would rather not know. Would his friend also be forced to seek solace in oblivion one day? Sunny raised his eyebrow. Oblivion, huh? That was another thing. There was the demon of oblivion, as well, although that one was hard to remember. Of all of the 7 diamonds, oblivion was mentioned the least. In fact, Sunny would have never even known of hers their existence if not for Noctis, who had mentioned the demon of oblivion once in passing, saying that their name was long forgotten. Actually, just remembering the fact of oblivion's existence was not easy. Noctis, meanwhile, was the one who had helped the Sun Prince erase some memories. The eccentric sorcerer had been close to Ada, the blessed of heart god, who was the god of memory as well. Was that why he could remember the demon of oblivion? Shadow God, by coincidence, was the god of solace. Sunny covered his face with a hand and suppressed a frustrated groan. Ah, what a mess. What was he thinking about? Oblivion, I was thinking of the demon of oblivion. Noctis had helped Sun Prince erase a few important memories, but how, exactly, had Ariel retrieved the memories of truth out of his head and hid them in the heart of his tomb? Had he received help from someone, as well? An easily forgotten sibling, perhaps? It was a bit suspicious that he had not known the source of his tears when speaking with Weaver. Sunny was not sure, but he felt that there were actually not 2, but 3 diamonds somehow connected to the Black Pyramid: the demon of dread, the demon of fate, and the mysterious demon of oblivion. His theory about the last one, however, was completely unsubstantiated. Maybe it was simply the result of him just dreaming about something he could not remember. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then summoned the endless spring and drank some water. After that, he silently sent his shadows out. The emissaries of both Vela and Song were currently in the camp, so he could not pass up the opportunity to try and glean some of their secrets. As the shadows prowled the army camp, he thought about the searching reflection enchantment one more time and summoned his runes. Sunny had not taken a good look at them in a while. The shimmering symbols ignited in the air in front of him. Name Sunless, true name lost from light, rank ascended, class tyrant, shadow cause 57. Shadow fragments 5035000. Memories silver bell, puppeteer's shroud, midnight shard, extraordinary rock, endless spring, dark wing, moonlight shard, weaver's mask, autumn leaf, cruel sight, covetous coffer, heavenly burden, memory of fire, memory of ice, strike of thunder, Morgan's warbow, shadow lantern, bone singer, shadow chair, overpriced saddle, dying wish, sin of solace, bitter cusp, stifled scream, weavers needle, essence pearl, nimble catch, shroud of graceless dusk, mirror of truth. There were several memories apart from the mirror of truth that he had received during the last battle. Sunny studied them for a few moments, then decided that those would be best used as nourishment for nightmare. Satisfied, he continued to read the runes. Echoes, shadows, onyx saint, soul serpent, nightmare, ravenous fiend, attributes fated, flame of divinity, master of shadows, bloodweave, boneweave, marble shell, aspect shadow slave, aspect rank divine, aspect abilities shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation, aspect legacy shadow dance, floor clear conscience, dream anchor tower of longing. Sunny concentrated on his shadows. Saint was at a respectable 0 shadow fragments out of 300. That was because he had concentrated on feeding his other shadow after she transcended Nightmare was still a mere awakened creature, so he could see a class evolution much sooner that way. The Black Destria was swiftly approaching that evolution. His runes showed. Shadow fragments 179300. Nightmares required 734-1000. Sunny thought for a few moments. Not bad. Then, he did another thing that he had not done in a while. He concentrated on his innate ability, and summoned Nef's runes. Chapter 1124, Pure Soul. There had been a time when Sunny studied Changing Stars runes like a man obsessed. His whole life had been built around the desire to overtake her on the path to power. He might have even done a few careless things in that pursuit. At some point, however, Sunny had lost the desire to compare himself to Nephis, at least in this way. The first change had happened because of her return from the dream realm. The second, sometime in the Antarctic Center, he had lost the habit of summoning her runes every day. Shadow fragments, soul fragments, those were not a true measure of strength, anyway. Sunny had seen countless mundane soldiers stand and fight against the nightmare creatures, never surrendering despite the dire disparity of power between them. If those people were weak, then he did not know whom to call strong. And so, at some point, he had stopped paying constant attention to Nef's runes without even noticing it. Now, however, Sunny had the mirror of truth. So, he decided that it was worth taking another look. The familiar symbols shimmered, forming into strings. Name Nephis, true name Changing Star, rank Ascended, class Tyrant, soul cause 57. He stared at that number for a few moments. After years of lagging behind, Sunny had finally caught up to her. Wasn't it so very funny that he had only been able to do so after stopping caring about the race? A light smile appeared on his face. Whatever, she still has more fragments than I do. She'll be a terror sooner than me. But did it really matter? In the end, they would both be titans. That day was not as far away as it had once seemed, now. Sunny continued to read. Soul fragments 27195000. Nephis had received many soul shards from the treasury of Clan Vela after being adopted by them. However, she could not reveal the fact that she possessed a divine aspect and multiple soul cores. Requesting more than 1,000 would have been strange and aroused suspicion. She had not been hunting down many nightmare creatures while Sunny had been going from one dire battle to another almost every day in the Antarctic Center, either, so her progress was slow as of late. Now that Changing Star had arrived in Antarctica, though, that was bound to change. Sunny wondered how many soul fragments she had received in the recent battle, then turned his attention back to the runes. Memory's Dream Blade, Starlight Legion Armor, Dawn Shard, Dark Wing, Nameless Sun. There was a long list of memories. Some of them she had received while wandering the dream realm and challenging the second nightmare. In fact, Sunny could learn a few things about what kind of trial she had faced from reading their descriptions. But since Nephis did not want to talk about her harrowing experience, he held himself back. Perhaps it was stupid, but he did not want to invade her privacy. He also wanted her to tell him herself. Sunny knew what a precious and fragile thing trust was. It had taken a lot for him to extend his own trust toward Effie and Kai. Before that, his friends had respected his desire to remain silent and did not push him to reveal his secrets. He was very thankful for that. Sunny was not a saint, though. He felt no qualms about studying the memories that Clan Vela had provided to Neph. They were incredible memories, indeed, no less outstanding than Morgan's warbow, each crafted for the specific purpose of slaughtering nightmare creatures and tailored to the user. In fact, he really wanted to borrow a few to study their weaves. He just did not know how to phrase that request. Hey, Neph, could you please take off your armor? I need it for a couple of weeks. No, I won't wear it. Shut up, Effie. Just thinking about it made him wince. Chasing away the dreadful image, Sunny continued to study the runes. Attributes: Dream Spawn, Nephilim, Flame of Divinity, the The fire, dream spawn attribute description: you are born of two worlds, belonging to both, but welcomed in neither. Your soul exists on the edge between nightmare and reality. Nephilim attribute description: there once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful, and the most harrowing of them all. Flame of divinity attribute description: your soul is a flame with the light of divinity. The fire attribute description: you have inherited the lineage of Sun God. Those had not changed. Sunny himself had received a couple new attributes in the past years, but Nephis had not. Neither had she unlocked her aspect legacy, which was not very surprising. Each aspect was unique, after all, and possessed unique requirements for acquiring the legacy. Awakened who received their legacies were rare, and most only accomplished that feat after becoming saints, with an even smaller number doing so as masters. Otherwise, there would have been countless legacy clans in the world. So, it was Sunny who was an anomaly. He sighed wistfully, thinking of Serpent, and turned back to the shimmering symbols. Aspect Lightbringer, aspect rank divine, aspect description: you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Innate ability Half-breed ability description: you can directly absorb a portion of the soul essence of any nightmare creature destroyed by your flames, as well as of any human. Aspect abilities Soul Flame, flame manipulation, longing, soul flame ability description: your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. He was perfectly familiar with the first of Neph's three aspect abilities. It had grown slightly more versatile since the Forgotten Shore, now augmenting the soul, as well, but otherwise remained the same. The other two abilities, her awakened and ascended ones, respectively, were new. The awakened ability was rather straightforward. Flame manipulation ability description: you can bend all fire to your will. That was how Nephis was able to control fire, turning it into her weapon. That fire did not have to be her own, although she could produce flames if there were none around at the cost of feeling terrible pain. The ascended ability, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Longing ability description: your soul is incorruptible. And that was all. Not only was it a passive ability which was incredibly rare for ascended abilities, it also did not do anything. It did not even raise Neph's protection against soul attacks, or improve the rate of her essence regeneration. For all intents and purposes, longing was useless. Of course, Sunny knew a thing or two about the type of corruption the runes spoke of. So, he understood how incredibly special that ability was. In theory. In practice, they had never even faced corruption. Sunny did not even know of anyone who knew how corruption happened. All humans were familiar with was the result of it, the nightmare creatures. Against those, having a pure soul was of no help. A pure soul. Sunny sighed and looked at the last string of runes. Floor pristine soul, floor description: you must suffer to use your power. He lingered for a while, staring at them, and then dismissed the symbols. I don't think you'll be using the mirror of truth on Nephis unless I'm about to kill a truly powerful nightmare creature or human and want to absorb an incredible amount of shadow fragments. But then again, would it even work? The description of the half-breed innate ability spoke of soul essence, not shadow essence. No, he would have to find better targets. And speaking of better targets, his shadows were already getting close to the emissaries of Song and Valor. Chapter 11:25, Private Conversations. Today, luck was on Sunny's side. Usually, he would not have been able to listen in on the really important conversations between the emissaries of the great clans. They were too cautious, and he was very cautious, as well. Perhaps he could overcome the defensive measures his targets had in place, but the cost of failure was too great. So, he had been reluctant to try. But today, maybe because of the clamor and pressure of the ongoing clash with the nightmare creatures that had been drawn to the battlefield, the representatives of both Song and Valor had been slightly neglectful. And since Sunny had already spent a month learning how to get closer to them, he managed to witness two very interesting conversations. The first one was between Morgan and Maddock. The two members of the Vaylor family remained in the stone fort on top of the giant Echo's carapace, speaking about something as they observed the constant stream of abominations being ground against the outer perimeter of the camp. Of course, no one could hear what they were saying, since the two were surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented any sound from coming out. Even the movement of their lips was obscured. There were memories active that made it almost impossible for someone to divine the conversation, as well. However, Sonny was not a diviner. Much more importantly, he managed to get inside the circle of silence by hiding his own shadows in the shadow of one of Vaylor's awakened. The man had been invited to make a report, and so, Morgan herself led him through the layers of wards surrounding the fort. When the awakened arrived, she studied him for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, "Is there news, Squire Warren?" The awakened shifted slightly. He tried to hide his excitement at the fact that she knew his name, but failed miserably. Sonny mentally rolled his eyes, while Morgan pretended not to notice. Well, the poor man could not be blamed. How often did ordinary awakened retainers in service of the great clan closely interact with its princess? Very rarely, most likely. Morgan was a striking person, as well. Despite her coldness and sharpness, she was someone even Sonny found hard to look away from. There was just something about the young woman and her vibrant vermilion eyes that demanded attention. Not to mention the fact that she was quite literally a member of exalted royalty. In any case, Squire Warren did have something to report. He bowed to Morgan and Maddock, then spoke in a deep, respectful voice. "We received word from Nightstad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct." At the mention of that last part, Maddock and Morgan exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly changing. Back in the tent, Sonny frowned. Nightstad, he was one of the masters that had arrived with Summer Night. His cohort had been among those secretly sent to search for suitable nightmare gates. It appeared that they were already in the dream realm, and had found something important to boot. Morgan lingered for a few moments, then sighed. "Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts?" Squire Warren looked down and gritted his teeth. "Lost or forced to enter the Seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice." She nodded. "Indeed." At that point, Maddock finally spoke. "The most important thing right now is to reinforce Stad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost." He lingered for a moment, and then added, "If my niece does not object, of course." Morgan smiled. "Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade, and his comrades are the same. They will bring Clan Vaylor glory." The awakened man lowered his head, his eyes igniting with exhilaration and zeal. "You honor me, Lady Morgan." "Sir Maddock, we won't let you down." Whispering Blade smiled. "Of course you won't. You are warriors of Vaylor, after all." Beaming with pride, Squire Warren left. Sonny's shadow, however, remained. Which was why it heard Morgan's voice change slightly as she addressed Maddock. "Shouldn't we send someone more powerful?" Whispering Blade shook his head. "Don't be impatient. It's too early to risk our champions. Once the target is secured, we will have an almost insurmountable advantage over the Blood Daughters. Then, we can truly begin." Morgan looked away and grimaced. "I know. It's just that you know what is at stake." She remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "Should we send Nephis, then?" Maddock's face changed slightly. "Don't even think about it. You know how your father feels about her." Morgan sighed, then looked in the direction of the battlefield. Fickle man. Far away, hidden safely in the tent, Sonny was frowning. What exactly had the scouts found in the desert? What was the insurmountable advantage Vaylor wanted to secure at all costs? At this stage in the race toward the Black Pyramid, both clans were trying to establish a foothold in the desert. They were slowly ramping up the search for nightmare gates that led to relatively safe areas, to use them as entry points for the expedition forces. A few of these areas had apparently already been found. What else could Nightstad be hunting for? Some kind of precious resource or revelation about that region of the Dream Realm? A natural stronghold that could serve as a fortress for the forces of Valor. A citadel, even. There was that last part of the conversation, as well. It was, honestly, rather disturbing. There seemed to be something complicated going on within Clan Valor. But Sunny had no idea what. Strangely enough, it was the emissaries of Song that helped him shed some light on that situation. Because they were currently talking about Nephis, as well. In a distant part of the camp, within the circle of armored vehicles, a lavish tent had been raised. Beastmaster and Seishan were inside. At the moment, Beastmaster was enjoying a bowl of fresh fruit as she looked at her sister with a pleasant smile. Her words, however, were anything but pleasant. Beastmaster was saying, "Should we kill that girl, Changing Star?" Chapter 11:26, Unexpected Revelation. Sunny did not have much of a reaction to that statement. Hearing a terrifying existence like Beastmaster contemplating the murder of one of his close ones was certainly a chilling experience. However, the person in question was Neph. So, the feeling was not novel. Someone was always trying to kill her. "I'd like to see you try." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "Actually, no. I take it back. I would not like it one bit." Silence hung in the distant tent for a few moments. Seishan did not hurry with an answer. When she eventually spoke, her voice was even. "That would require us to commit too many resources." Beastmaster seemed slightly surprised. The arch of her eyebrow was so exquisite that even Sunny's shadow was momentarily mesmerized. Luckily, he had sent the gloomy shadow to spy on her. That guy was not easily fazed. The shadow quickly regained its composure and continued to listen. "Too many resources. But she is just a master." Seishan shook her head. "She is a master, yes. But not just any master." The saint pondered that statement for a bit as she enjoyed succulent grapes. "I guess you would know best." That thing she pulled off on the Forgotten Shore was indeed a thing of beauty, plus, she is a self-healer. Killing those people is such a chore. She sighed, then said in a wistful tone, "Why did she have to go and join that dreadful clan?" "Granted, we did not try to recruit her too hard, but the King of Swords, that man. What is he thinking? First, he sends the Han Li boy to kill her. Then, he welcomes her into his family. Truly is shameless." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. So it was Anvil. Finally, he knew who had stood behind Caster. Granted, there was nothing to do with that information. Seishan seemed surprised, too. Her exotic, beautiful face darkened a little. "I thought it was us who sent him. Has the Hanli clan forgotten their loyalty?" Beastmaster laughed. "No, you've been lost in the Dream Realm for too long, Shan. You forget that for most lesser clans, our three great families are a monolith. Most of the time, they can only guess which domain gives the order." She swallowed another grape and smiled. "Oh, we sent someone to kill her in the Dream Realm too. It's just that our messenger ended up being rather useless. He did not even make it to the Dark City." Sunny shifted slightly. So there had been other assassins except for Caster. The Forgotten Shore had taken care of them so that he didn't have to. The saint, meanwhile, scoffed. "But that girl is really too lucky. When she was a child, the Dream Spawn held us back from going after her in full force. Now that the abomination is indisposed, she is an ascended. And such a troublesome one, at that." This time, Sunny could not contain his agitation. What he just heard was a real bomb. The Dreamspawn Astaion? The most mysterious of the sovereigns, Astaion had protected Nephis when she was a child. What? Why would he do that? Admittedly, Sunny had always felt that there was something strange about Neff's childhood story. The great clans had always been trying to kill her, sending one assassin after another, and yet, why had they failed? Why had they not sent a saint to solve the problem once and for all? He had assumed that there were two possibilities. Either the task of slaying the last daughter of the immortal flame had not been an important one, or the domains were constrained by having to act in secret. A saint moving to kill a mundane human, especially one from a prominent family, was not an easy thing to cover, considering that they were always in the spotlight. Or at least that was what he had thought before. Now, after learning more about the great clans and how they operated, Sunny came to understand that there was nothing stopping them from slaughtering anyone they wanted with impunity except for each other. If Astaion had been the one to constrain Vela and Song in their attempts to get rid of Nephis, that would explain a lot. But pose even more questions. For example, what was his motivation? Was it because she was a dream spawn, like he was? Some sort of sentiment the enigmatic sovereign felt for the daughter of his former comrade? Something else entirely? Sunny simply did not know. And, sadly, Beastmaster did not go into detail. Seishan, meanwhile, looked at the relaxed saint with a frown. The corner of her mouth twitched downward. You grew too arrogant, Bin. Do not speak of that creature aloud. Strangely enough, Beastmaster acted as if she was at fault. Instead of rebuking Seishan for admonishing her, the older and more powerful of the two, she nodded with a guilty look. Sorry, you are right. She remained silent for a bit, then shook her head. But something has to be done about Changing Star. The awakened under her command were already a problem. I have hoped that Nightingale and Raised by Wolves would keep their distance, but they seem too friendly with her, neither can be underestimated. And now there is that Master Sunless, as well. What a brutal character, and in such a cute package. What a shame. Wasn't he supposed to be a simple scout? Seishan smiled slightly. You keep underestimating the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. No one who survived there is simple. Sunless, there's more to him than meets the eye. He is a madman, though. Back in the Dark City, he had a falling out with Changing Star and spent months living in the ruins alone. Even I would not have survived that, but he did. Beastmaster thought for a few moments. Our guest had a few brushes with Ascended Sunless, yes. He did not speak about him much, so I assumed that there is little to be said. I should have known better, though. That person has strange standards. To him, another madman is not even worth mentioning. Sunny noted two things from that exchange. First, his ploy to appear as a savage brute was at least partially successful. Second, Mordred had not shared his secrets with the great clan Song just as Sunny had expected. No surprise here. Beastmaster swallowed another grape, then suddenly asked. How is Bast doing, by the way? Are you taking good care of him? Seishan stared at her sister for a while, not amused. He is doing fine. As for Nephis and her firekeepers at this point, our efforts would be better spent elsewhere. The saint laughed. Good all right, let's not kill Changing Star and her allies yet. She lingered for a moment, and then smiled. We do have to kill someone, though. Time is of the essence. Chapter 1127, Escalation. There were more interesting things said that night. Sitting on a cot in a remote tent, Sunny had silently absorbed them all. There was a somber expression on his face. Troublesome. Each clan was planning to test the other during the retreat back to the siege capitals, which had not come as a surprise. From this point forward, the hostilities between Vela and Song were only going to escalate. If anything, this first confrontation was shaping out to be rather tame. Neither of the sides was fully committing their saints to the ambushes, preferring to bide their time and turn the conflict into a war of attrition. There were valuable assets that both clans kept under layers of protection in terms of the ruthless economy of war. Trying to take these assets off the board was not cost-effective at this point in time. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be one such asset, as well. However, neither Vela nor Song could keep all their people protected. Cohorts of Awakened had to be sent out into the wilderness to scout for suitable nightmare gates. Scouts had to enter the Dream Realm and explore the deadly desert in search of positions that were suitable for establishing fortified expedition camps. Ascended like Nightstad had to lead the most important of these teams. These were the people the great clans were going to go after first in East Antarctica, and in the Dream Realm at the later stages of the conflict. Which Sunny did not mind one bit. The only thing he regretted was that he would not be able to get snacks and comfortably watch the soldiers of the great clans slaughter each other as long as they limited their future outside the city walls. Sadly and predictably, that was already not the case. Beastmaster was not satisfied with picking off Awakened cohorts in the wilderness. So, she was planning to deliver a more damaging strike to her enemies. There were two possible targets: the headquarters of the Vela clan in the siege capital where Sunny was headed, or St. Tyrus and her White Feather clan in the city where Central Army Command and Wake of Ruin were based. She chose the former. Morgan, meanwhile, was perfectly aware of the fact that an attack on her base of operations was imminent. Whether it was through some form of divination or simply through knowing her enemy and possessing a frighteningly sharp strategic mind, Sunny did not know. Regardless of the reason, she was not planning on preventing the assassins from infiltrating the siege capital. Instead, she was planning to lure them into a trap and slaughter them all. Imagining what sort of destruction the clash of two hidden forces would wreak in the heart of a besieged city, Sunny couldn't help but feel cold fury. Neither of the great clans cared about collateral damage. All they cared about was destroying the enemy. In fact, they seemed to care about it a little bit too much. Sunny had gotten a strange feeling from observing the four leaders of the secret war: Maddock, Morgan, Seishan, and Beastmaster. There were small details in what they said and how they said it that did not make a lot of sense. It was as though they were under pressure, even more pressure than there was supposed to be. That pressure made them want to hurry. Which was why Morgan was also considering a clandestine attack of her own. Hers, however, was going to be much more daring and surgical. Because, unlike her adversary, she was sending an actual saint instead of a team of Awakened led by a few masters. Sir Maddock, the Whispering Blade, was going to personally deliver her lethal will to the enemy. His target was not the Antarctic headquarters of Clan Song, nor was it a large-scale destruction of their assets. Instead, he had to capture a single man. Mordred. The bleak man who called himself Ascended Bast was still in a siege capital controlled by Song. By now, he started silently spreading the mirrors he had created throughout the city. No one on the Vela side knew what the purpose of his strange actions were, but they were determined to prevent whatever he was doing from coming to fruition. Maddock was going to infiltrate the siege capital and either destroy or contain the Prince of Nothing with the help of special weapons crafted by the King of Swords. It was a tremendous commitment for Morgan, considering how important Whispering Blade was. Sending him after Mordred meant that he would not be able to provide support for the forces of Vela anywhere else for a period of time. But on this, Sunny had to agree with the daughter of Anvil. Getting rid of the Prince of Nothing was a more dire need than suppressing or even killing one Song saints. The bastard was just too ineffable. So, that was what the near future held for Sunny. He would follow the forces of Vela back to their siege capital, fighting a probing ambush staged by Song in the process. Once there, Maddock would send off reinforcements for Nightstad and depart, leaving Morgan to deal with the team of assassins Beastmaster was dispatching to attack their headquarters. Sunny was not too concerned about what Whispering Blade would do to Mordred. The man was too powerful and too precise, and the decision to activate him so early into the conflict was too unexpected. No matter if he achieved his goal or not, the attack itself would be unseen and contained. The fight between the team of Beastmaster's assassins and Morgan's warriors now that promised to do a lot of harm to the refugees trapped in the siege capital. Which was why he had made a difficult decision to leave the gloomy shadow with the forces of Song. There was a lot of risk tied to that decision, but also a lot of potential benefit. Once enough kilometers separated Sunny from his shadow, he would lose contact with it. After that, the gloomy guy would be on his own for a while. The task in front of the shadow was both simple and difficult: to keep itself hidden, learn the identities of the assassins, and follow them back to Valis territory. If everything went right, Sunny would know the precise location of the infiltration team as soon as they reached the siege capital. If not, his soul might get seriously wounded or, even worse, crippled. All he could do was trust in his shadow's competence. Sunny stood up from his cot and stretched, hearing the sounds of the battle slowly grow less intense. Now that the dawn had come, the joint army was preparing to withdraw and dissolve into 3 separate forces. His expression was slightly tense. "He'll be all right. The gloomy guy has been through a lot by my side, so he knows what he's doing. He had to." With that, Sunny left the tent and went to find Nephis. Chapter 11:28, Contradiction. Changing Star was in a watchtower near the outer edges of the camp, observing the ongoing battle. Her gaze was locked on the lustrous figure of Summer Night, who stood like a fortress amidst the attacking nightmare creatures, cutting them down with his flowing lance. Sunny approached and stared at the slaughter, as well, wondering how was it that the saint had not gotten a single drop of blood on his armor. Was that a skill one could learn? The black silk of the graceless dusk always remained pristine, rejecting any kind of taint, but the same could not be said about his skin and hair, especially hair. Washing blood out of his hair was a real chore. Which was one of the reasons Sunny had enjoyed the few months of being a scout and never getting his own hands dirty, instead relying on shadows to do the killing for him. That guy, Summer Night, is both deadly on the battlefield and nice in person. Makes me wonder if he really is a saint. Every other transcendent I know is either the stern stoic type, vaguely sinister, or completely insane. He really doesn't fit. Neph glanced in his direction and smiled with the corner of her mouth. "Maybe you just attract these kinds of people." Sunny coughed. Come to think of it, stern and stoic, vaguely sinister, and completely insane were all words that could be used to describe Nephis, as well. She looked back to the battlefield and added, "But you are right. Sir Gilead is somewhat of an outlier among the saints. He is too straightforward. What you see is what you get. Honor, valiance, loyalty and all that. He is the picture of a noble knight." Sunny remained silent for a moment. Is that a bad thing? He certainly thought that it was. A person who proclaimed these virtues was either a hypocrite or dangerously naive. Gods only knew which option was worse. However, Sunny wanted to hear Neph's answer. She shrugged. Not usually. But in the case of Summer Night, it presents a contradiction. What is a person like that doing serving the King of Swords? And not just as a vassal, but as a direct retainer of Clan Valar. A tool in their machinations. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Sunny looked at Nephis with curiosity. What are you doing serving the King of Swords? Her subtle smile grew a little wider, and white sparks ignited in her eyes. But I am not honorable, valiant, or loyal. I am just driven and good with a sword. Don't you know? He scoffed. I do. Don't I know it well? With that, Sunny leaned on the framework of the alloy watchtower and watched the valiant saint fight in silence. At the same time, he sent Neph a mental message. What did Morgan want to talk to you about? She leaned on the alloy bar by his side. We are most likely going to be ambushed by Song on the way back to the siege capital. She warned me to be ready. There is also the issue of the nightmare gates within the city. There are 16 of them, at the moment, and keeping each one contained is a drain on the resources. Once we are back, the awakened soldiers under Morgan's command will begin challenging the Seeds to close them and scout the desert in the process, of course. She offered a few spots to the Firekeepers. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. The Firekeepers? Are they going to attempt ascension? Neph lowered her head a little, nodding. They have long saturated their cause, and have more than enough experience. So, Yeshim's cohort will enter first, followed by 2 others. A month later, 2 more cohorts will challenge the second nightmare. The last 2 will go after if the first challengers return. Sunny blinked. If that plan worked, then in less than a year, Changing Star would potentially command close to 50 masters. Some might die in the nightmare, but still that was a staggering force. An inconceivable force, even, by the standards of the modern world. But then again, the world was changing. And the return of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had made so much noise for this exact reason, not because they were powerful awakened, but because each had a substantial chance of becoming a master and maybe even a saint, in the future. The force that Cassie had built had the potential to dramatically shift the balance of power between the great clans. No wonder Nephis seemed to be in a hurry to send the Firekeepers into the Seeds. The emissaries of Song knew what was at stake, as well. Once the fighting between the forces of the great clans started in earnest, Beastmaster would without a doubt aim to destroy the Firekeepers before they ascended. How complicated. Sunny remained silent for a while, choosing his words carefully. Eventually, he spoke thought in a casual tone. I happened to eavesdrop on a conversation. Nephis glanced at him. Oh. By pure accident, I'm sure. He smiled. Then, however, the smile disappeared from his face. Sunny looked forward, pretending to study the battle. Turns out, it was your Uncle Vale who sent Castor to kill you, you know, Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. That Uncle Vale. She didn't show any hint of a strong reaction. I figured as much. Sunny sighed. I also overheard that another one of your father's 3 friends had limited the great clans in what means they could use to kill you back when you were a child. He seems to have protected you, to a degree. This time, Nephis couldn't maintain the mask of indifference. Someone else might not have noticed, but Sunny knew her too well. She was shaken. After a long pause, Neph whispered. So that's how it is. I see. That explains a few things I always wondered about. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked. Do you have any idea what his reasons might be? Nephis remained silent for a long time, looking at the battlefield. One half of her face was illuminated by a gentle light, the other drowned in shadows. The cold wind was playing with her silver hair, making it dance. Eventually, she let out a deep sigh. I don't. However, I do have a suspicion. I am the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan, Sunny, which means that I am also the last carrier of Sun God's lineage. Astaion had prevented that lineage from being snuffed out, and had taken Mordred from Anvil. It is almost as if he is collecting the carriers of divine lineages. Nephis paused for a few moments, and then added in a grave voice. If my suspicion is correct, then should you meet him in the future, you would be wise to be careful too, Sunny. You do not possess Shadow God's lineage, but Astaion might not know that. Sun God, War God, Beast God, Storm God, and Heart God, all these lineages had already been found. Shadow God's was the last one to remain hidden. Maybe that is why he stayed passive all these years, waiting patiently for it to reveal itself. She suddenly turned and looked him in the eyes, then said in her own voice, discarding the safety of the blessing dusk. Sunny, you have guarded your secrets well. It is very important that you continue to do so. Be careful if you wish. Please. The cold wind got to Sunny, as well, making him shiver. Chapter 11:29, Thieves and Wolves. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye again. Effie and Kai were returning to the government-controlled section of East Antarctica with Wake of Ruin and St. Tyrus, while Jet was leaving with the forces of Song. The joint army had already withdrawn from the battlefield and traveled some distance away from it. Now, it was ready to break apart before it did. However, Sunny managed to find an opportunity to talk with Soul Reaper in private. The long column of vehicles had come to a stop, and they found each other among the busy chaos of imminent separation. How is living with the Song clan treating you? Jet smiled a little, then shrugged. It's treating me fine. I am often reminded of why was it exactly that I never wanted to be a part of a legacy clan, but it's fine. Weirdly, I feel a bit of kinship with these women. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Kinship, really? Why? She lingered for a few moments. A thief knows a thief, as a wolf knows a wolf. It's just a vague feeling, but I think that their flaws are similar to mine, not exactly the same, but similar. I have no solid proof, of course, but there are ways to tell. A thing like that influences you in many subtle ways. Jet looked away and let out a wistful sigh. All of Ki Song's daughters are adopted, you know? Many of them were taken from the outskirts when they were very young. Who knows, in another life, I might have been a princess of a great clan, as well. Wouldn't that be a sight? Sunny looked at her gloomily, trying to imagine Soul Reaper in the traditional Wynard attire of the Song clan. However, his imagination failed him. No matter how hard Sunny tried, he just couldn't imagine Jet wearing a dress. He scoffed. I do know, and yes, that would be a sight. However, I like the current you much more. Soul Reaper laughed. Me too, Sunny, me too. You are maybe a bit too young to understand the sentiment, but I fought long and hard to become the current me. I wouldn't trade it for the world. The smile slowly disappeared from her face, and she looked at him with a somber expression. You know that things are about to change in East Antarctica, right? Sunny slowly nodded, prompting her to ask. So, what are you going to do? He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Probably something stupid. But not too stupid. It's hard to tell, yet. Soul Reaper studied his face for a while, then nodded. Let's stay in touch, then. With that, she turned around and walked away, heading for the departing force of Songs Awakened. Sunny watched Soul Reaper go, considering if he should have told her more. He had already warned her to stay clear of Mordred. As for informing Jet of the presence of his shadow, that would do neither of them any good. It was not like she could help the gloomy guy in his mission. There are too many unknown variables at play. I have no idea how the situation will unfold. For the both of us, one thing is certain, though. We'll cross paths again, soon, before it's all over. He grimaced, then went to join his own convoy. The ostentatious Tortoise Echo had been dismissed, and they were going to be traveling by using more mundane means of transportation. But not much more mundane. Many of Valor Awakened were in possession of Echo mounts, and would be riding them across the desolate landscape. There were ordinary vehicles, as well. Sunny himself was going to catch a ride with the Firekeepers, but before that, he sneaked into a small crevice that was drowned by deep shadows. There, he found a small figure laying motionlessly on the ground, spread-eagled, with a drunk expression on its ugly little face. The imp seemed to have grown bigger. His belly had, at least it protruded from the scrawny frame of the little fiend like a balloon, looking as if it was on the verge of bursting. Noticing Sunny, the shadow turned its head and grinned stupidly. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. Gods, you gluttonous little wretch. Can you even stand? The imp stared at him lazily, and then answered in a grating, screeching voice. Wretch. Sunny scowled. Who are you calling a wretch, you wretch? The imp did not deign to answer, so he sighed and dismissed the shadow, sending the scrawny fiend to digest his ill-gotten gains within the darkness of a shadow core. I'll check on his progress later. That bastard better have listened to me and only eaten those nightmare creatures that had to do something with steel and metal. Otherwise, he'll be on a vegetarian diet for a very, very long time. Sunny left the crevice and walked over to one of the armored vehicles. There were already a few familiar faces inside, the members of Cass's former cohort. The healer, Shim, Kaya, and Shakti, and others. Noticing Sunny, they all became lively. Sunny man, you were a real terror on the battlefield yesterday. When the hell did you become that scary? Now I really want to ascend, too. Maybe I'll get a pseudo-transformation ability like you. You're an artisan, Kaya. What kind of transformation are you going to get? Turn into a block of wood. Better be a block of wood than a blockhead like you. Sunny greeted them with a few smiles and a few elusive answers, then walked over to where Cassie was sitting and looked around. "Hey, Cass. Where's Nephis?" The blind girl pointed forward, where another vehicle, this one larger and better armored, was visible through the windshield of the APC. Morgan invited her for a last-minute discussion. He smiled darkly. "Oh, yeah? Discussion of what?" Cassie lingered with the answer. "Probably the ambush." He really did not know what to say. What kind of stupid ambush is this, when everyone knows that it's happening? Damn, I'm sure that even the ambushers know that we know. The sheer stupidity of it all. Sunny sighed, then sat near Cassie and grew quiet. Soon, the column of vehicles started to move, surrounded by a moving shield of mounted Awakened. The human forces were returning victorious from a dire battle with a harrowing horde of nightmare creatures, having slayed 4 powerful titans. But what awaited them was not the warm welcome of the citizens, but the swords and bullets of fellow humans. He shook his head dejectedly. No, actually, there might be nightmare creatures in the ambush, as well. That's Beastmaster we are talking about, after all. Chapter 1130, Closeness. The journey back to the Valar Enclave in East Antarctica was going to take several days. On the first day, the awakened riders charged forward many times, slaughtering any band of nightmare creatures that was unfortunate enough to wander into the convoy's path. Awakened and fallen abominations were ruthlessly cut down long before they could pose a threat to the vehicles. When a corrupted one appeared, the Knights of Valar attacked personally. Watching these exalted masters fight was both an inspiration and a grim reminder of what Sunny contended against. Each of them was no less deadly than Pierce and Welf, Mordred's jailers, had been, maybe even more so. With the knights slaying the more dangerous nightmare creatures, none of the saints had to personally intervene yet. There were also Morgan's echoes. Strangely enough, there were only a few of them in view. The princes of war must have dismissed some of them, for now. Of course, there was also another possibility. Morgan could have sent several echoes to stage an ambush of her own. In fact, Sunny was more or less certain that she had. He had spent the last month carefully studying the expedition force of the Great Clan. By now, he knew the faces of pretty much every awakened, ascended, and mundane specialist that Valar had sent to the southern quadrant, as well as the rough outline of their abilities. Which was why it had not escaped Sunny's attention that several cohorts of awakened that had participated in the battle against the Titanic horde were mysteriously missing from the convoy. They were, most likely, en route to lay a trap for the returning force of Song warriors. He did not envy them one bit. Sunny himself spent the first day silently observing how the warriors of Valar fought through the shadows. He thought about striking up a conversation with Cassie, but found it hard to find a topic to discuss. At least one that did not have to do with nightmare creatures, machinations of the great clans, or the tumultuous future facing them all. Work, basically. It was a bit strange. He had thought that they were close despite everything. There were very few people in this world, if any, who were closer to him than her. And yet, Sunny realized that he did not know much about Cassie outside the dire reality of being an awakened. He never met her family, which she mentioned so much on the Forgotten Shore. He had never visited her home, or learned of her hobbies, things she enjoyed, things she found frustrating. He didn't even know what her official position in Clan Valar was, and how her life had changed because of it. That realization was disheartening. Granted, Cassie herself was part of the reason for the distance between them. After awakening, she seemed to have closed herself off from the outside world, somewhat. After the ascension, her isolation had only grown more pronounced. It was as though the blind girl was making a conscious effort to blend into the background, becoming as obscure and forgettable as possible. But still. Sunny glanced at her with a complicated expression. A sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't think I ever wished her a happy birthday. That had been how they met, all those years ago. Well, actually, it was only around 4 years ago. On the day of the winter solstice, in the academy cafeteria, Cassie had suddenly wished him a happy birthday. she was more or less the only sleeper who had spoken to him there. Sunny knew that Cassie was the youngest of the cohort, and that her birthday was somewhere in late June or early July close to Rains. This year, he had been busy fighting his way to Falcon Scott during that time, so there was a solid excuse. However, there were the years before that. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then, he shifted slightly and asked. "By the way, Cassie, how is your family doing?" She did not react for a moment, then turned her head slightly and frowned in confusion. "What?" Sunny leaned back. "I said, how is your family doing?" The blind girl hesitated. Then, a subtle smile illuminated her delicate face. "Oh, they are doing well. I applied to have their citizenship rank raised, so my mom can't stop bragging to the neighbors. Dad had to have a talk to her right after taking driving lessons and purchasing a PTV license. He parks the PTV where everyone can see it, too, so I think he'll be the one who has to have a talk with him, now." Sunny chuckled. "Ah, I understand. You might not know it, but I took driving lessons, as well, from an actual ace pilot, by the way. My ride sort of blew up, but when we get back to NQSC, I'll definitely buy a new one. And when I do, you can count on it being parked in the most visible places often." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked with strange curiosity. "What else do you want to do when you get back?" He scratched the back of his head. "I actually have not given it much thought. Well, first things first, my shop is in desperate need of new exclusive merchandise. I've been practicing a lot here in Antarctica, so I might be able to bring the brilliant Emporium to an entirely new level. Maybe I'll even branch out and open a memory boutique in Bastion. Oh, also I've been thinking about opening a restaurant. Feeding people and making money at the same time, isn't that a dream?" Sunny thought for a bit, and then added. "I'm going to need to be in Bastion a lot, if I want to do proper business. I don't want to be anchored there, though, so maybe I'll find a scenic, quiet citadel somewhere nearby. Out of the way of the mess between Vela and Song." He smiled, then asked. "How about you?" Cassie simply sighed. "I think I'll be very busy after returning to NQSC. If I do have some free time, all I want to do is wear pajamas around the house and do nothing." She lingered for a moment, then suddenly flashed him a smile. "I do promise to visit your restaurant, though I'll even leave a big tip." As they talked, the sun wobbled to the edge of the sky, never falling behind the horizon, but turning the world dim. The convoy came to a stop, preparing for the next leg of the journey. In that lull, an awakened from Clan Vela arrived, putting an end to their conversation. Chapter 1131, Foresight. It was very easy to send a message through the short-range communication network of the convoy, but Morgan had deemed it necessary to send an actual person to fetch them. The awakened approached the APC where Sunny and Cassie were, his imposing armored figure appearing in view of the external cameras of the armored vehicle, and politely knocked on the main hatch. When one of the firekeepers opened it, the man cleared his throat and said with solemn gravitas. "Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience." Sunny recognized the awakened from spying on Morgan and Maddock yesterday. The geisha was a bit too pompous for a glorified messenger, but remembering his earnest reaction to Whispering Blade's praise, that was not at all unexpected. All Vela awakened were like that, too serious and full of ardent devotion. The firekeepers were zealously devoted to their leader, too, but at least they did not stand on ceremony. They saw Nephis as the best of them, as opposed to better than them. There was an important distinction. Sunny shook his head, then nodded at the awkward awakened and rose from the crate he was sitting on. Cassie stood up, too, and followed him outside. Her steps were cautious, but she seemed to have no problem navigating the world without being able to see it. It was a far cry from how helpless she had been on the Forgotten Shore. Her hand was resting on the hilt of the Quiet Dancer, too, reminding Sunny how deadly of a fighter she had become. Of course, with most of her abilities having nothing to do with combat, Cassie's battle prowess could not compare to that of more straightforward masters. Still, he wouldn't want to fight someone who knew his every move in advance. Sunny understood very well how dreadful such an opponent would be, because he himself cut down many foes by relying on shadow dance. The awakened squire kept a respectful silence as he led them to the head of the column, where an armored vehicle that would put even the rhino to shame stood just before a wide crossroad. It was surrounded by a watchful ring of awakened warriors. They gave Sunny and Cassie stern looks, then stepped aside to let them through. It was nonsensical, really. Currently, two of the most deadly masters in the world and Whispering Blade himself were inside the vehicle. What could these awakened do to protect them? Once inside, Sunny saw Morgan, Madoc, and Nephis gathered around a holographic table that showed a topographical projection of the surrounding area. Some distance away, a few spots were marked with red. It did not take a genius strategist to know that those were the most convenient places for an ambush. At least Sunny would have chosen them if he had to lay a trap for the forces of Valor. Then again, Sunny did not really need a convenient spot and advantageous terrain to ambush someone. All he needed was a bit of shadow. Morgan welcomed them with a nod and gestured for them to come closer. Once they did, she addressed Cassie in a neutral tone. "Cassie, do you have anything to share with us?" The blind girl nodded, then lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he raised her hand and pointed to a particular red mark. "There." Morgan smiled, while Madoc raised his brow slightly. "How do you know, young lady?" Sunny had the same question, although he also had an idea of what the answer would be. He slightly shook his head, feeling a strange mix of awe, admiration, and dejection. Cassie, meanwhile, lowered her hand and explained. "I used the time the forces of both clans recently spent together to mark several of Song's people with my ascended ability. Many of them possess powerful memories to disrupt attempts at divination, but there are very few that can disrupt my powers. Certainly not enough to protect every awakened in their camp." She turned to the map and added calmly. "Currently, one of the marked is in that ravine, surrounded by 3 cohorts of awakened. These awakened are only a part of the ambush, however. The main striking force is underwater in a nearby lake. Several hundred nightmare creatures, all tamed by Beastmaster and controlled by an ascended proxy. I don't have eyes on them, but the person I marked discussed the details of the attack with the ascended prior to separating." I listened. Madoc chuckled. "Lady Cassia, I wouldn't want to be your enemy." "Wonderfully done." Cassie simply offered him a curt nod. Morgan glanced at them and smiled. "Isn't she wonderful, indeed?" With that, she patted the blind girl on the shoulder. "Better yet, Cassia is the only person on the continent that can never be taken by that abominable kin of ours, which only makes me appreciate her more. We should employ more blind people, don't you think, Uncle?" That last statement was said in a nonchalant and slightly amused tone, and really rubbed Sunny the wrong way. If Cassie felt the same, though, she did not let it show. Just like that, the probing ambush of Clan Song was laid bare. The convoy had no choice but to take the route through the area where the trap was prepared for them, but knowing what to expect, they could descend upon the ambushers and cut them down in one fell swoop. No wonder Morgan was pleased. At that moment, Nephis spoke, glancing at the Princess of War coldly. "Let's not draw this out. We should dismantle the ambush as soon as possible and stay on guard. Cassie is powerful, but she is not all-powerful. There might be other aspects of the trap that we failed to account for." Morgan smiled. "A good suggestion. Since you were the one to voice it, dear sister, why don't you take your firekeepers and deal with this issue personally? They'll be leaving for the nightmare soon, so this might be their last opportunity to wet their blades with the blood of Song for a long while." Nephis turned away and looked at the map with a bleak expression. "I will." Sunny, who had remained silent all that time, cleared his throat. "Sorry, but should I be hearing this conversation? Why am I here, exactly?" Morgan looked at him with confusion, then chuckled. Why, you are a representative of the government, Master Sunless. You are the perfect person to share the vile machinations of the Song clan with. Who knows, maybe you'll want to lodge a complaint with the authorities later. You'll be an important witness. Then, she smiled at him. Plus, I thought that you might enjoy a small distraction like this. Would you please accompany my little sister on this mission, Master Sunless? As a neutral observer, of course. It would really make me feel better about her safety. Sunny stared at her with a dubious expression. Yeah, right. The battle maniac probably just wanted to see him kill something again. Or maybe deepen his connection to the Vela clan through bloodshed. He shrugged. Sure, why not? I am a part of this convoy as well, after all. If we really were to be ambushed, my safety would be compromised too. The Princess of War nodded, then crossed her arms and looked at the map. True. I'll be awaiting good news, then. Erdiel's note author will release last chapter in few hours. If I'm awake he'll post it, if not, I'll post it tomorrow. Chapter 1132, Ambush. The contingent of Vela soldiers camped for a few hours of rest, while several vehicles containing the firekeepers secretly continued forward. They advanced at moderate speed for a few hours, then hid the vehicles between the rusty ruins of massive machines left behind by the dark times and continued toward the place of the ambush on foot. Sunny walked with them, scouting the path ahead with his shadows. As he did, he heard the firekeepers talk. One of them, a tall young man who possessed the ability to summon 2 more arms and fought by wielding 2 great swords, was speaking in a contemplative tone. It's been a while since I killed a human. Honestly, I sort of assumed that I would never have to do it again after leaving the Forgotten Shore. Should have known better, really. He sighed, then glanced at the leader of his cohort. What about you, Shim? Shim, the healer who usually fought where the battle was direst, wielding a shield and a spear, shrugged. I don't think I've ever killed a human. The others looked at him with surprise. What are you talking about, you maniac? I personally saw you gut at least half a dozen guards in the throne room of the Bright Castle. And that was just day 1 of that mess. The healer glanced at them evenly. Those weren't humans. They didn't qualify. Even Sunny was given pause by that cold logic. Shim was right about something, though. Some humans were worse than nightmare creatures. In any case, the firekeepers did not seem too opposed to the idea of fighting against one of the great clans. Perhaps the fact that Clan Song was currently laying a trap to attack their convoy played a part in their nonchalance, but they would have probably followed Nephis even if the situation was reversed. As for Changing Star herself, she had grown quiet in anticipation of the battle, mentally preparing herself for the strain of using her aspect. Sunny did not want to bother her. Eventually, they neared the spot marked on the map and switched to moving stealthily, slowly getting closer and closer to the ravine where 3 cohorts of Song Awakened were laying in ambush. Cassie confirmed that they were still there, and helped the firekeepers avoid being seen by the hidden watchmen. The lake where the hundreds of tamed nightmare creatures hid was also nearby, separated from the ravine by a few hundred meters of dirt and a weathered cement road. When they came into view of the ravine, bending low to the ground to remain unnoticed, Nephis stopped and looked at her soldiers. One of them whispered calmly. What's the plan, Lady Changing Star? She hesitated for a few moments, then said simply. Slaughter them all. Neph sighed, then summoned a memory that resembled a torch made of polished black wood, with the cage at the top of it forged out of silvery metal. Turning around to shield it from view with her body, she activated the enchantment of the torch, causing a cold blue flame to ignite in the cage. She raised one hand, drawing the stream of blue fire into it. Cassie, I'll leave the Ascended to you. The blind girl nodded, then unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier slipped out of her hand, hovered in the air for a moment, and then flew toward the calm lake. It stayed close to the ground, almost unseen. The blue fire, meanwhile, was flowing into Neph's hand and swirling, slowly coalescing into a sphere. No matter how much fire she drew from the silver torch, it continued to burn with the same intensity. The rippling blue sphere began to collapse onto itself and compress as more and more flame was added to it. Its heat was growing unbearable. As the density of the sphere increased, wisps of white flame rose from her skin and mixed into it. Slowly, the color of the blue flames began to lighten, growing from deep blue to light blue. And, eventually, to pure white. By that time, the sphere was trembling violently, as if struggling to contain the furious power contained within it, and Neff's face grew pale. Then, she suddenly made a fist, compressing the sphere even further. At that moment, it was hard not to notice the pale radiance emanating from her figure. There was some movement in the ravine, but it was too late. Standing to her full height, Changing Star took a step forward and whipped her arm forward, as if throwing a discus. The small sphere of white flame pierced the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. It disappeared into the ravine a second later, and then, the ground shook. There was a blinding flash, and a deafening boom. A fountain of fire suddenly shot from the ravine into the cold sky, washing the world in white. Just like that, the 3 cohorts of awakened elites were wiped out. Nephis looked a little tired. A few moments later, Cassie turned her head and spoke. "The Ascended is dead." Neph nodded, then turned to the firekeepers. "Get ready." The waters of the calm lake suddenly boiled, and a flood of abominations started to emerge from them, all surging toward the small hill they stood upon. The young man whom Sunny had overheard speaking to Shim earlier scratched the back of his head with one of his 4 hands. "Well, I guess I won't have to kill any humans today, either." With that, he shrugged and summoned his great swords. The firekeepers calmly faced the tide of nightmare creatures. Not too long after that, every last one of the abominations was wiped out. Not a drop of human blood had been spilled, at least on the Vela side. Sunny observed it all with a detached expression. From start to finish, he had not moved a finger. It was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Wasn't I complaining about having to wash blood off myself a couple of days earlier, though? It was nice to work with professionals. Chapter 1133, Chilling Message. The firekeepers had retraced their steps, returning to where they had left the vehicles. The mood among the veterans of the Forgotten Shore was neutral. It was as if they had fought a mundane battle, not one that would become the opening act of a bloody confrontation between 2 great clans. Sunny, however, felt slightly dejected. He had no pity for the awakened of the great clan Song. They would not have any pity on him if the situation was reversed, either. And yet, all of it was such a shameful waste. Vela and Song were wasting the lives of skilled warriors, and in the middle of the chain of nightmares, no less. That was both odious and the reason for why those who followed their orders did not deserve his pity or his mercy. The armored vehicles moved across the desolate landscape of Antarctica, returning victorious to the camp. They navigated the treacherous expanse of countless rivers and lakes and rejoined the main force of the Vela clan close to dawn, which was not much different from night and day in Antarctica. Their return did not cause much fanfare, mostly because few people knew of the impending ambush. Those who did or were smart enough to figure things out on their own, however, paid the small column of vehicles close attention. Their faces changed slightly when they saw that none of the firekeepers seemed to be missing, or even bear any wounds. The skilled awakened of the great clan were begrudgingly impressed, if not envious. Sunny left the APC with the rest of the Forgotten Shore awakened to stretch his legs. Nephis and Cassie left to make a report to Morgan, but he stayed behind. There was no point in being there personally, anyway. One of his shadows was going instead, hidden within Neph's. The conversation went more or less exactly as he had expected. Morgan seemed both pleased and disappointed by the easy victory the firekeepers had achieved. She had expected more from the forces of the famed clan Song. Maddock offered Nephis mild praise with a polite smile. Both were impatient to get to the real bloodshed. Changing Star herself remained impassive. She did not even seem moved by the boon she must have received for wiping out 3 cohorts of elite awakened. If their cores were fully saturated, the bounty of souls she had collected had to be close to 1,000 fragments. Sunny did not summon the runes to check since he saw no reason to. Not long after their return, the command to break camp was given, and the soldiers prepared to continue the march. Soon, the convoy started to roll forward, only to come to a sudden halt not a minute later. The APC Sunny was riding on stopped so abruptly that he almost flew out of his seat. What the hell? There was some kind of disturbance outside, with soldiers exiting the vehicles and looking around in confusion. The shouts of commanders echoed in the air, and the awakened riders spread out, turning their mounts around. Soon, the source of the disturbance became clear. One of the APCs had failed to start and rejoin the convoy. It just stood there, unmoving, isolated from the rest by a stretch of empty space. All attempts to contact the cohort of awakened assigned to the APC failed. Suddenly, Sunny felt a chill creep up his spine. He looked at the head vehicle through one of his shadows. Right at that moment, its hatch opened, and Morgan emerged, her vermilion eyes radiating such a sharp sense of coldness that he felt as if his soul would be cut. The Princess of War jumped down and walked toward the tail of the convoy, her red cloak trailing behind her like a river of blood. Maddock and Nephis followed. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then used Shadow Step to quietly appear next to them. This should be interesting. The four of them approached the silent APC, which was already surrounded by a ring of awakened soldiers. One of them took a step forward, addressing Morgan with concern. "My lady, please, it might be dangerous." She walked past the awakened without a word and raised a hand. Morgan's fingers sliced through the armored alloy of the vehicle's hatch as if it was paper, and a moment later, the dark entrance to the interior of the APC was revealed. She dove into the darkness without a moment of hesitation. Maddock followed a second behind. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then joined them. Sunny did not know what he had expected to see inside the silent vehicle, a scene of revolting butchery or a hidden abomination, perhaps, but what he had not expected was nothing. The interior of the APC was entirely empty. There were no bodies, no blood, no signs of the struggle, and no awakened either. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Morgan looked around with a grim face, then walked over to the pilot's cabin and reached behind the backrest of the seat, grasping something. Turns out, Sunny was mistaken. There was something left inside the APC, and she was currently holding it in her hand. A single, unassuming arrow with dull-colored fletching and an arrowhead cast out of mundane alloy. Morgan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. Her voice sounded like the hiss of a sword leaving its scabbard. "Silent Stalker." Sunny looked around the empty vehicle with a complicated expression. A saint was here. The mystery of what had happened to the cohort of Veilus Awakened was not a mystery anymore. The Firekeepers had dismantled the ambush prepared for the convoy by the forces of Song. But while they were doing it, someone else had entered the heavily guarded camp unseen, slaughtered a cohort of Elite Awakened without making a single sound, and left, taking their bodies away. That someone was Silent Stalker, a transcendent huntress and one of Ki Song's daughters. She even left one of her arrows behind, to let the enemy know who the perpetrator was. A saint could have wreaked much more havoc, if they wanted to, but Silent Stalker had seemingly only wanted to do one thing. Prove a point. Morgan snarled, then snapped the arrow with her thumb and threw the pieces away. Maddock grimaced, then said evenly, "Beastmaster is sending a message. It seems that she wants to provoke us." His niece remained silent for a few moments, composing herself. Then, she suddenly smiled. Her previous disappointment appeared to be gone. Message received. Chapter 1134, Peaceful Morning. Nothing else happened on their way back to the siege capital. It had grown harder to eavesdrop on Morgan and Maddock once again, so Sunny didn't learn much about the consequences of Beastmaster's mocking message. He did, however, understand from small hints and clues that Veilus' own ambush had gone slightly better than the one prepared by Song. Most of the ambushers even survived, and were now following a different route to return to safe territory. The great clans had basically exchanged slaps. What would come next were actual blows. It was nice to return back to civilization. Sunny slept in a soft bed, had a hot shower, and prepared himself an actual meal. Despite the dire war raging somewhere on the continent, 2 wars, even his routine was strangely mundane and peaceful. He even received a video message from Rain. The network in East Antarctica was not nearly as in shambles as it had been in the Antarctic Center, so the bandwidth allocated to him allowed for such frivolities from time to time. To Sunny's slight disappointment, Rain only spoke about what was happening in her life for a short while, using the rest of the recording to demonstrate the progress she was making in her training and ask for pointers. The message ended with a few carefree sentences. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the classmate I told you about? The one whose sister is an MWP pilot in Antarctica. Apparently, her unit got into a really bad situation, and she only survived because a master named Devil saved her. Thank the gods, I can't even imagine how her family would have felt if not for him. Anyway, if you know that guy, buy him a drink. Better yet, try to stay close to him. He is apparently some sort of a big hero, so you'll be safer with him. What I am trying to say is that you should be careful. Take care of yourself. Bye." The message ended, leaving Sunny in amused silence. He shook his head. What are the chances, and what the hell does she mean? Do I know that guy? Have I not told her that people call me the Devil of Antarctica? I'm sure I bragged about it. Then, he went about composing a response, first going over her technique and swordsmanship, then adding a few phrases at the end. "Yes, I do remember. As for the devil, as it happens, I know him pretty well. That guy is indeed amazing. He is also very powerful, handsome, and disgustingly rich. Your classmate's sister was really very fortunate to meet him. He mostly keeps company with saints and beautiful legacies from the great clans these days, but since you asked, I'll go buy him a drink right after finishing writing this message." Sunny grinned as he finished and sent the message, then fulfilled his promise by walking to the nearest provision stall and ordering a cup of cheap synthetic coffee. He savored its warmth on the street, watching the refugees sheltered within the city walls go about their daily lives. The atmosphere in the siege capital was not at all light. In fact, it was charged by distress and dread, but it was not at all as heavy as it had been in Falkenscott. No matter how full of tribulations and anxiety their lives had become, people actually lived here, not just tried desperately to survive. Sunny felt that he was alive, too. Rain was safe and not showing any symptoms of the spell. The evacuation was proceeding at a healthy pace. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet were all doing fine. As for the great clans, he now had a clear target in mind, at least. The assassins of the Song clan were going to arrive soon. Preventing the clash between them and the forces of Valor from spilling into these streets would be his first independent move. He had to prepare well. Sunny finished his coffee, then took a walk toward the headquarters of the Valor clan. His duties as a government envoy could not wait. There were issues he had to pass along, reports he had to make, and secrets he had to steal. Before he could do any of it, though, Cassie stopped by the small office Sunny had been given within the compound to fetch him on behalf of Morgan. The Princess of War wanted to see him first thing in the morning, for some reason. As they walked through the corridors of the lavish compound, Sunny glanced at the blind girl and asked, "What exactly does she want this time?" Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. "I'm not sure. She seemed excited about something. Well, as far as Morgan allows herself to show genuine emotions, at least." Sunny sighed. After a short span of silence, he asked another question. "Hey, can you help me out with something in the near future?" The blind girl slowed down a little. "With what?" He considered his words for a few moments. "I want to visit a few places on the Chained Isles. The flying ship Noctis left behind can now descend through the crushing, right? It will only take a couple days, if you pilot it." Cassie smiled. "Oh sure, I can help. The ivory tower has drifted east of the tear, though, so the journey might take a bit more time. Sunny had a few reasons to return to the Chained Isles, but the main one was on the Shipwreck Island, where he had fought the Wormvine. Or rather, under it. The remains of Sun Prince still swayed there, tangled in the broken chains. Sunny wanted the imp to devour as much of the steel giant as possible. His initial desire to make the little fiend develop a nearly indestructible body was a lofty one, but in practice, finding enough magical metal to feed the ravenous shadow was proving to be a problem. So, it was very convenient to know the location of a giant, dead, ancient Iron Saint. As he was imagining how much the imp would improve after sinking his teeth into the Sun Prince, Cassie led him to a guarded door and opened it. Sunny was a little surprised, since it was not one of the usual places where he met the emissaries of Valor. In fact, it was a spacious, heavily reinforced dojo with all kinds of swords and implements of war resting in armored cases. Morgan was standing in the middle of the dojo, wearing nothing except for a light black tunic. Her vermilion eyes were gleaming with sharp, intense desire. Desire to cross swords with a worthy opponent, and destroy them. Sunny froze. I suddenly don't feel safe. The princess of Clan Valor smiled widely at the sight of him. Master Sunless. If I remember correctly, you promised me a spar. Chapter 1135, Rematch. Sunny remembered his first clash with Morgan very well. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. Nevertheless, as far as awakened went, he had considered himself to be somewhat of an outlier in terms of personal power and combat skill. He had even entertained the idea of winning their duel. Sunny had been blessed with the powers of a divine aspect, trained by Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan and tempered in the ruthless crucible of the Forgotten Shore, and possessed of an aspect legacy. So, there had been a reason for his confidence. The streak of easy wins he had achieved in the Dreamscape also played a role. Even though some of the opponents he had faced were challenging foes, none managed to make him feel seriously threatened. Sunny had involuntarily grown a little arrogant. Morgan had destroyed that arrogance. She had been the first master he crossed swords with, and not just any master at that. The heiress of the great clan Valor was at the absolute pinnacle of what an ascended could be. Being utterly crushed by her in less than 40 seconds had hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing whatever nascent hubris Sunny could have developed. Her oppressively flawless skill, her overwhelming physical prowess, her crystal-clear killing intent, all of it made a lasting impression on him. Sunny had returned with two valuable gifts from that battle. The first was a breakthrough in his mastery of Shadow Dance. The second was a stark reminder of how many crouching tigers there were among the awakened. Yes, he was outstanding and powerful, but he was not the only outstanding, powerful person out there. Ever since that battle, Sunny had been instinctively comparing every master he fought with Morgan. So far, no one had made the cut, not in the waking world, not in the dream realm, and not in the second nightmare. Which was why he was very curious to see how he would compare to her now that they were both ascended. Sunny was not the same person who had met Morgan in the Dreamscape. He had lived through too many tribulations since then: the Night Temple, the Red Colosseum, the Gauntlet of Nightmares, the Temple of the Chalice, the Ivory City and the Antarctic Center, from the quiet dread of LO-49 to the cold despair of Falcon Scott. Each of these trials had left scars on his soul, but also made him a much more experienced and deadly fighter. That is true. But Morgan must not have remained stagnant, either. Saint Tyrus had once said the Anvil's daughter was too young and inexperienced to challenge the third nightmare, which had to mean that she had been actively earning the necessary experience all that time. So, this spar of theirs was bound to be interesting. Sure. I was looking forward to it. She nodded with satisfaction, then gestured for Cassie to take a seat. Then, Morgan walked to a case containing a multitude of training swords, all fashioned to withstand the intense pressure of being wielded by masters, and thus insanely expensive, and looked at them thoughtfully. What weapon would you prefer to use? Swords, spears, something more exotic? Not weapons at all, perhaps. Oh, I forgot to ask. Are you going to be fighting as is, or assume that pseudo-transformation of yours? It did not seem like she particularly cared, as if it was of no concern whether she would face a human or a towering fiend. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No transformation. It only serves as a force multiplier if the underlying skill is not there, using it is pointless. Not to mention a drain on the essence. I mostly activate it when there are too many enemies around, to reap the benefit of having 4 arms. As for the weapon. He pulled on a shadow cast by a support pillar and formed it into a blunt, featureless black tachi. That would be enough. Morgan smiled. Neat trick. With that, she took a simple straight training sword from the case and walked to the center of the dojo. Stopping there, she pierced Sunny with a sharp look of her vibrant vermilion eyes. I would have suggested using our aspect abilities freely, but that would probably destroy a large part of this level of the compound. So, sadly, we will have to limit ourselves to our dormant and awakened powers. I hope you don't mind. Sunny shrugged. He did not mind. It would have been a shame if he had not learned what Morgan's ascended ability was already, but he had in fact, he not only observed her for more than a month and came up with a solid theory, but had also asked Cassie for confirmation. The blind girl was now able to see both the attributes and the aspect abilities of those near her, after all. She was a priceless source of information and almost limitless well of it, really. Thanks to her, Sunny now knew a lot about many people, including the likes of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. With Cass's help, Sunny had finally confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that those of the Vela bloodline Anvil and his children, at least carried the lineage of War God in their veins. As for Morgan's aspect abilities, her dormant ability allowed her to passively enhance the sharpness of anything she touched. Her awakened ability was a comprehensive physical augmentation with an emphasis on resilience. Basically, her body could become as durable as tempered steel. Her ascended ability was a strange one, though. It allowed her to assimilate enchantments into her body and soul, inheriting their effects. As a master, the number of enchantments she could absorb was limited to 3, and they could be switched freely for different ones at any point in time. Considering how powerful, versatile, and unpredictable such an ability was, Sunny was more than willing to forego using ascended abilities today. Standing opposite of each other, the two of them studied the opponent for a while in silence. Sunny was remembering the 36 seconds he had managed to hold out against Morgan the last time they fought. Morgan was probably studying his posture and expression, as well as replaying the scenes from the battle against the Titanic Horde in her mind. After all, she didn't know that this was not the first time the two of them faced each other holding swords in their hands. Slowly, a smile of anticipation appeared on Morgan's beautiful face. Her vermilion eyes glinted, and her crimson lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. Prepare yourself, Master Sunless. Sunny almost rolled his eyes. Is there really a need to announce her atta? He did not get to finish that thought, however. Suddenly, Morgan was beside him, and her sword was falling down like the inescapable blade of a guillotine. Chapter 1136, Friendly Duel. Morgan moved fast, much faster than she had moved in the dreamscape. One moment she was standing calmly a dozen meters away from him, the next she was already there, delivering a downward cut aimed precisely at his temple. Luckily, Sunny was prepared for her. He sidestepped, raising his shadow tachi to intercept the training sword. The two blades met and bit into each other, connected in a bind. He felt the shock of the impact travel through his bones and pushed the sword away at the same moment as Morgan raised her hands, changing the angle of her weapon and pushing it forward over the tachi. The tip of the training sword barely missed his eye. But now, momentum was on Sunny's side. He took a step forward, past their two blades, and rammed her with his shoulder. Morgan was thrown back, and a split second later, it was her turn to deflect a cut. Only the cut had never come. Instead of trying to twirl his tachi into a downward cut that was not too different from the one his opponent had delivered a moment ago, Sunny simply kept its position raised above his shoulder, the blade facing back, and struck her in the face with the pommel. No matter how fast Morgan was, no matter how strong, the distance between them was too short, and that strike was too swift. Better yet, the blade of the tachi remained between his neck and the enemy's sword. Sunny saw no way for her to escape. And she didn't. Instead of awkwardly trying to avoid the strike, Morgan simply lowered her head and received it with the ridge of her brow, where the bone was strongest. She didn't seem fazed by the powerful blow, either. In fact, Sunny felt as if he had struck steel. He almost heard a metallic ring. The two of them pushed away from each other, ending that first, probing exchange. Sunny was pleased with himself. Morgan seemed pleased, too. A wide smile bloomed on her face. She briefly touched her forehead, then glanced at her fingers, where a drop of blood was smeared across her alabaster skin. The smile turned into a grin. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Nephis, Cassie, and you. I've been starved of good opponents for so long, and now there are 3. And you are all so different, as well. She looked like a starving glutton who suddenly found himself choosing between 3 exquisite dishes. Sunny raised an eyebrow and glanced at the blind girl, who sat quietly by the wall of the dojo. What, that battle maniac got Cassie involved in her training regime, too? Noticing his gaze, Morgan chuckled. Cassia might not be the strongest master out there, but in terms of pure technique, she is among the best. And with how potent her precognition is, fighting her made me exercise skills and muscles that I had never had to exercise before. Which is a rare boon, for me. Why? Have the two of you never fought? Sunny lingered for a moment, then shook his head. No. Not with swords, at least. Morgan gave him a curious look. It's your loss. She raised her sword and prepared to launch another strike. Her smile turned from charming to dangerous. I won't hold back, then. With that, Morgan attacked, turning into a furious whirlwind of steel. Curses. Sunny had been pleased with his performance in their first exchange, but his satisfaction quickly evaporated. Now that Morgan was done testing him, the onslaught of attacks she unleashed was simply unreasonable. In terms of raw physical strength and speed, the two of them were about equal. Granted, Sunny was only using 3 of his shadows to augment himself. He would have had an advantage if he used all 5. But then again, his enemy was probably holding something back, too. In terms of technique, combat intelligence, and experience, to his deep dissatisfaction, Sunny realized that he was still inferior to the Princess of War in that regard. He had already known that Morgan's skill was near flawless, honed into a perfect tool by decades of practice and chilling killing intent. She was the epitome of what a legacy was supposed to be, a person born and raised for the sole purpose of being a fighter. The people who forged her into a deadly weapon were some of the best warriors humanity had to offer, as well. Subjected to Morgan's inescapable sword, he felt suffocated. Back in the dreamscape, he had been simply crushed. He had felt as if his enemy was not a person, but a hurricane. The 36 seconds he had lasted against her seemed like a miracle. Today, the situation was different. Sunny was at a disadvantage, but he could confidently defend himself. He was older, stronger, and more experienced. His mastery of shadow dance had improved a lot, too. That said, the problem was, what the hell, she is insane. Although Morgan's battle style was too sophisticated and strangely elusive to be absorbed by him in a short amount of time, he did manage to glean a few things about it, enough to be able to predict the general flow of her movements. However, that flow was flawless, entirely devoid of any vulnerability he could exploit. What was the point of knowing her moves in advance if he couldn't do anything about it? She fought in a way that left him with no choices. It was as though there was a steel cage around him, and its sharp bars were slowly constricting. Soon enough, he would be caught and cut into pieces by them. Sunny knew that if the enemy had no vulnerabilities, the best way to defeat them was to create some. So, he tried to lure Morgan into several insidious traps to no avail. She seemed to see straight through them, solving the puzzles he presented in an instant. Even all this time later, she was still like an insurmountable obstacle for him. The savage, but simultaneously chillingly calculating deadliness of her perfectly lethal skill was like a work of art. Its theme was war, violence, and destruction, and Sunny was both the subject and the sole member of the audience for whom that art was being created, as well as its victim. At that moment, he realized something. Sunny realized that this was the worst possible way for him to fight someone like Morgan. Direct confrontation, contests of strength and skill, all of that was not his battlefield. The most dire battles Sunny had fought, he won with cunning and guile. He employed underhanded tricks, used every single resource available to him in unexpected ways, and tore victories from the claws of fate through sheer force of will and boundless spitefulness. He was good in a fight, of course. Much better than most. But while being a sharp sword was an important conduit of his will, it was not what made him truly deadly. What a fine realization. The question was, how could he turn this duel around and push it toward a direction where he held the advantage? There were ways to overcome Morgan's furious, cold, suffocating might, surely. A more important question, though, was if he even wanted to. Chapter 1137, Loser's Game. Up until now, both Sunny and Morgan had acted relatively tame. It might not have looked like it from the side, considering how fierce and vicious a battle of two ascended inevitably appeared. Masters possessed superhuman speed, strength, and resilience. A clash between them would look like a collision of two natural forces to a mundane person, and a mundane building would be swiftly destroyed should it become an arena for it. Which was why the dojo they were fighting in was lined with durable armored plates, and the training sword Morgan was using cost a fortune. Nevertheless, they were holding back. Not even considering the fact that the two of them had agreed to forego using their ascended abilities. Sunny had yet to make use of Shadow Step. Morgan had not made her weapon sharper, either, preferring to rely on pure technique. It was as though both of them had silently decided to make this spar a contest of skill for now. Which was actually a disadvantage for Sunny. The fewer resources he had at his disposal, the more restrained he felt. Morgan, on the other hand, seemed to only ever need one resource, her sword. In fact, even that was not necessary. Her body itself was the sword, capable of cutting through tempered steel without hindrance. So, if Sunny wanted to turn things around, he needed the situation to change, pushing their duel into the next stage. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted to. What is my goal here? He had been curious to compare his strength with Morgan's. He had been given little choice but to accept her request, as well. He naturally wanted to win. But was a victory really in his best interest? Now that Sunny was being closely observed by the great clans, there was no possibility of not drawing their attention. Which was why he had decided to accept that fact and settle for creating a very specific impression of himself instead of trying to remain unseen. Sunny wanted both Vela and Song to think of him as someone strong, exceptional even, but not too exceptional, and not too strong. They had to think of him as a powerful, but crude upstart, a talented outskirt rat that had achieved a lot, and had the potential to achieve even more but not much more. As someone who could be predicted and controlled. Considering all that, did he really want to defeat Morgan? Could he even defeat her? Well, of course, I can. Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and Serpent were also part of his power. Morgan possessed a great number of mighty echoes, but those had come from outside of her aspect. The shadows, on the contrary, had come from within Sunnis. Which meant that he would obliterate her in a contest of unadulterated personal power, which did not matter, really, since such contests never happened in real life. There were always other components involved. The transcendent echoes might have been external to Morgan's own power, but they would rip Sunny apart just as well. No, I don't really want to best Morgan today. What I really need to do is lose in a way that will make it easier for me to gain access to her secrets. So, lose in a way that would leave her wanting for more. Being a personal sparring partner of the heir of the great clan Vela was a dangerous position to be in, not the least because Morgan could potentially learn much more about Sunny than he would have liked her to, but it was also the best position to be in for a spy. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. Sunny frowned for a moment. Isn't this the same reasoning Nephis used to justify her decision to join Valor? Maybe it was, but he did not really care. Many things had changed since then, including Sunny himself and the situation he was in. All right, then let's do this. He deflected another of Morgan's blows, evaded her follow-up strike, 3 of them, actually, all chained into one predatory, fluid motion, and raised an eyebrow. Should we take it up a notch? She took a step forward, sent her sword flying toward his throat with diabolical speed, and smiled pleasantly. Let's. Sunny sidestepped her strike and nodded. Then, his technique instantly changed. Before, he was using a fluid mix of various simple styles he had picked up over the years. Such a patchwork technique did not excel in any one thing in particular, but was flexible and hard to predict. Sunny had held to his best cards, though unwilling to share them with the enemy, a potential enemy, at least. Broken sword style that Nephis had taught him, Saint's grounded technique that had originated from the legions of Nether, the battle art of Solvain zealots, which had come from the war maidens of the Red Sect, those he had hidden within himself. Now that he wanted to lose in the most interesting fashion, though. What would really intrigue a battle maniac like Morgan? She had faced and defeated all kinds of awakened, and had learned all manner of battle styles, no doubt. Her collection was probably even larger than Sunny's own. So what technique could he show that was both exceptional and fascinating and, most importantly, unknown to Morgan? One particular style came to mind. It was one that he had learned by chance, not from awakened, ascended, or even saints, but from nightmare creatures. The Primeval hunters that had emerged from the gate near Rain School, wielding weapons made of flint. After all, if anything could capture the attention of an obsessed connoisseur of swordsmanship and all things related to combat like Morgan, it was a technique that might have had just lain at the root of all techniques, all styles. Sunny's movements changed, shifting from fluid and refined to uncomplicated and brutal. His whole demeanor changed, too. The savage technique of the Barrow Wraiths was straightforward and rudimentary, but there was a primal lethality to its clear, callous barbarity. It was the expression of a pure, unclouded intent to kill, simple, but in no way crude. There was nothing about it to dilute the ruthless resolve of a hunter who sought to slaughter his prey in the most direct, efficient way possible. Sunny remembered the desperate fight in front of the Nightmare Gate and attacked, cruelly aiming to slice through Morgan's hamstrings. Let's see how this goes. Chapter 1138, Suffering from Success. It went well. Sunny was not doing much better against the murderous hurricane of steel wearing the beautiful human face of Morgan of Valor, but he did manage to slow her down a little. Morgan slowed down not because she felt pressured by his sudden change of techniques, but because she was fascinated by it. Her raven black hair swept back and her simple tunic rippling from the wind risen by their clash, she pierced him with a burning vermilion gaze. Her red lips moved. Interesting. Very interesting. Morgan was not addressing Sunny, but more so speaking to herself. After that, she changed her strategy, as well. Before, Morgan was all offense, all sharp edges, and a relentless barrage of calculated, but devastating strikes. Now, she was moving more deliberately, not really holding back, but also not pursuing an overwhelming defeat of the enemy at all costs. It was as if Morgan was afraid to break him too soon. Sunny did not really know how to feel about that. Well, that's a new feeling. They clashed, their swords weaving a cacophonous, but strangely beautiful melody of hissing and clangor. At the side of the dojo, Cassie turned her head slightly, listening. Sunny had long beaten his record of holding out against Morgan for 36 seconds. A minute passed, then another. He was still solidly standing on his 2 feet, and even though his breathing was growing a little labored from the terrible strain of the intense fight, his stamina was far from running out. In the middle of a particularly furious exchange, when they were close to each other, Morgan suddenly asked, "That style who taught you?" Sunny struck at the hilt of her sword, aiming to sever her fingers, and answered hoarsely, No one taught me. I just learned it from a nightmare creature. She easily avoided his strike and punished it by aiming a thrust at his heart. A smile appeared on her face. In the nightmare? Sunny hesitated, considering how much he could reveal. He had fought the Barrow Wraiths as mongrel, after all, but then again, no one else had gotten a proper measure of their battle skill, and he had faced countless nightmare gates later in Antarctica, most of them undocumented. No, in front of a nightmare gate. Morgan's smile widened. You're a fast learner, then. She seemed to have gotten a good grasp on the essence of the primal battle style he was using, which translated into her attacks becoming more purposeful. She was probing and testing, forcing him to reveal more facets of the technique, all of them, ideally. Which did not quite suit Sunny. It was too soon, he could not have her growing bored yet. He needed to impress her some more before losing, so that the impression he made lasted. Without giving Morgan any warning, he commanded his shadow Tachi to change in the middle of a swing. The shadow flowed, turning into a great Jian. It was still a two-handed sword, but this one was straight and double-edged, much more suitable for thrusts, slightly more versatile, and supremely mobile. The swing staggered unexpectedly and turned into a thrust, catching Morgan by surprise. She moved with the grace of a dancer, pulling her head out of the way. A strand of wavy black hair was cut and glided through the air. A devious. Despite the outraged tone, her vibrant eyes were shining with excitement. Technically, Sunny had just cheated. They had agreed to leave their ascended abilities unused, after all. But that was fine. Cheating was exactly what an exalted legacy would expect an outskirt rat to do. And honestly, it was also what a person from the outskirts would actually do. It was also what a fighter in a real battle would not shy away from, which was why Sunny thought that Morgan was bound to enjoy his little twist. Instead of answering, he attacked, turning his Jian into a spear. There were a few weapon forms that he had trained creating well enough to summon them on the fly. The only one he had reasons to avoid was the Odachi, since that was what he had used the last time he fought Morgan. Her smile grew wider. They fought, putting the armored plates of the dojo under more and more strain. At some point, one of them even started to crack. Sunny used it to his advantage, launching a deliberate strike while his opponent was slightly less sure-footed. Pushing the tip of her spear aside, Morgan pivoted, shifting her weight to one leg. The other suddenly whipped into the air, delivering a lightning-fast, picture-perfect roundhouse kick to his head. Sunny barely had time to react, pulling the spear slightly back and raising its butt to solidly block the kick with the shaft. Morgan's alabaster shin connected with the matte black surface of the shadow spear. And cut straight through it, as if it was not as strong as an ascended weapon would be. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Crap. It seemed that Morgan had decided to start using more of her aspect abilities, as well. There was nothing really for him to do but accept the blow and hope that she was not planning to decapitate him. The kick had lost none of its power after cutting the spear. The moment Morgan's foot connected with his jaw, it was as if he had been hit by a siege ram. Sunny momentarily saw stars. He was thrown aside and staggered, barely managing to maintain some semblance of balance. Not good. No, actually, very good. This is exactly what I wanted. Time to be defeated. He overplayed his disorientation a little and waited for the follow-up strike to come. But it didn't. When Sunny regained the ability to see clearly a second later, he saw a hint of guilt on Morgan's face. She was looking at him with a resigned expression. Ah, damn it, sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. I have a healer at hand. Then, she paused and stared at him with a slightly startled expression. It was strange to see Morgan surprised. You're not cut. Sunny rubbed his cheek, which was still numb. He was going to have a nasty bruise, that was for sure. But the marble shell seemed to have withstood Morgan's aspect ability. No, not quite. She had probably released the ability after slicing through the spear. But her flaw, what Sunny suspected to be her flaw, remained. He grimaced, then moved his jaw side to side and answered in an even tone. No. Why would I be cut? Do I look fragile? Well, I'm not. I'm quite sturdy, in fact. Morgan stared at him for a bit, a strange expression on her face. Eventually, her lips twisted into a light smile. That you are. I'll remember that for our next spar. This one, sadly, has to come to an end. Thank you for a wonderful duel, Master Sunless. She glanced at her training sword, then calmly turned around and went to place it back in the case. Sunny rubbed his cheek again, feeling a bit of dull pain seep through the numbness, and looked at her back. Seems like it worked. That is what I call a job well done. Beautifully, really. I guess that is what they call suffering from success. Erdél's note C, I told you I did you favor by releasing all four at the same time. No cliffhanger, solid reading experience. You're welcome. Chapter 1139, Performance Review. The spar with Morgan left Sunny feeling sore and contemplative. The soreness quickly dissipated thanks to his ascended physique and the shroud of dusk, but the ponderous mood remained. Some time later, he was sitting in his small office, ignoring the paperwork he had to fill out in favor of idly staring at the wall. That fight of theirs was not exactly illuminating, but it had provided him with a lot of food for thought. First of all, Sunny was reminded of what true legacies represented. Over the years, he had forgotten the feeling of awe and reverence mundane people had toward the distant, powerful legacy clans, the austere warrior caste that produced the best and most valiant champions of humanity. That existed solely for battling the nightmare spell, or was supposed to, at least. He couldn't be blamed. Sunny had grown immensely strong himself and had crossed paths with all kinds of powerful creatures, from ancient saints to titans. He had even brushed against actual divinities like Weaver, Nether, and Hope. It was not surprising that the fearsome reputation of the legacies faded a bit in comparison. But the legacy clans, and especially the three great clans, were still authorities in terms of personal power and combat prowess. They were in no way inferior to the ancient awakened of the past, and in fact seemed to be superior in many ways, the most important ways. Legacies and all modern awakened by extension were much harsher, much more extreme, and much better tempered than those from the ancient times. That was because the legacy clans were forged in a much more hellish world. They had risen to resist the nightmare spell, and were shaped into a force to be reckoned with by its terrible pressure. Morgan had reminded Sunny about that. It was no coincidence that the two most dangerous people he knew, Nephis and Mordred, were products of the legacy culture. Among the three of them, it was Sunny who was an outlier. Which brought him to the second avenue of thought, his own power. Sunny would have lied to himself if he said that he wasn't upset about his loss. Even though he understood that a good defeat was much more beneficial as far as his goals were concerned, a small and unreasonable part of his mind still desired to win. No one liked to lose, and Sunny especially hated the thought of losing to a member of a great clan. He deeply resented them. After all, being defeated by someone he disdained was a bitter pill to swallow. But swallow it he did. It was one thing to pretend to be weak in front of Morgan, but the truth of the matter was that she was simply too strong. Even the current Sunny, with all his advantages, would find it hard to contend with that level of strength in a direct confrontation. And while he was resourceful and had ways of avoiding such a confrontation, Morgan had all the boundless resources of Clan Valor behind her, as well. So, even in that regard, she was a dire threat. Sunny remembered what Jet had told him once, years ago. No one survives in the dream realm alone. Her words had always held true, but now they seemed especially poignant. Sunny had grown powerful, much more powerful than he ever imagined being. But he was still just one man. In front of a collective like a great clan, his personal power seemed insignificant. Worse still, that collective served as a gatekeeper to greater strength. No one could even become a saint without their permission unless that person wanted to be hunted down and slain in retaliation for their defiance. There were ways to grow more powerful without achieving transcendence, though. The last thing the spar with Morgan made Sunny think about was the duel itself. He slowly replayed it in his mind, considering what he could have done better and what mistakes he could have avoided. The list was both endless and pointless. Everything was easier in hindsight. It was achieving the best result in the moment that was hard. Still, it was good to review his performance, as well as that of his enemy. Sunny spent some time staring at the wall and thinking back to the duel. Again was not a good choice for that strike here. I did not need to saturate that group of muscles with essence, it was just a waste. Should have anticipated the effect of the kick better. As he analyzed their fight, his thoughts inevitably drifted to what could have been done differently. I wonder how Morgan would have fared against me if I used the shadow shell. Sunny tried to construct such a fight in his mind, replacing himself with a version that was 3 meters high and possessed 4 arms. Would Morgan have still held an advantage? Not in physical prowess, that was for sure. However, he was not certain if the outcome would have been different. Legacies were first and foremost abomination slayers, after all. Anvil's daughter had been trained to face all kinds of nightmare creatures since childhood. A 4-armed fiend would not faze her at all. What about some other shell? Sunny was currently limited to one form, that of the shadow spawn, because that was what he knew best. But, in theory, he could create the shell of any creature. He just needed to know the creature well enough, perfectly, in fact. And that was not easy to achieve. A thoughtful frown appeared on his face. Is it true, though, that I can create the shell of any creature? It was true in theory, but that theory broke instantly when faced with reality. Take Morgan, for example, or any other human for that matter. Creating a shell a human had to be easier, because Sunny was one himself and knew how human bodies operated perfectly well. But how would that even work? The shadow spawn shell worked because the 4-armed fiend was much larger than Sunny, and thus, he could form its body around his own. But other humans, with rare exceptions, were more or less of the same approximate size as him. There was no space for a human shell to be formed. There were creatures smaller than humans, too. The current ravenous fiend, for example. Even if Sunny studied his shadow for a while, he wouldn't be able to create a shell of the little critter. So, in reality, the shadow shell was limited in what it could recreate. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Sunny's face. He blinked a couple of times. Unless. Chapter 1140, staring at the wall. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then chuckled. No, that's crazy, it would never work. Then, he stared at the wall some more. Would it? No way. The thought that had crept into his mind while he was thinking about the limitations of the shadow shell was so out there that it seemed utterly ridiculous. But the more he thought about it, the fewer reasons to discard it he saw. No, that's a bit too strange, even for me. And yet, he could not find a logical reason for why it wouldn't be true. Sunny hesitated for a while longer, then furtively looked around. Then, he cleared his throat, stood up, and left the office. If he wanted to test this bizarre theory, he needed to do it somewhere more private. He left the Vela compound and made his way to the nearby dormitory, where most of the government staff still remaining within the siege capital lived. There, he entered his living quarters, which were a bit more spacious and had better amenities than that of both mundane and awakened government workers, and locked the door behind him. Being an ascended had its perks. Sunny sent his 4 shadows to stand watch, 2 outside the apartment, 2 within, and stood there for a few minutes, mentally going over what he was about to do. It didn't seem to be dangerous, just really weird. The principle was simple. Sunny had mastered 3 steps of shadow dance to date. The essence of his battle art was shapelessness and formlessness. It allowed him to shadow an enemy, copying the very essence of their combat technique. After doing so, he could predict their movements, the flow of their battle intent, and even their thoughts. The first step allowed him to shadow simpler battle styles. He had achieved that breakthrough while fighting Nephis in the Crimson Spire. The second step vastly elevated his comprehension of the fundamental principles that governed all battle techniques, allowing him to shadow much more sophisticated styles, and do it much faster. It also gave him a glimpse of an intuitive understanding of the more esoteric components of the truly advanced battle arts those created and used by the awakened, thus incorporating special ways of guiding soul essence through one's body. He had achieved that step after collecting a vast library of techniques in the dreamscape, which culminated during his first duel with Morgan. The inspiration Sunny had received after being decimated by the Princess of War pushed him to a breakthrough. The third step was the hardest one yet. Sunny had started his journey toward mastery of it by expanding his horizons and starting to shadow not only humans, but also nightmare creatures. In the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had submerged himself into their perverted, demented, rabid minds, which allowed him to intuitively feel what the abominations he fought would do, but also put his own sense of self, if not his very soul, at risk. The third step of shadow dance was much more demanding on the practitioner. It required one to truly accept the formless nature of the shadows and let go of their actual self, which, of course, posed the risk of losing it forever. Sunny had made that dangerous breakthrough after being trapped in an endless procession of harrowing dreams by nightmare and having his personal memories blocked. In the end, he had pulled the dissipating pieces of his true self back together by using his true name. It served as an anchor for what made Sunny an individual, and through it, he was able to advance his mastery of shadow dance without losing himself. That third breakthrough enhanced the speed with which he could comprehend the battle intent and combat intelligence of those beings he shadowed even further, allowed him to actually perceive the flow of essence through their bodies as opposed to just feeling it intuitively, and even gave him the ability to sometimes predict their thoughts. The fourth step. That was where Sunny had hit the wall. Shadow dance was his aspect legacy, but it was also something he had to invent all on his own, with no one guiding him as such. He wasn't even sure what the correct path was, let alone how to reach the next stop on it. He only felt that the next steps of shadow dance went far beyond battle techniques and would be much, much harder to conceive and master for that reason. However, while he had stagnated in mastering shadow dance, he had achieved progress in other aspects of his personal power. The culmination of it was the Shadow Shell, a powerful tool he had created by bringing together various facets of his skills, attributes, and aspect abilities. Shadow dance also played a role in him being able to create shells of other creatures. In fact, its role was perhaps the most important. Without deep comprehension of the desired form, Sunny would never be able to construct it from the shadows, and that was what his aspect legacy allowed him to do. However, there was a limitation to Shadow Shell. After all, shadows were truly shapeless and formless, while Sunny was not. Even if he had managed to make his mind supremely malleable, he still possessed a human body. No matter how much training he had put into making it as flexible and adaptable as possible, it was still a relatively rigid thing. But what if he added another ingredient to the mix? Right now, Shadow Shell existed as a combination of his dormant ability, Shadow Control, his ascended ability, Shadow Manifestation, and his aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. His awakened ability Shadow Dance was missing from the equation. And that, perhaps, was the reason for the limitations Sunny had to deal with. Well, let's just try this. If he succeeded, Sunny felt that he might just discover a direction that would eventually lead him to the next step of Shadow Dance. Breathing in deeply, he activated Shadow Step and dissolved into the shadows. There, in their dark embrace, Sunny himself was a shadow, formless and shapeless. But he did not need to be. While fighting the ravenous fiend, he had changed his form in this state to possess sharp claws. His shadow form was, too, infinitely malleable. So, Sunny concentrated and started to slowly change his shadow form into the shape of himself. It was a strange endeavor, to turn himself into a shadow, only to then turn the shadow into himself. But that was exactly what Sunny wanted to do. It was a bit like constructing the shell of the shadow spawn, only instead of shaping the shadows around his body, Sunny was shaping his body, his shadow body instead. Of course, he knew the shape of himself the best. Which was why recreating it was much easier than summoning the fiendish form of the shadow spawn. Eventually, the incorporeal shadow assumed the form of Sunny's body. It had arms and legs, a torso, fingers and toes, and a face that was a perfect rendition of Sunny's face. It matched his physical body perfectly, not that it needed to. Starting from becoming himself was just the easiest thing he could do for that test. Satisfied with the result of the shaping, Sunny spent some time in the dark embrace of the shadows, drifting. I wonder. Then, he took a deep mental breath, activated shadow manifestation, and manifested himself back into the waking world through it. Chapter 1141, Self-Actualization. A matte, jet-black version of Sunny was standing in the middle of the room. He did not move for a while, frozen like a statue, then raised his hands slightly and looked at them with a strange expression. His fingers moved. Well, that's... The jet-black Sunny scratched the back of his head, then halted for a moment and tentatively touched his hair. The mere fact that he had hair was a surprise. That's certainly something. He felt extremely strange. Sunny was fundamentally a human. When using Shadow Step, he could assume the form of an incorporeal shadow, then turn himself back to his original form. That was not what he had done today, however. Today, he had become a shadow, and then manifested himself into a corporeal form without turning back into a human. So, what he was right now was. I'll be damned if I know what I am right now. A human inhabiting a human-shaped vessel made of shadows. A shadow brazenly wandering the human world in the form of a person. Or something else entirely. Descriptions aside, his current state was a curious one. Because of how faithful the recreation was to the original, Sunny felt more or less like himself. His range of motion, strength, and agility remained the same. His shadow form was ascended, just like his human body, so it was just as powerful and resilient. There were differences too, of course. The most obvious one was the change in his perception. His shadow sense seemed to have become sharper, while his vision was now less pronounced. He couldn't see colors either, just like in the second nightmare, when inhabiting the shadow spawn. This was familiar territory for him. Less familiar was the actual composition of his new and strange shadow body. It was a faithful copy, but not an exact one. It couldn't be. Although the jet-black Sunny looked and acted like Sunny, he was still a manifested shadow. As such, he operated on a different set of principles. The recreation did follow some underlying principles of how a corporeal creature was supposed to be, but the similarity was shallow. He did not have a beating heart, or any internal organs, for that matter. And although there was a rough structure to his form, with something similar to bones being connected to something similar muscles, there was no blood running through his veins. There were no veins, either. At best, there were essence pathways. How did it all work? Hell if Sunny knew. It did work, though. Perplexed, he glanced at the two shadows that were hiding in the corners of the room. What do you guys think? The haughty shadow seemed completely befuddled. It stared at him for a while, then raised a hand, as if wanting to say something. Eventually, though, the arrogant guy simply shook his head in confusion. The creepy shadow, in an uncharacteristic display of emotions, scratched the back of its head, puzzled. The jet-black Sunny smiled, revealing jet-black teeth. Yeah. After going through the training steps of shadow dance and examining his current state further, he discovered a few things. The first was that this corporeal shadow form was much more malleable than his human body. It could change its shape at will, of course. He needed to possess an excellent understanding of what he was turning it into for the end result to work. For example, Sunny could become a smaller version of himself that, however, required some practice to master, since such a fundamental change affected a lot of things. He could become larger, too, although there was a limit to how much, dictated by his rank and soul essence capacity. Less comprehensive changes were much easier. Sunny already knew how to possess 4 arms, so he could add 2 more to his existing ones with ease. The same went for claws, horns, a tail in the future. As his knowledge of various forms and shapes grew, he would be able to make more changes like that on the fly. The second discovery was that while the corporeal shadow form was almost as resilient as his actual body, in the end, it still fell short. The reason for that was simple: the weaves. Neither blood weave nor bone weave persisted in this state, which left Sunny vulnerable. Interestingly enough, the marble shell still had an effect. In fact, it had even become more potent. That was because the effects of the stalwart trait were being applied to him twice. Shadows were innately connected to souls, to the extent that when Sunny was damaged in the form of a shadow, or one of his shadows was damaged, his soul would be damaged too. Therefore, the corporeal shadow form received the benefits of both the extremely high degree of physical protection and the high degree of protection from soul attacks that the stalwart trait provided. Due to the fact that every attack against it was akin to a soul attack. Which was not ideal. Sunny had a tendency to be wounded a lot, and if each wound was transferred directly to his soul, it would quickly collapse. No, that really won't do. Activating the mantle would surround the physical shadow form with an onyx carapace and make it much less prone to being damaged. But there was an even better solution. After all, Sunny had started this whole experiment for a reason. Even though the discovery promised to have much wider implications, the initial reason was to expand the limits of the shadow shell. After getting somewhat used to this new way of existence, Sunny called upon the deep shadows shrouding his room, manifesting them into the shadow spawn shell. Layers of shadows flowed up his jet black body, wrapping tightly around it. Soon, a towering, four-armed fiend was standing in the middle of the room. This time felt different, though. Instead of being nestled within the shell, Sunny felt as if he had become an integral part of it. His own shadow form was still the heart and driving force of the horned creature, but it was as if he had actually become the fiend. The outer layers of the shadow spawn were like armor, and protected safely deep within was his vulnerable soul. Not bad. Combining these two abilities was a perfect way to both remove the limitations of the shadow shell and protect his soul from harm. If there was one negative side to this solution, though, it was that Sunny's essence was being consumed at twice the speed. He would not be able to sustain this double transformation for long. For now. In the future, though. As his soul grew more powerful, Sunny would most likely be able to use these abilities much better. And one day, perhaps, his soul would grow so vast and powerful that he would not need the protection of a shell at all. Chapter 1142, Tangible Shadow Form. A few days went by in a flash. Nothing serious seemed to have happened, but grand and dire events were being set in motion in the shadows. Saint Madoc had transported several cohorts of Valar retainers into the dream realm and then disappeared. Of course, no one was told about his absence. In fact, Clan Valar made a good show of pretending that he was still around, supporting the awakened in the dream realm. It was a believable lie. Awakened, ascended, and saints were affected by the call all the same. If they traveled to the dream realm near a nightmare gate, they would be brought to the area surrounding the seed instead of to where their anchor was. However, there was a big difference when a transcendent was actually involved. That difference was that saints could return to the waking world by just using their innate powers, while awakened and masters needed to find a gateway to come back. Another, no less important distinction was that the pull of the call was not precise. If an awakened fell asleep near a gate, they could be transported right to where the seed was, but just as easily to a spot dozens of kilometers away. They could even be dropped right into the middle of a horde of hungry nightmare creatures. So, if a cohort of awakened wanted to use a nightmare gate as a pathway to the dream realm, they would be scattered over a large area and risk finding their doom long before reuniting with their fellow warriors. A saint could follow the call first, establish an anchor in a safe place, and then transport the members of the cohort there one by one. A saint could even clear the way to the seed, if the cohort was truly planning to challenge it. That was how the nightmare gates that opened inside the human cities were usually dealt with. Unless there was no one to challenge them. In that case, they were simply contained, surrounded by a fortified exclusion zone, and guarded day and night. So, everyone had been led to believe that that was exactly what Whispering Blade was doing, guiding the awakened warriors of Clan Valar to the seeds of nightmare in order to conquer them. Sunny, however, knew better. He knew that Madoc actually left to infiltrate Song's territory and secretly take out Mordred. The awakened cohorts the fearsome saint had transported to the dream realm had been left to their own devices, presumably supporting Nightstad in pursuing a mysterious objective. The war between the great clans was starting in earnest. Blood had already been spilled, and much more of it was going to flow very soon. Sunny himself, meanwhile, had spent these days experimenting with his newfound ability. He was in a real rush of excitement about it, simply because the potential of the corporeal shadow form was all but limitless. In theory. In practice, there were still conditions to what he could do with it. For example, Sunny managed to turn himself into the Shadow Fiend without the help of the Shadow Shell, relying solely on his own form that was more or less the extent of how large he could make himself, though. For now. It was also an inferior solution to calling upon the ambient shadows to become the outer layer of the spawn, since he was vulnerable without them. He also experimented with becoming smaller. That was a much easier change, although not without its limitations either. The smallest he managed to become was about the size of the imp, which induced quite a reaction from the little wretch. Sunny also tried other things, like staying more or less his natural size, but changing various aspects of his appearance. Facial features were easy to shift around, as were other things like the length of his hair, his body type, and so on. It would have been a great subterfuge tool if not for the fact that all these permutations were still of a matte, jet black color. I won't be masquerading as other people anytime soon. Of course, his experiments went beyond cosmetic changes. His interest was mostly combat and stealth, after all. So, Sunny started by adding 2 more arms to the corporeal shadow form, and transitioned to more extreme shape alterations from there. His ability to shapeshift was limited by his knowledge and experience. Sunny did well with smaller alterations, like adding sharp claws to his fingers or turning his teeth into wicked fangs. However, when he tried to grow wings, the result was borderline disastrous. He had never lived with wings on his back, did not know their anatomy and how it engaged with the rest of the body, and had the vaguest understanding of the principles of flight. So, he had no hope of soaring in the sky like Kai or Saint Tyrus anytime soon. Sunny was far away from becoming truly shapeless and formless. He did come closer to reaching that goal, though. The funniest thing he did, however, was fulfill his old desire to become taller. Granted, it too was not easy. When Sunny simply made himself larger, the proportions of his body seemed a bit off. When he elongated his limbs, the result was even more off-putting. Finding the right balance was really hard. He did manage to achieve an acceptable result, though, and was currently looking at himself through one of the shadows, giggling. Damn, it's such a pity Effie can't see me right now. The look on her face would be priceless, especially since she would be looking up at me. Oh gods, I can just imagine it. The tall version of Sunny was really weird. He wasn't sure that he liked its lanky silhouette that much. It was really amusing to see, though. Especially because the corporeal shadow form was entirely matte black. Except for the hair. His hair was actually white, because Sunny had summoned the autumn leaf to see if it worked on him in this state. I should probably explore purchasing more cosmetic memories in the future. They seem to be working on this form, which can be of use. He glanced at himself one last time, then dove back into the shadows and emerged from them in his usual human form. Truth be told, while being a manifested shadow was certainly fun, he felt much more comfortable in his real body. It was nice, cozy, and familiar. He felt really rather attached to it. Sometime later, Sunny was preparing to go to sleep, but then suddenly froze in the middle of washing up. His face grew cold and dark. Then, a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Well. What do we have here? A frightening darkness flooded his eyes. That was because a few moments ago, Sunny had felt something. Before, his perception had been split between 5 points of view, his own and those of his 4 shadows. But then, a 6th perspective slowly came into focus. Which meant that the 5th shadow had returned. The gloomy shadow was now within the walls of the siege capital, and that meant that the assassins Clan Song had sent were here, too. Chapter 1143, Collateral Damage. Sir Amiran, one of the exalted knights of the great clan Valar, was standing on top of a newly constructed dormitory tower, looking at the expanse of the city below. There was a long stretch of industrial buildings between him and the looming barrier of the defensive wall that protected the siege capital from the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares. There were plenty of civilian shelters and dormitories, too. With the start of the evacuation, even industrial areas like this one had been put to use, accommodating numerous refugees. The refugees were moving far below him like tiny ants. The thunderous booms of firing railguns did not seem to spoil their moods after months of continuous siege. The people must have grown used to its clamor. Knight Amiran grimaced. Collateral damage will be high. But that was war. None of these people would have had to die if the enemy had abided by the agreement to keep the hostilities away from the cities, but now that the Song clan had made their move, the hands of noble warriors of Valar were tied. The lives of mundane humans were like water, anyway. No matter how much he sacrificed to achieve victory, it was just a drop in the ocean. Amiran didn't feel happy about the human cost of his inevitable victory, but he was also not particularly sad. Knowing what he knew, their deaths were insignificant. He heard light footsteps behind him and looked over his shoulder. One of his awakened approached, bearing news. There was an expression of dark excitement on her face. "We have confirmed the location, sir." He nodded. The band of Song's assassins had infiltrated the siege capital with one of the supply convoys. The original staff had been slain, and the impostors assumed their identities. After getting past the gates, they disappeared into the chaos of the overpopulated city without a trace. Or so they thought. In truth, Valar had long anticipated this attack. The subterfuge the assassins employed was pointless. They had only managed to enter the city because that was where Lady Morgan wanted them. It would have been easier and much more bloodless to deal with the servants of the Queen of Worms at the gates, but then some of them could escape. So, they were allowed to enter deeper into the trap. And now, Knight Amiran was entrusted with the honor of delivering Valar's retribution upon the wretched cowards. What did it matter if there was collateral damage? He turned around and glanced at the valiant awakened gathered on the roof. With warriors like these fighting by his side, the dogs of Song stood no chance. A cold smile appeared on Amiran's lips. "Prepare, then. We strike as soon as they make their move." In a dark and empty production hall of a decommissioned underground factory, a group of people were sitting around a ghostly fire. Its flames were blue, and burned without producing any smoke. A pleasant fragrance was spreading from the fire, but the gathered people did not seem to notice. The leader of the group was a woman wearing simple civilian clothes, with a pale scar crossing her otherwise beautiful face. She was Ascended Morrow, a retainer of the great clan Song. Currently, Morrow was listening to quiet scratching sounds that seemed to be coming from somewhere under the floor of the factory. The faces of the awakened around her were a little tense. There was a newcomer among them, a man in the uniform of the evacuation army that listened to the sounds, too, his eyes growing a little wide. He was their contact within the siege capital. After a few moments of silence, the man spoke. "That thing, it's not going to break free, is it?" Ascended Morrow smiled. "Of course, it will. When I command it." N. She lingered for a second, and then added. "Have no worry, though. The thralls of Sister Beastmaster are very obedient. Granted, this one is more powerful than her usual pets." The man chuckled wryly. "Ah, I see. Good, then." Poor fool did not even know that he, too, was one of the thralls. "Anyway, have your people completed the preparations?" The soldier hesitated for a bit, then pointed at the map being projected by his communicator. "Yes, that tunnel right there. It will be empty for about 24 hours starting from now. As you can see, my lady, the tunnel stretches all the way to the inner city without crossing any other major logistical hubs. It is also wide enough to transport that thing you brought to where you need it. The last few kilometers leading up to the Valar compound are too well guarded, though. Morrow shook her head. Leave that to us. Worst case scenario, we will be forced to unleash the thrall a few minutes earlier than planned and let it tear its way toward the compound above ground. Summer Night won't be able to make it back from the wall in time. And since Whispering Blade seems to have indeed gone to the dream realm, the casualties the creature will cause Vela will be severe. She would have loved nothing more than to slaughter the ignoble hypocrite serving the King of Swords personally, but sadly, her mission was simply to deliver Beastmaster's present to Morgan of Vela, striking both at the enemy's troops and reputation. After all, what kind of incompetent fool would allow a nightmare creature to rampage in the middle of their city? The man cleared his throat. But I must warn you, my lady. The awakened of Clan Vela seemed restless recently. A few cohorts vanished without a trace. I don't think that we've been made, but it's better not to linger. Ascended Morrow studied his face for a while, then nodded. Sound advice. We were going to wait until Summer Night engages with the terror that is approaching the city, but our diviner has turned ineffective all of a sudden. With this added uncertainty, it is better to accelerate the plan. She glanced at her awakened and smiled. Time to act, my kin. Prepare to enter the tunnel. You two, go relay my order to those watching the creature. They need to get it ready for transportation as soon as possible. We are moving to attack. On the first floor of the dormitory tower, Knight Amiran was surrounded by the awakened warriors of Vela. One of them was making a report. The enemy seems to have started moving. They must be aiming to enter the network of logistical tunnels under the city. If they do, catching them all would be problematic. Amiran nodded. Indeed. The wretches can't be allowed to burrow deeper underground. No, we need to force them to the surface. Get ready to attack. Well, blast through the factory roof and slaughter them all. There was a shadow watching him say these words. There was a shadow watching Ascended Morrow give orders to the assassins, as well. Some distance away, Sunny sighed and gulped down what was left of his coffee. Then, he thanked the owner of a refugee cafe, rose, and walked out, yawning lazily. It was time for him to begin, too. Chapter 1144, Theatre of Shadows. In the decommissioned underground factory, the ghostly fire had been extinguished. Dozens of awakened were moving, preparing to depart. All of them had summoned luminous memories, and the dancing lights made the shadows populating the vast production hall reluctantly retreat. Ascended Morrow was standing in front of a sturdy wall, looking at it with a somber expression. Eventually, she nodded and glanced at one of her subordinates. This is the spot. Isolate it. The awakened nodded and raised his hands. Soon, a strange silence fell upon them. It was not the mundane kind of silence many memories could create, though instead, it was the manifestation of an ability that could cut a stretch of space from the rest of the world, subduing all tremors and sounds that would escape it. The city was constantly being monitored by countless seismic sensors on account of nightmare creatures often burrowing underground, so nothing less would do if they wanted to remain unnoticed. Satisfied, Morrow raised a hand and clicked her fingers. A moment later, a violent sonic boom resounded, and a large portion of the wall in front of her shattered into dust. Behind it, an entrance to a tunnel was revealed, drowned in darkness. Cold wind entered the production hall, making the awakened shiver. Even Morrow herself suddenly felt uneasy, for whatever reason. With a frown, she lowered her hand and said evenly, "Clear the debris. The entrance should be wide enough for the cage to fit. Second cohort, scout out the tunnel and make sure that there are no blockages there." 7 awakened jumped down into the darkness, while the rest of her subordinates got busy preparing the hole she created for the creature's cage. The cohort in charge of keeping an eye on the abominations was going to bring it any minute now. Lowering the massive containment device down would not be easy, but they had come prepared. The man in the uniform of the evacuation army watched the process with a worried face. After a minute, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, I will be going, then. My job here is done." Morrow glanced at him indifferently. "Go. The thrall was of no use anymore. Their escape from the city would be handled by a different sleeper cell. If it was up to her, she would have gotten rid of the man and his people to clean up loose ends, but they could become useful in the future. Even mundanes could do a lot of harm if armed with the right tools. Although Morrow felt it was beneath her to use vulgar weapons of the bygone era, in the grand scheme of things, not even crude instruments like that could be neglected. Others might not have known, but she understood what was at stake. The man disappeared, and the entrance to the tunnel was cleared. Their exodus from the underground factory was being dragged out, however, because the creature cage was slow to arrive. Morrow felt irritated. What is taking them so long? She thought about sending someone else to fetch the guard cohort, then decided against it and took out a special memory. Although using it required some essence to be spent, right now, time was more important. The memory was called the Reaching Hand, and consisted of a scattering of finger bones. Each of the 4 cohorts under Morrow's command was in possession of a phalanx, and she held the 5th one. People who touched the ancient phalanxes could communicate with each other across small distances. Ironically, the reach of the Reaching Hand was not large. However, it possessed the unique quality of being shielded from most divination abilities, which was very valuable for the sort of mission they were currently on. Morrow gripped the bone and spoke, mentally connecting to the cohort that guarded the creature cage on another level of the factory. Morn. Where are you? Soon, the leader of the cohort responded, her voice resonating in the vast production hall. Sister Morrow? We are guarding the creature. Has something happened? Morrow suddenly felt a bad premonition. What do you mean? Have you not received my order? Awakened Morn lingered. I am sorry, sister. What order? She gritted her teeth. I sent 2. But then, Morrow grew silent. The 2 awakened she had sent to relay the order, why were they not back yet? She had assumed that they had stayed with Morn to help move the cage, but why would they? Not good. She hesitated for a split second, then said calmly. Get the cage here right now. What had happened? Had the enemy already discovered their location and silently infiltrated the factory? How could they, without disturbing any of the wards she had placed on all the entrances? If the soldiers of Valor were already here? She glanced at her subordinates and barked. Assemble into a battle formation, prepare for an attack. A moment later, Morrow reached through the phalanx to the cohort that had gone forward to scout out the tunnel. Reekers, return immediately. There was a short span of silence, and then she heard the familiar voice of awakened Reekers. Yes, sister. We are coming. Concerned, the warriors of Song swiftly assembled into a defensive formation. They stood near the entrance to the tunnel, looking nervously into the darkness of the production hall. The factory was silent. Soon, the silence was disturbed by a loud noise. With a screeching sound of rusted metal, a cargo elevator arrived. Its doors opened, revealing a massive cage of enchanted alloy. 7 awakened used all their strength to roll the cage forward. Morrow secretly let out a relieved sigh. At least the creature is secured. Now, they were only missing the 2 messengers and the cohort that had entered the tunnel. Reekers, how long before you arrive? There was a stretch of silence again before he responded. Sister, we are coming. Morrow frowned. The familiar voice persisted. We are. Something was very, very wrong with it. We are coming. The voice, it did not come from the phalanx. Instead, it came directly from the dark entrance of the tunnel. She looked into the hole, seeing only a boundless expanse of shadows. Then, something rolled out of the darkness. It was the severed head of awakened Reekers. Chapter 1145, Slither of Fear. Morrow stared at the severed head for a split moment, feeling cold terror creep into her heart. The clean cut, the hollow emptiness of his dead eyes, the dark entrance into the tunnel behind. Were they all dead? A whole cohort of experienced, battle-hardened awakened warriors of the great clan Song, wiped out in such a short span of time without making even a single sound. Had a human done that? No, that was impossible. Only Whispering Blade would have been capable of slaughtering them in such a manner. But then, Madoc would never lower himself to play with his prey. What kind of abomination was it, then? How had the dogs of Vaylor allowed a monster like that to live freely under their city? Then, Morrow scowled. Why was she scared? What was there to be scared of? Neither death nor nightmare creatures had ever frightened her before. Her people seemed to be shaken, too, so unbecoming of the elites of a great clan. A mental attack. The creature must have been employing some kind of beguilement. She growled, "Activate the mental resistance enchantments." At the same time, she raised her hand and clicked her fingers, sending a devastating sonic shockwave into the tunnel. A deafening boom rolled through the production hall, and a fountain of stone dust and debris shot out of the dark entrance. The Awakened of Song poured essence into the protective charms they carried. Instantly, it was as if they could breathe again. The memory of terror still lingered, though, gnawing at their willpower. There were 20 of them left, gathered in a circular defensive formation that had no blind zones, with the massive cage placed in the center. Morrow stared in the direction of the tunnel tensely, wondering whether her attack caught the creature or not. When the echoes of the sonic boom died down and an unnerving silence settled over the production hall, she lingered for a moment, then gave the order to dismiss luminous memories. Trapped in a circle of light, they were too vulnerable. Instead of relying on natural vision, the messengers of song sacrificed a bit of essence to activate enchantments that granted them the ability to see in the dark. Instantly, the whole production hall was unveiled before them. Nothing could escape their gazes. But the hall was empty. There was nothing within its dark expanse except for old machines and shadows. Morrow raised her hand, brought her thumb and middle finger together, and then said loudly, "Show yourself, creature." There was a moment of silence. And then a moment more. And then, the severed head laying in the dust beside her spoke, its mouth unmoving. "Creature, creature, creature." It spoke in Morrow's own voice. The Awakened threw unsettled glances at the head of Rika's, which stared back at them with hollow eyes. What kind of a trick? "Don't pay any attention to it, it's a distraction," she snarled, then looked away from the morbid visage of the speaking severed head and concentrated on the production hall, trying to predict where the attack would come from. The Awakened followed her example, too, except for one. The man who had been the furthest from the entrance to the tunnel swayed slightly. Then, his head slid from his shoulders and fell to the floor, rolling through the dust as the body toppled behind it. In that short instant, when everyone had gotten distracted by the creature mimicking Morrow's voice, another Awakened was mercilessly slain. And now, there were only 19 of them. Damn it! Morrow clapped her hands together, unleashing the full force of her aspect. A destructive sonic shockwave spread like a ring from the formation of the Awakened, obliterating a large swath of the production hall. The concrete floor cracked, the old machines were torn apart, the steel conveyor belts were ripped, and shreds of alloy flew away like jagged bullets. Nothing within the circle of destruction could have escaped unscathed. In the silence that followed, the severed head of Rika spoke again, unperturbed. Pay. Ascended. Morrow gritted her teeth, calmly analyzing the situation. Where was the enemy? What were its capabilities? There was something else beneath her calmness, though. A slither of fear. This time, one that had nothing to do with an insidious outside influence. A moment later, two things happened. First, a loud metallic click came from somewhere within the defensive formation from the massive cage that contained the enthralled abomination. Second, a section of the production hall's ceiling suddenly collapsed, and armored figures poured through the breach. A short time earlier, many levels above the production hall of the underground factory, Knight Amiran was standing in the middle of a wide corridor. He was surrounded by Awakened of Vaylor, who were stealthily moving forward. A woman in light armor fashioned out of abomination leather was making a report. "Sir, we have dismantled the outer layers of the detection wards. The enemy should be right below us by now, but moving further unnoticed will be hard." The elevator shafts are especially problematic. He looked down, then nodded. Try your best. His subordinate moved to return to her task, but at that moment, the floor trembled slightly. Amiran frowned. Why would the enemy abandon caution now? He raised his head to give an order, but at that moment, something flashed in the corner of his eye. Amiran swiftly turned, noticing the back of a small creature, some sort of a gremlin, scurrying into the darkness. His face darkened. Our presence has been discovered. There was another tremor, this one much stronger than the first. The worms had to be trying to collapse the wall of a tunnel in a hurry, hoping to escape. If so, he was going to have to disappoint them. Amiran had been planning to proceed further down quietly, even if it took more time. But now that such an approach was off the table, there was a need to accelerate things. There was a sword on his belt, and a war hammer on his back. Unsheathing the sword and pulling the hammer from its loop, Amiran bellowed, "Warriors of Valor with me then." He called upon his aspect and slammed the war hammer into the floor. A wave of crushing force traveled downward, piercing through multiple levels of the underground factory and opening a ravaged path to the main production hall. Without a moment of hesitation, Knight Amiran grinned and jumped down into the dark breach. Death to the enemy, let no one escape. Chapter 1146, Blood Rain. Some of his warriors were going to use flight memories to follow, others would rappel down. But Amiran himself had no need for these measures. He simply plummeted through the breach, falling into the darkness like a meteor of steel. Reaching the main production hall, he thrust his sword forward. Invisible force flowed off the blade, forming a brittle field below him, a series of them, actually, each as thin as a sheet of paper. Breaking through these invisible panes of force allowed Amiran to slow his fall. He landed on the floor in a roll and jumped to his feet a split second later, ready to attack and carve out a path for his men to follow. If everything went right, the enemy would have been surprised by the collapsing ceiling and the sudden arrival of a Valor Knight. Even if their shock did not last long, a few seconds would be enough. But he was not given a few seconds. Nothing went right from the start. As soon as Amiran and the first of his warriors landed, they were greeted by a devastating sonic boom. He felt a powerful shockwave travel through his body, almost strong enough to cause his organs to burst. Luckily, he was resilient enough to withstand it. The same couldn't be said for the awakened behind him. With pained screams, they dropped down, blood flowing from every orifice on their bodies. Dead. It was as though the enemy had been waiting in a battle formation, ready to defend themselves. How dare you! As more and more armored awakened poured through the breach, Amiran roared and dashed forward. There was something strange, though at the last moment before his lunge, it was as if a drop of blood fell on his helmet from somewhere above. He did not pay it any attention. In front of him was a loose circle of awakened protecting something that resembled a large alloy crate. There was some kind of abominable monster inside, no doubt bringing a nightmare creature inside a human city was just what the witch, Beastmaster, would do. And allowing the crate to be smuggled into the city despite knowing about its contents was exactly what Valor would do, if it meant leaving the assassins no chance to escape. Amiran's gaze quickly found the leader of the Song infiltration team, a striking woman whose beauty could neither be hidden by unassuming civilian clothes nor blemished by an ugly scar running across her face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Morrow. There were not that many masters in the world, and even fewer served the great clans directly. Of course, Amiran knew her. The scarred woman was a powerful opponent. Not as powerful as he was, of course. Their eyes met, and before she could click her fingers, Amiran struck with both his sword and his hammer, sending two horizontal waves of force flying forward, one cutting, the other crushing. The waves collided with a sonic shockwave in the middle of the hall, producing a roaring explosion. Bits of concrete shot outward like shrapnel. It was then that his mind registered a few incongruities in the scene before him. First of all, the entrance to the tunnel had already been revealed. However, the enemy did not appear to be in a hurry to enter it, as if wary of the darkness beyond. Secondly, the main production hall was in a sorry state even before the explosion, seemingly ravaged by Moro's powers. There were also too few awakened in her formation, no more than 20. For 4 cohorts of Song infiltrators had crossed the city gate checkpoint, so what happened to the rest of them? And lastly, there was a gruesomely beheaded body on the floor in front of Song's warriors. One of their own. Just what the hell was going on? There was something else, too. For a moment, just before the waves of force collided and a cloud of dust obscured the view, Amiran thought that he had noticed something. A vague silhouette that moved on top of the massive cage, dissolving into darkness. An archer. Lowering his head to protect the slit of his helmet's visor, he burst through the cloud of dust and raised his sword. No matter what tricks the enemy had in store, he was going to cut them all down. Especially now that he knew that the numbers were even more on their side than expected, Knight Amiran had no doubt. The main priorities are Moro and the caged creature. Moro silently cursed. So it was Vela all along. It seemed that they had walked into a trap. The servants of the King of Swords had turned out to be more cunning than expected. Someone had been waiting in the tunnel all along, and now, the cavalry had arrived to finish the job. Who had been compromised? It had to be the thrall responsible for clearing the path to the inner city, but it did not matter now. The enemy blundered in their attack, maybe because she had decided to accelerate the plan. The invisible assassin had revealed their presence too early, and instead of being surprised by the sudden breach of the production hall, the messengers of Song were ready for it. Which was why Moro managed to slay several of Vela awakened the moment they landed on the floor. Not their leader, though a giant of a man wearing heavy armor and wielding both a sword and a war hammer. Her heart grew slightly cold. Knight Amiran. Even among the Knights of Vela, this zealot was known for his power and ruthlessness. He was a bit too straight of a tool, though. A man blessed with incredible strength, but very little imagination. A vicious smile appeared on Moro's face. "I'll have a chance to bring back a fine trophy, then." She sent a sonic shockwave to prevent the knight from decimating the formation of Songs awakened, then swiftly looked at the breach. Just how many soldiers had Amiran brought to kill them? It was strange. There were not nearly as many as she would have expected. 1 cohort, 2, 3, 4, and that was it. If Vela knew in advance about the infiltration team, why would they only send that many? And there was something else. Instead of more cohorts of awakened, streams of blood flowed from the breach, crimson drops falling like rain. The soldiers of Vela who had already landed seemed shaken because of that. Moro hesitated. What is the meaning of this? Her hesitation only lasted a split second, however. Then, there was no more time to think. Chapter 1147, Song of Slaughter. Amiran lunged forward, calling upon his aspect and bringing down an avalanche of destructive force upon the formation of the Song infiltrators. 2 waves of crushing power rolled forward from his weapons only to shatter against the invisible bulwark of a sonic boom. The concrete floor was shattered as the whole factory trembled. A moment later, a swift silhouette shot toward him from the cloud of dust. Moro, her calm eyes full of cold murderous intent. Her shabby civilian clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of a slender enchanted armor hidden beneath. In her hand, there was a narrow blade that seemed too fragile to be used in actual combat. Amiran raised his sword, batting the blade away. At the same time, his hammer flew forward, the spike protruding from its top aimed precisely at the enemy's unprotected throat. However, as soon as his sword met the steel of Moro's weapon, there was a melodious ring. That ring suddenly magnified, crashing into him like a stone wall. Grimacing from pain piercing his ears, the Knight of Vela was thrown back. He rolled over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of his warriors. They were advancing, ready to clash with the awakened of Clan Song. Even though Amiran only saw them for a tiny sliver of a second, he noticed 2 things. First, the blood spilling from the breach in the roof of the main production hall. Second, the fact that only 4 of the 6 cohorts seemed to have made it down. Wrath ignited in his heart. Treacherous worms. One of Moro's cohorts was missing, and now, 2 of his own had failed to descend. It was not hard to understand what had most likely happened. The Damned Witch must have sent some of her people to ambush the warriors of Vaylor on the upper levels of the factory, to sacrifice their lives so that the rest could escape. A cunning maneuver, albeit a fruitless one. It was of no use. Even with the missing cohort buying the infiltrators time with their blood, the force of Song was still hopelessly outmatched. Moro was desperate. And wouldn't she be? The executioner she faced was none other than Aymiran. The sword of Vaylor was inescapable. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Landing on his feet, Aymiran calmly looked up and saw the slender blade falling on his head. His helmet was probably strong enough to withstand the sharp edge, but it was forged out of the best of Vaylor steel. Should the strike land, there would be a ringing, and that ringing would be turned into another sonic explosion by the enemy. Instead of the helmet, the blade struck a shield of invisible force that appeared in the air above Aymiran. He also wrapped both his weapons with thin layers of force. He was a fast learner, after all. After that first strike, Moro would find it hard to turn the sound of clashing blades against him. As the 2 masters collided with each other in a lethal battle, so did their soldiers. The Awakened of Vaylor descended on the formation of the infiltrators like a steel tide, threatening to overwhelm it in an instant. Unfortunately for them, the Awakened of Song were not so easily overwhelmed. Damn it! Moro saw one of her soldiers fall to the ground in a fountain of blood. His armor was shattered, and the wretched warrior of Vaylor who had killed him was already moving to attack another. But then, the servant of the King of Swords fell, too, his back tore open. She felt wicked joy. It was strange, though Moro missed which of her people had avenged their brother. It must have been a ranged attack, since no one was close enough to deliver a melee strike. There, at the edge of the formation, there was only emptiness and darkness. A good shot, then. Moro hummed, and her humming was picked up by the rest of the song's messengers. Bright smiles bloomed on their faces. The humming was not an expression of some awakened power or a harbinger of a devastating sonic attack. It was simply their song. A song of slaughter. This brute has a tough shell. She was entangled in a fierce fight with Knight Aymiran, preventing him from devastating the formation. Of course, the dog was also preventing her from massacring the attacking Awakened for now. Aymiran was powerful, skilled, and intelligent. But he was also arrogant and rigid. Moro had already landed half a dozen blows on his armor. The problem was that the armor was too tough. It had to be a transcendent memory created by the best forge masters of Clan Vaylor, since even her blade bestowed by the Queen herself was powerless against its enchanted steel. Even more frustratingly, the knight was using his aspect to wrap himself in a thin layer of protective force, stifling all sounds that could have resulted from their clash. Still, it was just a matter of time before he made a mistake. Moro was confident. Just a dozen seconds later, however, her confidence waned. Not because she felt pressured by Aymiran, and she did, of course. A Knight of Vaylor was not an enemy to be taken lightly. No, it was because Moro was suddenly unsure of how much time she had left. Because their soldiers were dying too quickly. All of them were the absolute elites of the awakened world, so their battle was unsurprisingly intense and bloody. The whole factory was quaking and convulsing from the magnitude of the unleashed violence, as if on the verge of collapsing. Before it did, they would have to escape to the streets. And yet the battle was somehow too bloody, and too lethal. There were too many corpses on the ground already, especially at the edges of the formation, where the fighting was supposed to be less intense. Moro remembered that the assassin Aymiran had sent ahead of the main force was still here, somewhere, in the production hall. That could have been an explanation, if not for the fact that there were more of Vaylor warriors dying than that of Song. Something strange was going on. Moro deflected a glancing blow from Aymiran's sword and evaded the beak of the warhammer, pushing forward to deliver a strike of her own. I am missing something. Something is not right. Even though she was suppressing the valiant knight, and even though her soldiers were seemingly prevailing against the servants of Vaylor. A cold, unsettling feeling slowly found its way into Moro's heart. Chapter 1148, Unsealed. Knight Aymiran was forceful and oppressive, his every move bringing with it a promise of death. And yet, neither his sword nor his hammer could reach her. Not even his insidious aspect was enough to bring Moro down. She had slain nightmare creatures more dangerous than this ascended warrior. She had slain more dangerous humans, too. Aymiran's warriors were valiant and skilled, each at the very pinnacle of what an awakened could achieve. Numbers were on their side, and yet, for each messenger of song that fell, 2 of Valus' dogs died. Their trap had turned out to be strangely clumsy and inefficient. By now, Moro knew that there was a possibility of victory unless the enemy received reinforcements soon. They would be able to escape and carry out the plan. However, she was missing something. Which was why Moro allowed her attention to wander. Being distracted in a fight against someone like Aymiran was tantamount to suicide, but she did so nevertheless. Her blade failed to reach the knight's armor again. Her body received several ghastly wounds because of her inattention. More and more awakened died around them. But Moro coldly continued to observe. And then, she saw it, a warrior of Valor, falling down with a pained scream, blood streaming from his torn neck. Only there had been no one near to tear it. It was subtle and almost unnoticeable in the havoc of the battle, but she saw it clearly. The nearest of her soldiers was too busy defending against too powerful awakened. It could not have been a ranged attack, either the angle was all wrong. It was as if darkness itself reached forth and sliced the man's throat open with sharp claws. Moro's eyes darted to the opposite side of the formation, just in time to see one of Song's awakened die. His hand suddenly bloomed with blood, and so, the attacking soldier of Valor received a chance to plunge her weapon into the slit of his visor. The hand of her subordinate had been severed completely, a clean, fierce cut that sliced through armor, flesh, and bone as if not meeting any resistance. Only the weapon that had killed her man was a spear. There was no way it could deliver a cut like that. Moro suddenly felt cold. There is another here. There was something insidious and sinister moving unseen through the darkness, slaughtering the men of both Valor and Song indiscriminately. Silently. Inescapably. The image of a severed head rolling from the dark entrance of the tunnel suddenly surfaced in her mind. Moro's blood turned to ice. Who was it? What was it? What had they unleashed from that darkness? Shaking these infantile thoughts, she snarled. Does it matter? It did not. Whatever it was, she would destroy it, just like she was going to destroy these wretched minions of the King of Swords. Moro glanced at Aymiran, who was continuing to rain devastating blows on her, blind to what was going on. Fool. No matter the cost, the plan had to be carried out. She had to salvage what little could be salvaged from this unforeseen situation. Moro hesitated for a moment, then pretended to be pushed back by one of his strikes and momentarily lose her balance. Aymiran rushed forward like a frenzied dog, intending to capitalize on the opening. His hammer fell down and landed on her shoulder in a flash of pain. Moro heard her bones shatter. But it did not matter, because in that instant, she was practically face-to-face with the hateful brute. Moro opened her mouth and shrieked. As her essence burned, a deafening wail shook the underground factory. Clutching his ears, an irrational gesture, considering that they were covered by the steel of his helmet, Aymiran fell to the ground and writhed in pain. His whole world was pain. It was as though a white-hot screwdriver was being driven into his brain, mercilessly destroying every thought. He felt blood streaming from his ears. What is that woman? He knew that Moro would not let the chance to finish him off go. Shaking off the agony, Aymiran gritted his teeth and moved. A split second later, the tip of a narrow blade was almost at his throat. He raised a hand and grabbed it with an armored gauntlet. Too slow, witch. He couldn't even hear his own voice through the ringing in his ears. Aymiran had managed to stop the fatal strike from killing him, but the position he was in still promised nothing good. He was kneeling and dazed, while the enemy was free to attack however she wished. But strangely Moro did not attack. Instead, she let go of her blade and dashed back, toward the formation of her awakened. There was blood flowing from her mouth. He looked in that direction. The diabolical woe Moro had unleashed devastated the whole production hall. There were slabs of concrete falling from above. What little remained of old machinery had been turned into piles of scrap. The floor had become uneven and full of deep cracks. The awakened on both sides fared no better. Many were dead on both sides. Their mouths were opened in silent screams, their faces turned into gruesome paintings of blood by the power of the wicked attack. Even those who wielded memories meant to protect against just this kind of threat did not escape unscathed. What the hell is she trying to? Amiran did not know, but he knew that he had to stop the ruthless witch from accomplishing whatever it was she was planning. He lunged forward, aiming to catch up to Moro. Luckily, there was not much distance between them, and the Ascended of Song was severely wounded. That last blow he had delivered made a mess of her right shoulder and clavicle. It was then that Amiran saw it. In the direction where Moro was running, behind the decimated line of Song's defensive formation. A massive alloy container that held an enthralled nightmare creature inside. His pupils narrowed. I see. Amiran understood what Moro wanted to achieve. She must have abandoned all hope of delivering the abomination to the inner city and wanted to unleash it right here and now. Sadly for her, he would not give her that chance. He raised his sword, ready to send a wave of force at the back of the escaping woman. But then, a vague silhouette suddenly lunged at him from the side. Reacting on instinct, Amiran lashed out with his hammer. The attacker dove beneath it and delivered a strike with a sharp, narrow stiletto. Pathetic. One of Song's worms must have already recovered enough to attack. The Knight of Valor simply moved his arm, shielding those seams of his armor that protected vital organs. All the attacker could do was drive his stiletto between the Ruri brace and the cutter, and even then just by a centimeter or two, delivering an insignificant wound to his elbow. The next moment, Amiran counterattacked, forcing the unclear figure to stagger away. The attacker seemed to dissolve into darkness, as if she had never existed at all. Coward. Amiran growled and continued his pursuit. What had that cowardly attack achieved? Nothing. Moro would still not escape. He prepared to deliver another strike, but then suddenly swayed. He felt weak. Confused and suddenly unsettled, Amiran glanced at his elbow, where a few drops of blood seeped from beneath the impregnable plates of his armor. The blood, why did it seem almost black? The knight's eyes widened slightly. Poison? A few moments later, jumping over the corpses of her people, Moro reached the containment cage. She groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and used the only hand she could move to strike at the seal. There was no complicated procedure to opening the cage. The key to its magical lock was simple: it was blood. Blood of Song. Moro's fist left a bloody imprint on the plate of the seal, and it seemed to ignite, burning away in an instant. The clasps holding the cage closed fell away, and it burst open. Inside was a creature so ghastly and revolting that anyone would have been terrified to see it. But Moro only smiled. She grinned, revealing blooded teeth. Go slaughter everyone who is not Song to the surface. The creature unfolded from within the cage and moved, following her command. But what was that? Why was the abomination bleeding? There were several thin, shallow cuts on its grey hide, seemingly delivered by a blade so sharp as to be perfect. And its many eyes, why were they not full of hollow obedience? Instead, they were brimming with something else. Madness. Boundless, murderous madness. And hunger. Chapter 1149, Uncaged. The creature escaped its cage. It was a revolting thing, a towering mass of grey flesh with 100 nimble limbs and a scattering of huge, eerily human-like eyes. All of them burned with delirious frenzy. Its enormous body continued to unfold, occupying much more space on the outside of the container than there had been on the inside. Its limbs moved, sharp claws shooting in all directions. Moro might have been able to resist the terrifying abomination if she had been prepared. But she wasn't. Her body had been battered and wounded, and her mind was momentarily frozen by the visage of the creature that had somehow escaped its enthrallment. She was slow to react by only a split second, but that was all it took. Her figure disappeared in a tide of slithering grey limbs, and, just like that, an ascendant of the great clan Song had been killed. Amiran watched her die with an incredulous expression. Such irony, the witch had been slain by her own pet abomination. The death of a powerful enemy should have brought him joy, but he felt a grim sense of dread instead. After all, the creature had to be dealt with. And Amiran, despite his pride and strength, was not confident in his chances. He would have been a fool not to recognize the revolting monstrosity for what it was: a corrupted. And of a high class, from the looks of it. A devil. No, worse than that, a tyrant. These crazy wretches, they smuggled a corrupted tyrant into a human city. They were planning to unleash that thing within a siege capital's walls. Of course, Amiran himself was among the people who had knowingly allowed the corrupted tyrant to be smuggled into a human city, because it suited their goals. The hypocrisy of his contempt did not escape him, but he brushed it off. There was no time to ponder such matters. Because the tyrant was starting to move. There were still a couple dozen awakened left alive in the ruined production hall, all dazed by Moro's dreadful wail. Some of them belonged to Clan Vela, and some of them belonged to Clan Song. However, at the moment, their allegiance did not matter. The abomination did not care about whom they served, after all. Grey limbs shot through the air, grabbing several of the awakened that were closest to the broken cage. Blood spilled to the ground. Amiran was already moving. Regroup. Concentrate your attacks on the monster. He gritted his teeth, feeling the toxin sap his speed and strength. What kind of treacherous blade had that awakened assassin used? A master like Amiran was not easy to poison, and yet, he could feel a sickening weakness spreading through his body. Fighting through that weakness, he growled and threw his hammer with all the might of an ascended knight. The war hammer spun as it flew toward the tyrant with the speed of a bullet. And, as if a path had been opened by its passage, a furious torrent of invisible force followed. The hammer and the torrent of force struck the massive body of the shambling horror with such fury that a sudden explosion rang out. A full power strike from Amiran was destructive enough to shatter the gates of a citadel. The tyrant, however, was simply thrown back. The bodies of the awakened it had grabbed fell to the ground. But then they slowly stood up. Only they did not look like humans anymore. There was a wicked, alien coldness hiding in their eyes, and ghostly black strings extending from their backs toward the limbs of the grey abomination. The faces of the risen corpses twisted, and they awkwardly lunged toward the nearest awakened. More blood spilled. Amiran cursed. A puppeteer before, he had not been too worried about the creature escaping from the factory and reaching the industrial zone above that was within the parameters of the mission. Now, however, allowing the tyrant access to crowds of refugees was the same as gifting it an army. That, he could not allow. The creature had to be destroyed now, before it received an opportunity to create a legion of flesh puppets. In fact, the tyrant had to know that there were millions of souls to be reaped right above. Intelligent as these creatures were, it should have been trying to escape a dangerous enemy like Amiran and reach the surface, where there was an unlimited supply of bodies for it to turn. But, for some reason, the appalling abomination seemed hell-bent on slaying every human in the main production hall of the underground factory first. Amiran was not going to complain. Attack, you wretches! His bellow rolled through the hall, pushing the awakened into action. The warriors of Vela followed the order without hesitation, while the surviving worms of Song seemed confused about what to do. Some hesitantly joined the attack on the tyrant. Some tried to attack fellow humans despite the situation; those were cut down first. Some even tried to escape. The cowards did not make it far. Amiran was too busy to notice who had killed them, but none managed to disappear into the dark mouth of the tunnel. The wall of grey flesh and countless limbs surged at the rest of them. I have to destroy it, I have in his heart. Amaran knew that a corrupted tyrant was not an enemy he could hope to slay alone. Especially not poisoned and drained by his fight against the cursed witch, Morrow, but this one was strangely weak. Maybe it was weakened by being locked in the enchanted cage for so long, or maybe it was simply the type of tyrant whose power lay in a legion of minions. It was also rabid and crazed, almost unintelligent. Fighting the creature was no different from fighting a powerful monster, if not for the puppets it could create. So, there was a chance, no matter how small. The Awakened died, only to be turned into puppets. The puppets were destroyed in turn. The shambling horror of grey flesh received numerous wounds, many of its long limbs were crushed or severed. The factory seemed to be coming undone. I will destroy it even when the last of the Awakened under his command died, Amaran persisted. His sword flashed over and over again, and waves of invisible force crashed into the massive body of the creature in a constant stream. His lungs were burning, and his veins were full of poison. His essence was running dry. But he refused to fail the mission he had to prevail. And then, miraculously, Amaran did. The puppets that were reaching out to grab him suddenly swayed, and then fell down. The towering, desiccated mass of grey flesh convulsed, and lifelessly sprawled on the cracked floor. The spell spoke into his ears. He swayed, struggling to believe in what he saw, and fell to one knee. He was utterly spent and barely able to move. And yet, he had won. Knight Amaran drew in a hoarse breath. I won. In the silence that followed, a cold voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Did you? He flinched and turned around, glancing up. Above him stood a dark apparition. A fiend in fearsome black armor, wearing a demonic mask that was crowned by 3 twisting horns. In the mask's eyes, there was nothing but darkness. What? Who is? The mask moved slightly, and the 2 pools of darkness stared directly into Amaran's soul, making him shudder. The apparition spoke. I guess you did. A moment later, a cold blade slid silently into the slit of Amaran's visor, ending his life. Chapter 1150, Unseen. You have slain an ascended human, Amaran. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny stood for a moment above the knight's corpse, waiting for the enchanted armor to dissipate into a whirlwind of crimson sparks. Then, he used shadows to turn his gauntlet into a fearsome claw and struck down a few times. It was not in his habit to mutilate the bodies of his enemies, but he had to mask the initial blade wound that had killed the fearsome master. With that, his task here was finished. Sunny tilted his head and thought with a bit of detachment that went more smoothly than I had expected. Wiping out 10 cohorts of Elite Awakened and 2 Legacy Masters had turned out to be easier than he would have thought. A force like that, if Sunny had not intervened, their battle would inevitably spill out into the streets above. No matter how sudden Valus' ambush was, the assassins of Song were not pushovers, especially their leader. They would have retreated and eventually made their way to the surface. But he had prevented that. Sunny became aware of the infiltration team's location thanks to the gloomy shadow, which had followed them all the way back to the siege capital from Clan Song's territory. After locating the assassins, finding the soldiers of Valor was not hard. He just had to send his other shadows to scour the surrounding area. Then, what he needed to do was make sure that the 2 forces annihilated each other completely and with no collateral damage. Sadly, the infiltrators moved earlier than expected, almost giving Knight Amaran and his soldiers a slip. Sunny had to stall them a little, so he silently killed the 2 messengers the Ascended of Song. He thought her name was Morrow, sent to retrieve the cohort guarding the cage. Then, using Shadow Step to move unseen, he entered the tunnel and waited there until the scouts arrived. That was probably the hardest part of the entire mission. Killing 7 powerful Awakened before they could make a sound was not easy, even for him. He would have summoned Saint, but she could not share the benefits of wearing Weaver's mask. So Sunny ended up using Shadow Manifestation to strike simultaneously at all 7. He then pushed the extraordinary rock into the mouth of the leader of the cohort and threw the severed head back into the production hall to create a distraction. A shaken enemy was easier to deal with, so Sunny was not above using a bit of theatrics. While everybody was staring at the talking head, Sunny killed one more assassin and swiftly dissolved into the shadows. By then, the force of Vela was drawing closer. They were still not fast enough for his taste, though, so he used Imp to hurry the bastards along. It was then that Morrow decided to blast half of the production hall with a radial sonic attack. Luckily, Sunny was already somewhere where the shockwave could not reach. When Knight Amiran broke through the roof and launched an assault on the immobilized infiltrators, Sunny was actually inside the cage containing a damn corrupted tyrant, slashing the creature with the Sin of Solace to drive it insane. That was another experience he would prefer to never relive. From the cage, he stepped through the shadow to appear in the corridors above. The force sent by Vela was a bit too strong, especially now that he had dispatched some of the Song's assassins. He had to equalize the odds a little to make it easier to kill them all. Sunny waited until most of Amiran's awakened jumped into the hole in the floor, and then attacked the last dozen or so that remained in the corridor. With the element of surprise on his side and no more need to remain absolutely quiet, dispatching them was not too hard. By the time he was finished with the bloody task, the battle between Vela and Song was in full swing. However, they were not killing each other well enough. Morrow could still push the attackers back and pull out her forces. So, Sunny moved stealthily around the battlefield, remaining in the form of an incorporeal shadow and using shadow manifestation to pick off awakened from both sides. He made sure to obfuscate his interference as much as possible, of course. And, just like he had been doing from the very start, he killed the awakened of Song with blades, and the awakened of Vela with claws. Everything went more or less exactly as planned. Sunny only had to expose himself once, to slow down Amiran and let Morrow open the cage. He used the bitter cusp to smear black venom on the blade of the Moonlight Shard, since dealing with the heavily armored knight was not easy. He also wanted to give the tyrant more of a shot. The creature was strong, but without any minions and with its mind shattered by the Sin of Solace, there was a chance that it would not be able to give the kind of fight Sunny needed it to give, in order to make all the corpses with claw marks on their bodies look believable. The tyrant escaped and slaughtered those awakened that remained alive. Sunny cut down those who tried to escape and secretly delivered the abomination a few severe wounds, making sure to give Amiran enough time to ravage the body of the tyrant with his aspect. And when all was said and done, he finished off the mighty knight with his own hand. The despicable zealot actually thought that he had won, while in reality, his defeat was meticulously orchestrated from the very start. Now, silence settled over the ruined production hall. 10 cohorts of awakened humans were dead. None managed to escape into the streets of the city. No refugee was swallowed by their empty feud. The warriors of Song had sword wounds on their bodies, while the warriors of Vela were seemingly killed by sharp claws. The massive abomination was turned to paste by Amiran's aspect. The picture of what had happened here was clear. The two forces obliterated each other, with the tyrant succumbing to the wounds delivered by the valiant knight. Did Sunny feel guilty about bringing these awakened to their deaths? He had just murdered 70 people, after all. Much more than he had in his entire life, not counting those from the nightmares. Did it matter that the 70 people he murdered were themselves murderers? Not really. And he did not really care, either. Unlike the millions of people who had perished in Falcon-Scott, they got what they deserved. If there was one thing Sunny regretted, it was that Amiran actually managed to land the last strike on the tyrant, somehow. That was a frustrating loss. Throwing one last glance at the scene of carnage, Sunny shook his head in dejection. And disappeared into the shadows, as if he had never been here at all. Chapter 1151, See No Evil. A ravaged underground hall. Split concrete, old machines turned into piles of scrap, broken walls. Deep darkness chased away by the bright light of electric floodlights. The stench of blood permeating the air. And bodies, of course, scattered on the cracked floor. Dozens of them, all bearing terrible wounds. Bodies of the awakened of Valor, the awakened of Song and one more, a ghastly hill of grey flesh that had been a nightmare creature before. Morgan studied the scene of slaughter with a neutral expression as she walked among the corpses. She would linger for a few moments near one of the corpses, then indifferently move on to the next. Her vermilion eyes were cold. Saint Gilead, the summer night, was more expressive. He was kneeling in front of one of the bodies with a mournful expression on his gallant, handsome face. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Amiran. Morgan turned around and looked at the transcendent. Oh. I am sorry, Sir Gilead. I have forgotten that the two of you were once members of the same cohort. Please accept my condolences. Her voice did not seem too regretful, though. Summer Night looked down. Sometimes, I forget. She raised an eyebrow. What? The saint lingered for a few moments, then offered her a calm gaze. How much I loathe you and your family. Morgan smiled slightly and looked away. Well. What can I say? We are a loathsome bunch. With that, she used her armored boot to turn one of the bodies over and asked. Does this make sense to you? Summer Night stood up with a sigh and walked over. The result is outside expectations, but the sequence of events seems clear. We severely underestimated the opposition. By all accounts, Amiran should have been able to achieve a clean victory, but the presence of a corrupted tyrant changed things. Our estimation of Beastmaster's power needs to be adjusted. Still, he slayed the beast, even if the price was his life. Morgan shook her head. Seems clear, huh? Her gaze was locked on the fatal sword wound that had killed the awakened in front of her. Morgan remained motionless for a few moments. What a beautiful cut. Seemingly losing interest in the corpse, she turned away and called out to one of the specialists that had been casing the scene. The man walked over and bowed, then delivered a preliminary report. His conclusions were in line with what Saint Gilead had said. Morgan stared at him bleakly. Have the diviners discovered anything? The investigator looked away in embarrassment. Nothing, my lady. A slight frown appeared on her face. So you're telling me that 6 cohorts of Valor's best, armed and armored with forged memories, lost to 4 cohorts of Song infiltrators. And that night Amiran slayed a corrupted tyrant alone. The man lowered his head. That is what the evidence tells, my lady. Morgan scoffed. She remained silent for a while, then turned and addressed a delicate young woman who was standing silently above a severed head. What about you, Cassia? Do you see something? The young woman shifted slightly and answered in a calm tone. I see nothing. Morgan tilted her head. Are you telling me that you don't see anything, or that you see nothing? Summer Night frowned, thinking that the princess was mocking the blind girl. The young woman, meanwhile, simply nodded. Morgan grinned. Ha! She turned to the saint and pierced him with an amused look. See, Sir Gilead. At least someone is not useless here. Then, her expression darkened. Morgan looked at the corpse laying at her feet once again and frowned. After a few moments of silence, she mumbled. Was it the House of Night? No, unlikely. That cut just who could have. Sunny took a step back and bent over, breathing heavily. By his side, Cassie swayed, struggling to catch her balance after her rapier was shattered by Morgan's attack. Today, the princess had decided to face the two of them at the same time. The spar was an especially grueling one. They gave a good fight, cooperating with each other so flawlessly that it almost seemed as if they shared one mind. But, in the end, the princess mercilessly drove them both back. She seemed possessed, attacking with such power and ferocity that Sunny found it almost unnecessary to downplay his abilities. He pretended to be utterly exhausted. There was little need to pretend, really, and lowered his sword. That was a good fight, Lady Morgan. She glanced at her own blade, which was nicked all over and utterly ruined, then threw it aside with frustration. Yes. You did well, too. After catching his breath for a couple of seconds, he slowly straightened and glanced at her with a complicated expression. But are you troubled by something? Your technique seemed a bit distracted today. Morgan stared at him for a few moments, her face turning cold. Eventually, she said with a hint of discontent in her voice. That is not something for a person like you to concern yourself with. Come to think of it, I won't need your services in the next few days, Master Sunless. So make yourself scarce. Just what he wanted. Sunny put on a suitably alarmed expression and lowered his gaze. Ah, as you wish, my lady. She lingered for a few moments, then scoffed and left. Sunny and Cassie were left alone in the training room. It had been 2 days since the slaughter in the abandoned factory. Morgan seemed to be suspicious that something irregular had taken place in the underground production hall, but not a drop of that suspicion was directed at Sunny. He had hidden his traces well, and no one within Vela could ever imagine that someone like him was capable of wiping out 10 cohorts of Awakened from the great clans, let alone doing it with such insidious and flawless, almost diabolical precision. As for Sunny, he was effortlessly playing the role of someone who had no clue about what had happened. Glancing at Cassie, he shrugged. What's up with her? The blind girl turned her head to face him, then remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said. You don't have to worry. Sunny frowned. What was that supposed to mean? Did Cassie know something? If anyone would, it was her. He shook his head, then dragged his tired body across the room to place the training sword back into its stand. If Cassie knew, she would keep silent. But, in any case, Morgan's polite suggestion to disappear for a few days was very timely. No matter how confident he was that he had avoided all suspicion, it was best not to parade in front of emissaries of Vela for a while. And, to be honest, Sunny was long overdue for a little vacation. Placing the sword down, he looked at Cassie and asked. Hey, about that favor I asked. How about we go to the dream realm for a little while? I seem to be free all of a sudden. The blind girl smiled slightly. Sure, no problem. She carefully placed her broken rapier on the floor and added. I already told Nephis. She's free, too. Sunny froze for a moment, then made a face. Damn oracles. Chapter 1152, Field Trip. The Ivory Island was as peaceful and idyllic as ever. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, enjoying the cool breeze and the view of the boundless expanse of the blue sky. Come to think of it, it was rare to find such a tranquil haven in the dream realm. Even the sanctuary, which was beautiful and serene in its own way, never felt safe. There was always the possibility of an attack, after all. What protected the sanctuary was people, and people were not omnipotent. The Crushing was a much more reliable guardian. The three of them, Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie, had just arrived from the waking world. Sunny was wearing the Shroud of Dusk, since that was his best armor memory. The other two, however, had slighted their combat armor in favor of lighter garments. Cassie was wearing the familiar tunic and sea wave cloak, while Nephis was in something that he recognized as the black underlayer of the Starlight Legion armor. Sunny still couldn't believe that a mere awakened memory of the second tier had survived years of wandering through the dream realm and the second nightmare. But, in any way, the three of them looked like people ready for a vacation. They weren't the only ones, either. What is this? Sunny glanced toward the entrance to the tower, where two figures were waiting for them. Effie was sitting on the ground, enjoying a veritable mountain of snacks. Her transcendent armor was nowhere to be seen, leaving a lot of olive skin exposed to the sun and the wind. There was a relaxed, extremely pleased expression on her face. Kai was standing nearby, wearing his military uniform. He was looking at the dragon bones that surrounded the ivory tower with a neutral expression on his handsome, slightly melancholic face. Noticing the new arrivals, Effie happily waved a hand. Hey, we're here. Sunny walked over, both pleased and confused to see the two of them. I see that you're here, but why are you here? Kai turned around and smiled slightly. Hey. Our companies have spent a lot of time on the city walls recently, so we were rotated out of active duty for a couple of weeks. We're on leave. Effie nodded. Yeah. So when Cassie offered to go on a field trip, we had nothing better to do. Plus, we're curious to revisit a few places, too. Sunny gave the blind girl a suspicious look. He was sure that he only decided to spend some time on the chained island this morning when the hell had she found time to invite Effie and Kai. Noticing his gaze, Cassie simply shrugged. Well, whatever. He was glad to see them, anyway. I see. Good, then. But, I wouldn't call it a field trip. I expect to fight at least one creepy abomination this week, so don't get too relaxed. Effie dismissively waved a greasy hand in the air. Yeah. That abomination, though, is it edible? He stared at her bleakly. I'm not sure. She grinned. No problem, we'll just have to find out, then.